I am the fated villain. Chapter 810 to Chapter 864. Xiao Ruoyin's face was pale, not because her realm was not high enough, but because she had come into contact with an unknown terror during her divination, which had damaged her mind. In Xiao Ruoyin's opinion, this was an extremely inconceivable matter. Her understanding of fate might not be unparalleled, but there was absolutely no one in the world who could surpass her. However, when she was divining the fate of the divine kingdom, she had a premonition of unimaginable terror. What exactly was it? Xiao Ruoyin's mind was in a daze for a moment before she recovered. When she saw that she was in Xianxia's arms, she couldn't help but get up and say, "I'm sorry to disappoint you, Your Majesty. I've seen too little about the fate of the divine kingdom." She was speaking the truth. Even with the immortal boat of destiny in her hand, she couldn't see the source of that great terror. In fact, she had almost suffered a backlash just now. After all, she had the fateless body, which was innately beyond karma. She had tried to divine Xianxia's origins when she had just awakened her memories of her past life, but had suffered a backlash. Today was the second time in her life that she had suffered a backlash. Xiao Ruoyin was extremely shocked. Xianxia didn't look surprised. He knew that his premonition wouldn't be wrong. When Xiao Ruoyin was divining the fate of the divine kingdom, he had seen those blurry scenes. The future couldn't be seen, but a corner of it had appeared. The world was dusky, the end of an era, and even the stars were collapsing. The entire universe was shattering. A boundless fog swept in, covering everything. The only thing that could be seen was a vast Wangyang rising and falling in the distance, one wave extinguishing an era. In the future, the upper world would indeed undergo a great change. It could even be said that the myriad worlds in the heavens, including the immortal realms, would be affected and wouldn't be spared. After confirming this, Xianxia felt much more relieved. He didn't have many unknown speculations like before. "It's fine. Thank you for your hard work. The immortal boat of creation is now in your hands." He spoke casually and had no intention of taking possession of the immortal vessel of creation. At most, it could be used as a tool to traverse the river of time in his hands, and it was difficult for him to bring out its true use. And now, Xianxia's strength had already reached an unfathomable level, so he naturally didn't need to rely on external objects to cross the river of time. On the contrary, in Xiao Ruoyin's hands, the immortal boat of creation could play a greater role. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xiao Ruoyin was stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect Xianxia to say that he would return the boat to her. However, even with her mental state, she couldn't help but feel slightly delighted when she regained what she'd lost. Her delicate and fair hand lightly rubbed the exterior of the immortal vessel of creation that was covered in wind and frost. After recovering her memories from her previous life, Xiao Ruoyin's temperament had changed quite a bit compared to before. If it was in her previous life, all she wanted to do was figure out her fate. She was not interested in anything else and would not even feel emotional. But in this life, it was different. Not only did she have the experience of becoming an ordinary person, but she also experienced and understood the world of mortals. Now, she was the eternal kingdom of God's concubine Ruoyin, one of Xianxia's concubines. Xianxia was the main culprit behind the destruction of the 9 heavens 10 lands, the heavens 10 lands, and the collapse of the immortal palace in her previous life. In Xiao Ruoyin's view, even if it was explained by fate, it was still very difficult to explain. "Your Majesty, are you going to rest in the Shrine of Destiny tonight? I'm going to take a bath and serve you in bed." At this moment, as if thinking of something, Xiao Ruoyin raised her cold eyes and couldn't help but ask. Although she was made a concubine, this was the first time in so long that Xianxia had come to the Shrine of Destiny. Although she wasn't interested in serving him in bed and fighting for his favor, she couldn't change her mind. It was hard to predict the fate of the kingdom of God, but Xiao Ruoyin knew that as long as Xianxia was still around, the kingdom of God would never be destroyed. If she wanted to be detached from worldly affairs and focus on the Shrine of Destiny, not caring about the affairs of the world and not being affected by the outside world. Most importantly, she had to at least let the ministers in the court and the various races know that she, as a concubine, still had some status in Xianxia's heart. Otherwise, after being made a concubine, Xianxia never stayed here. If word got out, wouldn't she, concubine Ruoyin, only exist in name? Wouldn't it be no different from being banished to the cold palace? It had to be said that Xiao Ruoyin was more or less affected by the previous Xiao Ruoyin, which was why she considered this. There's no need. It's getting late, you should rest early. However, what stunned Xiao Ruoyin was that after hearing this, Gu Changge's expression didn't change much, and he gently waved his hand. That pair of deep eyes were as calm as ever, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. After saying that, his figure turned into a flash of light and disappeared from where he was, as if he had merged into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Yes, Xiao Ruoyin was stunned for a long time before she lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, "Your concubine respectfully sees you off, Your Majesty." In fact, she had already planned to serve him in bed, but she didn't expect that Gu Changge's gaze didn't linger on her at all. Not to mention wanting to stay the night. It was as if she was made a concubine only because of the existence of the Shrine of Destiny. This made Xiao Ruoyin feel a sense of loss. No matter what, she was still Gu Changge's woman. This was an undeniable fact. As the High Priest of Destiny in her previous life, from the moment she was born, she had never left the Shrine of Destiny. And in this life, before her memory was awakened, she had given herself to Gu Changge. Looking at the Shrine of Destiny, which seemed to be getting colder and colder, Xiao Ruoyin sighed softly, and the joy of regaining the creation fairy boat also disappeared. Gu Changge seemed to have come tonight just to ask her about fate and to return the creation fairy boat. Other than that, there was no other purpose. Didn't that mean that in the future, the number of times she wanted to see Gu Changge could actually be counted on one hand? Or was it too few to count? After leaving the Shrine of Destiny, Gu Changge still had a thought to create a wisp of Tao La Dharma body in the Divine Kingdom to guard it, while his original body went out of nothingness to continue refining the drop of true blood and various origins. Through Xiao Ruoyin's matter, he determined his next path and understood what fate was. For many things, as long as you thought through it, breaking through and so on was actually a matter of course. A few days later, outside the imperial palace, the immortal coronation ceremony began. Many ministers, according to Gu Changge's instructions, brought the important things of their clans, such as the scriptures of their clans, secret weapons, and so on, and waited here. Behind these ministers were the imperishable orthodoxies, the everlasting families, and the ancient clans that had migrated from the distant universe. In the past, in the upper realm, they were existences that could cause a huge earthquake with a stomp of their feet. Mighty and endless, it was enough to make any ordinary cultivator scared out of their wits and find it hard to believe. But today, these people were waiting respectfully outside the imperial palace. On the square outside, there were several huge heavenly steels, which were shining brightly. If one looked closely, one could see that those heavenly steels were made of extremely special materials, and even those who had attained the Tao could not damage them at all. And on those heavenly steels, there were spatial fluctuations flickering, and then the runes were connected, forming a terrifying black hole in the void, but the surroundings were emitting mysterious fluctuations. Many powerhouses felt their hearts palpitate just by looking at it, and they felt that it was not as simple as the entrance to the altar. Behind it, there was probably a supreme divine ability that refined a great world and made it the treasury. This is the immortal coronation altar that His Majesty refined with his supreme divine ability. At the beginning of the immortal coronation roll, the cultivator who enters the roll first will get great benefits. According to the requirements of the immortal coronation hall, as long as you put your secret treasures into the altar, you will get the corresponding immortal coronation points. With enough immortal coronation points, you can exchange for an immortal coronation order. In the beginning, the immortal coronation points for an immortal coronation order will not be very high, but later on, it will gradually increase. Moreover, the immortal coronation altar will not be open all the time, it needs a special timing. But with the immortal coronation order, you can accept the immortal coronation roll and become an immortal immediately. Above the boundless square, fog drifted, as if it was a vast universe. Many ministers were talking in low voices, looking at the immortal coronation altar at the front. Their eyes were filled with anticipation, shock, and other complicated expressions. Outside the imperial palace was a vast square. Fog drifted around it, and it was boundless. The square was filled with people, but they were all silent. Many ministers were waiting respectfully for the Divine Master to appear and host the immortal investiture ceremony. As the name suggested, the ceremony was held especially for the immortal investiture ceremony. Almost all living beings and cultivators from all corners of the universe came to witness this magnificent event with their own eyes. Many people were curious to know if the immortal investiture role was as magical as Xianxia said. Was it able to make people become immortals immediately? Was it able to make cultivators above supremacy become immortals? At the front of the palace, the ministers stood at the front. The forces behind them were the most ancient and terrifying. They had several powerful individuals overseeing them. Apart from that, they also had celestial artifacts. Even in the current higher realm, they were still fully deserving of being overlords. In the divine nation, they enjoyed a respectable status with vast lands and great power. Of course, the Great Void Divine Clan, the Reclusive Tranquil Clan, and the Taichu Divine Sect were at the forefront. The current leader of the Great Void Divine Clan was titled Lord Great Void and was highly valued. In addition, a powerful figure in the Great Void Divine Clan, Xianxia, was very close to a divine consort. This also led to the Great Void Divine Clan's high status in the divine nation. Even the other imperishable forces and supreme Taoist orthodoxies were very polite to them. The divine sect of Taichu, also known as the demonic sect of Taichu, could be said to be the most trusted force of the divine lord. It was called the national religion because the leader of the divine sect of Taichu was the grandfather of the divine lord Xianxia. As for the Longevity Gu clan, they were well-deserved royalty in the divine nation. At the front of the palace, the lord of the immortal investiture hall appeared. He was a tall figure wearing a bronze mask and wearing a long green robe. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but his eyes were deep and cold, as if he had no mortal emotions. His cultivation was extremely terrifying. Ordinary powerful figures would tremble in fear when facing him. This person was Yama, the former lord of the fourth hall of hell. He was also named Ah-san by Xianxia. His cultivation had reached the ruined immortal realm a long time ago. Other than Xianxia, there was hardly anyone in the upper realm who could easily defeat him. Behind the hall master of the celestial bestowment hall, there were many eunuchs with white faces and white beards. There were creatures of all races, and their cultivations were unfathomable. They lined up and stood respectfully outside the palace. Apart from the celestial sealing hall, the Azura hall, the heavenly mystery hall, and the 4 halls of blade, spear, sword, and halberd, many powers that belonged to the imperial family appeared. They were either leaders or managers, and they all stood respectfully outside the imperial palace. The immortal investiture ceremony was a grand event for all the realms in the universe. Even the divine concubines and celestial empress had to appear. In the vast square, all the ministers were stunned by this scene. They had clearly seen the tip of the iceberg of the divine kingdom's reserves. His Majesty has arrived. And at this time, along with the vast sound of a bell, the entire universe trembled. Countless cultivators and living beings heard the grand sound of the world resound. In every corner of the universe, the sound of worship was heard. A slender figure that seemed to be enveloped by brilliant heavenly light appeared outside the imperial palace. Even his hair was overflowing with 5-colored heavenly light. From his face, he looked extremely young and was as handsome as jade. His eyes were calm and deep, as if they could see through all the secrets of the universe and see the past and present. His Dharma body appeared at the top of the divine kingdom. He was so tall that even the stars around him were as small as dust. Even the living beings in the vast universe outside the divine kingdom sensed it. They were shocked and in awe, and they respectfully knelt in the direction of the divine kingdom. Behind Xianxia, Celestial Empress Yu Kong, divine concubine Mei, and Jiang Chuchu all appeared outside the imperial palace with him. Greetings, divine lord. The divine kingdom is immortal and will last forever. Loud and respectful voices resounded throughout the entire square. All the ministers and living beings knelt in front of the divine kingdom, not daring to show any disrespect. This was a scene that was enough to shock the universe. The world was filled with the light of worship. Strands of silver faith power gathered in the sky above the divine kingdom like a bottomless Wang Yang. In the end, it flowed into the blazing sun. Sparkling light rain fell and golden lotuses bloomed. Tao sounds resounded in the world. Almost all the cultivators and living beings felt that their divine souls were clear and their spiritual altars were empty. Their expressions became more pious. At this moment, the divine kingdom's fate chi surged into the sky. At the end of the sky, even the sun and the moon shone together. Then, the long river of time was reflected. The surging river made huge waves. From one end of the long river of time to the other end, the powerful beings of the past and the future all sensed it and were shocked. Everyone, please rise. Guchanga nodded slightly. His eyes were calm as he signaled everyone on the square to rise. Finally, he looked at the immortal bestowment altar. In his opinion, this immortal bestowment ceremony was the best opportunity to show the entire upper world the opportunity to become an immortal, so it had to be grand. As the minister stood up, Guchanga gently waved his hand. Boundless light blossomed between heaven and earth as a golden board appeared. The two ancient words immortal bestowment illuminated the heavens, incomparably resplendent. There was extremely dense faith power on it. Even the edges were filled with immortal ascension intent. At this moment, even those with a strong foundation felt that this immortal bestowment roll definitely contained the opportunity to become an immortal. The epic tree and the epic Tao fruit were both in Guchanga's hands. He could easily control the opportunity to become an immortal by refining these two items. Even when the environment of the world was perfect to the point of the immortal ancient era, ordinary people would not be qualified to touch the path to becoming an immortal. After all, becoming an immortal was definitely a big deal. How could Guchanga not sense it? Could he personally witness the rise of a perfected immortal and threaten him? The birth of this immortal bestowment roll had already determined everything. After Guchanga unified the heavens, this would be the only opportunity to become an immortal. He would be conferred a title by the divine nation and enjoy the faith of the divine nation. However, he would also be restricted by the divine nation and Guchanga. His life was in his hands. At this moment, all the ministers and citizens of the divine nation were looking at the golden list at the top. It was boundless and stood above the clouds. It seemed to be able to span half the universe. The ceremony begins. As a Tao attainment eunuch shouted, the ministers at the front of the palace trembled and then walked out without hesitation. They looked at Guchanga respectfully and said without hesitation, "We are willing to follow the divine master for generations and submit to the divine nation." Heaven and earth can bear witness to this, and all living beings can hear. As their words fell, they seemed to have sensed something. The heavenly steels on the square of the palace began to shine with golden light, covering their bodies. The Longevity G family offers the immortal artifact 9 Heavens Ocean Armor, the 4 Directions flag of the Cloud World, and an immortal bestowment roll. A majestic middle-aged man walked out. He was the head of the Longevity G family. He said respectfully. An ancient small world appeared behind him. Dense immortal light appeared and wrapped around the two items. Then, they turned into 2 streams of light and entered the immortal bestowment altar. Rumble. The heavenly steels trembled with a force that shook the heavens and earth. Mysterious light and rules flowed on them as if they were measuring the value of the two items and whether they were worth an immortal bestowment roll. All the ministers looked at this scene in shock. The 9 Heavens Ocean Armor was one of the Longevity G family's trump cards. Once worn, even immortals would find it difficult to break through. As for the 4 Directions flag of the Cloud World, it was a famous Khanate item in the upper world. It was said that it was born from the 4 Directions Chi of the Cloud World in ancient times. There were 4 flags in total. When waved, strange phenomena would appear, and heaven and earth would be in chaos. It could defend against enemies and seal them. If the 4 flags were gathered, they could set up a 4 Directions great formation that could even kill immortals. The Longevity G family could be said to have really put in a lot of effort to obtain an immortal bestowment roll. This made the expressions of many of the Longevity family's heads change slightly. The 9 Heavens heavy armor and the Cloud World's 4 Directions flag were both unimaginable treasures. They could be used to protect a clan for countless years. Now, they turned into 2 rays of divine light and entered the celestial bestowment altar. Instantly, there were bursts of brilliance. There was even the sound of the great Tao, which resounded throughout the heavens. The golden lotus rotated and then emitted a dazzling light. All the officials and citizens looked at it in shock. The celestial bestowment altar was like a bottomless black hole. It was dark and bottomless. It seemed to be connected to a vast world. A wisp of chi was emitted from it. Everyone's body trembled slightly. They didn't dare to go near it, for fear of being swallowed. Even Guchanga, Yu Ming Kong, and the others behind him were looking at this scene quietly. They were waiting for a halo to appear on the heavenly monument. 2 immortal artifacts for 1 celestial bestowment writ. It's quite appropriate now. Mei was dressed formally. She was dignified and elegant. She stood behind Guchunga with Jiang Chuchu. They were half a step behind Yu Kong. Now, she was looking at the brilliance that appeared and muttered to herself softly. She was fully in charge of the casting of the heavenly monument. Therefore, she was very clear about the current exchange standards. Won't it be very difficult to exchange for the celestial bestowment writ in the future? Jiang Chuchu blinked and couldn't help but ask Guchunga. Guchunga nodded and said, "It's not so easy to obtain the celestial bestowment writ. Now is the time for these forces to show their determination. They will hesitate and worry that their lifelines will be controlled by me in the future, and they will never be able to make a comeback. However, this is the only benefit and opportunity I'm giving them. Those forces who are watching from behind are cautious. They want to see how the situation changes before making a decision. However, it's precisely because of this that they will miss this best opportunity. If they want to enter the celestial bestowment writ in the future, the price they have to pay will not be so simple." Towards the end, Guchunga smiled meaningfully. With this explanation, Jiang Chuchu immediately understood. In fact, this was similar to a gambling game. At the beginning, it was a small bet to win a big bet. If the people at the end wanted to continue to take a share of the pie, the price they would have to pay would be even higher. This was actually the simplest form of human nature. As Guchunga's words fell, boundless immortal light suddenly rushed out from all around the square. There were even illusory images of ancient palaces and pavilions that appeared and condensed there. This was a vast and shocking scene. Everyone saw an ancient celestial land appear there. The palaces and pavilions were grand, divine halls and temples were everywhere. Immortal mountains were majestic, and immortal mists were thick. The heavenly monuments were trembling one after another. The radiance they released was too resplendent, simply illuminating the entire world. Could this be the real celestial realm, or an illusion? Even those who had a foundation were eager to see it. They looked at the shining world, which was filled with a rich longevity substance. The head of the Longevity G family, who was kneeling at the forefront, was unprecedentedly excited. He felt that there was a rich immortal factor enveloping his entire body. Every inch of his pores was devouring and absorbing it, giving birth to a strong desire. This immortal factor seeped from his skin into his lungs, blood, bones, and finally gathered in his spiritual sea. Everyone could see that the clan leader of the Longevity G family was glowing from head to toe. Immortal light was gushing out from the spiritual sea in his abdomen, and a blurry figure of an immortal could be seen sitting cross-legged there, overlooking the world. This was a terrifying aura that had not yet condensed, but it was already intimidating. All the ministers and people in the square were shocked and horrified. This is the power of an immortal. I've been recognized by the celestial bestowment writ. The head of the Longevity G family couldn't hide the joy and excitement on his face. He looked like he was about to ascend into the heavens. Behind him, many of the ancestors of the Longevity G family changed their expressions. Some were excited, some were envious, and some were regretful. The Longevity G family had considered this for a long time before making this decision. After all, these were 2 immortal artifacts that could suppress one's foundation. It was impossible for them not to feel heartache. Moreover, who knew what kind of shackles and restrictions would be placed on them after they entered the immortal bestowment list? Would it be true that they would be conferred the title of true immortal by the divine nation? Therefore, after thinking for a long time, they unanimously decided to elect this generation's head to test the waters. The head of the Longevity G family had just reached the supreme realm and was extremely far away from the quasi-emperor realm. Even in the Longevity G family, he was just a member of the younger generation, someone who could be replaced at any time by the patriarchs. This is indeed the power of an immortal. The faces of the people of the Longevity G family changed. They sighed and felt regret as they deeply felt the aura that made their hearts palpitate. Compared to the reaction of the Longevity G family, the people of the other orthodoxies were even more shocked. They simply stared at the scene in front of them. Kacha, the sky cracked open and the immortal bestowment list bloomed with boundless brilliance. Then, a hazy radiance sprinkled down. One of the tokens was shrouded in 5-colored brilliance and finally fell on the head of the Longevity G family. Look, That's the name of the Longevity G family's head. Many ministers exclaimed as they saw the ancient and majestic words appear on the immortal bestowment list with their own eyes. They carried with them an awe-inspiring and sacred radiance. That was the name of the Longevity G family's head. Now, it was engraved on the immortal bestowment list. After sacrificing 2 immortal artifacts, he was recognized as an immortal. This scene was reflected in the heavens. Many cultivators and living beings in the universe saw this shocking scene from a great distance away. The radiance of the immortal bestowment list was so dazzling that many people couldn't open their eyes. He succeeded just like that? Did we just witness the birth of an immortal? Above the square, immortal mist drifted and the figures were like a sea. All the ministers were shocked and horrified. They looked at the head of the Longevity G family kneeling in front of the palace with an expression of ecstasy on his face. He kept kowtowing to Xianxia. I've become an immortal. This is the power of an immortal, thank you, Your Majesty. The Longevity G family is willing to serve the divine nation forever. The head of the Longevity G family was so excited that he couldn't speak coherently. Originally, he was a chess piece pulled out to test the waters after the family's decision-making. But who would have thought that he would really obtain unimaginable power on the immortal bestowment list? In the blink of an eye, he was qualified to look down on the Longevity G family and make the ancestors bow their heads. At this moment, his mind was clear, and immortal light was faintly discernible. Chains of order appeared around his hands and feet. He was extremely powerful. Even those who had achieved the Tao and had a foundation that he respected before were frightened by his gaze. They didn't dare to look at him as if they had encountered a terrifying beast. But under Xianxia's gaze, he still felt deep fear. It was as if the other party could turn him into ashes countless times with just a thought. If I have the power of the immortal Tao, then His Majesty's current strength, I'm afraid he's already above the immortal Tao. This is too unbelievable. The Longevity G clan's clan master was filled with excitement. This is the power of an immortal. I'm already standing at the peak of this world. One had to admit that this power was extremely attractive and tempting. Even if he knew that there was a bonfire in front of him, he still pounced on it without a care for his life. The ancestors of the Longevity G family had mixed feelings at this moment. They were excited, but also indescribably bitter. A junior who casually controlled their fate had become an existence that looked down on them in the blink of an eye. Even they had to respect him. This was a true immortal position. Even if he was appointed by the divine nation and was very different from a true immortal Tao existence, they were still like ants in front of him. Looking at the head of the Longevity G family kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to Xianxia, the ministers and people behind him couldn't help but go crazy. Many of the imperishable orthodoxies were trembling to the extreme. Their ancestors had never given birth to an immortal Tao existence, so they couldn't be called an immortal-level orthodoxy. But today, all of this seemed to be changed. 108 oceanic clans of Wuliang Mountain offer 1 immortal refined golden robe and 1 sacred 9 heavens mysterious jade in exchange for the immortal bestowment writ. The Shrine of Conversion offers 36 Tai Bai Dao swords, 1 9-leaf immortal flower, and 1 earth immortal purifying moon vase in exchange for the immortal bestowment writ. The Golden Divine Clan offers a remnant of the primordial Palm Divine Pagoda, 1 purple immortal scripture, and 1 Hao Yin. Boundless Golden Body Scripture. At this moment, the square was in an uproar. The leaders of the various clans stood up, and none of the ministers could sit still. Even the ancestral patriarchs of the unparalleled celestial dynasty were eager, let alone the others. The immortal bestowment writ shone across heaven and earth, bestowing rays of immortal light, and imprints were imprinted on it one after another. Xianxia stood calmly at the entrance of the imperial palace. She watched the scene unfold before her eyes. In his opinion, the immortal bestowment writ was only the prelude to the next step of the divine nation's plan to unify the heavens. In the void, his real body sat there cross-legged, and a blurry long river appeared, in which different wills rose. What is immortal bestowment? It's just a group of fake immortals, not recognized by the heavens and earth. They are conferred by a country, like drifting without roots, relying on others for their lives. Since ancient times, there has never been such a move. It's tantamount to holding the future of the heavens and earth in his hands. Sooner or later, I will overthrow this dark country. Xianxia's deep and cold eyes flickered, catching on to the origin of this will. It actually came from a certain spacetime in the future. His expression changed slightly. The moment the immortal bestowment writ appeared, its light illuminated the heavens, even reflecting the long river of time. But he didn't expect that it would actually cause a change in the future, giving birth to a divergent. Is this the power of destiny? Xianxia softly murmured. Through the endless void, he slammed his palm down towards the spacetime in the future. The heavens and earth collapsed, the universe fell silent. With a rumbling sound, the river of destiny turned blurry. Next, the young man who made the bold statement stared in shock at the palm that slammed down from the sky. The laws of the heavens and earth retreated, the myriad of daos hummed in unison. He didn't even have the time to realize his bold statement before he exploded, silently disappearing. It was like he suffered a backlash from the heavens. After that, the heavens and earth returned to silence once more. This didn't involve the power of the long river of time, but the karma of fate played a role. It made Xianxia feel that the spacetime in the future would change. With his current strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to traverse the long river of time, but he would have to endure a huge backlash, so it wouldn't be so easy. The Tao of fate was even more mysterious than the Tao of time. And because it was a divergent, it was detached from the established path. Even if it was erased, it wouldn't have any impact on the path of the world, so naturally, there wouldn't be a backlash. In the end, the immortal coronation ceremony ended with the 8 immortal realm cultivators being conferred the title. Although the various orthodoxies and families sacrificed many treasures, they were unable to trigger the immortal investiture board. On the other hand, those existences that were conferred the immortal bestowment role were extremely excited. Being supported by the incense of the divine kingdom and being able to obtain the might of the immortal Tao, this was simply an enormous opportunity that allowed one to transform from a mortal into an immortal and ascend to immortality in a single step. Their silhouettes were like blurry deities that were reflected on the immortal investiture board. They were surrounded by immortal light, sacred and powerful, and could easily look down on the other races. However, they knelt respectfully in front of Xianxia, Yuming, and the others, knowing full well who had given them all this. Moreover, because a strand of his true soul was entrusted to the immortal investiture board, in the eyes of these conferred cultivators, Xianxia was no different from the Lord of heaven and earth in ancient times, ruling over all immortals. Although they already had the power of the immortal Tao, they were no different from ants in Xianxia's eyes. Many forces who had missed out on this opportunity felt deeply pained and regretful. They knew that if they wanted to touch the immortal sealing board again after the celestial investiture ceremony ended, the price they would have to pay would not be so simple. Even the imperishable orthodoxies might not be able to get an immortal investiture board even if they went bankrupt and mobilized the power of their entire clan. Towards the end of the ceremony, many immortal artifacts were thrown into the altar, but there was no reaction at all. The divine monument did not respond, and the immortal investiture board did not shine. The orthodoxies who were the first to show their loyalty were secretly relieved that they were the first to make the sacrifice. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to get an immortal investiture board. Of course, Xianxia still gave them a chance. Every 100 years, the immortal investiture board would appear again to confer titles. During these 100 years, each orthodoxy could prepare for the next immortal coronation ceremony. Compared to cultivating to become an immortal and going through countless difficulties, they might not be able to reach this step in the end. After entering the immortal investiture board, they would be conferred with the power of the immortal Tao and enjoy an endless life. This was an unimaginable temptation to all races, orthodoxies, and even all living beings in the myriad of worlds. No one was spared from it. Even after the incident, many powerful figures still appeared outside the palace, requesting to see Xianxia. They wanted to obtain an immortal bestowment medallion, no matter the price. They also yearned to become immortals. Since ancient times, even if they used all kinds of secret and forbidden techniques to prolong their lifespans, there would still be a day when they would dry up. In this era, Xianxia was in charge of the divine nation. Even the evil immortals who appeared in the river of time were annihilated with a wave of his hand. Which of these existences, whose lifespans had been exhausted, would dare to start a dark rebellion? However, Xianxia did not care about the desire of these people. He directly said that the next immortal coronation ceremony would be held in 100 years. If they wanted to be conferred a title, they would have to find something suitable to trigger the heavenly steel and be recognized by the immortal investiture board within 100 years. The myriad of worlds was incomparably vast, and there were many areas that had not been explored. There were definitely many ancient items or immortal treasures buried in the chaos in those areas. If these people wanted to obtain an immortal bestowment medallion, they would have to think of ways to risk their lives and go to those places to search for mysterious items. Ordinary cultivation methods and divine powers could no longer be recognized by the heavenly steel. After the ceremony ended, this matter undoubtedly shook the heavens. Almost all the powerhouses and leaders of the various races and forces gathered in the square that day. However, the heavens were so vast that many races and forces did not come personally, let alone witness this grand ceremony. Of course, there were still news about this matter spreading in various places. Some images were also recorded in shadow stones and ancient books for future generations to see. During this period, divine master temples rose from the ground everywhere. Many cultivators and living beings spontaneously built temples for Xianxia. Incense was burned all day long, and many cultivators and living beings went to worship every day. The sound of worship and prayers could be heard everywhere in the heavens. Not long after the calamity of Xianxia passed, the heavens regained their former prosperity and peace. The various races multiplied and grew stronger. After the immortal investiture ceremony ended, the heavenly Tao steels rose from the ground in various ancient holy cities. They were simple and ancient, and were made of incredible materials. Starting from the physical body realm, the strongest heaven's prides of the same realm would be recognized by the heavenly steel if they were listed on this steel. Ordinary cultivators would feel a strong and terrifying pressure before they even got close. It was so strong that their legs were bent and their bodies were about to explode. Facing the heavenly Tao steel was like facing an ancient true god. Even supremacy realm cultivators would feel fear and could only look from afar. They did not dare to get close. Once the heavenly Tao steel appeared, it immediately caused a terrifying sensation in the myriad of worlds. This was a feat that was even more shocking than the immortal investiture board. After all, it was a list of the strongest heaven's prides since ancient times. How long had it been? No one could say for sure. Even those who had become immortals did not dare to say that they knew all the secrets. However, after Xianxia established the divine nation, he first set up the immortal investiture board, breaking the rules of cultivation. Then, he listed the strongest heaven's prides since ancient times and wanted to set up the heavenly Tao steel. Many forces and orthodoxies realized that Xianxia's actions were very ambitious. He was probably planning to completely eliminate the authority of the heavenly Tao. If he really succeeded, then the myriad realms would become his back garden. However, for the younger generation, this was an unimaginable opportunity. Not only could they clearly know the gap between them and the strongest heaven's prides since ancient times. Moreover, if they could enter the heavenly Tao steel, they could also obtain a supreme opportunity that could improve their cultivation further. However, from the current situation, the heavenly Tao steel had only just appeared in its embryonic form. It had not really evolved into its true form, let alone listing all the heaven's prides since ancient times. Xianxia's actions were equivalent to throwing a premonition to all living beings. This also made them understand that in the near future, the heavenly Tao steel would appear in the myriad of worlds, just like the immortal investiture board, and cause a huge change. Besides that, Xianxia also had plans for the virtual realm. He personally created a Tao La Dharma body and commanded a mighty army to wipe out the remnants of the great worlds in the depths of various universes since the Forbidden Era. Then, he took the source of those remnants of the great worlds and melted them into a cauldron. He planned to sacrifice them to create the virtual realm and guide the 6 paths of reincarnation, the souls of the dead, the spirits of the dead, and the cycle of life. The virtual realm corresponded to the netherworld and the 9 nether hell in legends. If the virtual realm was created, it would definitely affect the operation of the laws of heaven and earth. This was because since ancient times, the operation of heaven and earth was self-contained. Whether the reincarnation of all living beings really existed was another matter. However, Xianxia's actions were equivalent to snatching the authority of the heavenly Tao and incorporating his thoughts into the operation of the universe. When the virtual realm completely replaced the legendary 9 nether hell, then the cycle of life and death in the world would actually be controlled by Xianxia's thoughts. Even if his lifespan dried up and his life was exhausted, he would have a way to let him enter the cycle of reincarnation and live another life, or even gain eternal life. However, to do so, he might have to pay an unimaginable price. Therefore, the birth of the virtual realm was too difficult. In Guchunga's opinion, the difficulty was no different from re-establishing the immortal domain and dividing the chaos again. Just the sacrifice of the source of the great worlds had encountered an unprecedented amount of trouble. If the virtual realm is created, the 6 paths of reincarnation, the Yellow Springs, and the 9 Nether Hell must also be included. This is a huge project that can't be completed in a short period of time. Guchunga's original body sat cross-legged at the end of the boundless void. In front of him was a dazzling divine light, and a hazy radiance spread out and sprinkled down. In the surroundings, fist-sized, multicolored fragments of the ancient world's origin were floating up and down. He was smelting these sources in an attempt to sacrifice the virtual realm. However, during this process, there was no so-called nurturing of merit between heaven and earth. There were also no signs of birth. Instead, several bolts of chaotic true lightning struck down in his direction. The 6 paths of reincarnation were within the operation of the heavenly Tao. Guchunga's current actions were undoubtedly trying to completely eliminate the will of the heavenly Tao. He wasn't surprised that he would suffer such a backlash. However, he had a premonition that something was wrong. This is too difficult. With my current strength, if I forcefully push it, I'm afraid that my body will split open. Guchunga noticed that a crack had appeared in the space between his eyebrows without him noticing. Following that, a crack also appeared on the spell body that was reflected in the heavenly Tao. In the Divine Leader Temple, incense lingered. Many cultivators and living beings were worshipping the Divine Leader statue. However, when they suddenly saw a crack appear on it, they were instantly shocked. However, that crack only appeared for a moment before it healed. Many people thought that it was an illusion. In the depths of the void, Guchunga collected the source of the ancient world that was being sacrificed. The crack between his eyebrows also slowly healed and disappeared in an instant. However, he fell into deep thought. This kind of backlash was inconceivable. Even he didn't notice it, and it happened just like that. There was no trace of warning. If this continued, his spell body would probably shatter. Is the time not right yet, or is this heaven-defying action unbearable for my current cultivation? Guchunga pondered. His spirit was very powerful and far exceeded his current strength. However, his current physical body had not experienced the true baptism of the immortal tribulation. It was inevitable that it would cause changes. After thinking about this, Guchunga decided to put this matter aside for the time being. During this period of time, he had accumulated enough. It was time to receive the true descent of the immortal domain and allow himself to enter the flawless immortal realm. And just as Guchunga was about to receive the descent of the immortal domain and connect with the upper realm. 3 Rumble, in the boundless world sea, shocking waves suddenly appeared. With a splash, the layers of ancient realms in front of them all collapsed and broke, turning into fine powder that filled the sky. In this boundless world sea, there were blurry ships crossing. However, the storm of the great path here was extremely terrifying. Even the true thunder that struck down had terrifying destructive power. The world was vast, and the fog was heavy. Wisps after wisps of fog lingered everywhere. One could see ancient realms and great universes rising and falling. And at the place where the sky and earth touched, a layer of blurry mirror appeared. Outside the mirror, there were ancient realms and great universes rising and falling. They overlapped with each other as if they were coexisting. However, at that moment, the world inside the mirror and outside the mirror were slowly coming into contact with each other, and some unknown and strange changes were happening. The places where they came into contact with each other collapsed, disintegrated, and merged. At the instant they collapsed, the world barrier disappeared, and at the moment they merged, a new life was born. It was incomparably mysterious and mysterious. All of this seemed to be happening very slowly, but it was happening in an orderly manner. They collided with each other and then melted. The birth of the soul true world will be soon, really soon. On the blurry ships, there were whispers of ancient gods. There were also indifferent gazes of innate gods watching them, ancient and cold. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. The situation in the upper world was becoming more and more stable. Peach Village was now located at the northernmost shore of the Divine Nation. Even the abandoned land of immortals had been moved to Xian'er's palace by Guchang's supreme supernatural power. Xian'er's palace was a vast pure land. In the endless wilderness, there were mountain peaks surrounded by clouds and mist. There were also silver waterfalls and green lakes. It was a verdant land. Palaces and pavilions were everywhere. It was incomparably magnificent. On one side of Peach Village, there was a mountain peak. On the other side, there was a wooing lake from the vast galaxy. The surrounding bamboo forest rustled. There were a few pavilions in the sea of green bamboos. In the wooing lake, there were many rare dragonfish. They swayed their tails and flashed past. Their bodies were sparkling, and their flesh contained shocking divinity. There were also Kuan carps with the Kuanping bloodline. It was difficult to find one in the outside world, but there were many here. In addition, there were all kinds of primitive and immortal bloodlines from thousands of realms. They were either tributes from various clans or found in some ruins, but in the end, they all fell into Gu Xian'er's pocket. He had never changed his greedy habit. The environment here was exceptionally quiet. On the side was a divine medicine field that Gu Xian'er had squeezed from Guchanga all these years. Just the sand alone was shockingly valuable. There were spirit-nourishing soil, blood immortal sand, 5-colored divine soil. Strands of chaotic air filled the air, and various kinds of 5-colored immortal fog filled the air. All kinds of divine medicine were planted. Some were green and sparkling, some were surrounded by light, and some were bright red. They filled the air with a rich fragrance. Just by smelling it, it was as if one could ascend to immortality. How can you go back on your word in chess? Beside the medicinal field, there was a clear lake. The pavilion was next to the palace. Guchanga was playing chess with Gu Xian'er. He was still dressed in green, and his hair was not tied up. He looked particularly lazy. In front of him, Gu Xian'er was holding his chin. His small face was full of embarrassment. When did you learn how to play chess? How come I didn't know? Gu Xian'er said unhappily. During this period of time, he had unexpectedly obtained an ancient chess record from Big Red. It recorded the changes of the stars in the heavens, using the stars as chess pieces. It was incomparably vast. Her interest was piqued, and she had been studying and cultivating this chess record. It just so happened that Guchanga had shown up to see her in the past few days, so she clamored that she would crush Guchanga in chess and convince him wholeheartedly. The result was as expected. Even though she had comprehended the chess manual, she was still no match for Guchanga. She had already regretted several moves. There are thousands of Daos in the world, but they all lead to the same destination. The Tao of chess is but a small Tao among them. Your comprehension of the great path is far inferior to mine. You won't be able to gain the slightest advantage even in chess. Guchanga smiled gently and got up from the futon. Naturally, he could see the profoundness of this chess record. However, with his current vision and strength, it was no longer worthy of his attention. There was no need for him to study it. Hearing him say this, Gu Xian'er also understood. During this period of time, Guchanga's strength had become more and more unfathomable. The divine nation ruled the heavens, the incense burned continuously, and the faith was inextinguishable. With just a thought, Guchanga could easily kill a person with a strong foundation thousands of times. Humph, I know you're very strong, okay? You didn't come here just to find me, did you? Gu Xian'er snorted softly, then asked again. She could see that Guchanga seemed to have something on his mind. Hearing this, Guchanga did not intend to hide this matter from her. After all, it had something to do with her. I'm here to look for the big red bird beside you, Guchanga said. During this period of time, he had been trying to guide the celestial region to descend and connect with the upper realm. However, on the path to the immortal ancient continent, he ran into trouble. Hundreds of years ago, when he was still cultivating in the palace of Heavenly Immortal, he learned from Yu Mingkong that the immortal essences were born because that was where the path to immortality led. The sages who had fallen on that path had died countless years ago. Their original essences had scattered, and they had become incomparably precious immortal essences. Because at that time, the celestial gate only appeared in the form of a reflection and did not truly descend, the impact was not very frightening. Xianxia also used the Great Dao treasure bottle to resist the pressure and sneaked in. He stole several jars of immortal essences from the hands of many ancient existences. During this time, he was even struck by lightning. His body was charred black and it took him a long time to recover. Therefore, Xianxia had always guessed that the real path to immortality was in the immortal ancient continent. He used the Tao of Fate to deduce and found that it was indeed misty there. The heavenly secrets were in chaos, and there was a bit of chaotic light. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of the world. Moreover, what surprised him the most was that he actually felt a familiar aura there. Later on, after verification, Xianxia found that the familiar aura actually came from the mysterious big red bird beside Xianxia. That aura was not left behind in ancient times, but in the current era. It was still very fresh, and it had only happened recently. If his cultivation had not reached the level where he could see through heaven and earth, he probably would not have sensed it. Previously, Xianxia had thought that although the big red bird beside Xianxia had a mysterious origin, it would not be too shocking. However, he really did not expect that this big red bird would be related to the path to immortality. "You're here for Big Red?" Xianxia was a little surprised. Xianxia nodded and said, "I'm afraid you also know that the big red bird beside you has a complicated origin." Xianxia expressed her agreement. Many of her opportunities were found by relying on Big Red. Moreover, the future scene that she saw at the Rebirth Lake was also found by relying on Big Red. Actually, there was no need for Xianxia to say anything. The big red bird had also sensed his intentions. It flapped its wings and flew over from the boundless lake in the distance. However, this time it did not have the disdainful expression of the past. Instead, it had a sense of vicissitudes. "It seems that in the end, you still found out," it opened its mouth to speak. Although it was a young child's voice, it also carried a sense of regret. A long time ago, when it first came into contact with Xianxia, it felt that Xianxia was incomparably dangerous. His entire body emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate uneasily. Therefore, it had repeatedly advised Xianxia to stay away from Xianxia. However, Xianxia, this silly girl, kept rubbing against it and did not listen to its advice at all. It was also secretly on its guard, wanting to protect Xianxia. Fortunately, Xianxia treated Xianxia well. He would only bully her verbally. Thus, gradually, the big red bird started to relax. Big Red, it was also the first time that Xianxia had seen the big red bird like this. She was even more shocked. Xianxia raised his eyebrows slightly. He had a strange feeling in his heart. Why did he feel that the big red bird's origin might not be related to the path to immortality? There should be another reason why it continued to stay by Xianxia's side. It was not because Xianxia was the daughter of fate. Could it be that Xianxia, this girl, has some other origin that I do not know about? Xianxia thought to himself. There was a trace of confusion on his face. The big red bird seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. It flapped its wings and flew into the sky. "There are some things that should be related to you as well." It was obvious that it did not plan to say these words directly to Xianxia. It only wanted to tell Xianxia. Seeing this, Xianxia's expression was calm as he followed it. One man and one bird quickly passed through this region of heaven and the boundless starry sky. In the end, they appeared on a vast and prosperous continent. Immortal ancient continent. Seeing this, Xianxia's eyes flashed with realization. He wanted to know what the big red bird wanted to say to him. The two of them had already arrived at the continent outside of the palace of heavenly immortals. It was the immortal ancient continent that Xianxia had been to before. He had previously killed Yi Ling, who had obtained the reincarnation ancient lord's inheritance. He had also killed Long Teng, the child of fate of Long Ao Tian. He had also left behind a trump card here to rule over the various clans of immortal ancient. It was also here that Yin Mei had completely submitted to him. "Demon Master, do you know about 3 lives?" After arriving here, the big red bird's expression became more and more ancient. It flapped its wings and landed in a ruin. It had actually guessed Xianxia's origin a long time ago. It was only now that it confirmed it. As for why it was called the Demon Master, where did the demon master come from? It did not know. No one in this world knew either. It was as if the demon master had appeared out of thin air. Guchanga knew that this ruin was the region where the immortal road had appeared. However, his expression did not change much when the big red bird called him the demon master. 3 lives? Past life, present life, future? You want to tell me that Xianxia has 3 lives? He asked with a calm expression. Before the Forbidden Great Era, Gu Xianxia had previously turned into a Tao immortal, wholeheartedly cultivating in the sect Purple Sun. Little Heavenly Monarch was in, pursuing the immortal Tao. However, he never expected that before the Great Era collapsed, he would fall in the Great Calamity. His true spirit was not extinguished, reincarnating as Gu Xianxia. This was something Guchanga indeed knew. It is not the meaning of these 3 lives. The big red bird shook its head, its expression complicated. Then, it explained, Xianxia's current life is her 3rd life. If this life ends, she should continue to reincarnate, all the way until she finds her past undying true spirit. The 3rd life is 543. Before this, Xianxia had another life? When he heard this, Guchanga was first stunned. Then, he raised his brows. He didn't know anything about this at all. If the big red bird did not speak, he might not have known at all. Before the Forbidden Great Era, there were many extremely glorious and prosperous eras. Immortals and gods were resplendent, innate gods were endless, and 10,000 Daos competed. However, it was also during that era that all immortals and gods were buried. All traces were buried. Those eras were much more terrifying than the Forbidden Great Era. In the world, aside from immortals and gods, there were also gods and races that were born when the heavens were opened, as well as countless true worlds of the same origin beyond the vast expanse. Every true world of the same origin was comparable to this vast expanse of heavens. It can be imagined how vast and majestic it was. The so-called immortal ancient era is actually the era after the immortal tomb era. Part of the withered scenes gradually recovered. It is no longer the same as before. The big red bird said with a bitter smile. It seemed to be reminiscing, but there was more regret and reminiscence. The immortal tomb era is only one of them, Guchanga said softly. The fog in his mind also scattered at this moment, causing him to feel a sharp pain in his brows. The big red bird looked at him and said with a complicated expression, even though that era was extremely resplendent and dazzling, outside the countless true worlds of the same origin, there were 3 supreme true ancestors who looked down on everything. They pushed for the change of eras and ruled over everything. They were the embodiments of the will of the heavenly Tao. They controlled the heavens and maintained the operation of all the rules in the vast expanse of heavens. They were the heavenly Tao, and the heavenly Tao was also them. However, it was unknown when they started to have their own emotions, their own selfish desires. Guchanga remained silent. His mind was in so much pain that it felt like it was splitting apart. His originally blank spirit sea was now like a mirror. Too much fog was being wiped away. Many memories were awakening. There were memories from the Forbidden Great Era, memories from the Immortal Tomb Era, and even memories from even more ancient times. After a long, long time, as if some unspeakable memories were surging out, this world changed. Xianxia is the heir of this true world, then, Guchanga mumbled softly. As for his previous identity as the armored demon master, speaking of which, it was indeed a disguise. After all, he was one of the 3 true ancestors. Guchanga's lips curled up in a self-mocking smile. Huge and ancient memories, at this moment, like a dam bursting, crazily emerged in Guchanga's mind. In the calm and quiet spirit sea, a storm was brewing. All sorts of terrifying and mottled auras were gushing out. If one were to look closely, they would discover that colorful and terrifying shackles appeared in Guchanga's spirit sea. These shackles were breaking apart. Every shackle carried a frightening and strange aura. Celestial light was faintly discernible. The great Tao was resonating. All sorts of multicolored lights were spewing out uncontrollably. What's going on? The big red bird looked at all this in shock. It didn't know what kind of changes were happening to Guchanga's body. It only felt that his expression was much colder than before. In the depths of his eyes, he didn't hide the fact that he viewed all living things as ants. It wasn't just all living things. It was as if all the realms and the boundless world were ants in his eyes. The sky outside the immortal ancient continent darkened completely at this moment. The stars were hidden, and the dark clouds were boundless. The world was filled with a terrifying aura that made people feel oppressed and terrified. The entire world seemed to be unable to bear this aura and was about to collapse completely. The great Tao rumbled, and the will of the world trembled. All cultivators and living things felt as if they were lowly and insignificant as ants from the depths of their hearts. It was as if some unknown and indescribable existence in the world had awakened. However, this kind of fluctuation disappeared in an instant. Soon, the sky cleared up and the dark clouds dispersed. The sun shone down, and the immortal ancient continent was full of life. The big red bird almost thought that it had seen wrongly. However, it couldn't have seen wrongly. At this moment, Guchanga's body had indeed undergone some kind of unimaginable change. Although Guchanga seemed to have returned to normal, there was no abnormality. Since this is Xianxia's third life, then you should have accompanied her in her first life? Guchanga's expression returned to normal. He looked at the big red bird and asked. Actually, he had also been puzzled before. The so-called Devil Master's memories were too jumbled and vague. Some places were even more ancient, filled with boundless desolation. However, at that time, Guchanga did not think too much about it. Now that he had recovered his memories, he understood that it was all his original work. To be exact, even the identity of the Devil Master was a lie he had casually laid down. In fact, the myriad of regions in the universe and even many eras in the past had existed and perished with a single thought of his. What was different was that the identity of the Demon Master could be considered as a walking identity in that era, but that was it. I am the weapon spirit of Xianxia's heaven-slicing sword. However, after the Forbidden Era, it became the artifact spirit of the door that separated the immortal region from the upper realms. After awakening the memories of his past life, he left his original body and came to the upper realm. He found Xianxia in Peach Village. When the big red bird heard this, it revealed a somewhat aged expression. It shook its head and explained. It also did not know what had happened to Guchanga just now. To it, whether it was the Devil Master or Guchanga, they were all like a layer of fog that made it difficult to see through them. The origin of the Devil Master was an eternally difficult mystery. Before the Forbidden Era, the immortals were brilliant. After that, there was the era of buried immortals. There was a long period of time in between, which was the so-called Forbidden Era. The Devil Master was a peerless powerhouse that appeared during the Forbidden Era. Even the immortal palace that ruled the heavens feared him and did not dare to step into the Devil Mountain where the Devil Master resided. As for his origin, the big red bird guessed that it might be related to the era of buried immortals. Perhaps he was a powerhouse that had fallen in the reincarnation cycle or had gone into hiding during the era of buried immortals. Heaven-slicing sword? When Guchanga heard this name, he was slightly stunned. It was indeed very difficult to connect the Gu Xian'er that he was familiar with the figure that held the heaven-slicing sword and shouted to kill to the 9 heavens. The battle of the heavens was indeed too long ago. However, reincarnation, this true world had indeed not been eroded, and reincarnation had not been reconstructed. The 6 paths were still standing, and the laws flowed endlessly. However, this was of no use. The world that the upper realm was in was actually just one of the many true worlds. Outside the true worlds, there was still the origin world. However, after countless years of vicissitudes, there was no way to know how many true worlds still existed. Only the origin world was supreme and indestructible. The 3 origin true ancestors that the big red bird spoke of were the supreme rulers of the origin world. They controlled all the laws of this world, all origins, all matter, space, time, karma. They were all products of their will. To be more precise, the 3 origin true ancestors were the true form of the heavenly Tao. They were formed from the will born from the true supreme heavenly Tao, and the true concept was indestructible. The heavenly Tao did not have a physical form, but it ruled over all things. However, this kind of formless existence could not make all living things revere it. Hence, at some unknown point in time, the heavenly Tao gave birth to selfish desires and emotions, and the 3 origin true ancestors appeared. To all living things, the 3 origin true ancestors were existences that were equivalent to the heavenly Tao. They were also born because of this reason. However, all things in this world would have desires as long as they had wills and emotions. Even the heavenly Tao itself was not spared. The three origin true ancestors worked together to create the origin world. They sat in the depths of the supreme void, seemingly emotionless and without desires. However, every time the cataclysm arrived, they would harvest the essences of all the true worlds in the universe and destroy everything. They would carry out a great purge to prevent any heaven-defying existences that could threaten them from being born. At the same time, they would become even more powerful and completely separate themselves from the heavenly Tao. Hence, every time the cataclysm arrived, which was also the time when the origin world was destroyed, everything would be destroyed, including the cultivators, living things, and the 6 Taos of laws. After the cataclysm, the cycle of reincarnation would no longer return. The sky would collapse and the earth would sink. The powerful warriors who died tragically in the past could no longer enter the cycle of reincarnation, and they could no longer be reborn. It was the equivalent of true annihilation. Hence, after the cataclysm, the world would wither. All the true worlds that had been harvested would return to chaos and wait for the heavens to be opened again. They would give birth to new life, and the cycle would repeat itself. This cycle had been repeated for an unknown number of times. However, during this process, there would still be unknown things that could not be avoided. They were the anomalies. Even the three origin true ancestors could not see the anomalies clearly through deduction. Hence, the powerful warriors who survived the Great Purge began to plan for the War of the Heavens. Since the start of the cataclysm, there had been countless War of the Heavens. However, in the eyes of the three origin true ancestors, this process would only allow them to get rid of the anomalies more easily. It would not pose any threat to them. In truth, the War of the Heavens had also eased the arrival of the cataclysm, because too many powerful warriors had died in that battle. This had also become a method for many true worlds to avoid the arrival of the cataclysm. The eternal worlds and the floating seas are all just a show. There was a hint of self-deprecation at the corners of Guchunga's lips. Before his memories were awakened, he had always set becoming stronger as his goal. As for why he wanted to become stronger, it could only be said that he wanted to survive in this world and understand his own origins and identity. Now that the fog was blown away, the past surfaced. Everything was like the floating seas, ethereal and unreal, like the moon in the water or the flowers in the mirror. However, by the looks of it, it did not seem to have much of an effect. After all, even he was now an anomaly that could not be predicted. As for the purpose of all this planning and scheming, the reason why he walked the world with the identity of the Devil Master was actually simpler. It was because Guchunga wanted to devour the other two origin true ancestors and completely erase them. The identity of the Devil Master was just a disguise he had once used to participate in the War of the Heavens. The identity of a transmigrator was just a part of the plan to better suit this anomaly. Guchunga is actually the true spirit of this true world. During the first War of the Heavens in this world, she was schemed against by my original Devil Master disguise and saved by coincidence. It was also then that we met, became acquainted. The second War of the Heavens, which was before the Forbidden Era, Guchunga's eyes gradually darkened. Guchunga's gaze was deep, and many memories surfaced in his mind. They were related to Guchunga, the first War of the Heavens, and even the Forbidden Era, which was the reason why he destroyed the heavens with one palm before the second War of the Heavens. This was all part of his plan. Before the calamity of this world descended, he turned into the Demon Lord and lived in seclusion in another true world. No one knew his origins. He naturally participated in the War of the Heavens and tried to invade the origin world along with the other powerhouses. After all, if he wanted to hide from the world and the other two origin true ancestors, he had to hide it from himself. Otherwise, his plan to annex the other two origin true ancestors would fail sooner or later. The three of them were the greatest terrors in the world. With a single thought, they could see through everything in the world. They had long stood at the ceiling of the unknown. The concept of cause and effect was invincible, reaching a realm that cultivators could not fathom. They balanced each other and restrained each other. There was even an agreement that every 100 million years, one origin true ancestor would preside over a great purge. Guchunga, as one of the origin true ancestors, had planned for this for countless years. He had even deliberately created the anomaly who had transmigrated, transcending fate and creating this origin. For the various true worlds, there were many anomalies, and naturally, there were many transmigrators. Since the creation of the world, there had been too many anomalies, and transmigrators were just one of them. What was an anomaly? It was born outside the deduction of the heavenly Tao, and its true origin was a secret. It was very difficult to understand everything through deduction. An anomaly usually had an unfathomable amount of luck. It could change the trend of the heavenly Tao and reach a realm that ordinary cultivators could not reach. How could this be described? For the three primordial true ancestors, they only needed a single glance to know the past, present, and future of the cultivators born in the various true worlds. They would know when they were born, when they fell, when they were reincarnated, and what level they had reached. There were no secrets in this world that they could not know. They controlled the future, understood fate, and understood the heavenly Tao. There was nothing they did not know and nothing they did not know. With a single thought, they could make the various true worlds repeat themselves, and with a single thought, they could make everything return to chaos. However, only the outliers were exceptions. Deviants were beyond the reach of karma and fate, and their origins were a mystery. Even the origin true ancestor would be surprised by this. Moreover, the achievements and heights that deviants could reach were far beyond those of ordinary cultivators and living beings. Many outliers had been born over the eons, and some had even surpassed true spirits and world lords, daring to challenge the primordial true ancestor. Of course, in the end, the outliers all ended up dying miserable deaths. They were dissected, and the primordial true ancestor's understanding of the outliers grew deeper. Therefore, Xianxia chose to use the identity of a transmigrator as an anomaly to transform into a demon lord and participate in the war of the heavens in this true world. The other two origin true ancestors had long been aware of these outliers, so they weren't surprised or suspicious at all. They were even waiting for these anomalies to grow to the point where they could stand before them. Even if they reached the level of a world lord and boasted that they could be titled as immortal emperors, they were still like ants in front of the origin true ancestor. In fact, the origin world's true ancestor has never revealed his true form. The figure he showed in the origin world was only the tip of the iceberg. His true form is beyond countless unfathomable dimensions. The so-called war of the heavens was actually child's play in the eyes of the origin true ancestor. Xianxia understood this very well. He knew that the strength of the origin true ancestor was like something that shouldn't exist in this world to these cultivators and living beings. This was because the level and latitude were already different. No matter how strong an ant was, it was still an ant. A human could crush it into dust with just a light push. The gap between the origin true ancestor and cultivators was much more terrifying than the gap between an ant and a human. In this world, only the outliers were truly qualified to grow and stand before the origin true ancestor, but that was all they were. That was why, to scheme against the other two origin true ancestors, I turned into the demon lord using the outliers method and moved through the various true worlds to set up my plans. The true mountain and sea world, which is the true world I am in now, is just one of the true worlds in the true worlds. Xianxia was the true spirit born in this true world. When the calamity descended, he launched the first war of the heavens. Then, he turned into the will of the true world and led the other heaven destroyers to attack the origin world. During that battle, he was attacked by the races of the origin world and was heavily injured. I turned into the demon lord and appeared in time to save him as the sage of the other true worlds who attacked the heavens. I then led the other heaven destroyers from the true mountain and sea world to retreat. Xianxia was one of the heaven destroyers who died in that battle. As the heir of the true mountain and sea world, she was sent to the cycle of reincarnation by Xianxia. Because of that, the true mountain and sea world's calamity was delayed. Many heaven destroyers died in the first war of the heavens. Even Xianxia, who was the true spirit, was heavily injured. The true world's life force withered, and the spiritual aura was thin. It entered the age of chaos, which was also the age of the immortal tomb mentioned by the big red bird. After the age of the immortal tomb, an era of emptiness appeared in this true world. All traces of cultivators were wiped out, and it was difficult for living beings to gain sentience. Only after an endless amount of time did the situation improve, and the spiritual aura in the world recovered. Traces of cultivators appeared, Tao sects were built, and Tao orthodoxies and sects rose in great numbers. The true mountain and sea world regained its life force, And some of the heaven destroyers who were sent to the cycle of reincarnation also began to reincarnate and enter the path of cultivation. And to prevent the other two origin true ancestors from suspecting me, I personally took action and caused the calamity to descend earlier in an attempt to destroy the outlier. At that moment, the true mountain and sea world had yet to return to its peak. It was not even 1/10 of its original state. Xianxia was worried and discussed with my demon lord body in an attempt to find a way to break the calamity. That was the reason why the Forbidden Era was born. The demon lord destroyed this true world with one palm strike, and it became a taboo. Many thoughts surfaced in Xianxia's mind. In truth, many things had become clear at that moment. It was as if the clouds had been parted, and everything had become clear. Before the Forbidden Era, the Second War of the Heavens had not even begun, but the calamity had already descended. If they did not make preparations, then this true world would completely return to the void. The cycle of reincarnation would be destroyed, and the powerful warriors who had once died would have their final true souls destroyed and truly disappeared from the world. That was why Xianxia had discussed with him and set up a scheme to make things fall apart. She had sunk the true world's heavens, causing everything to fall back into the cycle of reincarnation. This had caused the true mountain and sea world to once again delay the calamity from descending. As the demon lord, he naturally became the scapegoat for this act, and he became a taboo figure feared by the later generations. Of course, all of this was very simple to say now. In order to do all of this, Xianxia had also paid a great price. This was because she knew that doing so might incur the wrath of the ruler of the origin world. Her wrath would affect Xianxia, and he would easily end up with his body and soul destroyed and unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. In order to play along, Xianxia had even thought of sending a heavenly tribulation of wrath from beyond the endless void to personally destroy the demon lord's anomaly avatar. Of course, this was also part of her plan. Xianxia had long since expected that she would incur the wrath of punishment from the origin world. That was why she had long since planned and discussed with Xianxia. She had used a forbidden art to send a wisp of Xianxia's true soul into the cycle of reincarnation to avoid being completely destroyed and reincarnated in the future. However, Xianxia did not know about Xianxia's true identity. She had always treated him as the demon lord, waiting for the day when he awakened and regained his memories. There were many taboos in between because of the word anomaly. She was worried that the ruler of the origin world would awaken ahead of time and notice that the anomaly was still alive. That's why I've been playing along with her all this while, and also playing the role of the anomaly. My goal is to wait for this anomaly to grow to a level comparable to myself, and then join forces to suppress the other two origin true ancestors. After all, I know myself best, and only then do I know what kind of power I need. Xianxia's expression returned to calmness. Awakening many memories at this time was not a bad thing for him. At least for now, he was acting according to the plan, and there were no loopholes. Simply put, he was currently using the anomalies method to train on the path of a smurf. His goal was to grow to the level of a main character. Then, the two of them would become one, and through various arrangements, he would suppress the other two origin true ancestors, and thus take what he believed to be the final step. Then, Xianxia and the big red bird moved and stepped onto the immortal road that existed outside the immortal ancient continent. Brilliant light blossomed from it, and then there was even an astonishing immortal will that flowed. The immortal light was brilliant, and it was incomparably thick. A blurry and faint path that looked like a huge crack appeared in the sky above the ruins. At that moment, even all the races in the immortal ancient continent felt the ripples. They were incredibly shocked, and thought that the immortal road had reappeared, and that the ancient scene was replaying itself. The immortal region and the upper world were connected to each other, and today, the environment had changed drastically. On the way to the immortal road, there was also an unpredictable change that caused the immortal road to be cut off, and it was difficult to truly come into contact with it. The big red bird also said bluntly that the immortal region had changed. After the Forbidden Era, many changes had caused the true mountain and sea world of the future to be fragmented. In a complete true world, besides the upper world and the immortal region, there was also the Truine world, which was the foreign world that the natives of the true mountain and sea world spoke of. However, the immortal region was fragmented, and the laws of heaven and earth in the upper world were incomplete. They could not form the complete true young world, and there was also a huge gap between them and the real true mountain and sea world. Boom, Xianxia and the big red bird followed the blurry passageway and entered. A vast and terrifying ancient aura immediately pressed down on them, but the moment it landed on their bodies, it disappeared without a trace. This immortal road has already been destroyed. Xianxia looked at the desolate and dilapidated scene before him and shook his head lightly. Compared to when he first entered, the difference was who knew how many times worse. In fact, he could even see the end of the road. There was a thick blood-red light that filled the air, dyeing the sky red. At the end of this path, one could see a sky full of red clouds. Endless bloody light pervaded the air, as if heaven and earth were weeping blood. It was incomparably shocking. Even the entire dome of heaven fell into that strange and palpitating bloody color. This was an unimaginable dead end. It was like walking on the edge of a cliff. Bloody red fog pervaded the air, and a slightly fishy cold wind blew. There were ancient traces around. Those were the broken walls of the heavenly pavilions. There were also some remnants of stars that fell from who knows where, smashing out 10,000 feet deep craters. Some lakes had long dried up. It was not like the scene Xianxia saw the last time he came. In those lakes, some corpses could be seen. Some were as tall as the Golden Giant. Such a majestic mountain peak collapsed in that place. There were also some sparkling and translucent corpses that flowed with radiance. They were very small and elegant. They should have been peerless beauties when they were alive. Other than that, there were the corpses of various races. There was a huge group of corpses like true dragons, as well as various types of phoenixes. In the deep craters on both sides of this place, too many corpses were buried, densely packed. The last time Xianxia came here, he saw a vast expanse of verdant scenery. Heaven and earth were shining, and there was the aura of the immortal Tao pervading and interweaving. But now, all that was left was a desolate ruin. During this period of time, a terrifying battle took place here. Those bloody lights were still fresh, not left behind from the ancient times. Now, even the end of this path collapsed. A terrifying great rift valley appeared there, completely separating heaven and earth. Some stars fell here. Boundless chaotic chi pervaded the air, and there was also a bloody mist that blew in from who knows where. Even the creatures who set foot here would find it difficult to find the path ahead, to find the true immortal domain. Before the immortal burial era, this path was actually the heavenly path opened by all living beings who killed their way to the source world. The vast and mighty army was buried here. After countless eras, some have already decayed, and some are still buried in the depths, waiting for the day they rot. The big red bird flapped its wings and followed behind Xianxia. Looking at this scene, it said with an incomparably complicated expression. In a daze, it saw that mighty and indomitable era again. All the wise men of the past who challenged the heavens charged forward one after another, disregarding life and death. Its originally cold blood also gradually heated up. You should still remember the result of the War of the Heavens. They are all losers. There is nothing to reminisce about. Xianxia's calm words were like a basin of cold water that was suddenly poured on the big red bird's head, causing its hot blood to cool down. It was filled with astonishment and a bitter smile. Indeed, these were the losers of the battle of the heavens. So what if they gave it their all? In the end, they still fell on that path, and they didn't even have the qualifications to kill their way into the origin world. A bunch of losers who were unwilling to die. Xianxia wasn't as sentimental as the big red bird, and it was impossible for him to feel as deeply as the big red bird. Although in the eyes of the big red bird, he was one of the top leaders in the War of the Heavens. However, in the eyes of Xianxia, these losers were no different from ordinary ants. He could not understand their so-called hot-bloodedness. In his eyes, how many times had the War of the Heavens happened in the countless and unimaginable epochs? It was truly uncountable. The true world was vast, and before the arrival of the calamity, there would always be some fish that managed to escape and survive. Some of the powerful warriors who understood the truth beforehand gathered together on their own in an attempt to change this unchanging fate. Again and again, it was like reincarnation, but also not reincarnation. In the eyes of the true ancestor of the origin, these were fish that tried to jump out of the river, but once they did, they dried up and died on the beach. The celestial region can't come into contact with the higher worlds right now. A shocking change might have happened. Is it because of the other true worlds? Or is it because of the other world? Xianxia and the big red bird continued forward. At the end of the path, they saw a majestic stone door. However, there was an abyss in the middle. It was so deep that they could not see the bottom, as if it had been cut off by some terrifying power. They could not pass through it. The stone door was majestic and tall. It stood at the end of the path, and it was dyed in the color of blood. There were traces of a great battle around it, and it was filled with a terrifying presence that made people's hearts palpitate. It was as if the moment anyone approached it, their physical body would explode. From this, it could be seen just how terrifyingly powerful the owner of the blood was. This is the world's end path to heaven. If you don't have the power of an immortal king, you won't be able to cross it. It is also the greatest barrier that separates the higher worlds from the celestial region. In this abyss, there are countless supreme warriors who tried to cross but fell to their deaths, the big red bird said with a complicated expression. It was once the vessel spirit of the stone door in front of him. Once it regained its memories, it used an incredibly unique method to split off a part of its soul and pass through the seal in front of him. That was how it managed to come to the higher worlds. Its true body was still in the stone door in front of him. Xianxia nodded. She was very clear about the things the big red bird said. Back then, the earth's end to heaven's path was also established by Xianxia. There was a divine region that restricted space for 1,000,000 lis in this place. If it was complete, it could stop immortal kings from crossing it, but since countless eons had passed, it might have lost most of its effectiveness. The reason why the world's end path to heaven appeared was not because the laws of the higher worlds were broken and could not accommodate power that surpassed the immortal realm. Instead, it was because the higher worlds needed a relatively peaceful and stable environment for the later generations to reproduce and recover. In this vast true heaven's world, besides facing the Aeon calamity, they also had to guard against the invasion of other true worlds. The essence world extended to all heavens. Due to the existence of the three true essence progenitors, many terrifying forces of power were born under them. These forces of power either occupied some true worlds or launched the gray, white, and black tricolored great ritual in the essence world to get rid of some of the restless elements beforehand. After all, the Aeon calamity existed to cleanse the true worlds and restore order to the level that the true ancestors approved of. This so-called great ritual was to destroy the universe and restore order, but in truth, it was also to destroy the world, or to sacrifice all living beings to pray to the three true ancestors to obtain supreme power or authority. The true ancestors were omnipotent, so they could easily bestow eternal life and higher realms to those races. In the face of the Aeon calamity, not everyone had the courage to become a heaven destroyer. Boom! After that, Xianxia brought the big red bird and walked forward. He was about to cross the abyss when a terrifying sound came from below. All kinds of seals were activated, and a peerless killing intent burst forth. It was like a supreme sword aura that pierced through the space and landed in the higher worlds. It cut down countless stars and shocked countless living beings and cultivators. However, Xianxia's expression did not change. He walked forward as if he was walking on flat ground. There seemed to be a vague aura flowing around him. All the brilliance that landed on his body disappeared without a trace. It could not stop his footsteps. He soon brought the big red bird to the door in front of him and stopped. It was as if he could see the situation on the other side through the door. "I can open this door," the big red bird said confidently with a nostalgic look in its eyes, because its main body was here. The majestic stone gate had simple and unadorned stone patterns. It was dyed with the color of blood, and there were a few areas that were damaged. It was extremely simple and unadorned. Meanwhile, when Xianxia brought the big red bird here, this stone gate seemed to have produced some type of reaction. Those damaged areas produced luster, and then they became extremely dazzling. The big red bird was extremely excited. It never thought that there would be a day when it could come here again. Its figure became indistinct, turning into a streak of divine light, about to rush into the stone gate. However, Xianxia's eyes moved slightly, suddenly taking action to stop it. This stone gate already lacks life force. Your original body might have long disappeared. He spoke, his tone calm without any fluctuations. The big red bird's figure froze, forcibly stopping in front of the stone gate, watching everything in disbelief. Its figure went from indistinct to solid again. Then, it landed in front of the stone gate. In the end, it seemed to have calmed its mind, and only then did it reveal a bitter smile. It really has already disappeared. I can't sense its existence anymore. Back then, this stone gate could stop 10,000 horses and thousands of soldiers, but now, it's damaged. In the end, it was just a strand of Dao soul that separated from the original body for the sake of finding Gu Xian'er's reincarnation. The true original body was actually entrusted to this stone gate. What exactly happened? Were these bloodstains left behind in recent years? The big red bird spent a long period of time to recover from its grief. It had no choice but to accept this reality. Gu Chang'e nodded lightly. He could tell that this was some type of shocking change that appeared in immortal domain in recent years. Moreover, some time ago, he tried to guide immortal domain's descent, but in the end, he failed. When the higher realms world laws made contact with immortal domain, there was an exceptional and boundless killing intent that could cleanse everything, purify all evil. This meant that there were extremely powerful experts in immortal domain who took action, stopping everything. Perhaps they wanted to use this method to protect the higher realms, Gu Chang'e guessed. He thought of the so-called foreign realm. When the true world was born, the yin and yang energies separated, creating the yin-yang true world. Before the Forbidden Great Era, the higher realms and immortal domain were both part of the true yang world. The opposing side was the true yin world. In the eyes of the true yang world, the true yin world was a foreign land. They fought all year round and had conflicts that were difficult to reconcile. Some of the races from the true yin world had been accepted by the ancient Tao orthodoxies in the origin world, protect the upper realm. When the big red bird heard this, its body trembled. It suddenly thought of something, revealing an expression of disbelief, but it was also full of bitterness. Among the true worlds, the true mountain and sea world could be considered to be one of the best. However, countless eons had passed, and many true worlds had been destroyed in the long river of time. Right then, if the true mountain and sea world wanted to return to its former glory, besides defending against the great enemy from the other world, they also had to face enemies from other true worlds. Some of the world spirits from the true worlds did not hesitate to use the Tao systems of the races in their world to fight against the worlds and devour the essences of other true worlds to strengthen themselves. This was a common occurrence since the ancient epoch. It was even crueler than the cataclysm. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly. He felt that there was a high chance that the abnormal changes in the celestial region were caused by a great war. Some invading races were trying to find the source of the true mountain and sea world and track down the whereabouts of the higher realm. No matter what, the roots of the true mountain and sea world were in the higher realm. Besides, according to Gu Chang'e's plan, most of the heaven destroyers from the true mountain and sea world were still in the cycle of reincarnation. There were many people who had reincarnated in the higher realm, but they had yet to awaken their past memories. Then, Gu Chang'e's gaze landed on the magnificent stone door in front of him. It seemed to be able to support the sky, and he could not see the sky above his head. Heavenly connection, absolute ground. Those 4 words made people's souls tremble and their hearts pound. They were clearly very sacred, but there was also a great awe-inspiring presence that made people's nascent divinities tremble. A shocking change has occurred in the celestial region. It is impossible to open the door from here. I wonder if the Devil Master has a way. The big red bird flapped its wings as it flew around. In the end, it could not help but ask in a daze. It felt that it could not open the door. It really wanted to know the current situation in the celestial region. However, if one wanted to open the door, they had to at least have the strength of an immortal king. However, in the current higher realm, even if the environment changed, who had the strength of an immortal king, even though Gu Chang'e was mysterious and unfathomable, his strength unimaginable, it still couldn't break this rule. Boom, however, right when the big red bird thought this, its eyes widened in disbelief. Gu Chang'e's expression was calm. There was an indistinct aura swirling around his body. He placed his palm in front of him and pushed lightly. This was an extremely shocking change. It was as if a prehistoric giant beast opened its eyes. Even though there was a dazzling rain of light, it was also incredibly terrifying. The simple and ancient stone door released a light that penetrated through the ages. It was too pure and holy, as if it was the first ray of light after the world was opened, leading to immortality and eternity. All types of imprints appeared on the stone door, describing the secrets of the opening of the heavens, the mysteries of primal chaos. Many natives appeared, but they were too blurry, unable to be seen clearly. Faint and unhurried Tao sounds traveled over, cleansing one's soul, making one feel as if they were about to complete an evolution. This stone door was pushed open, producing cracks. A rain of blood seeped out from within, dripping down, directly smashing into the surrounding stone walls. The scene was too shocking. The big red bird was shocked by this scene to the point where it couldn't say anything. Could it be that Guchunga now already had strength comparable to an immortal king? At this moment, Guchunga's figure was indistinct and hazy, as if a sphere of light flickered about, as if he could command the heavens, make the endless creatures of the cosmos bow down and worship him. He was high up above, directly pushing open that stone door. Immortal domain and the higher realms were connected because of him. This place erupted with endless light, directly illuminating all sides of the cosmos. The radiance rushed out from immortal ancient continent, illuminating the higher realms. Many cultivators and creatures of the cosmos sensed the fluctuations from that place, feeling extremely shocked. They saw endless light appear at the limits of heaven and earth. An indistinct path connected that place. Then, a type of strange aura descended. The natural laws of heaven and earth began to evolve, spiritual essence continuously surging. The Tao achievers of various clans and inheritances, as well as those with deep foundations, sensed this the most deeply. They were all stupefied in place, not daring to believe what they were seeing. Could it be that immortal domain descended? They muttered. They felt like the higher realm's natural laws were undergoing an unimaginable change at this time. Could this be characters from before immortal ancient? Meanwhile, on a ruined great land, it was extremely primitive. Ancient trees towered into the heavens, but there were also tribes and clans that lived here. A group of young men and women were currently exploring a ruin that suddenly appeared. Right now, a young lady was currently looking at a stele in front of her with shock, saying this in shock. The characters on it were extremely unfamiliar, not modern-era characters. Moreover, this stele, for them, was incomparably ancient. 10,000 years was already an immeasurable amount of time, let alone millions of years. They were currently studying the characters on this stele, wishing to understand that extremely glorious and resplendent era. Their ancestors didn't die after 100 battles, hot blood surging. For the sake of resisting the other side, even if they had to die 10,000 times, they still didn't feel any regret. Every time they heard the elders in the tribe talk about this damaged ancient history, they could feel that type of unyielding battle intent flowing through their blood vessels. Hung Long Long. There are descendants of immortal domain here. Suddenly, heaven overflowing killing intent pervaded this place. A group of foreign creatures appeared, riding vicious beasts, moving through the heavens, about to wreak havoc on this ruined great land, search for the past immortal domain descendants. Now, there were creatures from both immortal domain and the other side who lived here. However, there were previously immortal domain creatures who survived, hiding in various places, the most powerful individuals disdaining to personally search for them. They were precisely the targets of the foreign clans. Not good. On this primitive great land, the expressions of many elders and men changed greatly, immediately becoming pale. Ha ha ha, we found it again, there are still descendants of immortal domain here. This group of prey, none of you are to fight over them with me. This group of foreign creatures were all laughing loudly, sitting on the vicious beasts, as if they were gods high up above, overlooking this tribe of several thousand people. They were extremely cold, and also extremely cruel, high up above, carrying the ridicule of a cat toying with a mouse. However, at this time all of the men in this tribe stood out, no fear on their faces, only unswerving determination. They held weapons, protecting all of their wives and daughters behind them. The old, young, old, and wives and daughters behind them were also firm, not panicking, not saying anything. The backbone of immortal domain's remnant clans would never fall. Truly boring after all, this scene made all of the foreign creatures feel like it was meaningless, their mocking smiles disappearing, becoming cold and detached. After all, they couldn't see the fear of facing death and despair. This type of slaughter made them feel extremely bored. Kill them. The leader among them spoke. All of the foreign creatures began to draw their bows and nock their arrows. Hong. However, right at this moment, in the depths of this ruined great land, endless light erupted. One could vaguely see a gate that pierced through the sky dome, connected to a boundless and vast world. All types of void figures rushed out. This group of foreign creatures were all incredibly shocked by the scene, the shock in their eyes difficult to hide. Someone reacted, even more so couldn't help but mutter excitedly. Western Immortal Domain has long been destroyed, trampled upon by my clan's most powerful individuals. Then what is this? It is rumored that Western Immortal Domain hides a mysterious path and gate. When Western Immortal Domain's king died, he used unmatched divine abilities to conceal it. However, the experts of all clans have always been searching for it. Could it be that it appeared today? Could it be that this is the path all clans are searching for? It can't be wrong. Back then, the reason why Western Immortal Domain was destroyed was precisely because our clan's old ancestors deduced that the path was here. This is the gate and path that connected Immortal Domain and that world countless years ago. This group of foreign creatures were extremely powerful, the blood and chi on their bodies astonishing. After a moment of panic, they quickly recovered. They looked towards the boundless scene that surged in the distance, revealing expressions of pleasant surprise and excitement. They had no choice but to act like this, because the current Immortal Domain had long been destroyed, no longer as glorious as before. The foreign king clans could easily lead great armies to flatten Immortal Domain's various cities, many star domains occupied. The descendants of Immortal Domain in the past were either reduced to slaves or food. Countless years ago, after Immortal Domain suffered a great battle, it was divided into North, South, East, and West, as well as Central Immortal Domain, 5 regions. They were all scattered everywhere, sealed off from each other, each living their own lives. Meanwhile, the Western Immortal Domain they resided in was even more so broken through by the foreign supreme experts many years ago. Western Immortal Domain's kings dyed the skies in blood, their corpses wrapped in war banners as they were carried back. Thus, Western Immortal Domain completely fell. Apart from Western Immortal Domain, Southern Immortal Domain and Northern Immortal Domain were also in tatters, just that they weren't as complete as Western Immortal Domain. During these years, great battles continued endlessly, their fall was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, Central Immortal Domain was just too far from this place. The various clans and inheritances sealed up their mountains, not coming out, trying to gasp for breath. However, when faced with the massive foreign army, they would still be broken through sooner or later. Immortal Domain was already no longer the world that could contend against the foreign side countless years ago. Life force withered, Immortal Tao in tatters, even Immortal Tao figures living in seclusion. Even those previously unmatched Immortal Kings now had weak blood and chi, difficult for them to cross the 5 decrees. They had previously had a blade severed by heaven's will, their bodies carrying shackles. Even if they fought to the death, there was no way they could win against the foreign kings. This was a great trend, a great decline, something Immortal Domain couldn't contend against at all. Meanwhile, apart from the foreign kings, there were even more ancient existences overseeing them, to the extent where they had connections to the distant Immortal Domain. If not for Immortal Domain's natural laws rejecting them, the foreign unmatched existences would have long slaughtered their way over, purging everything in blood. At the same time, on this incomplete primitive continent, Lin Fan was standing in front of the crowd. Other than the group of foreign creatures who were stunned by the shocking scene, the other cultivators also looked over in disbelief. Divine radiance rushed into the heavens from that place, as if there was a boundless world that appeared in that direction. A rain of light scattered down, even the entire world seemed to be transforming. All kinds of terrifying phenomena appeared one after another. There were the brilliant sun, the bloody full moon, and all kinds of broken starry skies. An ancient and vast sky was reflected in that place, the magnificent stone gate and the majestic city wall seemed to be sketching out a vague outline, and the light penetrated the heaven and earth. The ancient and desolate aura suppressed the sun, moon, and dome of heaven, releasing endless radiance. It was too resplendent, as if it was narrating an incomparably ancient and boundless history. Hurry up and report this matter to the clan. The path that the ancient ancestors are looking for, that door has appeared. The foreign creatures who reacted hurriedly sent back news of this place. This created a huge commotion. Not only did it shake up Western immortal domain, even the foreign creatures here were shocked, becoming excited and overjoyed. A few individuals with powerful cultivations were even wrapped within a sphere of light, appearing in the sky, flying over. They wore foreign clothing, their appearances also greatly different from immortal domain's descendants. However, their bodies didn't release immortal energy, but rather a type of indistinct light that carried a greenish-black energy. If it really is that path, I fear that even kings will be startled. It is rumored that behind that path is immortal domain's source. Even if immortal domain is destroyed, as long as that world still exists, it can be nurtured again. Many of immortal domain's experts all came from that place. They were speaking softly, their eyes carrying blazing radiance. It was too resplendent, as if they were blazing suns, staring at the stone gate that gradually appeared in the sky. The stone gate was grand and ancient, incomparably tall, all types of terrifying restrictions existing in its surroundings. It was originally hidden in an expanse of the void that couldn't be seen. But now, that place was not only shining, there was even an indistinct path that was appearing. Vaguely, everyone could hear the iron-blooded noises of armored horses and glaciers. There was a great army galloping, carrying killing intent, charging towards them. Armored horses could trample through everything. That was past history and void images, long no longer existing. Meanwhile, at this moment, at the two sides of the stone gate, walls began to solidify, covered in traces of blades, spears, swords, and halberds. There were also traces of blood, unknown what era they were left behind from. They were incomparably tall, like undying divine mountains. Even though they were only void images, never truly appearing in this world, they still released a murderous aura, enough to shatter all of the heavens. This is the legendary heaven-connecting ancient city. Who would have thought that it truly appeared, but it shouldn't have appeared at the right time. The irregular scenes there also startled many immortal domain descendants. A white-haired elder whose body carried immortal energy appeared on the mountain peak, his voice trembling in disbelief. Even though Western immortal domain had already been occupied by the foreign side, there were still many powerful immortal domain descendants hiding in various places. They were trying to find some ancient historical texts in these places, recording past glory or cultivation methods. The young men and women who previously searched for ancient texts on this damaged continent were all immortal domain descendants. Behind them were tribes. Now, they were currently residing in the depths of this continent. There were actually many tribes scattered here and there. Even though there weren't many individuals with exceptional strength, there were elders who understood immortal domain's history extremely well. The foreign king, after seizing immortal 787 region, previously displayed a great divine ability, blocking many immortal domain descendants' bloodlines, making it difficult for them to sense immortal energy, unable to break through to higher cultivation realms. If there was a powerful individual who broke through this curse, in the end, they would be sensed, and then killed. The foreign king was a true unmatched existence. With a raise of his palm, he could destroy the stars of the universe, wiping out all life with a single thought. Ordinary cultivators, before him, didn't even have the qualifications to be ants. Hong. Western immortal domain was extremely large, the combination of many universes, the territory boundless. Between the various star domains were even more so many life stars and continents. However, at this time, they were all completely shocked by the scenes that appeared in this primitive desolate forest. There were powerful individuals hurrying over from all sides of the cosmos, either tearing apart the starry sky, crossing stellar streams, or crossing the void, crossing millions and millions of li with a single step. What a disaster, this group of damned foreign creatures, they want to wipe out immortal domain's roots. On this continent, many immortal domain descendants revealed bitter expressions, feeling incomparable grief inside. So. At the limits of the sky dome, many figures hurried over. In some of the cities closest to this place, the foreign creatures who obtained news all appeared. There were even quite a few young figures among them, their appearances heroic or spirited. Just from their appearances, it was difficult to distinguish them from the foreign side. It was because there was no lack of inheritors of some clans' inheritances who surrendered to the foreign side. Heaven-connecting ancient city, this was the name of this grand ancient city. It was incomparably ancient, covered in the scars of all sorts of blades, spears, swords, and halberds. Just the city walls alone seemed to be propping up the heavens, standing tall and undying. It was unknown what kind of material it was made of, covered in blood and ancientness. Some places had even collapsed, showing just how great of a desperate battle had taken place here. And now, this city that had disappeared from immortal domain was currently manifesting from the void. A savage and ancient murderous aura was simply like an invincible army slaughtering its way over from the distant spacetime. This scene shocked everyone. Regardless of whether it was immortal domain's survivors or the creatures of the other side, all of them were gathering towards this place. Divine rainbows streaked through the sky one after another. There were also great figures of various races from the other side, riding their chariots or mounts surrounded by immortal energy. Among them, the weakest was a supreme being who had cultivated for 1,000,000 years. Apart from this, there were also many youngsters, most of them coming from the other side. Only a small portion of them were originally citizens of Western immortal domain, but now, they had already surrendered to the other side, becoming the vassal races of the other side's great races. The once proud saintesses were reduced to servants and maids of the other side's youngsters, dragging out an ignoble existence, no longer glorious. They had immortal energy on their bodies. They were creatures born and bred in the celestial realm. This immortal energy didn't come from entering the immortal Tao domain, but from growing up in this world. After being nourished by the spiritual energy of this world, immortal energy appeared. If this is the legendary Ascension passage, then it means that behind this door is the world we have always yearned for. At that time, my race will definitely lead an army to slaughter our way over, seize this world's essence, and revive our world. Only then will our world be able to survive in the future battle of the true worlds. Many youngsters from the other side were speaking. They were either outstanding, or had sparkling white faces. Some had wings on their backs, very similar to the archaic races, but they were also similar to humans in many aspects. However, at this moment, they were all incredibly excited, their fighting spirit surging as they stared fixedly at the door that was materializing from the void. The stone door was grand and imposing, as if it was flowing with an aura that suppressed the ages. Even the world was trembling because of it. At that moment, this incomparably tall stone door was materializing from the void, continuously materializing. Then, it began to be pushed, as if there was someone on the other side who was about to walk over. In truth, it wasn't just the Western immortal domain. The other immortal domains had also received news of the reappearance of the ancient city of Skyspan. To the living beings of the immortal domain, the ancient sky-piercing city was the final land of hope. According to ancient legends, the immortal domain and the world connected by the road in the ancient city of Tongtian were one. That was the ancestral land of all living beings in the immortal domain, the origin of all living beings. Even for the invincible immortal kings of the immortal realms, they were all born in that world. After experiencing untold hardships and cultivating for countless years, they finally established their foundation in the immortal realms, ruling over the various races. Only, later on, for some reason, immortal domain and that world were severed, unable to come into contact with each other. At this point, the immortal region was like a rootless duckweed that had lost its foundation. Countless years had passed, and they were on the verge of collapsing. They could no longer maintain their former glory. The 5 immortal realms had sealed themselves off from each other in order to survive in this chaotic world. The appearance of the ancient sky-piercing city was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the hearts of the people of the immortal domain. It made their originally despairing hearts become excited again, wishing to see hope there. Heh, this is simply laughable. Back then, the immortal domain and the world of origin were separated. Even though it was a helpless situation, it was also because this world experienced a great calamity. Many immortal Tao existences had no choice but to bring their clansmen and flee. My clan's founding ancestor has already predicted that if the world of origin appears, then the heaven and earth inside will be damaged, impossible for immortal Tao existences to be born. After the severed path, the creatures of the world of origin wanting to enter the immortal domain again to pursue a higher cultivation realm has already become empty talk. Without a precise time, without a precise location, they can forget about coming to the immortal domain. When they saw that there was no lack of descendants of the immortal domain among the gathered cultivators, many older generation experts of the other side all sneered. They weren't worried at all that the world of origin over there would produce some formidable existences. Who? Heaven and earth became dim, even Shiyu fading away. In the distance, there was a massive and terrifying figure that descended. That was a great golden-winged Pun creature, every single feather shining brilliantly, as if they were cast from gold. This was shockingly a foreign expert who achieved the Tao, ridiculously powerful, speed exceeding light, instantly appearing here. He landed on the ground, turning into a dazzling golden middle-aged man. He was imposing without being angry, black mist swirling around him. Even a foreign expert who achieved the Tao appeared, making this place become more and more chaotic. Meanwhile, in the present immortal domain, immortal Tao figures didn't appear, unknown where they were hiding. They were worried that they would be wiped out by the foreign kings, acting extremely cautious. Those immortal domain descendants, the most powerful ones, were only at the sacred realm, not even reaching the supreme being realm. Before the foreign experts who achieved the Tao, they trembled in fear. Just a strand of their aura was enough to kill them 10 million times over. It was that path after all. This foreign middle-aged man's eyes seemed to release two heavenly swords, releasing zing-zing noises. He stared rigidly at that stone gate that appeared. He never expected that legendary city, that gate would appear as well. Soon afterwards, several more terrifying figures descended, all of them foreign experts who achieved the Tao. Black mist swirled around them, their faces indistinct, as if heaven overflowing demonic figures. They towered in the limits of the sky dome, coldly looking at heaven-connecting ancient city. All cultivators, before them, felt a type of feeling of being insignificant like ants. Even if a strand of aura accidentally leaked out, it would still be enough to make ordinary supreme beings explode. In the present Western immortal domain, the foreign experts who achieved the Tao oversaw an area, able to suppress everything. I want to see just what kind of thing this legendary heaven-connecting ancient city is. Did the environment of heaven and earth change, or is it that someone is playing tricks? A foreign expert who achieved the Tao was extremely cold, golden light surging from his eyes. He released a cold laugh, taking large steps out, heading straight for that stone gate that was currently turning from void to reality, currently illuminating the world. He carried a wave of terrifying aura, entire body surging with golden light, as if raging flames were burning. Upon closer inspection, those were all symbols, constructed from order. Hung, behind him, a great golden sun erupted, even taller than him, surrounding him within. Moreover, a golden crow cry sounded, shaking up the heavens. The entire sky dome was shaken by his aura, the stars in outer space even shaken down. Dark bloodline golden crow race's old ancestor who achieved the Tao, many foreign creatures knelt down under this aura, sincerely worshipping. This was especially the case for the younger generation, even more so worshipping to the extreme, releasing low cries, wishing to personally see their side's unmatched figure blast open that stone gate. Meanwhile, Immortal Domain's clansmen were all trembling in fear. The many tribes on the great continent below were even more unbearable, many of them feeling as if their bodies were going to explode under this type of aura. This dark bloodline golden crow race's old ancestor clearly didn't feel any misgivings, trying to investigate whether that stone gate was real or fake. Hung. However, heaven-connecting ancient city's stone gate was slowly being pushed open, a crack that had long appeared. Right now, boundless light rushed out from within, the auras of two worlds surging, clashing. It was to the extent where heaven-reaching beams of light appeared, directly connecting the entire star domain. It is the aura of another world after all, there is a path there as well. The other foreign cultivators who achieved the Tao were all shaken up, staring at that stone gate, wishing to see the scene inside clearly. They could sense a boundless world aura from the other side, great changes, and ancient, even more ancient than immortal domain. This made them a bit moved, recalling many rumors, touching upon the secrets of this world's source. Something's not right, there is a figure there, someone is walking over, could it be that he pushed open that gate, breaking through heaven connecting earth end? However, immediately afterwards, they seemed to have noticed something. Their expressions changed greatly, unable to maintain their previous emotions. Who are you? At this time, the voice of the dark bloodline golden crow race's old ancestor suddenly sounded, carrying fear and trembling, as well as disbelief. With a hong sound, endless streaks of divine light erupted, every single streak of divine light a law symbol. Among them were the most powerful symbols, as well as the dark bloodline golden crow race's bone texts. They interweaved together, divine might world shaking. This was the most powerful might of a Tao achieving being. He was going all out, radiance dazzling the world, making it hard for many people to open their eyes, unable to look straight at him. However, soon after, miserable cries sounded. With a ping sound, bloody mist exploded there, all of the radiance disappearing, as if devoured by endless darkness. Not good, the expressions of all of the foreign cultivators changed, their bodies going cold, their fine hairs standing on end. The other foreign creatures who gathered here, Immortal Domain's descendants, also suddenly lost their voices, becoming deathly silent. They watched as the grand scene behind that stone gate settled down, the radiance disappearing. Above heaven connecting ancient city, the city walls were still majestic, but now, the blood of another Tao-achieving being was sprinkled on them, not even bones remaining. The stone gate opened, a young man walked out from within. He was dressed in green silk clothes, extremely handsome and tall, five-colored immortal energy swirling about his body, but it quickly disappeared, returning to his original state, extraordinary and aloof. He walked over just like that, not too fast or too slow, a big red bird flapping its wings following behind him. His eyes were extremely calm, as if they were a boundless deep sea, boundless void. However, the entire world was shaking intensely, the sky about to collapse, as if it couldn't endure his aura. Heaven connecting ancient city shook intensely. The grand and tall stone gate was precisely that legendary gate. Today, it appeared in this world again, moreover pushed open. Under rumbling noises, heaven-reaching and boundless radiance was released. All of the creatures felt like they were going to be turned into ashes under the collision of the two worlds' auras, not even bones remaining. This type of vast and mighty aura was simply like two great cosmos, carrying out an unimaginable collision, engulfing over from the endless past, passing down to the present world. The stars in outer space were all swaying, about to fall. However, the most inconceivable thing was that this stone gate was pushed open by a creature from the other world. He calmly walked over, his footsteps not that fast, but it made one's heart feel like it was going to explode. It was as if this world couldn't bear his aura. All of heaven connecting ancient city, because of his arrival, continuously shook intensely. Those traces that covered the city walls even more so appeared. Symbols flowed like a flood, interweaving into sky-covering beams of light, resplendent and dazzling, no one able to look straight at them. All of the cultivators in front of them, regardless of whether they came from the other side or were Immortal Domain's past descendants, all of them couldn't help but tremble, shocked by the scene before their eyes, unable to say anything. For the other side's Tao-achieving experts, they were simply horrified to the extreme, their scalps going numb. At this moment, they only wanted to turn into divine light and escape, not wishing to stay here at all. The dark blood golden crow race's Tao-achieving expert who was arrogant just now already turned into a sky-covering bloody mist, not even bones remaining, dying miserably in front of the stone gate. Even though they didn't see what happened clearly, they knew that the dark blood golden crow race's Tao-achieving expert was definitely casually swatted to death by that handsome young man, as if he was swatting a buzzing fly. It was just that simple, to the extent where he only had time to release a miserable cry, and then there were no more traces of him. This was but the dark blood golden crow race's old ancestor. He overlooked a great world, cultivated for 1,000,000 years, powerful beyond compare. Moreover, he was in the prime of his life, yet in the end, he died miserably just like that. Right now, only great horror appeared in their minds, all of them trembling inwardly. Moreover, under this young man's gaze, their souls seemed to have been frozen, completely unable to produce any thoughts of running. Or perhaps it was to say that if they dared to run, then their end result would definitely be the same as that dark blood golden crow race's old ancestor, instantly dying miserably. Wasn't it said that world long shattered, its natural laws damaged, impossible for it to produce someone who exceeded the immortal Tao? Who is this person? The ancient ancestor once said that that world has long been ruined. The heavenly gate can't be opened by the people of that world. Many foreign experts felt fear inside, entire bodies shivering coldly. They were so shocked by this scene that they couldn't say anything, their voices trembling. This is a powerhouse from the land of origin. Immortal Domain's descendants were all incredibly excited. On the various damaged continents, many eyes looked over, seeing the scenes just now. This was simply too shocking. In the eyes of many people, this was simply something that they could not believe. The immortal region has really changed. The big red bird excitedly followed behind Xianxia, once again sensing the aura of the Immortal Domain. However, this time, it experienced more of a completely different heaven and earth environment from before. The surrounding creatures and cultivators weren't immortal realm clansmen, but rather creatures from a foreign realm. Of course, it could understand the language of immortal domain's creatures, deducing from their words. Now, immortal domain suffered great changes, the other side might have already invaded, making immortal domain fall. Towards this, even though it felt regret and frustration, it also knew that this was something that couldn't be helped. A foreign Dao-achieving individual? Guchanga slowly walked over from the other side of the stone gate, his expression extremely calm, not showing the slightest bit of change because of the many creatures who were watching him. The fluctuations on his body disappeared, as if returning to his original state. His entire being was like the boundless void, but also like an ordinary creature. However, when they personally saw a Dao-achieving individual die miserably before his eyes, none of the creatures here dared treat him as an ordinary person. When they saw Guchanga walk over in a manner that wasn't too fast or too slow, all of the foreign creatures' minds trembled, unable to help but take a few steps back. Those creatures who came in divine carriages were even more so alarmed and uneasy, feeling like their mounts were in incomparable alarm, trembling there. Then, they had no choice but to descend from the sky. Many foreign youngsters' expressions were similarly alarmed and uneasy. After all, in terms of appearance, Guchanga was about the same age as them, to the extent where compared to them, he was even younger. Moreover, his body didn't have that type of aged aura, his true age definitely not that great. As the best of their generation, when they fought in Immortal Domain, they displayed great brilliance, looking down on many of Immortal Domain's young heavenly talents, boasting that they were matchless experts, that they could achieve the Dao in the future, perhaps even enter the Immortal Dao Domain. However, they never expected to personally see a youngster casually slap a Dao-achieving individual to death, moreover even push open that legendary Dangerland heaven-opening gate that only a king could break through. Could it be that this was a young Immortal Domain king? When they thought of this, their faces all turned pale, simply not daring to believe, not daring to imagine all of this. In their opinion, that world, even though it was known as Immortal Domain's origin world, after that battle countless years ago, everything shattered, becoming incomparably bitter and cold. There was no way it could produce an existence that exceeded the Immortal Dao. At most, it could only reach the Dao-achieving realm, walk very far. In the present Immortal Domain, who is the king? Guchanga said calmly as they walked out of the ancient city. The city gates were enormous, and even the entrances were shockingly large. Walking through them, one could see as far as the eye could see. It was so majestic that it was hard to believe. The grayish-brown stone ground, the flat path, as if there was no end to it. As he slowly walked in, that stone gate also slowly closed, not always opening. When he spoke, his eyes landed on a few Immortal Domain descendants on the ruined continent up ahead. With his current cultivation realm, he could naturally see what happened, as well as determine which cultivators came from Immortal Domain, and which came from Truine World, which was also the foreign side. Replying to Great One, the present Western Immortal Domain already no longer has a king. Several million years ago, Western Immortal Domain's Tianai Immortal King was attacked by several foreign kings, dying in battle, returning with his corpse. Heaven-connecting ancient city was also precisely sealed and hidden by Tianai Immortal King. After hearing Guchanga's words, a white-haired old man stood out from the group of Immortal Domain descendants, replying with a trembling voice, his voice filled with grief. Tianai Immortal King was the king of Western Immortal Domain, once ruling over Western Immortal Domain. Of course, besides Tianai Immortal King, there were other Immortal Kings in Western Immortal Domain, but they had long disappeared without a trace. Some suspected that they were in seclusion, and no one knew where they went. There were also some who felt that they might have gone to another true world, abandoning Immortal Domain. Of course, there were also some who felt that they had long fallen, that they were secretly harmed by the foreign side. No king for a long time? Guchanga nodded, not surprised. If this had happened several million years ago, then it was normal for the present Immortal Domain to be in such a miserable state. However, he didn't appear in Immortal Domain to stand up for the descendants of Immortal Domain and seek justice. In his eyes, Immortal Domain and the foreign side were the same. They were all part of the true mountain and sea world. However, judging from the current situation, the true mountain and sea world had been separated. There might be some races in the foreign side that had secretly sought refuge with the origin world, or perhaps they had sought refuge with other true worlds in an attempt to find the origin world of the true mountain and sea world and devour it to become the one and only true world. The one and only true world was a truth that had been passed down since ancient times. When the one and only true world was born, the origin world would suffer a huge blow, and this was also the most crucial move to attack the heavens. Guchunga's expression didn't change, only sweeping his eyes over the ruined continent in front of him, as well as the foreign creatures in the distance. What he had to consider now was actually how to follow the original plan, how to link up the previous situation, so as to not reveal the slightest flaw. The shocking changes in Immortal Domain had long been within his expectations. Now that he appeared in Immortal Domain, it was actually just to verify his guess, at the same time to make himself conform to the true Immortal Tao Domain. After all, his current physical body level hadn't experienced the baptism of the Immortal Tao Law, so it couldn't be considered a true immortal body. Of course, the instant Guchunga appeared in Immortal Domain, his physical body took the initiative to devour the rich Immortal Tao elements. For him, there was no need to say that he was baptized by the so-called immortal tribulation. The level of his physical body was naturally transforming. Even if he didn't recover his past memories, just based on his current strength, he didn't need to fear the so-called immortal king. Moreover, he walked to the peak in the higher realms, his cultivation long reaching an unfathomable level, impossible for others to guess. Not to mention that he still had many methods. Only, for the sake of planning just in case, there were many things that had to be considered a bit further. So young, coming from that realm, he might be someone from reincarnation. Go and report to our world's true immortals. The door to the realm of origin has reappeared. A young man suspected to be an immortal king has walked out from within. Different from the many happy and excited Immortal Domain clansmen, many of the foreign experts were shocked, already secretly transmitting sound, planning to report this matter to the foreign true immortals. Let them deal with it. It was because only true immortals had the qualifications to come into contact with immortal kings. Inform them of this matter. In front of this mysterious young man, those who achieved the Tao were no different from ants. Perhaps only true immortals had the qualifications to converse with him, find out his intentions and origins. Moreover, he just asked who the current king of Immortal Domain was. Didn't that mean that he knew Immortal Domain's immortal kings? This thought appeared in the minds of many foreign creatures, making them both horrified and alarmed, recalling a rumor from a long time ago. Most of the foreign creatures weren't stupid either. After knowing that even those who achieved the Tao were casually slapped to death, they restrained their former arrogance, as if they were waiting to be executed in place. Those foreign youngsters who were still talking nonsense about the world of origin just now all turned pale, keeping quiet out of fear. After Western Immortal Domain fell, the other side only sent out true immortals to guard this place. There were no immortal kings here. Otherwise, with that terrifying scene just now, how could immortal kings not know about it? In reality, the instant heaven-connecting ancient city appeared, the foreign true immortals immediately sensed it. Even though they weren't as powerful as celestial kings, they were still truly supreme existences that could look down on a realm. Their lifespans exceeded 10 million years, or even longer. The Western immortal realms were badly damaged, but the fluctuations earlier were simply too terrifying. The fluctuations caused by the collision of two realms felt like there was a multiverse within. How could they not feel it? Only, when they saw a Tao achieving being casually slapped to death, they all shivered inwardly. They weren't stupid, knowing that Guchunga wasn't someone they could face, that they had to report this to the foreign immortal kings. This mysterious young man had an unfathomable cultivation base. In this era, he was able to walk out from the world of origin and even push open the gate that only immortal kings could break through. From this, one could see how strong he was. He was definitely at the immortal king level, or even higher. For some of the foreign true immortals, they understood quite a bit of the truth about this world, having the qualifications to come into contact with that level. That was why they knew that the reason why the other side was always searching for the world of origin was because they wanted to devour that world's source, make the mountain sea true world completely become one. There was another reason. They were searching for those people in reincarnation. From the current situation, this mysterious young man might very well be one of those people in reincarnation. Great One, are you Immortal Domain's past king? In front of heaven-connecting ancient city, many immortal domain people hurried over, kneeling down, prostrating themselves in worship towards Xianxia, their faces carrying excitement, as if they were facing a legendary deity. Among them, there was a young lady who didn't look that old who couldn't help but ask, her eyes carrying hope and expectation. In this primitive land, ancient trees towered into the heavens, tall and sturdy. A small group of human descendants from immortal domain lived here for several thousand years. They were only a small part of this group. The great continent was extremely damaged, traces of the great battle from the past still visible in some places. The originally vast star system with life had all collapsed, washed away in all directions. The land before their eyes was only an extremely small part of this. Xianxia swept his eyes over these immortal domain descendants, his expression not changing at all. He didn't reply, nor did he shake his head. He only looked into the distant heavens. In everyone's eyes, it was as if he was quietly waiting for the foreign king to descend. The atmosphere here seemed to have frozen. All of the foreign creatures who hurried over, regardless of what level they were, didn't dare move, alarmed and terrified. They didn't know Xianxia's intentions for coming, nor did they know his origins. The world was quiet, as if even space and time were hidden. There were no natural laws interweaving, this place becoming absolutely peaceful. The big red bird was also quiet right now, not knowing Xianxia's objective. In reality, even now, it didn't understand Xianxia in the slightest, only knowing that he was the main culprit behind the forbidden great era. He was the demon lord who made the heavens silent. He was the one who schemed against the higher realms, the one who killed everything. He purged the realm of origin, moreover unified it. He definitely wasn't some good-hearted individual. Even though he was extremely gentle and easygoing towards the women at his side, it couldn't be denied that his coldness and heartlessness was enough to make the higher realms shiver in fear. Streak after streak of flowing light tore through the cosmos dome. At this moment, countless foreign creatures gathered from various parts of the ruined western immortal domain, all of them hurrying towards this cosmos. Even though they were still far away in the starry sky, they still didn't get close, but they sensed something. They sensed that the environment of that heaven and earth underwent great changes. Their entire bodies couldn't help but shiver, understanding that something huge happened. That gate appeared? A youngster who seems to be an immortal king even walked out? In the boundless foreign cosmos. In a spacious dojo shrouded in a thick fog, an ancient existence suddenly opened his eyes. This was the first time he released a sound in a million years. His blood and chi fluctuations were like Wan Yang's, towering in the starry sky like a demonic god from the archaic past, terrifying to the extreme. As someone at the very peak of immortal Tao, he could be called a king among immortals, ruling over the boundless cosmos, his people numbering in the millions, enough to be described as immeasurable. In this world, there were already very few things that could alarm this type of existence. Right now, this cosmos was trembling. Following the awakening of this terrifying existence, the boundless starry sky rose and fell like a sea, large amounts of stars turning into powder. Before the foreign side invaded Western immortal domain, they had long blasted apart Western Sky Gate. Now, the barrier disappeared. Even though the environment suppressed the foreign immortal kings, it still couldn't stop them from descending. With just a single thought, they could descend from the endlessly distant foreign side to Western immortal domain. This foreign immortal king was alarmed, his eyes like two terrifying immortal swords, tearing apart the cosmos, as if he wanted to see the scene on the other side clearly. Existences who towered in the immortal king realm could already be said to be omnipotent, to the extent where they could traverse the great river of time, change some tolerable karma. That was why the moment he woke up, he began to deduce the events in Western immortal domain, wishing to know the background of that youngster who appeared. Hong. Meanwhile, at this moment, in the skies above Western immortal domain, a terrifying aura began to appear. All types of terrifying irregular scenes appeared, immortal Tao laws about to break apart. 00 The sun, moon, and stars were all trembling, countless great continents collapsing, directly turning into powder under this type of aura. The aura of an immortal king appeared, the entire cosmos trembling because of this. Large amounts of star domains couldn't endure this type of aura, directly exploding. Countless cultivators, regardless of what level they were, all knelt down towards that place, pious and full of reverence. Even though they were immortal domains people, even though they weren't willing to kneel before the foreign immortal kings, right now, they couldn't hold on, their legs weak, directly kneeling down. If they didn't bow when encountering a king, their true spirits would easily collapse, forever erased. It's Xianxia immortal king, this is too great, my side's king has already sensed everything here. Quite a few of Western immortal domains' foreign true immortals sensed this aura, all of them incredibly moved, kneeling down towards that place. Even if they were true immortals, before an immortal king, they were like ants, able to kill them countless times with a single thought. This type of gap was like a heavenly moat, impossible to cross. The majestic and grand heaven-reaching ancient city, because of this type of aura, was trembling. The blood that scattered down the city walls before even more so released dazzling radiance. Vaguely, all types of ancient void images appeared. Immortal domains' true immortals were bathed in blood here, immortal kings were surrounded and killed, heavenly palaces collapsed, Western immortal domain collapsed, heaven gate severed, the heavens weeping blood, all life and grief. Many Western immortal domain descendants, under this type of aura, felt incomparable grief and despair. They thought back to the tragic scene of Western Heaven Gate being broken through, the entire immortal domain collapsing. How many tens of thousands of years had it been? The foreign immortal king who had previously slaughtered his way into Western immortal domain once again appeared. Even though it was only a strand of aura, it was still terrifying beyond compare, no one able to stop it. Who are you? Someone from reincarnation? Or are you a remnant that once fled to that world? To be able to push open that gate, step into immortal domain, you are quite extraordinary. This foreign immortal king had a cold gaze. Even though it was only formed by a strand of aura, it still had no fear as it stared at Xianxia in front of heaven-reaching ancient city. In the end, his gaze landed on this legendary ancient city, looking at that gate. Through that gate, he could sense a faintly discernible aura coming from within. It was precisely the world of origin that they had always been searching for. Just a strand of aura? Hearing this, Xianxia glanced at this foreign immortal king, his gaze not fluctuating at all. A strand of aura is enough to kill you. Xianxia immortal king didn't sense the aura of an immortal king from Xianxia. He didn't feel that he was an existence that stood at the same height as him. His gaze was incomparably cold. He only raised his palm and slapped out. A giant hand surging with chaotic energy stretched across the sky, covering the entire universe. The entire world was covered by him. The great Tao rumbled, the universe resonating. The many laws and orders of the Western immortal domain emitted terrifying sounds like knives, easily crushed, and then burst apart. However, towards this, Xianxia only pointed his fingers and casually slashed forward. A sword light flashed over, green and indistinct, as if it pierced through ancient history and washed the future. Rumble, the sky cracked, the universe shook, the entire universe seemed to have shattered into pieces. Torrential sword light entwined with chaotic immortal light, piercing through everything and suppressing the universe. It was too resplendent and dazzling, as if it was daytime, illuminating the ancient times. Even the long river of time was hidden. All laws and orders were collapsing and dissipating. Under this sword light, the world was wailing. Seeing this sword descending, the expression of Xianxia immortal king, who had been cold and indifferent all this while, suddenly changed. The giant hand that reached out broke and collapsed with a puff sound, disintegrating in an instant. Then, the sword light didn't stop. The sword descended, directly beheading him, and his figure exploded with a boom. The resplendent sword radiance seemed to have wiped out an expanse of time, cleansing the heavens above and earth below, endless, powerful beyond compare. Hong. Western immortal domain skies became chaotic. Under this streak of sword radiance, it was as if it was hacked apart. Stellar streams were severed. Countless creatures and cultivators trembled in fear, feeling as if the space between their brows was hacked apart by a streak of sword radiance, about to completely explode. They were incomparably alarmed, feeling as if their blood ran cold. This streak of sword radiance wasn't aimed at them, but when they saw its power, their souls were in intense pain, as if they were going to fall under this radiance. If they truly made contact with this strand of sword radiance, what kind of consequences would there be? There was simply no need to think too much about it. Even Xianxia immortal king's body was beheaded by a single sword, destroyed in the void, incredibly powerful. What? For the foreign creatures, this sword was too terrifying. It directly hacked down the unmatched king in their hearts from the clouds. Many young creatures who viewed Xianxia immortal king as their faith even more so roared out in disbelief, simply about to go crazy. Why was it that even though the unmatched king revived, his body was still destroyed by a single sword, thus destroyed? Of course, they really couldn't figure it out. In their understanding, the greatest power in this world was the power of an immortal king. They sat at the peak of endless time, overlooking the passage of time, watching great eras collapse. This type of existence, how could his body be so easily destroyed by another? Even if it was an existence of the same level, it still wouldn't be this easy. It is definitely a young king, Xianxia immortal king ran, not daring to descend. There were quite a few true immortals who hurried over from the other side. Right now, their mouths were trembling, a bit scared, their entire bodies going cold. They were the most unmatched existences under the immortal king level. That was why they could sense the terror of that sword more and more clearly. It could definitely instantly wipe them out 10 million times over. This was a power they definitely couldn't contend against. It wiped out the sea, severed time, not even an immortal king's body could match it. Just the shockwaves that scattered over made them feel as if they were going to explode, their bodies in intense pain. A few people were extremely close, to the extent where there were even bloody scars that appeared. All of the foreign creatures in front of heaven-connecting ancient city felt their entire bodies go cold, not daring to move in place. They were scared that this strand of energy would scatter, making them explode, follow in the footsteps of that immortal king's body. Too strong. What kind of terrifying power is this? There's no mistake. This lord is definitely the king of our immortal realms. He is returned from the origin realm. The western immortal domain was filled with a matchless aura. The immortal king fluctuations that appeared just now alarmed many descendants of the immortal domain who were hiding in various places. They were shocked to the extreme. However, he never expected that in the next moment, he would see that immortal king body being destroyed by a streak of sword light. It was too shocking, too inconceivable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they probably wouldn't have believed it. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. Then, unimaginable cheers erupted from all over the western immortal realms. Many of immortal domain's descendants appeared. Their previous dejection was swept away, and they were stirred up and excited. They roared out, finding it difficult to express the excitement they felt right now. Guchunga's expression didn't change. Now, he didn't need to use any other means. Just based on his cultivation level, he didn't fear the so-called celestial kings. Even if they were celestial kings, there was no way they could say that at this level, they couldn't be contaminated by karma, contend against the heavenly Tao's deviance, carry out changes to the trajectory of all worlds. However, when Guchunga was still in the higher realms, he could already use the Tao of fate to erase the future deviance. This was the path he took, the most fundamental difference. In the end, Guchunga's cultivation method, the path he took, they all corresponded to his previous self. It could allow this body of his to reach the level of the origin true ancestor. Ordinary celestial kings didn't even have the qualifications to come into contact with the origin true ancestor. Even if they cultivated for countless great eras, there was still no way they could reach that step. Only when one came into contact with that level of transcendence, the deviants among deviants, would they have the qualifications to see that place. It seems like your side's celestial king chose to withdraw. He is quite smart, also running quite quickly. Guchunga stood in place, dressed in simple green silk clothes. He looked incomparably young, flowing with faint radiance, returning to his original state. He slowly walked over, sweeping his eyes over these foreign creatures, his tone extremely calm. When they heard this, these foreign creatures felt as if their heads were about to explode, their souls about to be torn apart. They didn't dare raise their heads to meet Guchunga's eyes at all. Even those who achieved the Tao were still trembling endlessly, shaking in place, cold sweat drenching their entire bodies. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you all. It's just that I haven't returned to immortal domain for a long time, so I missed you a bit. Guchunga spoke casually. Then, his eyes suddenly looked towards the heavens. With a wave of his hand, the heavens shook and earth moved, the stars in the heavens all trembling. A foreign true immortal discovered in horror that his surroundings were completely restricted. Even though there was immortal light flowing about his body, trying to struggle free, it was useless. He cried out in horror, feeling like he had turned into a little chick, unable to resist at all. Originally, he was still millions and millions of li away, but in the next moment, a pair of terrifying great hands slapped down, directly grabbing him. This left him in despair, alarmed to the extreme. In his endless years of cultivation, this was the first time he encountered such a terrifying thing. This scene made all of the foreign creatures here feel horrified. They never expected the true immortal who was already almost unmatched in their eyes to be in such a miserable state. Yet, at this moment, he was in such a miserable state, captured from a distant astral region and reduced to meat on the chopping block. Was this still a high and mighty true immortal? He was simply no different from an ant. After the Forbidden Great Era, what exactly happened in Immortal Domain? Xianxia looked at this foreign true immortal who was alarmed to the extreme, slowly speaking, his voice without any fluctuations, as if he was asking a question, as if he was sighing softly. This foreign true immortal looked like he was only 30 to 40 years of age. There were golden wings behind him, immortal light flowing about him, extremely pure and holy. However, right now, he was continuously trembling, as if his heart was gripped by a great demon. His face was pale, even his voice shaking. Replying to Great One, after the Forbidden Great Era, he tried to explain, have Xianxia understand, his voice full of fear. I didn't ask you. However, Xianxia's expression still didn't change, only shaking his head. Then, he reached out a hand, directly reaching through his shining cheekbone. Ah! Great One, please spare me, this foreign true immortal screamed miserably in horror, the terrifying pain making his face distort. Everyone could see that his soul was grabbed from the top of his head, and then Xianxia looked through his memories. No one dared to disturb this process. Even the foreign true immortals in the distance trembled endlessly, their faces pale. They were worried that even they would be captured in the next moment. This was a terrifying existence that even Xianxia Immortal King was scared away. Turns out there were still so many changes, no wonder, after a long time, Xianxia seemed to have finally understood the many changes that happened in Immortal Domain these past few years, sighing with emotion. Then, in the next moment, this true immortal's soul was casually swallowed by him, not letting it leave. After the Forbidden Great Era, Immortal Domain and the higher realms separated. Most immortal Tao existences fled towards Immortal Domain. Among them, the ones in the lead were those existences who established Immortal Palace. Even though Immortal Palace already collapsed, many inheritances were still preserved. As such, on Immortal Domain's side, the 5 side Immortal Domains quickly appeared. With the central side Immortal Domain as the source, it radiated in all directions, splitting into the 4 side Immortal Domains. Each Immortal Domain had an Immortal King overseeing it, some Immortal Domains even having quite a few Immortal Kings. Apart from this, in the central side Immortal Domain, there were several Palace Masters from Immortal Palace, their cultivation levels far exceeding ordinary Immortal Kings. As such, Immortal Domain temporarily stabilized. However, just like what the foreign side believed, the Forbidden Great Era's battle just happened before the Great Tribulation. Even though the Great Tribulation's descent was avoided, the Great Showdown arriving. However, when the heavens collapsed, the Great Era severed, making that period enter a forbidden state, it also caused Immortal Domain and the higher realms' life force to wither, their foundations to suffer damage. Moreover, because of the earth and heaven connection, Immortal Domain became rootless duckweed, while the higher realms also lost the chance to ascend to a higher realm. As such, it naturally led to a chain reaction, making Immortal Domain decline even more, giving the foreign side a chance to take advantage of. As such, starting from several million years ago, on Immortal Domain's side, some Immortal Kings' blood and chi declined, sinking into their later years, difficult to cross the 5 decrees. The foreign side invaded on a large scale, blasting open Immortal Domain's entrance, slaughtering their way over. Western Immortal Domain was connected to the foreign side's entrance, so it was naturally the first to fall. Xianxia understood these things, but the most important thing was to consider what kind of role he was going to play in the future. Was it to follow Xianxia's previous agreement, or was it to say that he didn't need to worry so much? Among this, the only thing he needed to pay attention to was actually the timing of the next Great Tribulation's descent. Next was the birth of the single true world. It was because when the single true world was born, it might also be in this boundless true world. Those heaven destroyers would take action, cultivate their swords, slaughter their way into the 9 heavens. From another perspective, the current immortal domain was actually more suitable for Xianxia. On the foreign side, even though they fought year-round, there were still quite a few true immortals and even immortal kings. The essence that reincarnation ancient Empyrean had accumulated had long been completely refined by Xianxia. For him, these existences were instead excellent nourishment. This scene made all of the foreign creatures tremble in fear. They didn't expect a true immortal to be captured, his soul directly searched, and then his divine soul directly devoured. These methods made them feel waves of discomfort, as if they were suddenly reduced from the high and mighty foreign overlords to livestock, life or death disregarding their dignity. Those immortal domain descendants were also shocked speechless by the scene. They didn't expect this great one's methods to be so cruel and cold. However, when they thought about how this was a true immortal of the foreign side, they all felt relieved, feeling incomparably happy. After all, when Western immortal domain fell, quite a few immortal domain descendants were directly treated as food by the foreign creatures. Almost all of the immortal domain descendants treated Xianxia as a king who walked out from origin world, someone who belonged to immortal domain's side. So strong, who exactly is this person? Meanwhile, at this moment, in the boundless foreign realm, Xianxia immortal king's expression also changed again and again. His face that was always cold like ancient ice even more so revealed an expression of shock. He never expected that the connection between him and that incarnation of his would be instantly severed, directly destroyed by the opponent. There wasn't even the slightest chance to react. This type of tyrannical and terrifying power completely exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that it was because after the world's environment changed greatly, Origin World's gate loosened, leading to that side's expert finding a path, thus arriving in immortal domain. However, he really didn't expect that such a terrifying person would appear. He had a premonition that even if his true body descended, he still wouldn't be this person's match. He reckoned that he would be killed, completely annihilated. At the immortal king level, any instant of thought wasn't a sudden impulse, but rather a premonition, or perhaps it was a premonition towards what was about to happen in the future, raising vigilance. This wasn't fear, but rather an instinctive response after clearly recognizing that he wasn't a match. I cannot appear. This person has great terror on him, not someone the current me can face. If I rashly descend, I will be destroyed by him. Xianxia immortal king crossed over to his own Dao field, descending to the Dao field of another foreign immortal king. If he wanted to discuss this matter, he felt extremely powerless. He was alone, facing Xianxia without any chance of victory. He needed to find other immortal kings to face him together. The foreign realm's territory couldn't just be described as vast. Even if immortal domain and the higher realms merged into one, some regions would still be far inferior. Boundless black mists surged everywhere, as if they were expanses of boundless and sinister ghost domains. This was formed from many ancient universes tainted by energy, endless, difficult to describe. Dao Friend 1. 0. When will you wake up? Western immortal domain has undergone shocking changes. An existence suspected to have awakened from reincarnation has walked out, his strength terrifying, far exceeding normal immortal kings. We need to work together to hunt him down. Xianxia immortal king's large hand tore through the cosmos, descending to the Dao field of another foreign immortal king, waking up the sleeping existence within. An existence from reincarnation? Hong. In this part of the cosmos, a terrifying aura appeared. Then, there was a gaze that tore through the great mist. Countless foreign people bowed down, continuously kowtowing in worship. In the other Dao field, there were foreign immortal kings who were awakened by Xianxia immortal king, their bodies exceeding 10 million zhang, condensing and appearing in the starry sky. Dark great paths extended over one after another, rumbling as they walked out. Black lotuses covered the surroundings, black evil birds flying about, the boundless world trembling. Did the environment of heaven and earth change? Western immortal domain, there are still immortal kings left. A humanoid immortal king surrounded by grey mist suddenly opened his eyes, the light extremely cold, and also extremely deep. A pair of wings grew from his back. The gate we have been searching for a long time has appeared, the figure that walked out from within, is extremely terrifying. I am far from being his opponent. Kuan Xian Immortal King spoke, stating this fact, not feeling like this was something too difficult to speak of, his tone extremely calm and direct. We will work together to kill him, and then descend into Origin Realm. In the end, he then descended into a certain region surrounded by boundless primal chaos mist, his attitude clearly a bit respectful. This was a boundless palace complex, grand and ancient, flowing with heaven illuminating radiance. After Kuan Xian Immortal King arrived, he bowed slightly in respect, saying, "There are existences from reincarnation that have awakened. I must ask Senior to provide support for us, fearing that something unexpected might happen." This region was filled with a vast expanse of primal chaos fog. Wisps of fog fell down one after another before they continuously floated and flowed. The horizon was incredibly bleak, as if it was a land where all life was extinguished. Majestic and vast palaces stood tall in the depths of this region, flowing with radiance that illuminated the heavens. Even if true immortals came here, they would feel as if their bodies were about to explode and collapse under this aura. The gate to the ancient world of origin has opened once again. The person in the cycle of reincarnation came through that path and is now in the western celestial region. I am far from being his opponent. I am worried that something unexpected will happen. I hope that Senior will come out and help us to prevent this person from escaping. Immortal King Kuan Xian had the attitude of a junior. With a hint of humility and respect, he descended in this region and spoke to the vast palaces in front of him. As the immortal king of the other world, he boasted that he was invincible in the world and could look down on all living beings. He sat at the top of the sky and looked down on everything with indifference. A million years was just like flowing water, and it would not cause any ripples in his eyes. However, when facing the existence in the palaces, Immortal King Kuan Xian's attitude was very humble and he bowed like a junior. Even though they were both immortal kings, there was a huge gap between their cultivation bases. It was like a chasm that was difficult to cross. To him, when he was still a small cultivator, this senior was already an immortal king. He controlled the destruction of all living beings and the rise and fall of billions of galaxies. Many years had passed, and he had also become a lofty immortal king from the small cultivator in the past. However, in front of this senior, he was still humble and respectful. He knew that if the other party wanted to kill him, it would be very easy. This was the terrifying gap between their cultivation bases and their Tao. It was like a chasm that could not be crossed. Of course, in the boundless foreign dimension, there were many ancient existences like this senior before him. However, they were too mysterious, and even immortal kings found it difficult to be certain that they were in seclusion at the location of their slumber. Those ancient existences had even experienced the upheavals of the other true worlds. Some of them had existed since the birth of the mountain and sea world, while others had come from other true worlds and survived the calamity. They fled to this world and chose to avoid the world. All in all, in this boundlessly vast foreign universe, even immortal King Kuan Xian didn't dare act too arrogantly as he was deeply afraid of offending those old freaks that had lived for countless eras. The immortal king realm wasn't the end of cultivation, and there was still an extremely long way to go before he could reach the supreme level that he knew. Boom, as the Kuan Xian immortal king finished speaking, a shocking momentum suddenly appeared in this area that was filled with boundless chaotic mist. The sky rumbled and trembled. The surrounding star areas were shaking as if they were about to fall. A terrifying breathing sound rang out in the minds of all of the surrounding cultivators, and heaven and earth began to undulate. Who woke me up? An archaic voice filled with coldness rang out, echoing throughout the entire universe. Immortal King Kuan Xian's attitude became even more respectful as he spoke. Junior Kuan Xian greets Senior. The other immortal kings who heard the news were also extremely shocked when they arrived. Then, their attitude became respectful. Even the incomparably arrogant and cold immortal king with black wings on his back restrained his aura and waited respectfully here. This universe was very vast. It was already very difficult to accommodate the aura and Tao of an immortal king, but at this moment, there was no collision. There was an unimaginable peace. We greet Senior. These immortal kings all understood what this place meant. In front of this person, they were all juniors. Their cultivation bases and Tao techniques were definitely far inferior to this person. It was very difficult to determine the victor in the Immortal King realm. However, these veteran Immortal Kings were different. Their control of Tao techniques and source energy far exceeded their understanding. The ancient realm of origin has reappeared? An old voice that sounded like a mumble echoed in this place. Then, the thick fog scattered, and a hunched figure wearing a black robe appeared. His face was covered by the fog, and it was impossible to see his face clearly. However, the surroundings were filled with a terrifying aura that caused the great Tao to rumble. This world seemed to be unable to bear it. Replying to Senior Ming King, it is indeed so. 1,000,000 years ago, we broke through the Western Immortal Realms and tried to find the entrance to the realm, but we failed. I didn't expect that gate to appear again recently. Light covered all directions, and a suspected king of reincarnation even walked out from it. He was incomparably young, I wasn't his match. Immortal King Xianxia spoke, his tone respectful. He explained the matter simply, including how his avatar was destroyed by the other party's sword light. If it wasn't for him withdrawing his divine sense in time, he might have suffered serious injuries. A king who walked out from reincarnation? The eyes of the old man called Ming King suddenly shot out two terrifying sword lights, as if they were going to split the universe apart. His state of mind was in turmoil, and he could no longer remain as calm as before. I didn't expect to be able to encounter an existence from reincarnation in this world. Who knows, it might even be an acquaintance from the past. Ming King slowly spoke. With a wave of his sleeve, the universe before his eyes rumbled, directly tearing apart. He walked out with large steps, heading towards the immortal realms. When they heard this, Immortal King Xianxia and the others' minds were all shaken. They knew that this senior had already existed before the taboo Great Era, and then followed behind him. There were 4 immortal kings following behind him. They were the current foreign realm's undisputed rulers, all of them grasping several universes. Behind them were millions and millions of clansmen, establishing themselves as king clans, high up above. In terms of status, they were the lords of king clans. In the present era, their lifespans could also be described as endless, able to overlook the changes of great eras. However, today, they moved out together, heading towards immortal realms, tearing open a great passage between the universes. This matter triggered a huge commotion in the foreign realm. The various king clans all sent out true immortals to follow behind, slaughtering their way into Western immortal realms together. Meanwhile, right now, in Western immortal realms, great waves were still stirring. All of the foreign cultivators who arrived before heaven connecting ancient city trembled endlessly, not daring to move in the slightest. After personally witnessing Guchang's coldness and cruelty, even true immortals shivered in fear, not daring to act recklessly. It was instead many immortal realms' descendants who felt extremely moved. When they personally saw the foreign people's fearful and uneasy appearances, they felt incredibly carefree inside. All this time, immortal realms' descendants hid everywhere, worried that they would be found by the foreign creatures. After experiencing that great battle 1,000,000 years ago, Western immortal realms could be said to have already fallen apart. Now, Supreme Being realm cultivators were already extinct, let alone those who achieved the Tao and true immortals. Back then, most of the experts all fled to other immortal realms. Western immortal realms became an abandoned land, occupied by the foreign clans. Not too long ago, Western immortal realms was flourishing to the extreme, clans standing in great numbers. Under the rule of immortal kings, it was full of vitality, peaceful and quiet. That disaster 1,000,000 years ago destroyed Western immortal realms, also destroying all of this peace, making all of immortal realms' descendants become rats crossing the street, fleeing in all directions. Many people could only come to the desolate mountains and ridges, live and reproduce here. Just that I wonder which immortal king this great one was? Even that foreign immortal king was scared away, his strength is definitely deep and immeasurable. Origin realm is incredibly mysterious. Perhaps apart from this great one, there are other experts. If they all appear, they can definitely chase away all of the foreign creatures. Western immortal realms returning to its former prosperous and peaceful state is just around the corner. At this moment, many immortal realms' descendants couldn't help but imagine this scene, their emotions surging uncontrollably with excitement. Guchangda listened to the discussions of these immortal realms' descendants, his expression incomparably calm, not showing the slightest bit of fluctuation. He calmly gazed at the heaven region, able to sense boundless fluctuations that were currently descending from the distant regions. However, that wasn't the direction of the foreign realm, but rather the other immortal realms. The other immortal realms should still have immortal kings. They should have sensed the fluctuations here as well, wishing to come and take a look. The big red bird couldn't help but speak up. Even though he previously only existed as Gu Xian'er's artifact spirit, that didn't mean that he didn't have experience. One had to understand that when he was the heaven-slicing sword, the immortal kings he cut down could be said to be innumerable. Gu Chang'e nodded, and a faint smile suddenly appeared at the corners of his lips. Now that you mention it, it's quite laughable. 663, they only dare to show themselves at this time. Normally, even if they know that many of their descendants in this region are being slaughtered by the foreign creatures, they still only dare to hide in their own dojos. These are the current kings of the immortal realms. He shook his head lightly. He didn't mock them, just felt that it was quite funny. This was the immortal realms that Gu Qingyi had always wanted to protect. However, Gu Chang'e still didn't know where Gu Qingyi was. As the true spirit of the mountain and sea world, it could be said that many of the people in this world, including those from the immortal realms and the foreign realm, were born under her watch. As the true spirit of this world, the meaning of her existence was actually no different from that of the heavenly Tao. However, in the form of a true spirit, it meant that she had given birth to her own will, and she could come to this world in the form of a living creature. The war between the foreign realm and the immortal realms was just like the existence of yin and yang, the existence of the real and the false. It was the destiny of the heavenly Tao, and it served as a shackle to each other's destruction, maintaining the balance. However, as a true spirit, Gu Qingyi was clearly biased towards the immortal realms. However, the immortal realms clearly didn't improve under her protection. Instead, the internal strife was rather serious. Otherwise, how did the 5 directions immortal realms come to be? If there weren't so many things, how could the foreign realm defeat them one by one, even though there were some living creatures in the foreign realm who had secretly colluded with the existences of the other true worlds? Or perhaps because they had some connection with the origin world, the immortal realms had already declined. In just 1,000,000 years, the immortal realms had already declined to this day, to the point where they were far inferior to the higher realms. Gu Chang'e remembered the plan he had discussed with Gu Qingyi in the past, and could only shake his head lightly in his heart. He stood on the opposite side of the immortal realms with his identity as the demon master, and he planned to destroy Zhu Yu and Gu Qingyi's plan with a single hand. But how could he not have his own selfish desires? If this decaying and dilapidated immortal realms were to die earlier, then perhaps a new life could be born. That way, before the next war of the heavens descended, perhaps 1 or 2 outliers could be born. These 1 or 2 outliers might be able to help his plan. Western Immortal Domain was adjacent to the other side, ever since Western Heaven Gate was broken through 1,000,000 years ago. The other side's creatures were even more so able to come and go as they pleased without any obstruction. Western Heaven Gate was a gate built by immortal kings after the Forbidden Great Era, condensed with supreme laws, able to resist the invasion of immortal kings from the other side. That was why 1,000,000 years ago, that gate was broken through. Now, Western Immortal Domain was equivalent to a gate wide open, no longer able to stop those foreign great armies. Now, in the various universes of Western Immortal Domain, one could see the foreign races occupying them. The original orthodox powers were all wiped out, even those who achieved the Tao extinct. Let alone those true immortal existences. In front of Heaven Connecting Ancient City, Gu Chang'e's expression was calm, returning to his original state. There was not the slightest bit of magical force fluctuation spreading from his body, just like an ordinary mortal. However, in the eyes of all living creatures and cultivators, he was extremely aloof and exceptional. On his tall and straight body, there seemed to be traces of the great Tao faintly discernible. Among some immortal domain descendants, many young men and women were filled with endless reverence and fanaticism, long treating Gu Chang'e as an immortal king who came from the realm of origin. Right now, he looked towards the distant sky dome. There were waves of immortal light scattering down, accompanied by a sparkling and translucent great golden path that extended over. There were even irregular scenes that appeared between heaven and earth. There were heavenly horses flowing with immortal light pulling a carriage, hurrying over. There was similarly chaotic energy on the coachman's body, a supreme being who achieved the Tao. Behind him, divine light flashed streak after streak. Several figures were quickly rushing over, their auras not weak, riding divine rainbows or auspicious beasts. Chi, they were extremely aloof, their bodies carrying immortal energy. There was immortal aura spreading, completely different from the ordinary immortal domain people of Western immortal domain. Their cultivations also already reached the true immortal realm. Moreover, shockingly, a figure that was coiled by immortal light sat upright within the carriage at the front, and strands of grand Tao fragments interweaved with each other in the surroundings. This was a half-step immortal king existence, moreover belonging to immortal domain's side. However, when they saw this group of powerful cultivators descend, the expressions of many immortal domain descendants didn't change in the slightest, even carrying hostility and resentment. The big red bird was a bit startled. I thought that there were no more true immortals in the current immortal region. They are cultivators from the southern celestial realm. When our western celestial realm was invaded, they even sent experts to plunder us. They wanted to seize the foundation treasure of our celestial realm, and they even wanted to get their hands on the remains of our king. They are the same as the other side, not anything good at all. A descendant of the western immortal realm recognized the group of cultivators who had just arrived. He could not help but say furiously. Their eyes carried great resentment and hatred, viewing southern immortal domain's cultivators as being on the same side as the other side, not showing them the slightest bit of kindness. Therefore, in front of Xianxia, they did not hide the truth, hoping that Xianxia would uphold justice for them. Upon hearing the words of the western immortal domain's descendants, the expressions of the group of cultivators who had rushed over to sky-penetrating city changed slightly. However, Xianxia's expression did not change. He even acted as if he did not hear what they said. He had no intention of standing up for the western immortal realms. The reason he came to the celestial realm this time, apart from confirming his own speculations, was actually to return the celestial realm to the upper realm. The laws of the two realms collided and merged. Now that he was the true master of the upper realm, he could naturally take over the celestial realm. Moreover, according to the original situation, he was the demon lord who had once destroyed the heavens. How could he have the leisure to help the celestial realm at this time? Xianxia indeed had no interest in this. He was waiting in front of sky-penetrating city, naturally waiting for someone with authority to appear. However, the celestial king of the southern celestial realm was clearly very cautious. After sensing his aura, he chose to wait and see, and then sent a half-step celestial king existence over. It had to be said that such a cautious attitude made Xianxia take another look. We greet. Say. Lord. Soon, divine rainbows descended from the sky. These true immortals all respectfully arrived in front of Xianxia and spoke. They didn't know how to address the incomparably young Xianxia. They originally wanted to call him senior, but they changed their words and called him Lord. In their eyes, Xianxia's strength was unfathomable. Even the foreign immortal king Xianxia was scared away. Moreover, his bone age was incomparably young. This point couldn't be hidden at all. One had to know that even in the celestial realm, in an extremely prosperous period, reaching the Tao in tens of thousands of years was already considered a peerless talent. In those true immortal families and immortal king families, they were all top geniuses. But how old was Xianxia's bone age? Only a few hundred. This was something that they didn't dare to imagine in the celestial realm, especially when he came from the origin realm where the laws were incomplete. They couldn't help but suspect that Xianxia was a certain existence in the cycle of reincarnation that had awakened. Xianxia swept his gaze over this group of true immortals. His gaze was very calm, but when it landed in their eyes, it was like true thunder had exploded in their sea of consciousness, making their souls feel like they were about to collapse. Then, they felt incomparably terrified. Previously, a foreign true immortal was devoured by Xianxia after his soul was searched. That scene was witnessed from afar, so now, they were all trembling in fear, extremely terrified. No matter what, Xianxia came out of the origin realm, more or less, it was related to the celestial realm. If the southern celestial realm pretended not to know about this, what would they face next? In fact, they also braced themselves and came. In the current era, the various celestial realms were separated from each other, not interfering with each other. After so many eras, they were about to split up. How could they care about the affairs of the other celestial realms? They were also a little worried that Guchunga would blame them for the fall of the Western Celestial Realm. Jing Yuan greets Lord. That half-step immortal king on the carriage also appeared at this moment, walking out. His face even looked a little young, like a child, but he had the body of a middle-aged man. He was dressed in clean white immortal clothes, his entire body shining, shrouded in fragments of the great Tao. A half-step immortal king existence, one of the most famous experts in the Southern Celestial Realm, invincible apart from immortal kings. In the Southern Celestial Realm, there was almost no cultivator who didn't recognize him. Many people who admired him called him Jin Wang. However, he was actually still very far from the true immortal king realm. The difference between immortal king and half-step immortal king was like that between true immortal and Tao attainment. Who is the current ruler of the Southern Celestial Realm? Guchunga casually glanced at this person, asking. Replying to Lord, the Southern Celestial Realm is currently ruled by Bodhi King and Moon King. Jing Yuan said respectfully. When he mentioned Bodhi King and Yenming Immortal King, his face was filled with respect. Of course, Bodhi King and Moon King were not their real names. After all, existences at the level of immortal kings, ordinary creatures would feel something when their names were mentioned. This was just the name that all living beings respected them for so many years. Moon King? From the Yu clan? Guchunga couldn't help but raise his brows. He thought that this Yu clan might be related to the unparalleled celestial dynasty, because the surname Yu was very rare. If that was the case, then this Yu clan might be related to the clan behind Yu Mingkong. At this moment, on the other side, the vast and boundless northern celestial realm, compared to the western celestial realm, was a rare and peaceful pure land. There were no disputes or chaos. Immortal Qi was boundless, and the various universes were magnificent scenes. The divine mountains were tall and majestic, and immortal waterfalls fell. Some immortal islands floated, and there were cultivators coming and going. They were either meditating or discussing the Tao with each other. The heaven and earth here were filled with a peaceful aura, giving people a sense of peace. Some places were very dense with immortal fog, fluttering in the wind. Purple light lingered on the mountain peaks, and in some lakes, auspicious birds and beasts were crying, spreading their wings and soaring between heaven and earth. There were gates and great formations separating the various celestial realms. Even if it was an immortal king, it would still be difficult for them to break through, needing to spend an extremely long amount of time and cultivation to break through. That was why the northern celestial realm was now extremely peaceful, not like the western celestial realm where it was occupied by the foreign side. Many celestial realm descendants fled in all directions, becoming food for the foreign side. In the northern celestial realm, one could even see quite a few true immortal figures roaming about, lecturing in various Tao temples. Moreover, in the current northern celestial realm, there were a total of 3 immortal kings ruling, the 3 most ancient immortal king clans. Apart from this, there were quite a few true immortal families, true immortal inheritances, thriving and thriving. It could be said that they were isolated from the rest of the world, not participating in the great battles of the other celestial realms. Back then, when the western celestial realm was broken through, there were experts who came to ask for help. However, they were all rejected outside Northern Heaven Gate. Those who approached were even killed by the heavenly soldiers, extremely cold and indifferent. For the Northern Celestial Realm's 3 immortal kings, they didn't have great ambitions, nor did they wish to interfere with the matters of the other celestial realms. They only wished for their own Tao temples and territories to not be affected, to be independent from the world of mortals, transcending worldly affairs. A shocking change has appeared in the Western Celestial Realm. It is suspected that the gate leading to the realm of origin has reappeared. Through that heaven-connecting ancient city, one can head to that realm. There are reincarnated existences that have awakened from within. The Tao temples of the 3 immortal kings just happen to be located in 3 different directions of the Northern Celestial Realm. They formed a perfect triangle between each other, guarding the Northern Celestial Realm, making it unbreakable. Now, in an ancient city surging with boundless immortal mist, dazzling ancient trees bloomed, a rain of light scattering down. A white-haired old man sat in the depths. Below the Tao platform was endless primal chaos mist. His face was ancient, expression calm, as if it contained endless ancient history, temperament deep and aloof. Now, he lightly opened his mouth, as if he was conversing with someone. Rumble. The void trembled, and then it collapsed, revealing the boundless starry cosmos. A red-haired figure walked out, great Tao fragments swirling around his body. His face was blurry, an aura that could crush the heavens pervading the air. Even if the realm of origin appears again, it has nothing to do with us. The current celestial realm is no longer the same as before. The eras have collapsed, and all eras have become ruins. Those existences of the past have long perished, completely lost in the cycle of reincarnation. Even if we stand in the immortal king realm, we are merely ripples in the torrent of the great era, and we are of no use at all. If we have the time, why don't we spend another lifetime, and be prepared to survive before the calamity descends? The red-haired figure spoke coldly, not caring about what was happening in the western celestial realm at all. The white-haired old man sitting cross-legged under the ancient tree sighed softly and said, "But I keep having an uneasy feeling. I'm afraid something is about to happen." As an immortal king, especially one who had stood in this realm for a long time, he didn't feel that his feelings would be wrong. "You mean those existences in the cycle of reincarnation are about to return?" The red-haired figure's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly thought of something. For them to be able to cultivate to the level of immortal king, not only were they extremely talented, but they were also the true children of destiny for several eras, bearing the fate of all eras. More importantly, they had obtained the blessings left behind by those who had perished in the past. True immortals were common, but immortal kings were rare. Even if it was an immortal king clan, with an immortal king overseeing and personally guiding the younger generation, it was difficult to say that they would be able to nurture another immortal king. The conditions were so harsh that it was simply unimaginable and inconceivable. Having reached this step, it could be said that they had reached the end. It was difficult to see the path ahead clearly, and they didn't even know where the path ahead was. In other words, they had already exhausted all their talent and opportunities. They could leave behind their own techniques and paths for future generations to comprehend and learn, but it was absolutely impossible for future generations to reach their heights. Of course, it wasn't difficult for their descendants to become true immortals. With the accumulation of cultivation techniques, resources, opportunities, and a long time, they would naturally be able to reach this step. To the Tao teachings of the clans in the immortal region, what they lacked the least was time. There is such a possibility. After the Forbidden Era, the heavens and the true mountain and sea world disappeared. At that time, we were just small cultivators who followed our seniors to the immortal region. From then on, we were cut off from the world of origins. In the blink of an eye, countless eras passed. The supreme warriors of the past have either disappeared or died. We have also reached this level, but even we can easily live for so many years, so how could those supreme warriors of the past die for no reason? The more we reach this step, the more I can sense the difference between us and those sages of the past. Perhaps they are setting up a shocking plan, and are waiting for a chance. To me, this chance is perhaps the time when those people in the cycle of reincarnation reappear in the world. The old man with white hair and white beard shook his head. A wise light shone in his eyes. When he heard this, the pupils of the red-haired figure could not help but shrink, and he fell silent. In truth, a large reason why the immortal region was split into 5 sides was because those sages of the past had disappeared. These juniors had reached this realm, then established their own clans and ruled over the current immortal region. If they wanted to find traces of those sages of the past, then they had to go to the central immortal region. Some of the clans that had left the world of origins had actually settled down there. However, the central immortal region was isolated by the chaotic heavenly river, and a supreme rune had been set up there. It had long since stopped caring about the matters of the outside world, and it was even more detached than the immortal regions. Some people guessed that those sages of the past had died in some place due to their chi and blood drying up. There were also some who guessed that they had suffered great injuries during the Forbidden Era, and because they could not heal, they died later on. After all, many of those sages of the past were the immortals of Immortal Palace who had once unified the true mountain and sea world. Besides, the great palace master of Immortal Palace in the past had a cultivation base that surpassed that of an immortal king. He had even forced the progenitor of the foreign realm's sovereign race to cede the vast universe of the foreign realm to him, and from then on, he left the immortal region. It was said that this sort of existence had suffered unimaginable injuries during the Forbidden Era's battle. He was heavily injured by that forbidden existence, and he had almost withered away and died on the spot. Not long after, he died in meditation. However, the location of his true corpse was a mystery. Immortal Palace fell apart, and the might it once had when it unified the true mountain and sea world also completely disintegrated. Many of the immortals at that time were killed and buried together with that epoch. The later immortals came to the immortal region and tried to rebuild Immortal Palace's former glory. However, they also failed later on. No one knew what sort of taboo was triggered. Because of this, the 5 Directions immortal regions were born. Reporting to my lord, the Moon Monarch is indeed from the Yu clan, the most ancient clan in the southern immortal domain. In front of sky-piercing ancient city, Gold Ingot spoke respectfully. When Guchanga mentioned the Yu clan, he was a little surprised. After all, this was something only the living beings of the southern immortal domain knew, and Guchanga had clearly just arrived in the immortal domain. However, it was also possible that he might know the ancestor of the Yu clan. Thinking of this, Gold Ingot was even more respectful. Although he was a half-step immortal king, in front of Guchanga, he still felt that terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. Even in front of a true immortal king, he had never felt this way. Therefore, Gold Ingot was very sure that the foreign immortal king Xianxia was indeed scared away, and not because of any fear or other reasons. This was purely because he sensed that he was no match for Guchanga in front of him, so he quickly left this universe. The current Moon Monarch could only be considered a descendant of the Yu clan. He inherited the legacy of his ancestor, which was why he took the step of Immortal King and looked down on the entire immortal domain. The Yu clan could be said to be the most ancient clan in the southern immortal domain. As for the Bodhi King, he was a mysterious immortal king from a distant universe. It was said that he was related to Buddhism, and the methods he passed down were all Zen Buddhist scriptures. In the southern immortal domain, he established a Buddhist kingdom to deliver all living beings from torment, and even passed down the Bodhisattva and Arhat Buddhas. His believers spread across several universes, but his true strength was a mystery. Guchanga nodded. Although the Yu clan might be related to the unparalleled immortal dynasty behind Yu Mingkong, for him, it didn't have much of an effect. The immortal domain and the upper realm had been separated for so many eras. The former clans had long evolved and developed into different clans, and even the immortal domain was divided into 5 sides. Things like bloodlines were even thinner. Moreover, in addition to the Yu clan, the Longevity Gu clan, Longevity Wang clan, and other orthodoxies actually had a foothold in the immortal domain. As for which immortal domain they were in, had already been destroyed, or had taken root in the foreign domain, this was not something Guchanga had to consider. He wasn't interested and didn't care. Then which immortal king's subordinate are you? Guchanga glanced at Jin Yuan, then looked at the true immortals behind him and asked in a casual tone. My lord, I am here on the Moon Prince's orders, Jin Yuan said respectfully. In any case, he was a half-step immortal king. From a certain perspective, even immortal kings would be slightly more courteous to him. Calling him a subordinate seemed a little too casual. However, in front of Guchanga, he did not dare to show his dissatisfaction. Then why did the Moon Prince ask you to come here? Did he not have feet? Or do you not have the guts to appear in front of me? Guchanga still spoke in a casual and simple tone. She asked casually. When they heard these words, the cultivators and creatures here, regardless of whether they were from immortal domain or the foreign realm, all of them broke out in cold sweat, their expressions changing slightly. From these many actions, they couldn't tell which side Guchanga was on. At this time, the many descendants of immortal domain in the western immortal domain didn't know what to say. It was obvious that Guchanga didn't stand up for them and help them restore the glory of the western immortal domain. Beads of sweat appeared on Jin Yuan's forehead, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Others couldn't sense it, but he could. The moment Guchanga's words fell, his heart seemed to be gripped. Even if he was a half-step immortal king, if he said the wrong thing, he would still face the fate of death. The Moon Prince is currently holding a banquet in the southern immortal domain to congratulate my lord's arrival, so she ordered me to come here to welcome you, Jin Yuan could only brace himself and say, trembling with fear. The Moon Prince asked him to come here to determine Guchanga's intentions, to know if he had any enmity, One had to understand that at this time, a mysterious existence whose cultivation was unfathomable suddenly appeared in the immortal domain, and even immortal kings were scared away, was enough to stir up the current situation in the immortal domain. Meanwhile, the Moon Prince was also cautious, not willing to leave the Dao field she was in rashly, worried that she would be ambushed and killed by other foreign immortal kings in the Western immortal domain. Is that so? Guchanga smiled faintly, and didn't mention this matter again. He only asked this to test the Moon Prince's attitude. However, being so cautious didn't seem like the style of an immortal king. The current immortal domain couldn't be said to be in a state of panic, but it was pretty close. That Moon Prince didn't dare personally come here, partly because she didn't know his intentions, not knowing if he was a friend or foe, and also partly because she feared the foreign immortal kings. The other true immortals in the southern immortal domain also looked like they let out a long sigh of relief. They were worried that Guchanga would attack them, and also worried that Guchanga would stand up for the western immortal domain. However, their worries were clearly unfounded. Now, even the many descendants in the western immortal domain didn't know Guchanga's intentions for coming here. The present western immortal domain has long fallen, the various immortal cities already occupied by the foreign side, the resources divided up by the foreign king clans. Sir, why don't you move to our southern immortal domain? The Moon Prince is willing to share the world with Sir. Then, Jinyan spoke again, bringing up the matter of the Moon Prince being willing to rule over the southern immortal domain with Guchanga. At the same time, he wanted to use this matter to probe Guchanga's intentions. If Guchanga was interested in ruling over the immortal domain, then the Moon Prince would definitely make some decisions about this. After all, apart from the western immortal domain, the other immortal domains all had immortal kings overseeing them, especially the northern immortal domain, which even had 3 immortal kings. In comparison, the southern immortal domain only had 2 immortal kings. Moreover, the Bodhi king was extremely special. He did not interfere in the affairs of the immortal domain, and would occasionally appear in the Buddhist nation to explain the scriptures of the Great Tao to the Buddhist nation's believers. In other words, the southern immortal domain was actually only controlled by the Moon Prince alone. If the foreign side attacked and occupied it, it was equivalent to saying that she would have to face the vast foreign army alone, as well as the many immortal kings of the foreign side. The result would naturally be no exception, just like the western immortal domain. When they heard this, the expressions of everyone in front of Heaven Connecting Ancient City changed. They didn't expect the Moon Prince to actually be willing to propose the condition of ruling the world together. In terms of the present 5 directions immortal domain, the southern immortal domain could be said to be a vast universe. Its territory was endless, and its resources were even more abundant. Moreover, the present 5 directions immortal domain could actually be compared to a shrunken universe. On the whole, it could be considered a large and complete universe. The difference was that within this large and complete universe, there were countless smaller universes, which could be equivalent to a vast and boundless starry sky. In the many universes governed by the southern immortal domain, there were many clans and orthodoxies, true immortal clans, and even some clans that had once produced immortal kings. These clans had deep foundations, and some had been passed down since the taboo era until now. There were even some that were even older, even the foreign immortal kings coveted these foundations and resources. Yet now, the Moon Prince planned to divide them up and give them to Guchanga? Rule the world with me? Guchanga's expression suddenly became a little strange. Then, there was a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, and he said, "Are you sure the Moon Prince said this personally?" Indeed, the Moon Prince said it personally. She wouldn't lie to you, sir. Jin Yuan didn't know what Guchanga meant by this, but he kept feeling that there was a strange look in his eyes, as if there was another intention. However, before such an existence, he didn't dare to make wild guesses. Since that's the case, then go back and tell the Moon Prince to wait. When she's ready, I'll come and take this world. If she dares to lie to me, even if the Moon Clan's ancestor revives, I'll make her true spirit scatter, body and soul destroyed. Guchanga smiled faintly, but his tone was unquestionable. Jin Yuan's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Don't worry, sir. The Moon Prince said this personally. The heavens and earth can bear witness. If she goes back on her words, then the Moon Prince will be affected by karma. She won't dare to fool you so easily." He trembled with fear. He had a feeling that there was a huge problem with the Moon Prince's test this time. This person before him had casually said something that made him tremble in fear, and he didn't dare to think about it carefully. The Moon Clan's ancestor revives. Could it be that this person knew the Moon Clan's ancestor? However, the Moon Clan had existed before the taboo era. They were closely related to the Moon God, the innate god at the beginning of the world. When he thought up to this point, even if Jin Yuan was a half-step immortal king, he still felt a lingering fear, and he didn't dare to think further. Reincarnation was the most mysterious thing in this world. At a certain level, every word and action would involve great karma. This person before him mentioned the Moon Clan's ancestor without any hesitation, which could only mean that he didn't care at all. Such a background could no longer be described as terrifying. Everyone here naturally heard these words. Although it was only a few words, it contained a lot of inconceivable information. Many of the foreign realm beings turned pale, and they were anxious and uneasy, waiting for Guchunga to decide their fate. Boom, right at this moment, a blinding light swept over from the end of the western celestial realm. That place was a foreign realm, and there was a boundless aura blowing over. Great Daos collided between heaven and earth, and the rumbling sound of the universe operating rang out. A terrifying aura surged over like a wave. The starry sky in the western celestial realm was cracking like a spider web, as if it couldn't bear so many powerful auras at once. Rolling fog surged as if it was pushed by a pair of invisible and terrifying hands, heading towards the heavenly gate in the western celestial realm that had long since collapsed. Rumble, several terrifying figures suddenly appeared. Their gazes were extremely cold, as if they had been standing there since the beginning of the world. Primal chaos mist descended, accompanied by rich immortal energy. There was shocking supreme divine might that pervaded the air, enough to crush ancient history. Behind them, there were even more so time fragments that fluttered about, the blurry shadows of the great river of time visible. Their magical bodies were incredibly large, even the starry sky propped open. The stellar river flowed at their sides like mist, making them seem even more insignificant. These were several immortal kings, all of them descending in the western celestial realm's borderland, as tall as heaven and earth. They raised their great hands, crushing over. This was a world-ending scene, heaven and earth becoming dark, the sun, moon, and stars all becoming dim, Tao methods and natural laws releasing cracking sounds. Great Tao chains extended, wishing to seal up that place, but they immediately broke apart. An ocean of natural laws erupted there, all types of supreme Tao methods deriving from it, all of them condensed into this palm. At this moment, it was as if a matchless demon was going to come out and destroy the world. Western Heavenly Gate was damaged to the extreme, and now, cracks appeared once more. This sort of might that belonged to a peerless immortal king caused all living beings and cultivators to feel horrified. Being stared at by their gazes caused them to feel as if they were instantly ants, and even those that had attained the Tao would be transformed into powder in an instant. Autumn wind swept through the fallen leaves. Even if it was an extremely powerful expert in the immortal Tao domain, when faced with these immortal king existences, they would still instantly feel despair. Back then, when Western Celestial Realm was broken through, the immortal kings that descended weren't more than this. Foreign immortal kings, moreover, there are 4 of them. Are they all going to descend here? In front of heaven connecting ancient city, the expressions of Jin Yuan and the other cultivators from Southern Celestial Realm all changed, their scalps exploding. They never expected the foreign realm to muster such great forces, for immortal kings appearing. Moreover, every single one of them possessed strength that was terrifyingly heaven overflowing. These 4 immortal kings' eyes were cold. They towered in Western Celestial Realm's borderland, reaching out their great hands, wishing to tear apart this realm's natural laws and Tao methods, their true bodies descending here. The eyes of all of Western Celestial Realm's people became filled with fear. They thought back to the day when the immortal kings died. There were also so many foreign immortal kings that appeared. That battle was too terrifying, using the term world wiping out wouldn't be an exaggeration. Western Celestial Realm collapsed, great continents and life stars all exploding, flying towards various parts of the starry sky. Countless Celestial Realms people were even more so silently annihilated in that battle, turning into ashes, thus disappearing. Our side's immortal kings have descended. This is too great, there are 4 kings who descended. Even the immortal kings of the other celestial realms wouldn't dare interfere. We are saved. For kings are moving through the sky, in the current celestial realm, who can contend against them? This is an unsolvable situation. Many foreign creatures cheered, feeling incomparably moved. This scene was simply like seeing light in the darkness, making them feel incredibly excited. After all, even if it was them, very few of them had seen foreign immortal kings before. This was even more so when 4 kings moved through the sky, crushing over, wishing to tear apart Western Celestial Realm's barrier, just like last time when they attacked Western Celestial Realm, their true bodies descending. This type of scene was also extremely rare on the foreign side. Normally, the immortal kings were all in their own Tao temples, sleeping for millions of years at every turn. However, from this situation, one could see just how much importance the foreign kings attached to Xianxia. Foreign 4 kings? The expression of the big red bird that followed at Xianxia's side also changed. It originally thought that there wouldn't be any dangers on this trip, that they were just returning to Celestial Realm. However, for immortal kings, in this era, might already be the pinnacle of strength. Even if Xianxia was incomparably mysterious, his strength deep and immeasurable, it still wasn't certain that he could contend against 4 immortal kings. However, when it gave Xianxia a look, seeing that his expression didn't change at all, to the extent where the corners of his lips still carried a faint smile. For some reason, that bit of worry vanished like smoke into thin air. 4 immortal kings? Are they in a hurry to deliver me their source? Xianxia indeed couldn't hold himself back, releasing a faint laugh. The big red bird stared blankly, almost doubting if it heard incorrectly. Then, it reacted. Xianxia's words weren't a joke. He really was treating these 4 foreign immortal kings as source nourishment. This made the big red bird think back to when Xianxia was in the higher realms, wiping out many backing figures, scheming against the higher realms' heavens, his coldness and ruthlessness. At that time, Xianxia was even more vicious, treating all life in this world as nourishment, wiping out just how many orthodoxies and universes. The immeasurable common people's cultivators were simply too many to count, let alone the clans that were indirectly wiped out because of this. Moreover, it knew about Xianxia's other identity. World-destroying demon lord. Even now, the big red bird still didn't know what exactly happened before the Forbidden Great Era that would make Xianxia take action, destroy immortal palaces, make the heavens collapse, becoming a forbidden era of absolute darkness in the eyes of later generations. Even though right now, it was the artifact spirit of Xian'er's heaven-punishing sword, following at Xianxia's side, returning to immortal domain, revisiting old memories. However, it still couldn't see through Xianxia's thoughts. Oh, that's not right. There is still an immortal king hiding in the shadows. Xianxia spoke again, his expression not changing at all, the corners of his lips still carrying a faint smile as he gazed into the limits of the distant heavens. Darkness swept over like a tide, engulfing over. Heaven and earth immediately entered dusky darkness. Many star domains even more so began to tremble, about to fall. The sun, moon, and stars were all about to collapse, all worlds returning to ruins, endless time seemingly crying out in grief. There is still an immortal king? The big red bird even more so couldn't help but tremble. This meant that right now, in the foreign realm, there were 5 immortal kings who descended. From southern immortal domain's half-step immortal king, namely Jin Yuan's words, it also learned that even in southern immortal domain, on the surface, there were only 2 immortal kings. One of them was even the Bodhi king who didn't care about worldly affairs, standing in Buddha country. In the current immortal domain, there might really not be any immortal domain that had the power to contend against 5 immortal kings. Using the immortal king as a source of nourishment, Jin Yuan, who was standing respectfully in front of Xianxia, was so shocked by these words that he felt a chill run down his spine. His scalp felt like it was going to explode. He almost doubted his own ears. It was hard for him to believe that all of this was said by someone else. Regarding immortal kings as source nourishment, this was quite the boastful tone. Throughout the ages, who would dare to speak like this? However, under Xianxia's casual tone, he did not dare to doubt the authenticity of these words. He even thought back to the scene of Xianxia raising his hand, grabbing a foreign true immortal, and then swallowing him in one gulp after searching his soul. His gaze suddenly changed from reverence to fear. As a half-step immortal king, his entire body was trembling at this moment while he felt terrified and uneasy in his heart, and he wasn't as natural as before. Boom, endless light erupted, and the law surged like a vast ocean. Western immortal domain's heaven and earth were collapsing. Even when it was occupied by the foreign great army a million years ago, it still wasn't this terrifying. For matchless immortal kings towered in the borderland, as if they were demonic figures who had existed before the creation of heaven and earth. Their eyes were cold. They raised their palms, slowly pressing forward. The entire ancient expanse of history was about to collapse, the magical bodies already exceeding the limits of what this world could support. The starry sky above split apart, producing countless spiderweb-like cracks. Terrifying winds rushed out from those cracks, mixed with chaotic energy and overflowing radiance. It was simply like a world-destroying autumn wind, about to make the current Western immortal domain fall into decline again. Foreign immortal kings, are they going to destroy the world? Who will save us? Immortal domain's past kings, your current people are currently being slaughtered by foreign immortal kings. Countless Western immortal domain descendants saw this scene, all of them trembling in fear, their entire bodies shaking. Many people were crying out, full of despair. A million years ago, Western immortal domain's gate was broken through by the foreign great army. At that time, there were foreign immortal kings who took action, rushing through the sky, great hands hacking down. The entire cosmos was cracking apart, and then Western heavenly gate collapsed. In the end, even Western immortal domain's kings were killed there, brought back to Western immortal domain under blood-soaked tattered banners. Several million years passed. Could it be that the past scene was going to play out again? The Western immortal domain descendants who were originally excited because of the appearance of the realm of origin now felt despair and fear. For kings move through the sky, unmatched, looking down on endless generations, existing forever. Meanwhile, the foreign creatures were all cheering excitedly, bowing in that direction, continuously kowtowing. There were figures everywhere in the heavens above and earth below. Great sounds of worship and prayer could be heard from various parts of the starry sky as well. That is the mysterious person Xianxia you all feel apprehension towards? At the limits of heaven and earth, an immortal king with a pair of black wings on his back spoke, at the same time gazing into the depths of Western immortal domain. His entire body was surrounded by pitch-black mist, his true appearance impossible to see clearly. Thick mist surrounded him, chaotic mist swirling in all directions, powerful beyond compare. Just by standing there, the entire cosmos seemed to be unable to hold his true body, just a single strand of hair was heavy, as if it could crush a world. This was a foreign king named Immortal King Qingming. His cultivation was profound, achieving immortal king status many great eras ago. Qingming was a type of strange beast of this world, his true body impossible to see. It was rumored that he could reach the most distant lands of this world, reaching all the way up to Qingming, down to the 9 netherworlds, hence his name. Immortal King Qingming even more so grasped this world's extreme speed Tao, even exceeding time. His face was blurry, only his cold and deep eyes were like 2 green bright moons, floating at the limits of heaven and earth, overlooking everything below. Right now, even though he already restrained his Tao technique, great Tao traces still appeared, clashing with the other immortal kings in the surroundings. To be more precise, the birth of an immortal king was already the limit of what the Tao technique could support. Even though Western immortal domain was formed from many universes, right now, there were 4 immortal kings who descended. It is indeed him. He came through that legendary gate, cutting down my descending magical body with just a thought, almost following the karma threads to find my true body. If not for me retreating in time, I fear that I would have long been seriously injured. This person's strength is deep and immeasurable, definitely in existence from the reincarnation era. He might even be someone from before the Forbidden Great Era. Qingming, you cannot underestimate him. Immortal King Xianxia said with a heavy voice. His qi and blood were boundless like Wang Yang, dressed in Tao robes. From his outer appearance, it was hard to associate him with a foreign immortal king, to the extent where he looked like an unmatched existence from Taoism. Immortal King Qingming's eyes were like unmatched divine swords, wishing to break through the shackles of this world, tear apart the great Tao shackles, and descend towards Western immortal domain. Whether or not it is as you say, we will only know after personally witnessing it. He spoke, his voice calm and cold. Immortal King Xianxia nodded, not saying too much. He knew that only when Immortal King Qingming and the others personally experienced that youngster's terror would they understand that what he said wasn't false. As Immortal King existences, those who could reach this step were all children of heaven's mandate of every great era. They had shouldered the mandate of heaven, slaughtering their way out from countless heavenly talents of their generation. Their talents were exceptional, their Tao hearts incomparably firm. There was no way they would be affected by a few words. Western Immortal Domain's great Tao cannot suppress us. Our true bodies descending isn't difficult. The other two Immortal Kings similarly spoke coldly. They didn't reveal their true appearances, only shrouded within the thick great fog. When they heard Immortal King Xianxia's call, they woke up from their respective Tao rites. On one hand, it was indeed because of that gate in heaven connecting ancient city. It was extremely important, related to the exact location of the realm of origin. On the other hand, it was also because the Emperor clan ancestor gave the order to search for that realm, to search for its source. This involved the great matter of the unification of the mountain and sea true worlds. Even if they were immortal kings, before the eternally undying Emperor clan ancestor, they still had to lower their heads, treat him with respect. Towards the Emperor clan ancestor's orders, they still had to obey, not daring to go against them. Since the birth of the other realm, the Emperor clan ancestor was eternally undying. They were the true rulers of the other realm, having experienced the Forbidden Era and even more ancient eras. There was even a saying that the current Emperor clan ancestor was actually an innate deity born when the world was created, which was why they were able to reach that step. There was also a possibility that they were stowaways from other true worlds, or perhaps they were predecessors who had survived the previous calamity, or perhaps they were powerful rulers of the origin world. Otherwise, the Immortal King realm was the limit. Even the best among them were blocked in front of that threshold, forever unable to cross it. And what did the Emperor clan ancestor mean? With a single thought, they could decide the destruction of the heavens, reproduce the primal chaos, and even go back to ancient times. They didn't fear the long river of time, reversing karma, truly immortal and indestructible. Even when the immortal domain was at its most prosperous, when the immortal palace that ruled the heavens faced the Emperor clan of the other realm, they still had no way to deal with them. They had to deal with them peacefully. With Senior Ming King supporting us, why should we care? Senior Ming King is an existence praised by the Emperor clan ancestor. His strength has obtained the Emperor clan ancestor's acknowledgement. An Immortal King spoke, telling Immortal King Xianxia not to worry, because other than the four Immortal Kings, there was still Ming King secretly supporting them in case something unexpected happened. Ming King was a figure who had existed since the Forbidden Era. Although he hadn't become an Immortal King at that time, after experiencing those dark years, his Tao and cultivation were definitely not something the younger generation could compare to. That's true. Immortal King Xianxia nodded, feeling relieved. Zero boom, the great Tao of the immortal domain rumbled, and then exploded under the joint attacks of the four Immortal Kings. A terrifying hole appeared there, able to carry their true bodies in, not being suppressed by the immortal domain's laws of heaven and earth. The four Immortal Kings of the other realms stepped into the Western Immortal Domain at the same time. Their true bodies were incomparably tall, standing at the end of the world. Their gazes were cold, without any emotion. Wherever their eyes reached, life force withered, everything engulfed as if doomsday arrived. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the foreign creatures or Immortal Domain's descendants, even those in the cosmos a bit further away, they all sensed this type of boundless aura. They trembled in fear, their souls trembling. This was the power of Immortal Kings, powerful beyond compare. Those Immortal Domain descendants who were close to Western Sky Gate even more so felt as if their bodies were going to collapse, their bones shaking, legs going weak, directly kneeling on the ground. They were in endless despair. When facing true Immortal Kings, even using ants to describe them was already showing them too much respect. The aura of Immortal Domain, it has been millions of years since I last sensed it. The last time I descended to this realm, I killed Western Immortal Domain's king. Right, I think it was Heavenly Yi Immortal King. Back then, his hand bone was shattered by me. The foreign Immortal King shrouded in great black mist spoke, his tone extremely cold, explaining this matter. However, these words instead transmitted over from Western Sky Gate. All of the immortal domain descendants who heard this revealed grieving expressions, carrying hatred. Heaven-connecting ancient city was extremely far from Western Sky Gate, only a few star domains away. From there, they could personally see the scene in front of heaven-connecting ancient city. The four kings, including Xianxia Immortal King, were all sizing up Xianxia, looking at this incomparably young man. His bone age made them sigh in admiration. Even if he was the inheritor of a foreign emperor clan, there was no way he could achieve the Tao in just a few hundred years. Let alone the fact that he already possessed power that made immortal kings feel uneasy and fearful at this age. It seems like what Xianxia said was correct. He is indeed someone who came from reincarnation. Apart from this, there is no other explanation that can explain his current strength. However, no matter how mysterious he is, there is no way he can be our match. Immortal King Qingming spoke, his tone extremely simple and direct. After determining Xianxia's origins, he already confirmed the result. If that is the case, then we can join forces to hunt him down. Perhaps we can seize his legacy. Who knows, that might be the secret behind why he was able to become an immortal king at such a young age. Another immortal king spoke, unconcealable greed flashing past his eyes. It was because they knew that many people who returned from reincarnation would bring back some of their past supreme treasures. Meanwhile, those supreme treasures contained many profound mysteries, able to help them grow quickly. The reason why some of the foreign immortal kings were able to reach this step was actually partly because they obtained those legacies. Great One, these four kings are the foreign realms Xianxia Immortal King, Qingming Immortal King. They all achieved the Tao several great eras ago. In front of heaven-connecting ancient city, Jin Yun almost suffocated under this type of aura. However, he still trembled slightly, explaining the origins of these four kings to Xianxia. When facing the pressure of the four kings' auras, even a half-step immortal king like him almost collapsed, let alone an ordinary creature. Turns out they were all people who achieved immortal king status several great eras ago. I thought that I might have encountered someone who might recognize me. They are indeed unlucky. Xianxia smiled faintly. The words he spoke made Jin Yun's scalp even more numb, already not daring to think about his origins. Meanwhile, the instant these words were spoken, Xianxia took action. He stood in front of heaven-connecting ancient city, his figure not changing, only a hand descending towards the distant western sky gate. At this moment, heaven and earth shook intensely, the universe about to be overturned, heaven and earth collapsed once more. In the sky above western sky gate, one could even see a large crack that was so deep that it couldn't be seen. What, he dares to take the initiative to attack when facing us four kings. This scene caused the expressions of immortal King Qingming and the others to change slightly. It was as if they didn't expect that the situation where they worked together to hunt would become the other party's initiative. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed. Boom! That type of power was too terrifying. One could vaguely see that in front of them, a large hand slowly reached out from the pitch-black great crack in the sky. It truly descended. This palm slowly appeared in midair, and then slowly slapped down towards the four kings. Separated by several great star regions, it was powerful and peerless. In that instant, countless great stars fell from the sky, exploding in the void. The boundless fluctuations simply seemed to push down the heavens, causing the four kings' expressions to change. The sky of the western celestial realm was collapsing, especially the area near the western heavenly gate. All the cultivators and living beings saw a terrifying crack spreading out. Then, a terrifying hand reached out from within. Vast energy surged like a torrent that broke through a dam. It was impossible to stop it at all. The surrounding star systems were exploding. Too many stars were blown to smithereens by the shockwaves. Not good, the expressions of the four immortal kings of the foreign domain who stood at the end of the world changed. Originally, they were furious because the other party didn't fear the four of them at all and took the initiative to attack them. They felt that they had been underestimated. As immortal kings, no one had ever dared to underestimate them like this, taking the initiative to attack the four of them alone. This was mockery and also contempt. Hence, among them, some of them were angry and planned to attack to teach Xianxia a lesson. However, just as this thought appeared, it was as if a mountain and sea had broken through a dam in front of them. A terrifying energy that blotted out the sky and covered the earth was simply about to overwhelm them. This person's strength is beyond imagination. We really can't be careless. The existences who walked out of the cycle of reincarnation are all extraordinary. In the previous era, they were outstanding geniuses who could suppress their peers. We can't be careless. Be careful, an immortal king spoke, his expression a little solemn. They weren't stupid people. Just now, they were still a little skeptical of immortal King Xianxia's words, but now, they firmly believed him. The other party's strength far exceeded their imagination. Ordinary immortal kings might really not be able to block this palm. Although many cultivators and living beings only saw this palm slowly descending, as if it was the master of fate, life, and death, controlling the world. But in the eyes of the immortal kings, this palm contained endless Tao techniques and order. It represented supreme power that could easily destroy a great universe. Boom! They quickly attacked. Someone also reached out a large hand, wanting to shake Xianxia's palm. In the sky above the western heavenly gate, the universe was trembling. Xianxia stood in front of the heaven-reaching ancient city. His expression was calm, without any ripples. He only reached out a hand. However, all of the creatures and cultivators around him, including Jin Yuan, felt their souls tremble. Their bones were about to fall apart, and they couldn't stand still at all. They all trembled in horror, completely not expecting this mysterious youngster to be able to face 4 foreign immortal kings by himself, powerful to a ridiculous degree. Jin Yan's scalp went numb, and he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he had always been respectful and answered everything he knew. He recalled what Xianxia had said just now. He was purely treating these immortal kings as nourishment. This caused Jin Yuan's heart to tremble. He was both horrified and excited. Could it be that today, he would witness an unprecedented and terrifying feat with his own eyes? All of the foreign creatures who were originally filled with incomparable reverence and fanaticism towards the 4 kings now found it difficult to calm down. It was as if their necks were gripped, unable to say anything. Moreover, this was merely a strand of fluctuation that had leaked out, and it wasn't at the center of the battle at all. That place was already in chaos, filled with all types of strange laws. There were even great Tao storms that appeared. Around its palm and fingers were countless celestial bodies, all of them brought down from outer space one after another by the large hand. They were extremely grand, rumbling as they moved, carrying chaotic energy, extremely shocking. Qi, a foreign immortal king, released a low shout, his entire body shining, blasting apart the clouds in the surroundings, revealing his true appearance. His face was green and red, fiery light swirling about it. At the same time, there were many wings on his back. Right now, these wings had chaotic energy swirling about them like undying immortal swords, releasing zing-zing noises. With a Qi sound, they hacked out, even thicker than stars, wishing to face Xianxia's palm head-on. This place was too resplendent and brilliant. Divine light hacked out streak after streak, continuously forming a sea of sword light. At the same time, immortal King Qingming also took action. A heaven-overflowing strange beast void image appeared behind him, opening its mouth and roaring. The heavens seemed to be about to be wiped out. The stars trembled, all of them falling. Then, like shooting stars, they directly smashed towards that large hand. This was an attack at the peak of the immortal king level. If ordinary true immortals made contact with it, they would immediately explode, turning into powder that covered the skies. Normal great cosmoses couldn't endure this level of energy fluctuation, long collapsing. There was no way they could endure it at all. Only a cosmos like Western Immortal Domain could support a great battle at the Immortal King level. However, the world barrier was also trembling slightly. Even the past Western Immortal Domain, when it was broken through by the foreign Great Army, wasn't this terrifying. This type of aura, once it rushed into the surrounding cosmos, it would be a world-ending scene. There wouldn't be any creatures who could survive at this type of time. These 4 kings are indeed extraordinary, worthy of being existences who achieved the Tao after the taboo Great Era, heaven-warping talents. If it was in the past era, they might have been able to establish great reputations. Even though the big red bird's mind was trembling, it was still paying close attention to everything. When it saw the attacks of these 4 immortal kings, it couldn't help but say this softly. Even though it didn't have its main body, it still had its eyes. However, what left it the most shocked was still Xianxia. He merely stood in front of heaven-connecting ancient city, reaching out a hand, not even deliberately attacking, yet the four kings found it difficult to withstand. Now, Xianxia's strength, just what kind of level did he reach? When he was in the higher realms, he refined great medicine with the backing of various clans in the myriad realms, successfully entering the immortal realm. However, the big red bird understood that Xianxia still hadn't experienced the true baptism of immortal Tao laws. But now, the strength he displayed already exceeded the level of ordinary immortal kings. Or could it be that he had already recovered to the level of a demon lord? When it thought of this, the big red bird trembled, feeling that this was inconceivable, finding it hard to believe. These four kings indeed have some ability. Unfortunately, I just entered the immortal domain and haven't extracted the true immortal Tao essence to refine my body. Even though I devoured quite a few source Tao fruits, and also replenished some law elements belonging to the immortal domain, but my flesh still has many flaws. Xianxia lightly shook his head, feeling a bit regretful towards the strength of his palm. He was indeed testing, but it wasn't to test his opponent's strength, but rather to test what kind of power his casual palm contained. The result made him feel a bit regretful. Boom! At the western heavenly gate, the aura was chaotic, all types of energy gushing out. Then, it was like a heavenly river flowing in reverse, directly pouring over. The surrounding chaotic energy surged, incomparably intense. Some great stars couldn't withstand this kind of fluctuation, exploding one after another, releasing extremely dazzling radiance. This was simply like the end of the world. Looking from afar, rotating great stars cracked apart one after another. It was truly a bit terrifying. Xianxia attacked again. This time, it wasn't a simple palm. Traces of great Tao flowed between his palm and fingers. Then, it was as if the universe was condensing. Endless black energy formed a prison, crushing towards the four kings in front of the western heavenly gate. Prisons appeared in the world, one connected to another, intertwined with great Tao chains. Then, they suddenly smashed towards the four kings, directly forming a sea of black energy. What kind of Tao technique is this? Immortal King Qingming's expression changed, feeling that his surroundings were shackled. His originally extremely fast speed also seemed to have fallen into a swamp, becoming sluggish. However, he wasn't simple either. White divine light shot out from his mouth, divine and resplendent, as if it could purify everything. Another immortal king activated a weapon. A pitch-black spear flowed with divine light that could destroy everything. The void was torn apart, hacking towards those prisons. Xianxia Immortal King's heart was heavy. He didn't expect that even after the four of them joined forces, the situation was still like this. Fortunately, he was decisive back then, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. His weapon was a dazzling golden pagoda with 7 layers in total. It illuminated the sun, moon, and heavens, forming a boundless golden wang-yang behind it. Tao laws poured down like a waterfall, powerful beyond compare. Hong Long, all types of Tao techniques collided here, heaven and earth collapsing. Terrifying fluctuations transmitted from the black sea of energy. Auras covered heaven and earth, shattering the heavens. That place became hazy, primal chaos everywhere. Kill. The other immortal king had a cold expression, his figure disappearing from the western heavenly gate, crossing several star domains, about to descend before heaven-connecting ancient city. He planned to fight Xianxia's true body, not wishing to contend against Tao techniques. His strength lay in his flesh, a type of variant from before immortal ancient. Called Fallen True Ho. His ancestors had previously eaten true dragons, even more so having a great relationship with Qilins. When it came to his bloodline had previously been contaminated by a type of extreme mean aura from Origin Realm, corroded, becoming a fallen true Ho. However, it also granted him an incomparably powerful flesh, one that didn't fear any pain, possessing boundless strength. Even though his Tao methods were unordinary, the most powerful part was still his flesh. Back then, when Western Immortal Domain was occupied, he even personally tore off Heavenly Blaze Immortal King's arm, powerful to the point where even the other immortal kings felt restraining fear. Personally delivering it before me? This great gift really leaves me a bit at a loss for what to do. In front of heaven-connecting ancient city, Guchanga looked at this figure that was quickly approaching, a smile on his lips, a bit shocked. Jin Yuan and the others were about to be crushed by the terrifying immortal king pressure, their bodies about to explode. They could see the original form of this foreign immortal king through this place. His original form was about the size of a calf, similar to a qilin, but also completely different, like a dog, like a dragon, his scales pitch black. However, immediately afterwards, he directly used his magical body, standing in the sky dome above. Boundless blood-colored great mist surged around him. One could see that the sky dome above became dim, quite a few stars penetrated by the endless radiance of order, quickly shattering. No one could see clearly, because the mist became even thicker, not even heavenly eyes able to see through it. It was said to be close, but in reality, it was still who knew how many tens of thousands of li away. Only, it was too massive, so they could see it from afar. Devouring your flesh might allow me to advance a step further, have a chance of touching that threshold in the future. Tell me of your origins. The fallen true Ho spoke, his voice like a great bell, ringing through this part of the cosmos. Countless foreign creatures and Western immortal domain descendants all heard this voice clearly, their ears about to explode, their souls penetrating. He stared at Guchanga, able to sense just how shocking of a divine nature and source aura this body contained. This moved him, feeling like this might become his opportunity. It was because his body was extremely powerful, even if he was surrounded by several immortal kings, he could still safely escape. From the exchange just now, he also sensed that even though Guchanga was strong, he wasn't strong to the point where he could contend against the strength of his flesh. The fallen true Ho immortal king is too impulsive, cannot be so careless. In front of Western Heaven Gate, Xianxia immortal king, Qingming immortal king and the others also didn't expect that the fallen true Ho would descend before heaven-connecting ancient city at this time, wishing to fight with Guchanga. They shivered inwardly, feeling a bit uneasy. However, they still quickly hurried over, tearing apart the starry domain, quickly descending. For immortal king existences, this bit of distance could actually be crossed in the blink of an eye. However, if they were too confident, it was easy for something to happen. Tell me of my origins? You are not qualified to know. Guchanga laughed lightly, his expression carrying indifference, his tone simple and calm, as if he was stating a fact. When the fallen true Ho heard this, he didn't get angry, only speaking, appearing cold and indifferent. Since that is the case, then today, you will lose your life here, your flesh becoming my food. Flesh? Coincidentally, my flesh still has some flaws. You came at the right time. Guchanga shook his head. He didn't expect this fallen true Ho to be so confident, wanting to devour his flesh to help him improve further. At the immortal king level, it was impossible to say that he was stupid. It could only be said that the fallen true Ho was too confident in his own flesh. It's useless to say more. The fallen true Ho's pupils constricted, then he said coldly. He didn't know why Guchanga was so calm at this time. Since he dared to descend, he naturally had the confidence to not fear any flesh of the immortal king level. 2. 4 Boom. The fallen true Ho made his move, his entire body moving. This was a talent that had been displayed to the extreme. He opened his mouth and swallowed, all the light was fading away. A prehistoric aura rushed over, not like a living creature, but like a part of ancient history that appeared alive. In his mouth, all types of supreme laws of the heavens appeared, forming a mysterious magical imprint, devouring towards Guchanga with full force, making the entire star domain and cosmos in front of heaven-connecting ancient city turn dark. It was as if all creatures and cultivators, regardless of whether they were from the other side or immortal domain, were all devoured by him, the world entering absolute darkness and deathly stillness. Jin Yuancher was horrified, his entire body going cold. He personally watched as this mouth devoured, even all creatures in the surroundings were devoured. Everyone felt despair to the extreme. Devour me? Who gave you the guts? Guchanga's expression didn't change at all. His hand descended, hacking towards that large mouth. Chong. Endless light erupted, rich dark light flowing. Then, the fallen true Ho released a muffled groan. A pair of arms moved through the air, the everlasting blue sky collapsing. Everyone was horrified by this scene, all of the blood in their bodies about to freeze, and then it began to boil again. How grand was this? It was hard to imagine. Guchunga's expression was cold to the extreme. An arm directly reached out, breaking apart everything before his eyes. With a pu sound, he grabbed the fallen Truho's main body. Then, all of the scenes before his eyes faded and collapsed, natural laws extinguished, heaven and earth returning to clarity. The fallen Truho's eyes were filled with disbelief, revealing a trace of fear. His mouth was broken open, his main body grabbed by Guchunga. He didn't expect his most powerful innate talent and flesh to be so easily broken through. This strike shook the heavens. Tens of thousands of star regions were trembling. In front of the ancient city of sky-piercing, which had originally been dark and gloomy, was a scene of eternal silence and darkness. All of the creatures were in despair. After being swallowed by the fallen Truho, their vitality was quickly fading away. The radiance of the sun, moon, and stars were dissipating. Heaven and earth were in eternal night, and all was silent. This was not an illusion, but a real scene. It was like the end of the world. Even a half-step immortal king couldn't do anything in front of such a divine ability. Jing Yuan roared furiously. His entire body surged with celestial light. Symbols of the great Tao interweaved as he tried to struggle free. However, he failed. He could only watch as his life force was quickly drained away. Then, he was swallowed by the fallen Truho. Xianxia Immortal Emperor, Qing Ming Immortal Emperor, and the others were astounded too. They did not expect fallen Truth Immortal Emperor to have such a terrifying move. They boasted that even when facing this kind of killing move, they had to carefully avoid it, and could not easily face it head-on. If they were swallowed by the fallen Truho, even they would not be able to break through its body and escape. It could only be said that it was worthy of being the current king of the foreign realm, its flesh already powerful to the point where it could casually collapse the cosmos. Even the hardest immortal gold would most likely be reduced to dust before it. The fallen Truho celestial king was once contaminated with the strange substance of the origin world, causing its body to be immortal. It was forged using the most terrifying method, and it did not fear any pain. It was equivalent to being immune to pain, and its vitality was endless. Xianxia Immortal King sighed softly. He was a little envious of the fallen Truho Immortal King who had such a great fortune. Such a physical body far surpassed their level. From a certain point of view, the strength of the fallen Truth Ho Immortal King was much stronger than the three of them. No wonder the depraved Truth Ho Celestial King is so confident, daring to charge ahead of us, the Green Darkness Immortal King spoke, his cold eyes flashing with shock. Although he was a mutated beast, he was said to possess the fastest speed in this world, surpassing time and reaching the other shore of the Green Darkness Immortal world. However, this was only a rumor. Although his physical body was strong, after being crushed by time, he knew that he was far from being as strong as the fallen Truho Immortal King. The entire planetary system in front of Heavenspan City had been devoured, and was now completely empty. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Although all of this seemed to take a long time to describe, it all happened in the blink of an eye. The Xianxia Immortal King, Qing Ming Immortal King and the others quickly arrived. They were still cautious in their hearts and didn't relax. For them to be able to come this far, they were not stupid or careless people. The fallen True Centipede Immortal Emperor dared to take the risk because he was extremely confident in his flesh. Boom, however, right at the moment when the three kings were about to descend, rich dark light erupted there, as if a dark sun was blooming, its radiance illuminating the heavens. The fallen Truho Immortal King released a muffled groan, and then released a low roar. Its massive body shook intensely, as if it was going to break apart. Not good, the expressions of the three immortal kings changed drastically. They were about to lend a hand to the fallen True Centipede Immortal King. Right at this moment, an arm moved through the air, as if it came from the ancient past, and then hacked down by the mouth of the fallen Truho Immortal King. Endless radiance erupted. The vast energy was like a boundless Wangyang, about to completely drown that place. The fallen Truho Immortal King's body exploded into pieces. Its mouth was torn open, and blood was dripping. Its injuries were terrifying, and it was almost split open from the head up. Guchunga stood there, not even lifting his robes. His gaze didn't change at all from the beginning to the end. His gaze was deep and cold. For some reason, at this moment, the three kings thought of the eternal will of the heavenly Tao, looking down on the vast masses of ants. They actually shivered, which made them feel disbelief and unable to accept it. As immortal kings, what in this world could make them feel fear, unease, and even fear? This was unacceptable to them. The fallen Truho immortal king's body has been torn apart. I'm afraid it has already damaged its origin, he was too confident. This will only make things more difficult to solve. Xianxia immortal king noticed that the fallen Truho that was grabbed by Xianxia, its head already split open. His expression changed rapidly. He activated a 7-layered pagoda, golden and dazzling. Right now, it was as majestic as a continent, descending from the sky, trying to rescue the fallen Truho. Immortal King Qingming and the other immortal king also took action. Millions and millions of divine chains of natural laws gathered into a sea here, continuously surging, drowning towards Xianxia. However, at Xianxia's side, there were ripples that spread. They weren't that obvious, like the mist around the green lotus, but also like the starry splendor it received. All of the attacks dissipated silently in front of the ripples. They couldn't touch him at all. Divine ability magical force immunity, it is still the 10,000 methods impervious technique? Xianxia immortal king's mind was shaken again. This was a type of divine ability that made others envious. He had previously heard that there was an emperor clan ancestor from the other side who seemed to have this type of innate divine ability. His descendants could all use it, but it could only be used in the immortal Dao domain, because this was already the limit. In the immortal king domain, how could it appear again? He found this hard to believe. This was a scene he saw with his own eyes, something he never imagined before. Could it be that this person is related to that emperor clan ancestor? Immortal King Qingming was also shocked by this scene. Previously, he didn't expect that the faint light that appeared around Xianxia's body would make him immune to all magical techniques and divine abilities. This was but an immortal king-level divine ability. It could easily destroy the cosmos, tear apart the sky dome, obliterate all directions. However, before Xianxia, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, unable to stir up the slightest bit of waves. How did you do this? The fallen Truho spoke, its eyes filled with disbelief. Its main body was grabbed by Xianxia, as if it was restricted, unable to move. Right now, in its eyes, there was a trace of fear that made even it feel horrified. From this youngster's body, it once again produced an emotion called fear. After it achieved the immortal King Dao fruit, it already couldn't remember how many years it had been. Yet today, it still produced fear. Xianxia looked at it calmly, not explaining. Then, with a light laugh, he said, "You delivered yourself before me, I don't even know how to thank you." "What are you trying to say?" Blood continuously flowed out from the fallen Truho's mouth, releasing a roar. This was all immortal king blood, multicolored, a single drop seemingly containing endless worlds. If it landed in any other place, just a single drop might be enough to wipe out an ancient realm. The surrounding immortal domain and foreign creatures were revived from the dead. When they saw the sun again, their souls scattered, scared to the point where they couldn't even recover. They still carried despair inside, not recovering yet. However now, they saw that unimaginably powerful fallen Truho immortal king, grabbed by Xianxia, trying to struggle and escape. However, its body cracked apart like porcelain, all types of cracks quickly spreading, quickly covering its entire body. Such a miserable scene made their hairs stand on end, making them tremble in fear. They originally thought that this mysterious man would be swallowed by the fallen Truho immortal king. However, they never expected him to break through all of this so easily, moreover imprisoning the fallen Truho immortal king's main body. These methods already exceeded their imaginations, using reverence was already unable to describe their feelings. "My lord, is so powerful," Jin Yun's voice trembled slightly. After becoming a half-step immortal king, he originally thought that he was already one of the most powerful figures in the southern immortal domain, able to overlook the life and death of countless living beings and the universe. Yet today, he was trembling like an ant, once again experiencing the insignificance of when he first stepped onto the path of cultivation. "You want to swallow me, yet you can't even bite through my arm. Is this why you were so confident just now?" Xianxia didn't care about the shocked reactions of the surrounding people. He only looked at the fallen Truho that he had caught with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The fallen Truho roared. A mysterious force flowed in its main body, wanting to break free. However, Guchanga's palm landed, directly causing its skull to explode. Blood of various colors spurted out, and its divine soul swayed, almost shattering. "Save me!" Unconcealable fear appeared in the fallen Truho's heart. It had long lost its previous confidence. It shouted at immortal King Xian and the others, trying to get them to save it. Otherwise, it really felt that it might lose its life here today, killed by Guchanga's powerful force. Boom, vast power surged, and light gushed out again. Immortal King Xian, Immortal King Qingming, and the others attacked again, performing all kinds of terrifying Dao techniques. Even though they knew that Guchanga was immune to magic power, they still attacked forcefully. They felt that it was impossible to be immune forever. There was a limit. As long as they broke through that limit, they would be able to hurt Guchanga. Buzz, however, Guchanga didn't even look in their direction. Dense black energy flowed between his palms and fingers, turning into a great Dao treasure bottle that was surrounded by black light. Boundless black light fell from the mouth of the bottle like a waterfall. This great Dao treasure bottle condensed from great Dao runes flew out, towards Immortal King Xian, Immortal King Qingming, and the others. It continued to expand, and then enveloped heaven and earth. There seemed to be a bottomless abyss that could devour all things in the world. Even the great Dao laws were cracking. "What is this? I seem to have seen it in a forbidden book." Immortal King Xian's expression changed drastically. He carefully stared at the treasure bottle, but could only see a blurry outline. There were some patterns intertwined within, but he couldn't see them clearly. His pagoda was shaking. At this moment, it was imprisoned by that majestic devouring force. Then, there were actually some cracks. The Dao runes engraved on it were quickly disappearing, turning into powder. This made Immortal King Xian's heart bleed. His artifact had accompanied him throughout his life. Even when he fought against those at the same level, it didn't damage the pagoda in the slightest. Later on, he even used all kinds of rare divine materials to refine it, making it indestructible. Yet today, it was going to break apart, unable to even come into contact with that blurry treasure bottle. I also have a bit of impression. It might really be that thing in the forbidden book. It's just a replica, yet it has such divine might. Dares not imagine. Immortal King Qingming's expression was heavy. He was blocked by those black lights. Even if he moved at extreme speed, he couldn't pass through. There seemed to be a sea of black energy gushing over there, drowning the entire star region, isolating the three of them. They couldn't pass through, so they naturally couldn't rescue fallen Truho Immortal King. Moreover, what they found hard to accept was that Guchanga only casually brought out a replica of a forbidden item, and it blocked them. At this time, fallen Truho's miserable cry rang out. As an immortal king, its will was firm, even sturdier than 100 refined immortal gold. What kind of thing in this world would make it cry out in pain, even when facing death? It couldn't humiliate an immortal king like this. This was its humiliation. But when they saw the scene over there, even Xian Immortal King and the others felt their blood run cold, even their scalps going numb. A medicinal fragrance wafted through heaven and earth. The flames of great Dao burned, continuously burning fallen Truho. It was being refined, treated as a great medicine of the mortal world, devoured and absorbed by Guchanga. Before their eyes, its source was quickly fading away. The immortal King Dao fruit solidified, even taking the shape of a fruit. That was a Truho that had shrunk several times, sparkling and translucent, a medicinal fragrance wafting through the air. Just a strand of aura was enough to make ordinary cultivators ascend, or even be reborn. But now, it was only treated as a great medicine by Guchanga, as an ordinary fruit swallowed. His expression was natural, without any abnormality, incomparably at ease, as if he had already done these actions countless times, branded into his bones and divine soul. Fallen Truho Immortal King's original body burned within the flames. These were great Dao true flames, able to burn the cosmos, wipe out everything. Right now, it was only treated as a type of medicinal flame, used by Guchanga to refine its immortal king source, and then refined into a Dao fruit for him to devour. Save me! Fallen Truho Immortal King released a miserable cry. This type of pain and humiliation was hard to describe with words. It personally watched as it was refined, its own Dao skills and essence all turned into nourishment. Under the flames of great Tao, the impurities were removed, becoming a sparkling great medicine. Then, it was swallowed by Guchunga in a manner that wasn't too fast or too slow. His gaze was natural, his movements even carrying a carefree manner, to the extent where it gave others a type of divine elegance. But now, it made all of the foreign creatures feel horrified to the point where their entire bodies went cold, crying out loudly, finding this hard to accept. The unmatched king in their hearts was actually reduced to great medicine nourishment. This scene even more so made Xianxia immortal king, Qingming immortal king, and the others feel as if their scalps were going to explode, horrified to the extreme. As immortal kings, just how noble were they? They were the most powerful heavenly talents born between heaven and earth after countless years. Only by suppressing countless of their peers did they reach this step. They could die in battle, could be killed by others, but they couldn't die in such a humiliating manner. This was the first time they saw an immortal king whose flesh and divine soul were turned into immortal medicinal materials, devoured like source great medicine. You all don't need to be in such a rush. Swallow it, it will be your turn soon. Guchunga didn't pay Xianxia immortal king, Qingming immortal king, and the others any attention, unhurriedly devouring fallen true Ho immortal king source. It had to be said that immortal king source, compared to true immortal source, was indeed not on the same level. The Tao law fragments it contained could simply be described as a sea and endless. This type of feeling, even the day he entered the immortal Tao domain couldn't compare. This was indeed intoxicating. Sparkling radiance flowed about there, accompanied by a rich great Tao medicinal fragrance. Ordinary cultivators might be able to ascend to immortality just by smelling a single breath. This was an unmatched medicinal fragrance that made one's pores expand, soul transform. No immortal treasure could compare to it. Only the Tao fruit of an immortal king could refine it. It was extremely luxurious. Even true immortals were scared until they were stupefied, trembling in place, legs weak, unable to stand steadily. The sparkling and translucent true Ho divine figure was the size of a palm, like a divine fruit, condensing there. However, as Guchunga unhurriedly devoured it, it continuously became damaged. The fallen true Ho immortal king still had some consciousness left, personally watching as it was devoured. This type of unprecedented great horror surrounded it. It released a voice of despair, wishing for immortal King Qingming, immortal King Xian and the others to save it, feeling extreme regret. However, the great Tao precious bottle floated in the boundless sky, releasing a black sea, cutting off the other three foreign kings. However, this type of silent miserable cry sounded, as if it pierced through one's soul, making everyone couldn't help but tremble. Jin Yuan, who was a half-step immortal king, felt as if his scalp was going to explode. Witnessing this scene from such a close distance made him shiver in fear. Guchunga's face was handsome, as if he was an immortal who wasn't tainted by the world of mortals. He only wore a set of green silk clothes, incredibly simple. His appearance was perfect to the point where it was enough to make all women in this world jealous. However, right now, he was eating immortal kings, his expression carefree, as if he was tasting a simple delicacy, carrying a divine sense of elegance. For all of Western immortal domain's foreign creatures, this was a scene that made their minds feel like collapsing. They simply didn't dare believe this. It was just too terrifying, as if it should only exist in the most ancient of nightmares. Hurry and let go of the fallen true Ho immortal king. Outside the boundless Black Sea, immortal King Xian, immortal King Qingming and the others reacted. They endured the fear in their hearts, taking action again. Terrifying energy blasted over, enough to make the sky dome collapse, trying to break through this layer of isolation, slaughter their way towards Guchunga. They couldn't forget the words Guchunga said just now. Don't be in such a rush, the next one would be them. Was he planning to hunt down immortal kings and use them as nourishment? The three kings felt a chill in their hearts. This was the first time they had encountered an existence like Guchunga. He was truly too terrifying. Even the bizarre races of the origin world couldn't possibly make them, immortal kings, feel such fear and trepidation. This kind of trembling that came from the depths of his soul was as if he had really met his natural enemy. I told you not to be anxious. Come one by one. No one can escape. Guchunga's expression did not change. He glanced at them and said casually. It could be said that this was the only benefit he felt after arriving in the immortal region. There were quite a few immortal kings. Apart from immortal domain's side, there were quite a few on the other side as well. To him, whether it was a true immortal or an immortal king, they were the most suitable source of nourishment for him at this stage. Immortal King Xianxia noticed Guchanga's expression, and a shadow appeared in his heart. He said in a deep voice, "We can work together to break through this imitation of his. We can only wait for Senior Ming Wang to arrive. Otherwise, fallen true essence immortal king will definitely die today." They could see that the fallen true essence immortal king's source was rapidly fading, and some parts were becoming incomplete and blurry. As an immortal king, if he was casually swallowed by someone, it would be an unimaginable humiliation. However, there were probably not many people in this world who dared to believe that this was the truth. Boom! At this moment, dazzling golden light erupted, surging in front of heaven-reaching ancient city like a vast sea. The fallen true essence immortal king roared, as if he had a final burst of strength. He also understood that today was not good for him, and he no longer held on to any hope. Rather than being swallowed by Guchanga as nourishment, he might as well burn his source and fight with his life. Perhaps there was still a chance of survival. Its source quickly began to burn, becoming too resplendent, simply illuminating the sky dome. Behind him, a huge true essence immortal king appeared, towering into the clouds like a golden mountain. That was the imprint of his ancient ancestor, branded in his bones. At this moment, that true essence immortal king's hair was even more dazzling like golden flames, and his entire body emitted unparalleled power. Gradually, it merged with the true essence immortal king that was being swallowed by Guchanga, as if the true essence immortal king that had once intimidated the heavens had reappeared in the world. Boom! It used all its strength, slapping forward with its claw, and it instantly tore the sky apart. Its body was huge, and its divine might was world-shocking. It was simply like an invincible fiend god from the era when the heavens were created. However, Guchanga's expression still did not change when facing this attack, and faint ripples appeared around him. The moment this claw landed in front of him, a terrifying mysterious force spread out, and it was as if millions of strands of celestial light had turned into a guillotine that directly slashed down, chopping off the claw. On the other hand, Guchanga raised his palm and pressed down, and a treasure bottle of the great Tao condensed and appeared again. Strands of black light coiled around it, and it instantly swallowed the ancient ancestor's phantom. From start to finish, not even his clothes were lifted. What a pity, after being burned like this, quite a bit of source energy was wasted. Looks like I have to enter the foreign realm later and kill a few more immortal kings, or else I won't be able to make up for this bit of loss. Guchanga spoke, his eyes deep and lonely. However, even the fallen true essence immortal king was in despair. Why was it that even when it burned its soul, it still couldn't harm Guchanga in the slightest? It didn't even know what kind of method Guchanga used. It was powerful to the point where it felt despair, unable to resist in the slightest. Why are there 2 forbidden bottles? Where did he get so many imitations? In the distance, Xianxia immortal king, Qingming immortal king, and the others were shocked by the great Tao bottle that appeared again, their eyes filled with shock. They originally thought that Guchanga producing an imitation to isolate the 3 of them was already an unimaginable thing. But now, he produced this again, instantly devouring the fallen true essence immortal king's final method. How could this not make them shocked and horrified, finding it hard to believe, Hong? However, right at this moment, several star domains away, in front of Western Heaven Gate, terrifying halberd light suddenly descended, as if it could hack through endless time. It was faint green, carrying terrifying killing energy to the extreme. The stars in the heavens all swayed, the universe in all directions crying out in grief, almost hacked to pieces by this terrifying halberd light. This strike surged with heavenly stars, divine radiance intimidating all deities. It was just too intense, halberd light filling heaven and earth, as if this was the only strike left in this world. It's Senior Ming King who took action. This is too great. Worthy of being Senior Ming King, just this strike alone is far from what we can compare to, completely unable to catch up to him. Xianxia immortal king, Qingming immortal king, and the others all recognized this strike. Excitement that was hard to hide appeared on their faces, as well as the fear of surviving a disaster. As immortal king existences, the reason why they treated the Ming King with so much respect was mainly because the Ming King had previously killed far more than one immortal king, powerful beyond compare. It wasn't an encirclement or scheme, but rather an open and aboveboard killing. Even the foreign emperor clan ancestors had summoned him before. Of course, the Ming King's seniority was even more ancient, existing since the Forbidden Great Era. It was to the extent where after immortal domain's heavens collapsed, he followed the foreign great army, slaughtering his way into immortal palace. The Ming King even more so spoke bluntly, previously witnessing an unimaginable scene, gaining enlightenment from it. When they saw the Ming King take action, they all felt much more at ease, releasing a breath of relief. Just now, the pressure Guchunga gave them was just too great, making them break out in cold sweat, finding it hard to calm down. However, the Ming King's appearance was like a pillar of support, making them all feel a bit more at ease, deciding to follow his lead. And Guchunga, who was currently planning to completely refine the fallen true Ho Immortal King, also raised his brows slightly, a bit shocked, feeling a bit of familiarity. Then, an expression of interest even more so appeared on his face. It's the Ming King, he actually appeared as well. Turns out there was another king hiding in the dark, moreover the Ming King. Jin Yuang spoke in shock, feeling incomparable restraining fear towards the Ming King, deeply understanding how terrifying he was. Even if it was immortal domain's immortal kings, when mentioning the Ming King, they would still feel restraining fear. Then, he even more so feared that Guchunga didn't understand, starting to explain, "Great One, your respected self might not know, but the Ming King is a well-known vicious individual from the foreign realm, previously killing several immortal kings of the same realm. He has lived for an incomparably long amount of time, dating back to the taboo Great Era, strength deep and immeasurable. Moreover, the most frightening thing is that he has a vicious weapon. It is rumored that he relied on that vicious weapon to cut down several immortal kings, incomparably powerful, even being summoned by the foreign realm's unmatched existences before. Ming King, this was the name the foreign realm's people called him. It could be said that there was no one who didn't know this name. There were no immortal kings of the same realm who didn't feel restraining fear towards him. Even the southern immortal domain behind Jin Yuang, the current ruler Moon King, when mentioning the Ming King, would feel restraining fear. Ming King? Guchunga nodded slightly, but he didn't pay that halberd light any attention, instead devouring the fallen true Ho Immortal King's remaining source. Hong. This terrifying halberd light finally slashed into the vast black sea, setting off a boundless tide of energy, causing the surrounding star field to collapse and collapse. However, that was all. High up in the void, the great Tao precious vase bobbed up and down, pouring down boundless fog like a waterfall, converging into a black sea of energy. This black sea of energy completely separated the two sides. Xianxia Immortal King, Qingming Immortal King, and the others attacked for a long time, but they still couldn't break through. When they saw that this attack was still unable to break through this black sea, Xianxia Immortal King, Qingming Immortal King, and the others all revealed expressions of shock, a bit doubtful of their own eyes. However, they quickly reacted, respectfully greeting a figure who walked over from behind them. Greetings to Senior Ming King, a stooped figure wearing a black robe appeared. His face was shrouded by mist, so it was impossible to see his features clearly. However, the surroundings were filled with a terrifying aura that made even the great Tao rumble, as if this world couldn't bear it. No need to be overly courteous. He waved his hand, his ancient voice extremely calm. Ming King appeared. He looked incomparably old, but no one dared to underestimate him. No immortal king dared to underestimate that attack just now. Is it an imitation of that forbidden object? No wonder it can have such vast divine might, swallowing the heavens and earth, omnipotent. It's pardonable that it can block my attack. Ming King stared at the great Tao precious vase suspended in the void. His gaze was a little serious, but it was soon filled with blazing heat. Following Ming King's appearance, in the sky above the western immortal realm, the great Tao rumbled and collided, even more terrifying than the scene just now. One universe after another was colliding, as if because of his arrival, they were about to collapse and explode. It had to be said that the reason why Ming King could have such terrifying power was deeply related to his cultivation. Many foreign citizens who recognized him all knelt on the ground devoutly, kowtowing to him continuously, full of reverence. Even in front of the ancient city of Tongtian, the foreign citizens who were scared to the point that their souls trembled when Guchunga swallowed the essence of the fallen immortal king, were chanting Ming King's name loudly. All the descendants of the Western Immortal Realm also felt fear because of Ming Qing's arrival. Although they had never seen Ming Qing before, they had heard of this foreign Immortal King's ferocious name from various ancient records and rumors. Guchanga was also sizing up this Ming Qing at this moment, estimating his strength. If Immortal King Xianxia and Immortal King Qingming could be called early-stage Immortal Kings, then this Ming King's cultivation should be at the mid-stage, close to the late stage. For him to be able to make the world so fearful, just relying on his cultivation was definitely not enough. You have an imitation of the forbidden object, so you must have seen the real one before, right? At this moment, Ming Qing spoke. His gaze passed through the vast black sea and looked at Guchanga. Seeing the great Tao treasure bottle floating beside him, a divine light shone from his eyes, like a divine sword, shining brightly and oppressively. Ming Qing did not care about Guchanga killing the fallen Immortal King and swallowing his essence. His main attention was on the two great Tao treasure bottles. In his opinion, since Guchanga could have two imitations of the forbidden object, it was obvious that he had seen the real one and refined it through many methods, just like him. As for Guchanga's identity of returning from reincarnation, he did not have any doubts. This was because ordinary living beings and cultivators could not have such terrifying strength at such a young age. That bottle is indeed a forbidden object that appeared in the ancient records. It is very similar to the forbidden existence that destroyed the Immortal Palace and destroyed the heavens in the Forbidden Era. He may also be someone from the Forbidden Era who saw that battle and appeared in this world through reincarnation. Xianxia Immortal King also spoke. His gaze also landed on the great Tao treasure bottle. He had only heard about it in the ancient records. He never thought that he would come into contact with it one day. It was just an imitation, but it had unimaginable power, almost destroying his pagoda. Listening to their words, Guchanga's interest grew even stronger. He revealed a faint smile and said, "What are you trying to tell me by saying this? Are you trying to let me know that you have good taste? Or that you have some insight?" The far-sighted king did not mind Guchanga's casual and contemptuous tone. He stood under the sky and said with an aged voice, "Tao friend, there is no need to be like this. We can actually get along peacefully." In his eyes, the fall of the fallen Immortal King was not worth caring about at all. Moreover, in his opinion, Guchanga appearing at this time and even attacking the foreign Immortal King was very likely to make the foreign realm retreat from the Western Immortal Domain and return the territory to the Western Immortal Domain. This kind of thing, for Ming Qing, was just a matter of a few words. Oh? Get along peacefully? How do you want to get along peacefully? Hearing this, Guchanga still had a faint smile on his face. He said, "Do you want me to raise you, and then let me devour and enjoy when I need it? Or what?" Seeing that Guchanga had no intention of talking to them, Ming Qing's expression darkened. The wise emperor said with a dark expression, "Cultivator, do you really think you're unbeatable after killing the fallen truth centipede Immortal Emperor? Since you have the imitation of that forbidden item, you should be able to recognize this old man's weapon." Boom. As he spoke, he snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. A terrifying murderous aura surged into the sky, as if it was going to tear this universe apart. A faint green halberd appeared and flew through the sky. Just a wisp of aura was enough to make Immortal Kings tremble in fear. Xianxia Immortal King, Qingming Immortal King, and the others were also shocked. They felt a piercing pain in their bodies, as if they were going to explode. It was unbearable. And this was just the aura emitted by this murderous weapon. It was stained with the blood of many Immortal Kings, and it had even slaughtered the true spirits of Immortal Kings. It was a true peerless murderous weapon. This great halberd appeared. It was unknown what kind of material it was made from, its entire body dark green. Even though it was only a zhang long, it was so heavy that it could crush the universe. The cold and gloomy halberd blade was full of traces of great changes. There were some areas that were still stained with blood that hadn't dried up. Those blood traces were extremely resplendent, divine light interweaving, as if they belonged to the most powerful beings who had previously lost their lives to it. Even now, there was still an unmatched vicious might that pervaded the air, intimidating all directions. "It's this vicious weapon, Immortal King Qingming, Immortal King Xianxia, and the others' faces revealed alarm. They were all shaken by this type of aura, their bodies aching, not daring to get too close. They naturally understood how terrifying this Ming King's vicious weapon was. The number of immortal kings who lost their lives to it was definitely not small. There was previously an immortal domain matchless immortal king who was hacked by this vicious weapon, losing his life. Ming King also relied on this vicious weapon to make many immortal kings feel restraining fear. There were rumors that the reason why Ming King was summoned by the foreign emperor clan ancestors was actually also because of this vicious weapon. Only, no one knew where Ming King's vicious weapon came from, what kind of background it had. However, from Ming King's words today, could it be that this vicious weapon was related to the Forbidden Era? Meanwhile, while Immortal King Qing Ming, Immortal King Xian, and the others were shocked, Guchanga's eyes landed on this great halberd, his interest becoming stronger and stronger. It's this vicious weapon. It is unknown where Ming King obtained this exceptional vicious weapon. In the past, Immortal Domain's immortal kings had previously tried to deduce this vicious weapon's origins, but they all failed, even suffering a backlash. There were immortal kings who said that they had seen its appearance in the Forbidden Era, but that also became a rumor, only recorded in some ancient books. Only, it is unknown if there is any connection. There were immortal kings who tried to calculate the weapons of the immortal kings of the present heavens. This vicious weapon was shockingly ranked among them, forcefully suppressing many immortal king weapons, known as a world-destroying weapon. Gold Ingot said with a trembling voice. Even though there was a boundless black sea between them, he still felt uneasy. He was intimidated by the aura emitted by this murderous weapon, and his scalp went numb. When two immortal kings fought, even if the victor was decided, it would still take a very long time. It might even take over 10,000 years, or even longer. However, Ming Wang was able to use this murderous weapon to kill several immortal kings, staining his hands with the blood of several immortal kings. From this, one could see how terrifying this murderous weapon was. Since you have the replica of the forbidden bottle, you should be able to recognize this weapon of mine. Ming Wang stood in the sky. His aged voice was filled with arrogance and indifference. Through the Black Sea, he talked to Guchanga across the shore. Don't think that just because you have those two bottles, you are invincible. This old man's weapon is the most ferocious weapon below the Immortal Emperor weapon. It can move unhindered in the universe and no one can compare to it. Even the immortal king vessels from the other true worlds are inferior before my weapon. In the past, the monarch clan's ancestor was even willing to exchange a quasi-immortal emperor artifact for this old man. We are both replicas of the forbidden artifacts, but when this old man refined this weapon, he spent countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. On the day it was completed, I even sacrificed several immortal king blood essences. Although it is far from reaching the embryonic form of the real thing, in the current immortal region, it can be said to be invincible. His tone was filled with an extremely strong sense of pride. During the Forbidden Era, he had yet to become an immortal king. As someone who had achieved the Tao, he followed the foreign army and slaughtered his way into the collapsed immortal palace. At that time, he was fortunate enough to personally witness the halberd that destroyed the heavens. With just a single halberd light, the world was destroyed, and the ancient times were silent. No laws could resist it. The great Tao was collapsing, and the heavens were crying out in grief. He stood there in shock, unable to regain his senses for a long time. In the end, he used up all of his strength to leave behind a divine mark of that halberd light in his mind. It was also that divine mark that made him who he was today, and even helped him become an immortal king. After becoming an immortal king, Ming Wang used all of his methods to try and restore the murderous weapon he saw at that time. After many failures, he finally managed to refine this replica. Even though Ming Wang knew that this imitation was far from reaching the embryonic form of that scene he saw back then, it was already enough for him. It was enough for him to move unhindered among many immortal kings, leave behind a vicious reputation, making everyone fear him. When they heard this, Immortal King Qing Ming, Immortal King Xian, and the others were all stunned, great waves stirring in their hearts. Before this, they really didn't expect Ming Wang's weapon to have this type of background. Even though it was just an imitation, it still made immortal kings shiver in fear. Moreover, the most important thing was that it was related to the Forbidden Era, to the extent where it was related to Guchanga's two precious bottles. It was an imitation of a forbidden item. I indeed recognize it. Guchanga had a bit of a rumination in his heart. He chuckled lightly. However, who was it that told you that the great Tao bottle in my hand was an imitation? It isn't an imitation? Ming Wang, Immortal King Kuan Xian, and Immortal King Qing Ming were slightly startled when they heard this. They frowned deeply, not believing Gu Chang's words. If it wasn't an imitation, how could it have such vast power, devouring the world? Nothing could resist that kind of devouring force. Even time and space in the surroundings were destroyed and dissipated. If it isn't an imitation, then how did you get these 2 bottles? Who exactly are you? Ming Wang frowned deeply. With a shake of his hand, the halberd swept across the sky and landed in his hand. Before this, he was like an old man in his twilight years, but suddenly, his aura changed. He was like a god of slaughter from the ancient times. His murderous aura rushed through the clouds, penetrating the sky, as if it was going to tear this universe apart. Countless people from the other side knelt on the ground, kowtowing in his direction, admiring him to the extreme. Immortal King Kuan Xian, Immortal King Qing Ming, and the others even retreated to avoid being swept away by the aftershock of Ming Wang's attack. Even they were terrified of this murderous weapon, worried that they would be affected by it. An imitation? Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and didn't explain. At the next moment, the 2 bottles of the great Tao in the void shattered with a crack. Then, they turned into a vast black Wang Yang and rushed into the universe. It was a sea of black runes of the great Tao, vast and mighty like a heavenly river bursting its banks. With a boom, it exploded with unimaginable terrifying power. All the planets were shaking as if they were hit by the terrifying energy. They couldn't stop it at all. Many powerful perfected immortals knelt down, trembling, as if their souls were about to be torn apart, let alone ordinary beings. This isn't a weapon, but just runes of the great Tao? Ming Wang, Immortal King Kuan Xian, Immortal King Qing Ming, and the others reacted immediately. Their expressions changed drastically. They naturally could tell that this was a bottle made of runes of the great Tao. It was definitely not an imitation like they had thought at the beginning. They were wrong before. They actually thought this kind of treasured art was a weapon. After they reacted, their expressions changed drastically. They were shocked and in disbelief. Especially Ming Wang. He had just slashed down with his halberd, which was enough to tear apart the universe, but he couldn't split that black sea. Now, he was told that this bottle of the great Tao was only formed by a treasured art and not a physical weapon. How could he accept this? Impossible. How did you do it? Did you really come into contact with that thing? Ming Wang's expression changed. He suddenly thought of a certain possibility, and a thick heat appeared in his eyes. To him, the most urgent thing in his life was to come into contact with the forbidden item and learn its true meaning, so that the prototype he described would be more realistic. If Gu Chang'e had come into contact with that thing and learned something from it, it wouldn't be surprising that he could condense a bottle through a treasured art. I did come into contact with it. Gu Chang'e was still chuckling. And coincidentally, I also have a weapon that is very similar to the one in your hand. What? Ming Wang couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Before he could react, his eyes suddenly widened, filled with shock and disbelief. Boom! A monstrous murderous aura spread out, and a black light appeared. A black and cold halberd appeared in Gu Chang'e's hand. He pointed to the south and slashed lightly. The blade of the halberd hummed softly, causing the great Tao to collapse. The entire vast sky cracked open like a brittle piece of paper, and a boundless crack appeared. It seemed to lead to the vast outer realm. This soft humming sound seemed to shatter eternity, break the heavens, and cut through the universe and the long river of time. All traces and Tao techniques disappeared under this soft humming sound, turning into powder. Ming Wang's eyes widened. His heart was filled with shock, disbelief, and fear to the extreme. How was this possible? At this moment, he suddenly recalled the halberd light that tore through the myriad of worlds during the Forbidden Era. It was just as vast and terrifying as this, and it obliterated and destroyed everything. This, his voice was trembling, and his entire body was trembling. Endless fear swallowed him, causing his legs to go weak. Say, do you think the weapon in my hand is also a replica? Although Gu Chang'e was smiling gently, there was coldness in the depths of her eyes, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. It's so similar to Ming Wang's weapon. What is going on? Immortal Emperor Qingming, Immortal Emperor Xian, and the others were still in a daze. They stared at the 8 Desolation halberd in Guchang's hand, trying to figure out what it was. However, when they glanced at it, a cold halberd light suddenly struck down in their minds, as if it had come from the deep universe. It was going to shatter their souls on the spot. Immortal Emperor Xian and Immortal Emperor Qingming were severely injured. They spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their eyes were filled with astonishment and fear. Even they were unaware that their voices were trembling. This is something that can't be looked at directly. This is something that can't be looked at directly. Immortal King Xian, Immortal King Qingming, and the others' Dao hearts were trembling. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Their voices were trembling, containing great fear. Just now, they had only taken a look at the 8 Desolation demonic halberd in Guchang's hand, and their eyes were stinging. They were about to cry blood, and they hurriedly looked away. In their consciousness, there was a tearing pain, as if there was really a halberd light that was slashing towards them from across the sea of stars, wanting to destroy their body and soul. As immortal kings, they knew a lot about some terrifying secrets in this world. Some things might not be different for mortals or ordinary cultivators, and it wouldn't affect them at all. However, in the eyes of those high-level beings, it was a terrifying thing. It was indescribable, and it could easily kill them. It could easily cause a cultivator to fall into a state of madness, and it was even more frightening than the collapse of one's Dao heart. If someone with a higher cultivation level saw this thing, it might not be as simple as bleeding from the eyes. Their spirit might be shaken, and they might be in a life-and-death crisis. At this moment, Immortal King Xian, Immortal King Qingming, and the others were trembling. They didn't expect that they would one day encounter the legendary thing that couldn't be looked at directly. Normally speaking, such an indescribable object would only appear in the origin world. Just like the fallen immortal King Zhenhe that Guchanga killed previously. It was because it was contaminated with the in-extinction qi from the source world that caused its physical body to undergo a certain transformation, becoming invincible. The source of the in-extinction qi was the source world, which was also an unspeakable thing in the world. They had heard of some ancient immortal records that immortal kings encountered a kind of fog among the unspeakable things. Just by looking at it from afar, they couldn't control their minds and walked towards it. They gathered around the fog and became a walking corpse. One had to know that that was an immortal king. Just by looking at it from afar, he suffered such a calamity and would never be reincarnated. Just thinking about it made them shudder. It was difficult to trace the source and origin of those strange things. Why does he have such an unspeakable thing, or could it be that we were wrong from the very beginning? Thinking of this, the way they looked at Guchanga had already changed greatly. They thought of a possibility that they didn't even dare to think of before. At this moment, Immortal King Xian, Immortal King Qingming, and the others were trembling in fear. That is, the wise king, on the other hand, was so shocked that his scalp went numb. His entire body was trembling and he could no longer speak. He looked at Guchanga on the other side of the Black Sea. The hand that was holding the halberd was trembling slightly. Even though it was the Ming king who had dominated the other side for many great eras, feared by many immortal kings, known as the vicious king by the people of this world. But at this moment, he still felt endless fear and shock. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. That's the real deal, don't tell me you're. Ming Wang naturally recognized the 8 Desolation demonic halberd. Back then, he had only imitated a halberd light. However, he was able to see the scene of the heavens collapsing. The great halberd soared through the sky and hacked down from above, shattering and destroying everything. If he didn't see its original form, how could he possibly imitate it in the future? However, the wise king really didn't expect that there would be a day when he would truly be able to see the real thing, moreover so close to him. However, what made the wise king feel the most fear was still that the owner of the real thing was standing right in front of him. Just now, they even wanted to say that they were going to surround and hunt him down. Before this, the wise king didn't think in that direction at all. After all, this was just too inconceivable. The main culprit of the Forbidden Great Era, the one who led to Immortal Palace's destruction, the separation of Origin Realm and Immortal Domain, the forbidden existence who severed heaven's connection, now actually appeared before him alive. Who would have expected this? Who even dared to think about it? One had to understand that this was a forbidden existence who wiped out 3,000 provinces with a single hand, the 9 heavens 10 earths all trembling in fear. Even the immortal palace that once reigned supreme over the heavens was nothing before him. The immortal palace lord of the immortal palace died because of him, and the immortal realms declined because of him. One could say that the current state of the immortal realms was all because of him. Even on the other side, when the undying emperor clan ancestors mentioned his existence, they would still carry reverence, restraining fear, and even fear. At this moment, the wise king felt chills run down his entire body, his hands and feet going cold. After learning the truth, he didn't even have the courage to speak. His face was full of fear and uneasiness, no longer having the arrogance and confidence from before. 0-inch, it seems like you should have recognized me. Since you know who I am, then you should also understand that I wasn't joking with you all just now. The corners of Xianxia's lips still carried a faint smile. Then, the 8 desolation demonic halberds swept through the sky. Heaven, overflowing baleful energy, was simply about to make the cosmos in front of him collapse. The divine wills that were spying in all directions were instantly turned into dust. In an instant, they were reduced to dust and ashes. Many shocked and trembling groans could be heard. Then, the entire sky became deathly silent. Could it really be that one, immortal King Qingming, immortal King Xianxia, and the others' voices were also trembling. When they saw the changes in the wise king's expression, they also understood. Things really were as they guessed. While feeling horrified, they only felt their souls continuously tremble. This was an emotion they had never felt before after becoming immortal kings. 0 fear, alarm, uneasiness, that taboo existence reappeared in this world, moreover appearing before their eyes. This type of horror that was like the reappearance of an ancient legend made even the minds of immortal kings tremble uneasily. Even if an emperor clan ancestor appeared here, he might have the same reaction as them. Right now, if there was one who wasn't surprised by this scene in the slightest, it would be the big red bird who was always at the side. It understood Xianxia's identity well, so it naturally understood what Xianxia's reappearance in immortal domain meant for the people of the present world. Once this news spread, at that time, the entire immortal domain, even the foreign side, would fall into endless panic. Before the taboo Great Era, the demon lord didn't break off relations with immortal palace. For some unknown reason, he had previously headed to the foreign side, slaughtering an emperor clan. Even the emperor clan ancestor was killed by him. That was the most powerful power in the foreign side, one that could be traced back to when it was first born. However, it was destroyed just like that, becoming the only emperor clan in the foreign side that was destroyed. It had to be known that the emperor clan ancestor was basically an undying existence, an emperor among immortals. They were the most powerful existences that could be born in the true world, already standing at the peak, representing the ceiling. Even if it was Immortal Palace's great palace master, at his peak, he could at most defeat the emperor clan ancestor. That was why it could be imagined just how great of a commotion the destruction of an emperor clan brought to the foreign side. Later on, when Immortal Palace unified the heavens, the foreign side didn't dare to step into immortal domain because of this layer of relationship. This was definitely the most terrifying existence since ancient times. There was no one like it. At least, this was the case in the mountain and sea realm. Even someone as powerful as the former great palace master of Immortal Palace died because of him. The strongest ancestor of the foreign realm was killed by him. In the ancient records, there were even records that said that this forbidden existence was actually born in an unknown world. His cultivation was so deep that it already surpassed the knowledge of the world. This was the limit that a true world could not bear. The area in front of sky-penetrating ancient city was deathly silent. Immortal King Xianxia, Immortal King Qingming, and even King Ming were trembling uneasily. Their faces were filled with disbelief and fear. This news was too terrifying. If they did not see it with their own eyes today, they would not dare to believe it at all. If the ancestor of the foreign realm appeared here, he would also be like this. He would be as uneasy as them and feel great fear. The main culprit that caused the forbidden era reappeared in the world once again. He walked out of the world of origin and pushed open the legendary door. He was not an existence in reincarnation. He was someone who almost destroyed reincarnation. Before this, they even wanted to surround and hunt Xianxia. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. They were simply complaining that their lifespans were too long. Many of the foreign realm creatures did not know what this meant, but from the expressions of Immortal King Xian, Immortal King Qingming, and the others, they could guess that Guchunga's origins were probably even more terrifying than they imagined. Forbidden object. Gold Ingot was also trembling at this moment. His face was pale. He turned his head with great difficulty, trying to see Guchunga's face clearly. He really did not expect that Guchunga would actually be that legendary existence. This news was too shocking. Even if the other immortal kings were here, they would still be scared stiff and find it hard to accept. At this moment, he also understood why Guchunga had said that he would try to use Immortal King Xian, Immortal King Qingming, and the others as source nourishment. Even the most powerful creatures now, who could look down on the past, present, and future, would tremble in fear in front of Guchunga. The celestial realm was vast. Although it was now divided into 5 regions, some information was not cut off from each other. Such a great thing happened in Western Immortal Domain. The 4 and 4 kings descended, breaking through Western Heavenly Gate, long alarming the experts of the other immortal domains. Some true immortals were spying from afar. There were even immortal kings who used some methods to try and understand the situation here. Jin Yuan had come with sincerity, hoping to rope in Guchunga and have him submit to the southern celestial realm. The Moon Prince was even willing to say that he was willing to share the world with Guchunga. In this current era, the existence of a single celestial king was extremely important, especially in the southern celestial realm where there were only 2 celestial kings on the surface. Therefore, Gold Ingot felt that as long as Guchunga was rational, he would consider the Moon Prince's conditions. However, he would never have thought that Guchunga had such a great background. He was the existence known as the taboo. If the Moon Prince found out about this, she would definitely find it hard to calm down. The entire celestial realm would enter a state of panic. After all, for the celestial realm, Guchunga's existence was even more terrifying than the foreign realms. If it wasn't because of him, how could celestial realm collapse? How could those supreme beings of the past fall, the immortal palace that had previously ruled the heavens, the foreign realm not daring to take half a step into the lightning pool, how could it be buried in the long river of history? At this time, everyone was horrified. Even those who stood at Guchunga's side were trembling in fear, their entire bodies covered in cold sweat. The true immortals who came with Jin Yuan originally thought that they could see an incomparable battle. When they saw the fallen true Ho immortal king killed by Guchunga, moreover had his source devoured, they didn't feel any fear at all, instead feeling joy. It was because from the start, they felt like Guchunga was the king of celestial realm's side, facing the foreign realm's side. However now, after understanding these taboo secrets, they were all horrified, simply feeling a chill run down their backs. Just now, they were still blindly thinking that Guchunga might stand up for Western Immortal Domain. However, in reality, Guchunga might not have any intentions of paying them any attention, let alone upholding justice. From the start, they already thought too much, all of them unrealistic thoughts. It was clear that when Guchunga took action to kill the foreign realm's immortal king, it might truly be because he wanted to kill that immortal king, and then seize his source. When they thought of this, they were even more alarmed. This existence really treated immortal kings as nourishment. Celestial realm's current immortal kings, if they obtained this news, all of them would find it difficult to calm down, unable to eat or sleep in peace. Hong. A great battle soon erupted here again, the heavens shaking. Xianxia immortal king, Qingming immortal king, and the others also reacted after recovering from their shock. Since Guchunga was that taboo existence, then he definitely wouldn't joke around with them. At this time, no matter how much fear they felt inside, they still had to resist. Otherwise, they would only be like the fallen true Ho immortal king, becoming source nourishment to be seized. Ming King was even more decisive, turning around and tearing apart the cosmos without saying a word, wishing to escape. He couldn't produce any thoughts of contending against Guchunga at all. Previously, he still felt like he could rely on the 8. Desolation demonic halberd replica to dominate the world, kill Guchunga. However, right now, his only thought was to flee back to the foreign realm, seek the protection of the Emperor clan ancestors. However, after Guchunga revealed his identity, he didn't plan on letting them escape. When he saw the foreign realms kings want to escape, he only revealed a faint smile. He raised the halberd, hacking outwards. All of Western immortal domain trembled, the heavens rising and falling like a piece of paper. Then, with a chi-la sound, endless strong winds and chaotic energy blew out from within, as if the world was going to be erased. Great stars surged over one after another like flowing sand, simply as if a hole was ripped open in heaven and earth. Endless immortal light rushed into the heavens here. That black sea condensed from the great Tao precious pitcher even more so surged, drowning out heaven and earth. At this time, not even true immortals could see the scene there clearly. They only saw Guchanga walking over, his figure indistinct, as if he was suppressing this glorious great world. Endless time and space were all shattered, the great river of time rising and falling in all directions. Xianxia immortal king, Qingming immortal king and the others were resisting, their bodies surging with immortal light, great Tao energy swirling about. With a raise of their hands and feet, it was as if they wanted to rush through the world. They did everything they could, but there was still bloody light that splashed out like giant waves, washing heaven and earth into a bloody color. However, the result was cruel. After Guchanga activated the 8 desolation demonic halberd, he didn't plan on letting them go. This battle quickly came to an end, not continuing for long. Bloody light surged, irregular scenes of immortal kings falling appearing. Great stars were damaged, blood moons suspended high above, the entire cosmos seemingly weeping blood. In the distant cosmos, in the Tao-right Xianxia immortal king and the others were in, there was even more so a rain of blood pouring down. There were sounds of grief everywhere, countless foreign people finding this hard to accept. After the foreign immortal kings invaded immortal domain, they actually fell there, the entire world feeling grief. The Ming king's heart was filled with endless fear. He was extremely lucky. Xianxia immortal king, Qingming immortal king and the others stopped Guchanga, allowing him to quickly tear through the cosmos, flee back to the foreign realm. Of course, in reality, it was Guchanga who purposely made him leave. The goal was precisely to make the Ming king return to the foreign realm, make news of this spread, incite panic in the foreign realm. Even though Guchanga was powerful now, if he faced the Emperor clan ancestor, he still didn't have much of a chance of victory. The difference between immortal kings and half-immortal emperors was far more terrifying than that between true immortals and those who achieved the Tao. Moreover, the Emperor clan ancestor wasn't an ordinary half-immortal emperor either. The existence with the deepest Tao was already at the immortal emperor level. Seizing this opportunity, Guchanga planned to use this source to reconstruct his immortal body, make his body perfect and without flaws. In the skies above Western immortal domain, a rain of blood scattered down, simply covering a large expanse of the cosmos. Many stars were dyed in the color of blood. Many immortal kings from the other side died miserably here, only the Ming king luckily escaping. When all of the foreign creatures saw this scene, they all sank into deep fear and disbelief. They were alarmed, kneeling on the ground, continuously trembling. For them, this was simply like a nightmare. Immortal kings who were eternally famous fell. They originally thought that after breaking through Western Sky Gate and ascending, they would sweep through Western immortal domain, be unmatched in the 9 heavens 10 earths. However, how could they fall just like that? Immortal king blood dyed the cosmos desolate border red, a total of 4 immortal kings falling. Even when immortal domain was at its most prosperous period, this was still something unimaginable. This news was too horrifying. Many foreign creatures roared out, unable to accept this conclusion. Many people previously treated the immortal kings as their faith, but now, their faith collapsed. This was no different from the collapse of the world, sinking into deathly silence and darkness. Just who exactly is that? Many foreign youngsters roared out angrily, their eyes red. They stared at Guchanga's figure in front of heaven-connecting ancient city, wishing to know his origins. Why was he so inconceivably powerful, killing 4 foreign kings alone? This type of battle accomplishment, even in the ancient era, was still world-shaking. Taboo individual, a few foreign elders trembled, vaguely grasping some words from the foreign immortal king's words. For ordinary creatures, there was no way they could see the true appearances of the immortal kings, let alone the situation of their battle. That was why they didn't know at all what Xianxia immortal king, Qingming immortal king, and the others discussed with Guchanga, why in the end, they all felt incomparable fear and despair. However, the only thing they were sure of was that Guchanga had a tremendous background. Even when the Ming King learned of this, he still quickly fled in alarm. In that instant, the Ming King even ignited his own source, fearing that he would be half a step too slow. This type of situation made one's hair stand on end. After personally witnessing it, they were even more horrified, in disbelief. Of course, Western immortal domain's many descendants, compared to the foreign creatures, were also incredibly horrified. In particular, Jin Yuan and the others were trembling. They couldn't even complete their sentences. They didn't dare to look at Guchanga directly. He was already sure that once news of this spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion, causing the various immortal realms to panic. On the other side, because of the death of the four kings, it was as if a great earthquake shook the world, creating scenes of landslides and tsunamis. Those foreign emperor clan ancestors who had been sleeping since ancient times might even wake up because of this. In the following days, immortal domain and the foreign realm would be swept through by this panic. My lord, as a half-step immortal king, Jin Yuan was the most powerful living being in this world apart from immortal kings. But now, he couldn't even stand steadily. His voice was trembling, and he didn't even dare to look at Guchanga. However, Guchanga did not care about his thoughts right now. He quietly closed his eyes, and wisps of light gushed out from his pores. The origin energy of immortal Emperor Qin Xian, immortal Emperor Qingming, and the others was even purer than the origin energy of fallen true centipede immortal Emperor. To him, this was the best nourishment. It was definitely not comparable to the origin energy of those who had achieved Tao and those who had a strong foundation when he was in the lower realm. Of course, Guchanga's current strength could not be greatly increased by devouring origin energy. This was especially so after he devoured the origin energy of the four immortal kings. He felt that there was a vague shackle in the world, and this shackle was not affected by his cultivation base. In fact, it could even be said that it had nothing to do with cultivation base. In Guchanga's opinion, this was related to the kismet of the true mountain and sea world. Right now, the immortal domain, the foreign realm, and even the world of origin were separated and had not merged. After reaching the limit of immortal king realm, one could clearly sense the shackle. It was just like how it was difficult for the immortal path to be born in the upper realm. In the current immortal domain, the limit of immortal king realm was already the peak. Those who stood in this realm could clearly sense the shackles and restrictions. Of course, Guchanga could only sense it. He had not reached that level yet. On the other hand, his body had not been refined to the point of a flawless immortal body, and he had not absorbed enough immortal Tao elements. This shackle would affect ordinary living beings, but it would not affect him. Guchanga did not rely on comprehending the laws of the world. Instead, he used the method of devouring to make up for what he lacked. Guchanga estimated that with his current speed, he would still need a long time to recover to the level of a devil master. At that time, what he wanted would not be in ordinary immortal king's origin energy, but a quasi-immortal emperor's origin energy, an immortal emperor's origin energy, and even the origin energy of other true worlds. Others did not know, but Guchanga knew that the immortal palace that had once ruled over the true mountain and sea world was actually built by Guchingi. To be more precise, the grand palace master of the true mountain and sea world was Guchingi. As the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world, her true strength surpassed that of an immortal emperor, but she was still a long way from transcendence. Only when she reached transcendence would she have the right to participate in the war of the heavens and attack the origin world. In the current true mountain and sea world, it was impossible for a cultivator to reach transcendence. If one appeared, the origin world would also sense it. Of course, Guchanga could not be sure. After all, since ancient times, prodigies had appeared in large numbers. Some existences used the method of transforming themselves and sealing themselves in various places. The aura of each part could be hidden from the senses of the origin world. When the complete body fused, they would be able to recover their cultivation at their peak. At their peak, there might be some who had reached or approached transcendence. When the Devil Master walked the world, the level he showed was that of a transcendence. Don't forget to go back and tell the Moon Queen behind you that she agreed to my conditions. I'll be waiting. Next time, when I come to the immortal region, I hope she'll be ready. Guchanga opened his eyes. His expression had returned to normal. He glanced at the trembling gold ingot and spoke casually. This trip to the immortal region had allowed him to understand some things. Through this door, Guchanga could descend to the immortal region at any time. He was not worried that there would be people blocking his way. According to his plans, the true mountain and sea world would be united sooner or later. Integrating the upper realm, the immortal region, and the foreign realm was necessary. Before that, he needed to return to the upper realm and connect the immortal region, making the two realms one. Before that, the southern immortal region would be the universe that connected. In ancient times, the upper realm, which was the origin world, was connected to the immortal region. There was no such thing as an ascension passage. It was a huge entity. However, during the Forbidden Era, the immortal region was taken away and became a large region outside the origin world. If one were to describe it, the upper realm was a vast and boundless continent, and the immortal region was the part of the continent that was broken off and drifted away. The upper realm was made up of countless universes and was connected to many lower realms. The immortal region also had many lower realms connected to it. However, due to the separation between immortal and mortal, the ascension passage had long been cut off, just like how immortals could not ascend to immortality in the upper realm. What Guchanga wanted to do now was to recreate the upper realm and make the immortal region's laws connect to the upper realm. This did not affect his original intention of establishing the divine nation. In a way, the immortal region now had an immortal king overseeing it. Some of the barriers were connected to the vast expanse, and one could go to other true worlds. Guchanga could also use this opportunity to come into contact with other true worlds and help him quickly take the next few steps. In addition, due to the appearance of the divine nation in the upper realm and the birth of the immortal investiture role, many of the lower realms in the immortal region had to rely on this method if they wanted to break through to the immortal realm. The laws in the immortal region were only suitable for the native life forms born in the immortal region. For the many life forms in the lower realms, if they wanted to adapt to these laws, they would have to spend a long time to get used to it. Now that the Great Era had arrived, there were not many people who could endure it for a long time. For Guchanga, the immortal investiture role was originally created to consolidate the unification of the divine nation. However, at this point, it could instead become a kind of shackle to bind his subordinates. Of course, after understanding the situation in the immortal region, Guchanga wanted to connect the two realms. It was not simply to make the laws of the immortal region descend to the upper realm and merge the laws of the two realms, making it perfect. His idea was to refine the ancient city of sky penetrating and even the passage behind it into the immortal ascension passage and control it exclusively in his hands. This way, it would not affect the fusion of the laws of the two realms, nor would it affect the status of the divine nation. If the cultivation of Guchanga's family members reached the limit of Tao attainment and wanted to break through to the immortal realm, they would naturally be able to pass through the immortal ascension passage. After experiencing the tempering of the laws of the immortal path and the baptism of the immortal tribulation, they would be able to accumulate the aura of the immortal path and break through to the immortal realm. The immortal investiture role and the immortal ascension passage. This was currently the two ways to achieve the immortal Tao for the vast beings of the upper realm, but both were controlled by Guchanga. Jin Yuan trembled, knowing what Guchanga meant by these words, and hurriedly replied, Sir, don't worry, after I return to the southern immortal region, I will definitely report everything to the Moon King. In fact, there was no need for him to report. Such a big thing happened in the western immortal region, and now the various immortal domains had already sensed it and more or less understood. Guchanga did not pay attention to Jin Yuan and the others. His figure had already turned into a ray of green light, disappearing in front of the ancient city of sky penetrating. That majestic ancient door was pushed open, and brilliant light once again pierced through the sky, surging with a vast and ancient aura. Immortal king blood scattered in the sky, and some stained the door, splashing out endless divine light. Everyone was in panic, kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Even if the immortal king had fallen, the bloodstains left behind were still supreme killing weapons that could easily kill a true immortal. After this battle in the western immortal domain, many foreign races began to evacuate, not daring to stay any longer. They were horrified by that scene. Regardless of whether it was true immortals or existences of other levels, they all only wanted to get as far away as possible. Even the descendants of the Western immortal domain were thinking of ways to leave this place, feeling deeply uneasy and fearful. Originally, that heaven-penetrating door was rumored to be a gate that connected to the realm of origin. But now, in their eyes, it seemed like it was connected to the 9 layers of hell, sealing a great vicious demon that could easily kill immortal kings. The ancient city of sky penetrating reappeared in the Western immortal domain, standing coldly at the end of this place, but no one dared to approach. The surrounding tens of thousands of li was covered in the blood of immortal kings, the earth corroded and shattered. Compared to the deathly stillness in front of the ancient city of sky penetrating, the other immortal domains were in an uproar, voices of shock everywhere. The northern immortal domain could be said to be the most prosperous and peaceful region apart from the central immortal domain. From a certain point of view, it was even comparable to the immortal domain of the 120 ancient times. Traces of true immortals could be seen in many places. In some ancient cities, every few thousand years, there would be true immortals who would appear, expound on the Tao for cultivators. It was to the extent where during immortal kings' birthday banquets, the experts of various universes would be invited, singing and dancing in celebration. This was also thanks to the northern immortal domain having 3 immortal kings. Moreover, the 3 immortal kings' Tao rites just happened to be located in the northern immortal domain's 3 directions. They formed a perfect triangle between them, guarding the northern immortal domain, making it impossible to break through. Now, in an ancient city where boundless immortal mist surged, dazzling ancient trees blossomed, a rain of light scattering down. A white-bearded and white-haired elder sat in the depths, endless primal chaos mist below the Tao platform. His face was filled with great changes. Expression calm, as if it contained endless ancient history, temperament deep and aloof. Now, he spoke softly, as if he was conversing with someone. Sure enough, it was as I predicted, shocking changes descended, 4 kings fell, this is an unprecedented great matter. Even that vicious from the other side had no choice but to burn his source to escape. It seems like that mysterious youngster's background indeed touches upon a taboo. Hong long long. The void trembled, and then it ruptured, revealing a boundless starry sky and cosmos. A red-haired figure walked out, great Tao fragments swirling around his body. His face was blurry, a heaven-crushing aura pervading the air. Previously, the 2 of them had discussed this matter here, but their expressions had never been this serious. Back then, the divine will I spied on was wiped out by a type of terrifying malice. If my movements were a bit slower, I would have suffered a backlash. However, I am extremely sure that it is indeed a taboo object, simply inconceivable. How could this type of existence appear in this world again? This red-haired figure spoke with a serious expression, his tone extremely heavy. As an immortal king, he originally thought that in this life, there wasn't much that could make him feel fear or unease. However, when he tried to see the scene of Western immortal domain clearly, his mind was almost shattered by the weapon in that young man's hands. This indeed already touched upon a level that left him horrified. As for what exactly happened, it seems like we can only send someone to the southern immortal domain to investigate. The people Moon King sent over personally saw everything, so they should know quite a bit. The current immortal domain really is experiencing troubled times. Why would a taboo existence suddenly appear? The white-haired and white-bearded elder said with a sigh. Even though he was proficient in the Tao of divination, he didn't dare take action to investigate something on that level. For immortal kings were killed with ease. That type of existence wasn't something immortal kings like them could recklessly speculate about. Aside from the northern celestial region, the other celestial regions were in a similar situation. The fall of the 4 kings was a rare event. Terrifying phenomena appeared in the various universes. The western celestial region regained its rare peace because of this. The various races of the other realms retreated and returned to the other realms, not daring to stay for long. Even some true immortals with unfathomable Tao felt their hair stand on end when they passed by the borders of the western celestial region. They could sense the unwillingness and regret left behind by the immortal kings after their deaths. They still lingered in the various galaxies. If one's mind was not firm enough, they would definitely be corroded by those emotions. It was easy to imagine just how desperate that battle was. The 4 kings of the other realms descended here with boundless power. They originally thought that they could sweep through everything, but in the end they all died here with hatred in their hearts. The commotion caused by this battle was even more terrifying than when the barrier of the western celestial region was broken through by the other realms. For a period of time, rumors appeared in various parts of the celestial region. Some people claimed that they witnessed that scene with their own eyes. A rain of blood fell from the sky. All sorts of the most terrifying phenomena since ancient times appeared. The world was dark, and only an endless silence and darkness remained. Some people also said that the existence who killed the 4 kings of the other realms came from the world of origin and descended through that door. They were taboo existences in the cycle of reincarnation that could not be spoken of. There were also people who said that it was actually a supreme expert from another origin world, not a living being from the world of origin. In short, there were all sorts of discussions and guesses. The Moon Prince Mansion in the southern celestial region was located in the depths of space. It was majestic and grand, and even the outer walls were made from various immortal jades. It was incomparably glorious. As the only 2 immortal kings in the southern celestial region, the Moon Prince's status was supreme, and the Moon Prince Mansion was a divine representation. The entire mansion was filled with hazy immortal light, and chaotic aura surrounded it. However, usually, no one dared to approach this place. Even the true immortal patriarchs of some orthodoxies could only look at it respectfully from afar. At that moment, a cushion descended from space in the depths of the Moon Prince Mansion. A flawless figure that was as white as the moon sat there cross-legged. Her face was blurry, and radiance surrounded her slender hands as if they were carved from the highest quality immortal jade. She was dressed in a hazy moon veil that flowed like water, and her hair was hazy. Taboo existence, at this moment, the Moon King spoke. It was as if he had lived millions and millions of years ago. Although his voice was like the sound of nature, there was no fluctuation of emotion. He was natural and ancient, drowned in the aura of chaos. Below, Gold Ingot waited respectfully with his head lowered. When he heard the question, he replied, "Everything I saw was true. I wouldn't dare lie to you, Moon King. Who would have thought that my words of persuasion would cause me to have to abide by them in the end?" There was not much emotion in his tone, but there was still some regret in it. She waved her hand, and the immortal jade teacup on the white jade table in front of her fell into her hand. Then, with a cracking sound, it shattered into ashes. It could be seen that she was not as calm as she appeared to be. Jing Yuan didn't dare to make a sound. After witnessing everything that had happened in front of heaven-penetrating city, his heart was filled with fear and trembling. He didn't dare to mention anything about it at all. When it came to taboo existences, every word and action could lead to karma. Even an immortal king was casually killed, so what was a half-step immortal king like him? He didn't have the ability to endure such terrifying karma. If it's really that taboo existence you speak of, then why did he ask for the territory of the southern immortal region? The Moon King paid no attention to Jing Yuan. Her beautiful brows were knit together, and she seemed to be muttering to herself as she guessed Guchunga's thoughts at that time. The reason she said that she wanted to unite the world was because she wanted to rope in an immortal king of unknown origins so that she could maintain the stability of the southern immortal region as much as possible. Otherwise, they would follow in the footsteps of the western immortal region sooner or later and be breached by foreign immortal kings, and she wouldn't be able to escape the fate of death. She was a supreme existence in the southern immortal region, and she ruled over the current southern immortal region. Meanwhile, King Pu only cared about the survival of the Buddhist kingdom, and he hadn't shown himself for a few tens of millions of years. The last time the Moon King saw him was a few epochs ago. He said that he hopes I'll be prepared when he descends to the immortal region next time. The Moon King spoke once more, and her gaze seemed to pierce through the boundless chaos and descend into the unknown. That's indeed what that Lord Taboo said. Jing Yuan replied, and he didn't dare conceal anything. Truly inconceivable. Countless epochs have passed, so how could that kind of figure still exist in this world? The Moon King was silent for a moment as she thought about it. Actually, she didn't have much of a choice right now. Guchunga said that he wanted her to be prepared, but he didn't say that he wanted her to choose. In other words, the next time Guchunga appeared in the immortal region, she had to hand over the southern immortal region to him. The Moon King had ruled over the southern immortal region for countless years, so she was more or less unwilling to hand over the southern immortal region just like that. However, she also clearly recognized that there was no room for refusal or negotiation in this matter. However, from another perspective, this might also be an opportunity for me. An existence that once destroyed the supreme immortal palace, the Moon King muttered, and her figure blurred again, disappearing from the praying mat. This place fell into a deathly silence. When Jin Yuan saw this, he inwardly released a sigh of relief, and then quietly retreated. He was worried that the Moon King wouldn't be able to think things through. Overestimating herself at this time, and tried to provoke that person. The living example of the fall of the foreign four kings was still right before his eyes. The Middle Immortal Region was located in the central region of the Boundless Immortal Region. The territory and universe it encompassed could be said to be boundless, and the borders couldn't be seen at all. Even if it was a true immortal whose cultivation was exceedingly high, it was basically impossible for them to cover its borders. This was also the most prosperous place in the present immortal region. It was the place of inheritance of the orthodoxies before the immortal region split apart. Even now, the other immortal regions added together could only be compared to the Middle Immortal Region's area. There were many ancient orthodoxies and families hidden in the Middle Immortal Region. Some could be traced back to before the Forbidden Era, and they all had immortal kings overseeing them. To put it bluntly, the remaining immortal regions were no different from desolate lands in the eyes of the beings in the Middle Immortal Region. Of course, the various immortal regions were separated by the Sea of Chaos and the Void Turbulence. True immortals found it difficult to cross, and they could only descend through ancient transmission formations. Hence, normally, it was also very difficult for the beings in the various immortal regions to come into contact with them. At this moment, a white-clothed woman appeared in an ancient city in the Middle Immortal Region. She carried an otherworldly aura, had bright eyes, white teeth, skin that was like jade, and was extremely beautiful. Her appearance caused even the heavens to be jealous of her. Young Miss Zijin, please don't make things difficult for us servants. The Western Immortal Region is too far away from here. Even if you want to rush over, you have to have the protection of a true Immortal Realm ancestor. Otherwise, the energy of the teleportation formation will crush you. There were many female cultivators that looked like maidservants following behind this white-clothed woman. All of them were extremely extraordinary and emanated immortal energy. I heard that a door that leads to the world of origin has appeared there. I want to go home and take a look. The white-clothed woman spoke with a slightly haggard expression, and she'd lost her usual liveliness. Young Miss Zijin, your home is in the immortal region, the maidservant spoke with a helpless tone. My home isn't here. I was just inexplicably brought here. The white-clothed woman shook her head, and her tone was extremely firm. But even if you can rush over, there are immortal kings that have fallen in the Western Immortal Region. Moreover, there's such a terrifying existence behind that door that even immortal kings were casually killed. Perhaps the world of origin is already in chaos and has already undergone a shocking change. Even immortal kings have concluded that that is a forbidden place and cannot be approached. You'd better not make things difficult for us servants. The group of maidservants followed behind and spoke helplessly. Hearing these words, the white-clothed woman was also a little dazed. Then, she shook her head in disbelief. Rumble. At this moment, an ancient chariot appeared in the universe and descended in this direction. There were two figures standing on the ancient chariot. One of them was dressed in white. He had a handsome appearance and a tall figure. His eyes carried a faint golden color, and he had a transcendent temperament. When he had a smile on his face, he gave off a gentle feeling, and his body was surrounded by immortal energy. The figure beside him was slightly burly and taller. His appearance was upright and dignified. His body was suffused with a faint golden light, and even his hair was like a god, flowing with golden radiance. Greetings, Lord Wushang. The moment they saw these two figures, the group of maidservants behind the white-clothed woman hurriedly bowed, and they were extremely respectful to one of them. Cousin Zijin, are you planning to leave Luowang City? The white-clothed man on the ancient chariot greeted with a smile as his gaze fell on the white-clothed woman. Luo Xian greets Miss Zijin. The tall man beside the white-clothed man also spoke at this moment with a friendly gaze. This city was called Luowang City, and it was a famous ancient city in the central celestial domain. It had existed for a long time and stood in the depths of the universe. It was vast and majestic. Most importantly, there was an ancient immortal king overseeing this city. His name was Luowang. It was Luo Wang's 100,000th birthday banquet, and many powerful cultivators in the central celestial domain were invited. The entire Luo Wang city was very lively. Many ancient immortal Dao families in the central celestial domain had rushed here. Divine light shone in the universe. Ancient warships swept past one after another, descending towards this place. The Wang family was an extremely famous immortal Dao family in the central celestial domain. They had an immortal king patriarch overseeing them. Moreover, their inheritance had never been severed. The white-robed man in front of them was the current young master of the Wang family, Wang Wusheng. He had unparalleled talent. He had cultivated for less than 1,000 years and had already entered the supreme stage. He was expected to complete the Dao within 3,000 years. In the future, there was a high possibility that he would touch the threshold of the immortal king realm. The tall young man beside Wang Wusheng was the successor of the Luo family. His name was Luo Xian. He had a noble status and was a young seed like Wang Wusheng. He was expected to become an immortal king in the future. Luo Wang's birthday banquet this time invited all the orthodoxies of the central celestial domain. As the host, Luo Xian personally accompanied Wang Wusheng. It was clear how much the Luo family valued Wang Wusheng. Luo Xian stared at Wang Zijin in front of the city with a friendly smile. The two figures descended from the ancient warship and landed in front of Luo Wang city. In front of the magnificent city gate, cultivators were as insignificant as ants. However, the two of them were extremely noble, and the surrounding cultivators all greeted them respectfully. Wang Zijin was dressed in white, and her face was somewhat thin. She looked at Wang Wusheng and Luo Xian who were walking towards her, and a sense of helplessness rose in her heart. She knew that she could not leave Luo Wang city today. Therefore, she turned around and left, not paying any attention to the two of them. Luo Xian was slightly stunned, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He said, "Miss Zijin is really different from ordinary girls." With his status, who in the entire central celestial domain would not give him some face, even some true immortal patriarchs thought highly of him, and would not treat him as an ordinary junior. However, on Wang Zijin's side, he kept running into a wall and didn't get the slightest response. Looking at Wang Zijin's departing figure, Wang Wusheng shook his head and chuckled. "I didn't expect that someone like Brother Luo would encounter such a situation one day. It seems that even heroes have a weakness for the charms of beautiful women. However, Cousin Zijin is not an ordinary person. Even our immortal king old ancestor thinks highly of her. Back then, we paid an enormous price to bring her here from the realm of origin. Brother Luo, if you want to pursue Cousin Zijin, you have to work harder. Of course, I personally strongly support this marriage." Hearing this, Luo Xian nodded and said solemnly, "Brother Wang, don't worry. I know my limits and will not act rashly. I heard that Miss Zijin is the reincarnation of a powerful existence from the ancient era and possesses an immortal imprint. That existence has a very deep relationship with the Wang clan and is also a peerless immortal king. She left behind an immortal imprint because it is very likely that she will reincarnate in this life and reach the peak again. At that time, her cultivation will most likely be greater than before." He admired Wang Zijin. On one hand, it was because of her personality and appearance. On the other hand, it was also because of Wang Zijin's extraordinary background. This also caused the entire Luo clan, including Patriarch Luo Wang, to agree with this matter. This matter involves a lot of things. Even I only know a little about it. In short, Cousin Zijin has a very special status in our Wang clan. Some true immortal patriarchs can't do anything to her. During this period of time, she has heard about what happened in the Western Celestial Domain and wants to go through that door to return to the realm of origin. However, the Western Celestial Domain is now a place where even immortal kings don't dare to casually set foot in. Isn't she courting death by going there rashly? Back then, even our immortal king old ancestor divined that an unexpected change would happen in the realm of origin. We can't bear the karma and shouldn't touch it. Wang Wusheng shook his head. When he mentioned this matter, he couldn't help but sigh and tremble. After all, those were 4 immortal kings of the foreign domain. They had all died tragically in the Western Celestial Domain, shocking all the realms and making them tremble. The realm of origin is a mysterious place. It is said that many existences of reincarnation are buried there. This time an existence that only exists in the Forbidden Realm has appeared, Luo Xian also sighed. Although they were the best of the younger generation in the central celestial domain, they didn't dare say that they would definitely become immortal kings in the future. In the eyes of those forbidden existences, they were no different from ants and dust. However, I hope that Brother Wang can help me keep an eye on that boy called Chen. He has an aura that I can't see through. I heard that Miss Zijin saved him once in the boundless battlefield out of kindness. Some time ago, I saw the methods that guy used in the arena. He seems to have the shadow of the underworld defying true world behind him. Then, Luo Xian's expression became serious, and he cupped his hands slightly. Shadow of the underworld defying true world? Wang Wushang was momentarily stunned, then his expression became solemn as well. The underworld defying true world was destroyed in the past, and the underworld defying true world is now almost extinct. However, if it really involves the underworld defying true world, then I'm afraid that even immortal kings will be alarmed. The two of them didn't discuss this matter too much, as it involved some major matters related to the other true worlds. The boundless battlefield was a vast land that connected to the endless vast expanse. Through it, if one knew the coordinates of the other true worlds, they could even descend there. However, only immortal kings had the right to cross the vast expanse. If true immortals stepped into it, they would instantly be crushed into dust by the vast expanse's aura. The boundless battlefield they spoke of wasn't the true vast expanse. It was just some outer regions located in the depths of the vast universe. It could be imagined to be the border of the celestial region. From time to time, living beings from other true worlds would appear in the boundless battlefield. The war there was endless, and it was an incomparably chaotic land. Of course, in the endless vast expanse, besides the other true worlds, there were many unknown lands and races in Avicania, which were involved in endless secrets. Even immortal kings had to be cautious when they appeared there. At the top of the divine nation in the higher realm, Guchanga appeared there. Ever since he left through the gate in ancient city of sky penetrating, he had refined the entire immortal ancient continent. With a supreme divine ability, he had shifted the immortal ancient continent to this place. However, if he wanted to completely open the passage between the two true worlds and refine it into the immortal passage, he would need a lot of time. That was why he had left behind an incarnation of his will in the divine nation. As for his real body, he had brought the immortal ancient continent and appeared in the endless space. Guchanga sat there and began refining the immortal passage. Primal chaos flames surged into the sky, burning the space to the point that it was about to collapse. During the time he left the higher realm, nothing out of the ordinary happened. Instead, the phenomenon of the immortal ascension had appeared in the immortal ancient continent, which caused all the races to send people to investigate. Of course, at that time, he had already left the higher realm and appeared in the celestial region. That was why no one found anything out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, after the big red bird returned to the higher realm, it separated from him. The big red bird was extremely fearful of him. It had personally seen him go to the celestial region and slaughter several immortal kings. This kind of action made it tremble with fear. Now, it only wanted to stay as far away from Guchanga as possible. After returning to Peach Village, the big red bird had no choice but to reveal some things to Gu Xian'er. Gu Xian'er also didn't expect that she had such a background. However, she didn't care about this. Because previously, when she was in the Immortal Academy, the successor of the Purple Mansion, Heavenly Monarch Ziyang, had once brought water from the reincarnation lake, wanting to let her recover the memories of her past life. At that time, Gu Xian'er decisively refused. She only firmly believed in this body. Everything in the past was just an illusion. Peach Village was extremely peaceful. Under Gu Xian'er's request, Guchanga specially built Gu Xian'er Palace for her. It was adjacent to Peach Village. Normally, it was also extremely convenient for Gu Xian'er to return to Peach Village. At the entrance of Peach Village, the peach trees were dazzling, extremely lush. Flower petals were everywhere, extremely beautiful and moving. Taoya's existence was already known to everyone. However, even Gu Xian'er and the people of Peach Village weren't sure of her relationship with Guchanga. A great fog blew over, making this place hazy. Soon, a peerlessly beautiful figure appeared. She walked out, without a speck of dust. On her sparkling white face, there was a trace of bewitching vermilion between her brows, making all living things go crazy. Taoyao looked at Peach Village behind her, lightly shaking her head. Then, she looked into the distant sky and closed her eyes. The current world already has some of its former appearance. She should be the same as me, recovering quite a bit. Perhaps I can give it a try. Then, she opened her glassy eyes again, reflecting the mountains, seas, and clouds in the distance. In a trance, the peach demon saw the scene of the past again. In the endless wasteland, a young girl sat in front of a withered peach tree with her arms wrapped around her knees. Her long hair was as black as ink, and it was so bright that it could reflect a person. Taoyao looked at the peaceful peach village in the distance again. She saw Yaoyao playing happily with some children. In fact, as her memories of the past awakened, she also understood many things. Yaoyao and her were actually not one, and it was difficult for them to merge. On the contrary, Yaoyao was formed from the thoughts that she entrusted after she suffered a calamity. That was the most carefree period of her life at the edge of the netherworld and the peak of the withered mountain. Buzz. The void trembled slightly and became blurry. Taoyao's figure took a step and disappeared from Peach Village. When she reappeared, there was a vast and surging miasma and demonic fog in front of her. The mountains were thousands of ravines, and thousands of demons were roaring. The heavens and the earth were deathly silent and dusky, as if they were sleeping in the netherworld. Red coat, she murmured softly. The demon mountain was not a specific region. Instead, it was made up of many broken ancient worlds of the universe, filled with miasma and demonic fog. Over the years, many great demons and ancient demons from various worlds had gathered at the demon mountain. Some of the demons who had once made a name for themselves had also submitted to the demon mountain and were ruled by the red-robed female demon. In the current upper world, the demon mountain was considered one of the top forces, excluding the divine nation. There were even rumors that the demon mountain had a deep connection with the current ruler of the divine nation, Xianxia, because he was once the lord of all demons. The master of the demon mountain, Xianxia, was Xianxia's disciple. For some reason, the two of them had a conflict and did not get along. However, this did not affect the status of the demon mountain. It could be considered a force comparable to the Gu family and the unparalleled celestial dynasty in the upper world. Now, as Taoyao stepped into the demon mountain, monstrous waves were set off. Demonic clouds rolled, and many figures appeared in the mountain ridges surrounded by chaotic fog. However, these silhouettes had clearly received instructions. They only glanced at Taoyao, and then quietly disappeared. Taoyao walked into the depths of the demon mountain with a calm expression. Her speed was not fast. The vast and turbulent demonic clouds parted in front of her, revealing a path to the heavens. In the depths of the demon mountain, there was a seemingly desolate mountain peak. It was not very tall. There was a simple thatched cottage and a clear stone pool. Demonic chi surged in all directions, but the surroundings were peaceful and peaceful. At the top of the mountain, a red-robed figure sat cross-legged. She was extremely beautiful, with delicate features like the most flawless porcelain. Her face was the size of a palm, her eyebrows were deep, her eyes were dark, and there was a mole under the corner of her eye. She looked at Taoyao walking over and suddenly smiled. This smile seemed to be able to bring disaster to the world and turn all living things upside down. It was difficult to describe all of this with words. Because of this, the sky became dazzling. Long time no see, old friend. Xianxia looked at Taoyao with a coquettish smile. At this moment, she seemed to be the demon, and Taoyao, who was walking over, had a sense of peace and holiness. It has indeed been a long time. I never thought that in the end, I would be the one to come and see you, Taoyao said softly as he landed on the mountain peak. Looking at the familiar scenery around her, she fell silent for a moment with a complicated expression. Although Xianxia hated Xianxia to the core, this could not hide her obsession. Otherwise, the layout of this place would not be exactly the same as the previous mountain. I didn't expect you to come and see me, Xianxia said with a smile. She seemed very calm at this moment, and there was no trace of the previous hostility in her eyes. She sat cross-legged at the peak of the mountain. Beside her was a simple stone table and a stone stool. There was also a small peach tree that had not yet grown up. Are you imitating him? Looking at Chan Hongyi's actions, her current expression, and her sitting position, Tao Yao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. She felt that Chan Hongyi was truly possessed, and very deeply. Perhaps only in this way can I feel his existence, as if I once had him. Chan Hongyi was still smiling, and her smile became even more bewitching. She did not deny her actions. Of course, in front of an old friend like Tao Yao, she had nothing to hide. The two of them used to know each other very well. You're really possessed. Tao Yao looked at her in a daze. At this moment, Chan Hongyi's expression seemed a bit like Guchanga's to her. Am I not a red-robed female demon now? So what if I'm possessed? Chan Hongyi still shook her head and smiled. Tao Yao didn't know what to say. The current Chan Hongyi was already difficult for her to connect with the heroic, pure, and innocent red-robed girl in her memories. How long have you been asking this question? After a moment of silence, she asked again. Chan Hongyi heard this question but did not answer. Her expression was a bit absent-minded. How long, did she mean possessed? Or did she mean like this, sitting on the mountain peak and forgetting the flowing water? She couldn't remember. Her memories were sometimes blurry and sometimes clear, and sometimes she felt like she had returned to her childhood, clear and muddled. Many scenes overlapped. Sometimes even she couldn't tell how much time had passed. Perhaps it has been a few hundred years. Chan Hongyi said softly. The smile on her face had faded, and her features were thinner. She was like a lotus flower at the beginning of a sudden rain, a bit desolate. A few hundred years? Was that the day of his wedding? Tao Yao was silent. He wasn't surprised by this at all. Chan Hongyi didn't say anything more. She changed to a more comfortable sitting position and didn't sit cross-legged like before. She gently waved her hand and a pot of hot tea appeared on the stone table beside her. 0-inch old friend, I don't have any good tea for you. Do as you please. After saying this, she hugged her knees and rested her chin on them, as if looking at something. Tao Yao sat down on the stone bench and poured a cup of tea for herself. Don't look. Instead of watching from afar, why don't you ask him yourself? Chan Hongyi retracted her gaze and waved her hand, taking the cup of tea. Ask what? Her gaze fell on the teacup. There were a few dried peach blossoms floating on the rippling tea. Ask for a reason. Also ask for an answer you want to know. Tao Yao lowered her eyes and blew on the tea. Chan Hongyi suddenly smiled, but it was a bit of a mocking smile. So what if I ask, 0 is the reason or the answer still important now? She asked. Tao Yao glanced at her indifferently. Only you know whether it's important or not. I didn't come to find you to talk about the past. I think you can also feel the changes in the environment these days. With our current strength, we should be able to withstand the huge karma. If we go back in time, we might be able to see some things with our own eyes. This can also be considered as an end to one of our obsessions. If the karma backfires and we can't withstand it, we will die. That's better than living like we are now, muddling along. This was the choice she had made before she left Peach Village. Now that the environment of the world had changed, she had recovered much of her former strength. Although it was not a true reversal of time and return to the ancient times, she was still able to do so. Although she didn't reverse time as a passerby, she could still see some things with her own eyes. However, some things involved so much karma that even Tao Yao wasn't sure if she could bear it. If one wanted to see the ancient times, they had to pay a price. Making a trip back in time? Chan Hongyi didn't expect this to be the reason Tao Yao came to find her. Her gaze was still faint as she muttered repeatedly. The High Priest of Destiny of the Immortal Palace is now in the Fane of Destiny. She has the Creation Immortal Boat. With that item, she can cross the river of time and offset the huge karma. Go find her. She should be willing to lend it. Tao Yao's tone was still calm. The High Priest of Destiny was once the master of the Divine Palace of Destiny. She was good at divination and had great attainments in destiny and karma. She also had a supreme treasure, the Immortal Boat of Destiny, which could cross the river of time and reverse the past. Hearing Tao Yao's words, Chan Hongyi was a little moved. Her gaze fell on the teacup. When will you get up? She looked up and asked, her tone calm. Tao Yao was not surprised by her reaction at all. Compared to her, Chan Hongyu was more interested in knowing what happened in that ancient era. Why did it lead to the destruction of the divine palace? Why did Guchanga destroy the heavens? And why did he attack the people closest to him? Another reason was that Chan Hongyu wanted to know the real reason why Guchanga adopted her. Of course, the most important reason was that she wanted to truly understand her master. She wanted to know many secrets that she did not know before. This had even become her obsession. I can get up at any time, Tao Yao said. Then let's go. Chan Hongyu did not hesitate. With a flash of her red robe, she disappeared from the mountain peak. Tao Yao was not surprised. He stepped forward, and the void blurred as he followed Chan Hongyu out of the place. The Divine Palace of Destiny was located in the east of the Divine Kingdom, near the vast sea of stars. Many islands floated in the air, surrounded by mist. It was blurry and hazy. It was covered in a cold color, and no light shone. In the center of this place was a large hall called the Sacrificial Divine Palace. It was grand and solemn, exuding an ancient atmosphere. An extremely beautiful woman was currently wearing the white robes of an officiator. She was currently calculating something on a compass. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her expression was calm. She exuded an otherworldly aura, like a fairy from the Moon Palace. Of course, she was also the owner of this place. The High Priest of Destiny of the Divine Kingdom was called Lady Ruoyin. Suddenly, Xiao Ruoyin seemed to sense something. She looked up and looked at the void outside the Divine Palace of Destiny. May I know the reason for your visit? As someone from the Forbidden Era, she naturally knew of Tao Yao and Chan Hongyu's existence. She asked softly, her voice cold and distant. I didn't expect that you would be the only one left in the Fortune Shrine. You don't even have a maid to serve you. Noble consort Ruoyin, don't you find this place cold? A faint laughter came from the void, carrying with it a bit of flirtatious charm. Chan Hongyu and Tao Yao appeared, their feet as white as snow, standing in the palace. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyin's eyes didn't change at all. She only said, I presume the two of you aren't here to mock me? She didn't think that the two of them would have the leisure to say such words to her. Even during the Forbidden Era, when the Immortal Palace ruled the heavens, the two of them were not familiar with her and had never come into contact with her. We're here because we want to borrow your boat, Tao Yao said, going straight to the point. Borrow the creation ferry boat? Xiao Ruoyin was stunned. Then, she frowned. After all, the creation ferry boat was returned to her by Guchanga. If she wanted to take it back, he only needed to say a word. If she lent the creation ferry boat to others without Guchanga's permission, would she incur the wrath of Guchanga? After all, she was only Guchanga's concubine now. However, she also knew that Tao Yao, Chan Hongyu, and Guchanga had an indescribable relationship. If he blames me when the time comes, I will explain it to him. You don't have to worry about that. Tao Yao seemed to have seen through Xiao Ruoyin's concerns and said. Although she said so, she was actually prepared to suffer a huge backlash and die in the river of time. Therefore, she didn't want to explain anything to Guchanga. Xiao Ruoyin was silent. She knew that with the strength of the two in front of her, even if she didn't lend the boat, she was probably no match for them. Buzz. A green light surrounded her, and a palm-sized creation ferry boat appeared in her hand. It was mottled with rust and had an ancient aura. You can take it, she said calmly. Thank you. Tao Yao smiled and took the creation ferry boat with a wave of her hand. Then, she and Chan Hongyu disappeared from the Fane of Destiny and didn't stay for long. Xiao Ruoyin sighed softly as she looked at the calm and quiet palace. She had a complicated look in her eyes. They're just pitiful people like me, she looked at the compass in her hand and said calmly. Time flowed like water. It had been a few years since Guchanga returned from the deity region. Heaven and earth operated according to order. The vast territory of the deity nation expanded and almost covered a large part of the heavenly universe. During this time, the various great orthodoxies and aristocratic families behaved themselves and prepared for the next flying immortal ceremony. The various ancient cities would release new rankings every year, from the prodigy ranking, the beauty ranking, the divine weapon ranking, the heavenly material ranking, the earthly treasure ranking. All kinds of things in the world were included, and there was also a division of grades. In addition, the heavenly Tao tablet appeared and stood among the ancient cities of the upper world. It began to list the strongest prodigies, which caused a sensation. Countless prodigies began to fight in order to leave their names on it. The great era was brilliant, and prodigies were as bright as the stars. The various great orthodoxies and aristocratic families all had outstanding young people. Some ancient freaks who were sealed in other eras also appeared one after another. This was a golden great era that illuminated the universe. The prodigies of the same generation as Xianxia had now become the pillars of their respective clans and forces. They were either the leaders of their own clans or the sect masters of their own clans and forces. The heavenly Tao was brilliant, and the rules had changed drastically. It was more suitable for cultivators to cultivate. Some paths that only appeared in ancient times appeared, and one of them was the original Emperor's Road. Many cultivators began to search for this Emperor's Road in order to find the opportunity to achieve Tao. They began to fight and kill on it. Even Xianxia left Peach Village and stepped on this path in order to achieve Tao. Xianxia was in the depths of the divine country, refining the immortals' passage. In the end, he succeeded. The ancient immortals' road in the immortal ancient continent was refined by him with a supreme method, leaving behind 108 restrictions. The first 36 restrictions could stop immortal Tao figures. The last 72 restrictions were to stabilize this passage, so that it would not be affected by the rules of the immortal domain. During this process, the rules of the immortal domain and the upper world began to interact. As long as one was a cultivator, they could feel that change. Especially the living beings in the divine country, it was even more obvious. They could see that between heaven and earth, there was a drizzle of light, sparkling and translucent like a rain of light. This was the most glorious era of the upper world after the chaos of the Xianxia era. It was difficult to describe how it went from decline to prosperity. During this process, Xianxia also witnessed the rapid growth of some of the universe's children of providence, causing changes in the heavens' providence. His real body sat cross-legged in the boundless void, guiding the vast providence to open up the incomplete universes buried in the chaos of ancient times. Xianxia planned to use these incomplete universes to evolve the illusory world, control reincarnation, and rebuild the six paths. This was a long process, so he only left a clone here. His real body did not plan to waste too much time on it. He did not hide some of the things about the immortal domain from the people around him. Yu Mingkong, Jiang Chuchu, and the others all knew about the changes in the immortal domain, so Xianxia felt that during this period of time, they should focus on increasing their strength. The development of the divine country did not need to be the top priority. Because in Xianxia's plan, the divine country would be like the second immortal palace, unifying the heavens in the mountain and sea world, and not the upper world. The part that he really needed to consider was still the immortal domain. Before that, he planned to send people to find the immortal palace's treasure. Previously, he and Yu Mingkong had gathered 7 heaven-wielding artifacts. Now, Yu Mingkong had condensed them into keys. As long as they could determine the location of the immortal palace's treasure, they would be able to open it. With Xianxia's current status and strength, there were many things that he did not need to do personally. I still need to find a suitable tool. Oh, no, a successor. Xianxia did not want to take in a disciple, but he felt that he needed a suitable successor to deal with some things that he did not want to do personally. There were also some things that he could not do personally, and at the same time, he did not have the energy to deal with them. For example, harvesting the vast providence of the upper world's heavens. Although he could guide some of the providence, it was not all of it. After all, many of the children of providence in the universe had more or less had some fortuitous encounters. They were arrogant and did not have much respect for the kingdom of God, and did not have much respect for him, the Lord God. It was also impossible for Xianxia to personally harvest these sons of providence as she did in the past. With that thought, his figure disappeared from the kingdom of God. On the surface, the kingdom of God unified the heavens of the upper world, but in this vast universe, there were still many corners that could not be covered. The person that Xianxia was looking for, 3, was in these areas. His vast consciousness surged into these corners of the universe, and even some of the most remote lower realms were not spared. In an antique hall, an arrogant young girl, in front of everyone, shouted at the good-for-nothing young man that dragons do not live with snakes, and then tore up the engagement. Xianxia looked at this scene and shook his head gently. Then, he saw the image of this arrogant young girl being trampled under the feet of the good-for-nothing young man 3 years later. Fate was a long line, and he could easily see the future from this end. Breaking off the engagement, betrayal, revenge, rebirth, these sects are all outdated. After searching through the universes one by one, Xianxia could not help but feel a little tired. He did not see any signs of the outliers. After all, the outliers were existences that were hard to come by in many eras. In terms of aptitude, they were far above any prodigy. Although Xianxia could change some things and artificially create the outliers, that was only in comparison. To him, the outliers who could see the future at a glance and see through their fate at a glance were no different from ordinary people. Suddenly, he noticed something, and Xianxia's face showed some surprise and interest. This was a remote and uncivilized world. The cultivation system was lacking, and the spirit chi of heaven and earth was thin. Humans and barbarians were the main races, while other races were scattered along the endless coast. On the mainland were vast mountain ranges, ancient tribes, and large cities. The barbarians worshipped the barbarian god, obtaining power from the ancient totems through the power of faith. The strong ones could communicate with heaven and earth, possessing unfathomable power. Cultivators absorbed the red clouds and spiritual energy, refining their essence and soul, flying in the sky and burrowing into the earth, burning mountains and boiling seas. Establishing Tao orthodoxies and sects in the mountains between the cities, establishing sects and spreading incense everywhere. However, in this world, a new barbarian god had not appeared for several million years. After the previous barbarian god disappeared for unknown reasons, the barbarians in this world were greatly affected. Even the strongest of them was far from reaching the barbarian god realm. On the contrary, the humans who cultivated Tao were unaffected, growing stronger with each passing day. The land originally called the barbarian god continent was gradually occupied by the human race. Ancient barbarian tribes lived in seclusion deep in the mountains and forests. The barbarian race declined, gradually fading out of this world's vision, no longer as glorious as before. The immortal path shone brilliantly like the immortal sun, illuminating the vast sky, while the barbarians' cultivation methods gradually became unorthodox. The number of barbarians who changed their cultivation methods was not small. The barbarian god sect was a powerful sect founded by both barbarians and humans, one of the most powerful forces in this world. In the sect, not only were there barbarians who worshipped the barbarian god and communicated with the ancient totems, there were also humans who cultivated Tao. The vast mountain range stretched on endlessly, shrouded in fog and hidden palaces. Birds chirped, divine lights flickered, and cultivators flew past on rainbow lights. Many barbarians and humans were willing to pay any price in order to enter the barbarian god sect. The barbarian god sect only accepted less than 1,000 disciples every year. Even so, there was still an endless stream of people kowtowing to the barbarian god sect, begging for a spot. As long as I enter the top 3 in this month's Interpeak competition, I'll be able to get an 80,000-year-old sun-seizing flower. With the candle moon mantra, I'll be able to break through to the 4th stage of the barbarian god technique. After breaking through to the 4th stage of the barbarian god technique, even a divine connection realm cultivator wouldn't be my opponent. At this time, on a quiet mountain peak in the barbarian god sect, a young girl was whispering. She didn't look very old, wearing the barbarian god sect inner disciple robe. She was only 15 or 16 years old, but her facial features were very beautiful. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her eyes were very big and bright. She had some unique characteristics of the barbarian race. Her nose was very tall and pretty, and her skin was very fair. Her eyes were much deeper than the average person's. His legs were especially slender and straight, and his calves under his robes were strong and healthy, making people think of a slender cheetah. Moreover, her expression carried a perseverance and confidence that far exceeded that of an ordinary person. The young woman's name was Aman, and she came from the ancient barbarian tribe in the vast mountain range. She was also the largest barbarian tribe left in this world. Her father was the tribe leader of the barbarian tribe. He ruled over a barbarian tribe with hundreds of thousands of people. She was the most talented genius in the tribe. She had been entrusted with high hopes since she was a child. They hoped that she could lead the tribe and the barbarian tribe to rise again in the future. They hoped that she could restore the former glory of the barbarian tribe. A man did not disappoint, relying on his own efforts and talent to enter the barbarian god sect. On top of that, she became one of the barbarian god sect's inner disciples. Even in the barbarian god sect where there were many geniuses, a man was extraordinary. Compared to the other geniuses, she was not the least bit inferior. In the previous inter-peak competitions, a man had obtained a good ranking. This time, her goal was to enter the top 3. This was because one of the rewards was an 80,000-year-old sun-seizing flower. It was a very rare heavenly treasure that was born at the mouth of an extremely dangerous volcano. It contained the power of extreme yang, and required a very powerful cultivator to pluck it. Normally, it was hard to find one in the outside world. A man needed this 80,000-year-old sun-seizing flower to complement her candle moon mantra and help her break through to the 4th stage of the barbarian god technique. The barbarian god technique was a powerful technique passed down in their tribe for generations. It allowed one to communicate with the barbarian god's energy between heaven and earth. After reaching the 9th stage, one could even condense the barbarian god true body, becoming a barbarian god. However, in the last several million years, no one had been able to reach the 9th stage. Even a man's father, the tribe leader, only managed to reach the 6th stage, unable to advance any further. In this lifetime, there was no hope of advancing to the next stage. At such a young age, a man had already broken through to the 3rd stage, and now there was hope for her to break through to the 4th stage. In the last several thousand years, she was the fastest cultivator in the barbarian tribe. Therefore, it could be said that a man was the hope of the entire tribe. In order to protect the tribe, I must break through to the 6th stage before the age of 20. Otherwise, father won't be able to set his mind at ease to search for the barbarian god. Sooner or later, the tribe will be swallowed up by other forces. Our people will be enslaved and oppressed. The young girl a man muttered to herself, her eyes filled with determination. According to the barbarian tribe's tradition, if a tribe leader failed to break through to the 7th stage of the barbarian god technique before the age of 50, it meant that there was no hope of breaking through in this lifetime. In the days to come, their blood and vitality would gradually dry up, and their cultivation would slowly decline. Therefore, many barbarian tribe leaders would embark on the path of searching for the barbarian god after reaching a certain age. A man's father was no exception. He was already 46 years old this year. According to tradition and rules, he would leave the tribe in another 4 years to search for the barbarian god, to find hope for the barbarian tribe. Therefore, I must become a true disciple of the barbarian god sect before that. The barbarian god sect scripture depository has many ancient records of the barbarian tribe. Perhaps there are some clues about the reason for the disappearance of the barbarian god sect. I must find out all of this. Moreover, grandfather is getting old. I need to find the soul-gazing grass to solve his illness and prolong his life. Thinking of this, a man couldn't help but clench her fists, feeling that she was pressed for time. Ever since she entered the barbarian god sect, although she had been cultivating diligently, she didn't want to provoke Ma 403. But sometimes, things didn't go her way. She was targeted by some disciples of the barbarian god sect. Her identity as the barbarian tribe's princess was one thing, but another was her appearance. The son of one of the barbarian god sect's peak lords had taken a fancy to her and had been thinking of ways to woo her. At the same time, this matter also attracted the dissatisfaction of that peak lord's son's childhood sweetheart. In the last few days, he had come looking for trouble. If it weren't for her master stepping in, this matter wouldn't have been resolved so easily. But it was this morning that her master had to refine a certain medicinal pellet. Unfortunately, he was lacking some of the most important medicinal ingredients and had no choice but to leave for the outside world. This resulted in her being the only disciple left on this huge mountain peak. Moreover, because her master had been keeping a low profile in the barbarian god sect, not accepting any disciples, many peak lords were dissatisfied with him. They felt that it wasn't appropriate for him to occupy such a huge mountain peak with so many resources by himself. I hope that Xianxia won't come looking for trouble in the next few days, otherwise. Even if she's a peak lord's daughter, born in the barbarian tribe, a man was used to killing in the great desolate forest. She wasn't a soft-hearted person, nor was she a flower in a greenhouse. That Xianxia had provoked and humiliated her time and time again. If it was another person made of clay, they would still be angry. But, just as a man's words left her mouth, outside the courtyard, the sound of things being smashed rang out. A man's face sank, her brows furrowed as she quickly pushed open the door and rushed out. A young woman with an arrogant expression was walking over with a long silver whip in her hand. She was accompanied by a group of servants. Along the way, she smashed the bricks, pots, and medicinal herbs around her with her long whip. Xianxia, what are you doing? A man asked with a gloomy expression as she looked at the destroyed medicinal fields. These medicinal fields were her master's blood, sweat, and tears. If her master found out that Xianxia had destroyed them, she would definitely be furious. In the end, even she would be punished. No matter what, her master was her biggest backer on the Barbarian God Peak. If a man wanted to continue cultivating on the Barbarian God Peak, she couldn't afford to provoke her master. Hee, it's just some eyesores, why are you so nervous? The young woman named Xianxia sneered, not minding a man's actions at all. A man merely looked at her with an expressionless face. Behind Xianxia was a peak master, a famous second-generation disciple in the Barbarian God sect, arrogant and domineering. Moreover, Xianxia was childhood sweethearts with Xianxia, who had been pursuing her recently. A man only had cultivation and the glory of the barbarian tribe in her heart. She didn't want to bother with Xianxia, but he still stuck to her like a sticky candy. It was because of this that Xianxia kept coming to find trouble with her. Seducing Xianxia just because you have some beauty. I think your face is quite pretty. If you let me cut you a few times today, I will reluctantly forgive your offense. Xianxia's gaze swept over a man's face, lingering on her delicate features for a long time, a trace of jealousy flitting across her eyes. Then, her gaze shifted to a man's slender legs, unable to conceal the jealousy on her face. A man had to admit that Xiaoxian's taste was indeed not bad. Compared to ordinary human women, a man's figure was much more outstanding. She was like a crane in a flock of chickens. Forget it, I'll break your legs as well, otherwise, it won't be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Xianxia sneered. A man was still looking at her expressionlessly, her eyes were sizing up the several servants behind her. She was thinking of how to solve this problem today. If they were outside the Barbarian God sect, she would definitely think of a way to kill Xianxia. But inside the Barbarian God sect, even if her master was here, she couldn't kill Xianxia. Hee, stop looking, I know your master left the Barbarian God sect this morning, heading out to the outside world in search of medicinal herbs. It'll take at least 10 days to half a month to return. Who can protect you now? You are only at the 3rd realm. The 2 servants behind me are both at the 4th realm. If you're smart, then don't resist. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. The servants by my side haven't tasted the barbarian princess yet. Xianxia did not see the slightest trace of panic or fear on a man's face. Feeling even more furious, she could not help but threaten with a cold smile. A man continued to look at her expressionlessly as she thought of a countermeasure. If it was anyone else, they would have panicked by now, but she didn't. No matter what, the most Xianxia could do was humiliate her, but she wouldn't dare to kill her in broad daylight within the Barbarian God sect. However, Xianxia's father was a great cultivator at the 7th level. The Barbarian God sect was one of the most powerful forces on this mainland. Other than the peak masters, there was also the unfathomable sect chief, grand elders, and others. It was said that there was a super expert who was close to entering the 9th level, comparable to the barbarian race's barbarian god. Therefore, it was hard to say what kind of powerful secret treasure Xianxia had. For safety's sake, a man did not want to make a move on her. If you really have the ability, then kill me. I don't believe your father can do as he pleases in the barbarian god sect. A man opened her mouth at this moment. Her tone was frosty, like a spring of ice falling on a jade plate, carrying a shocking chill. Indeed, I don't dare to kill you, but I have plenty of ways to destroy you. The barbarian race's current situation isn't good. You also know that my father is the peak master of the barbarian god sect, he has many friends. Just casually find a few of them and they can easily destroy several barbarian tribes. If you know what's good for you, then listen to me. You can't win against me. Xianxia was still sneering. Seeing the anger flashing across a man's face, she felt even better. Xianxia, you're really despicable and shameless. I have no enmity with you, why do you target me at every turn? Anger surfaced on A Man's face, her hands clenched into fists as if she hated Song Qing'er to the core. Who asked you to have such a beautiful face, even attracting the admiration of my sweetheart? Tell me, can you blame me for this? Finally, Song Qing'er saw a look of helplessness and anger on A Man's face. Song Qing'er was inwardly delighted, wearing a haughty smile on her face as she said, if you know what's good for you, then don't try to resist, maybe you can relax a little later, is that so? But before she could finish, A Man cut her off. The anger on her face was swept away, leaving only indifference. Song Qing'er's face tightened, suddenly realizing something was wrong. Her throat became itchy, as if there were thousands of centipedes crawling inside. She reached out, grabbing her own neck, wanting to vomit. But this feeling did not lessen, instead, it became more serious. So much so that she began to scratch her throat with her fingernails. Her skin was torn apart. Her eyes were bulging out, making her look like a malicious spirit. Apart from her, the servants beside her were also affected, rolling on the ground in incomparable pain. This is a kind of poison I researched. It's called throat-breaking incense. Earlier, when you were speaking, you inhaled it. Without my antidote, you will continue to tear at your own throat like you did earlier. Until you tear out your own throat. You can try to find your father, see if he has a way. But, you must guarantee that you will be able to leave this place alive. A Man's indifferent words sounded. Her exquisite and beautiful face was filled with coldness. She was actually gambling that Song Qing'er was afraid of death, and would not dare to play around with her own life. As she spoke, she tossed a white porcelain bottle to Song Qing'er. Song Qing'er's expression was sinister, and she was in so much pain that she wished she was dead. At that moment, she did not care about anything else, and immediately poured out a small pill from the bottle and swallowed it. Only then did she feel the frightening itch disappear. She felt as if she had just survived a calamity. Don't blame me for being vicious. You wanted to destroy me, so how could I possibly resign myself to death? You can go and find your father to deal with me after this. But, rest assured, you will only end up dying an even more unsightly death than me. You will not be able to obtain a second antidote. I only wanted to cultivate peacefully. It was you who disturbed me time and time again. If you truly wish to die, I have 100 different ways to kill you. She looked at Song Qing'er, who was lying on the ground, her face pale with fear, and gasping for breath. A man walked over and crouched down before her. Then, she extended her hand and grabbed her hair. Her calm face contained a bone-chilling coldness. Please spare me. I won't dare to do this again. I won't dare to do this again. In the end, Song Qing'er had grown up in a greenhouse. At that moment, her expression was filled with fear. She had never experienced something like this before. She hurriedly agreed, fearing that she would be too slow. Take your people and scram. While you're at it, remember to restore the medicinal field that you destroyed. A man released her hair and spoke coldly. She did not feel the slightest bit of sympathy from Song Qing'er's terrified appearance. If this was outside, the current Song Qing'er would already be a corpse. Then, seeing Song Qing'er and the servants who had taken the antidote leave in a hurry, A Man breathed a sigh of relief. However, looking at the destroyed pots of medicinal herbs in the surroundings, she frowned and felt somewhat helpless. She could only use this method to intimidate Song Qing'er. It was all thanks to the tribe's grandfather, who was proficient in all kinds of medicinal knowledge. A Man had been taught by him since she was young and was extremely proficient in the combination of medicinal properties of various medicinal herbs. Her attainments in making poisons were extraordinary. Who is it? However, when A Man returned to the courtyard, her expression suddenly became vigilant as she stared at the closed door. Not bad indeed. The next moment, a clear and gentle male voice sounded. The courtyard seemed to have entered a strange state. The wind, time, and space seemed to have frozen. The door opened by itself. A young man wearing simple green silk clothes appeared. At that moment, the world seemed to have stopped moving because of his existence. Who are you? A Man's pupils constricted. She had never seen such a strange and shocking scene. Huge waves surged in her heart. At this moment, the entire courtyard quieted down. The usual chirping of insects and birds receded like a receding tide. The flow of time and space seemed to have stagnated, as if this young man was the only thing left in this vast world. As the barbarian tribe's princess, a man had been bold since she was a child. When she was just a few years old, she had followed the tribe's hunters into the mountains to hunt and kill fierce beasts. Facing all kinds of difficulties and dangers, she was able to remain calm and collected. But today, she was still shocked, her pupils constricting. She had never seen such a strange scene before. This mysterious young man in front of her had appeared without her noticing. Because of his existence, the entire world had become deathly silent. What kind of terrifying means was this? A man didn't dare to imagine. The strongest person she had seen so far was the barbarian god Sex elders. But those elders couldn't achieve this level of strength. This was unimaginable. Who exactly are you? Why are you in my courtyard? A man's wisdom surpassed others, quickly calming herself down. She stared fixedly at the young man in front of her and asked. At this moment, a man was like a little cheetah waiting to pounce, vigilance and apprehension in her eyes. Not bad indeed, having such courage and means at such a young age. The young man didn't care about her vigilance, nor did he care about her question. There was a faint smile on his face as he continued, "You don't need to use poison on me, those means are useless against me." His gaze casually swept past a man's sleeve, watching her silently opening a small white jade bottle. Hearing this, a man's body stiffened. She didn't expect such a covert action would be noticed by this young man. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose? A man couldn't help asking again, feeling extremely uneasy. The moment this young man's gaze swept over her, it was as if all her secrets were seen through, leaving nothing to hide. Who am I? You can treat me as your benefactor. My purpose in coming here is naturally to save you. The young man smiled casually, but his words made a man's pupils shrink again, unable to understand. Her benefactor, he came here to save her? Of course, you can also understand that we are fated to meet. I'm here to find a suitable successor. Then, it just so happens that this suitable candidate is you. The young man was naturally Xianxia. He had been in this world for quite some time. First, he understood the origin of this world. Then, he came to look for a suitable tool. After venturing into many universes and countless lower realms, he finally saw an anomaly with a foggy destiny. In front of this young woman, the child of destiny and the child of epoch were far inferior. Her body carried the mist of the great Tao. Her aptitude had already surpassed the limits of the root bone. Another point was that she was a natural-born demon. She had a demon heart. To Xianxia, there was no one more suitable than her. The young girl in front of him was destined to become one of the strongest demons in the world. Looking for a successor? A suitable candidate? A man's pupils constricted as shock appeared on his face. She had some understanding of the strange ancient records of this world. She knew that there were some ordinary people who, by chance, were fancied by an immortal master passing by and taken in as a disciple. From then on, they soared into the heavens. But that was only a record. Whether it was true or not, there was no way to know. But, such a thing would happen to her, she found it hard to believe and was on high alert. A man never believed that there was a free lunch in this world. It was impossible for something good to happen for no reason. Even if it was her current master, she was still wary and doubtful. She didn't completely believe him. It was obvious that she would not believe the words of this young man of unknown origin. Xianxia didn't care about this. With his current strength and methods, it was just a matter of looking at a person's past and future. Although a man was shrouded in the mist of the great Tao, Xianxia clearly understood many of her past. Thus, he wasn't surprised that a man had such a personality. On the contrary, he admired her. Xianxia said indifferently, "You don't have to be so worried. If I had ill intentions towards you, you wouldn't have any other way now. If I wanted to harm you, it would be countless times easier than you killing that girl just now." Why me? A man knew that these words were true. The difference in strength between the two couldn't be described with words. She was silent for a moment before asking. Because you are the same as me. We are both born demons and have a demon heart, Xianxia said casually. When he walked the heavens as the demon master, he did have a connate demon heart. There was nothing wrong with saying so. Born demon? A man was stunned and very shocked. Before this, she had heard of demonic cultivators, but those were cultivators who offended the heavens and were not tolerated. Although she was sometimes cold and cruel and showed no mercy to her enemies, she was not a demon who killed the innocent. How could she be a born demon like Xianxia said, and what was a demon heart? She had never heard of it. You will understand in the future. Born demons are fated to be tolerated by the world. They are also destined to bring misfortune to your friends and family. They are destined to be alone for the rest of their lives. Xianxia smiled faintly. You're lying. Impossible. How could grandpa and father be like this? Hearing this, a man found it hard to believe. She didn't want to accept it. Because of her, father, grandpa, and the others would meet misfortune? How could this be? How could this be? Since she was young, she had always thought of protecting the tribe, protecting grandpa, father, and the others as her mission and motivation to become stronger. That's why I said that I am your savior. I am here to save you. Xianxia continued smiling faintly and said, for years later, your foster father will step on the path to search for your so-called god of berserkers. On that path, he will see some truths, and then he will die a horrible death. Foster father? How is this possible? Disbelief appeared in a man's eyes. She gritted her teeth. Xianxia casually described what would happen 4 years later, but for some reason, it gave her a terrifying feeling. It was as if he was simply describing something that would happen soon. Also, how did Xianxia know what would happen in the future? Could he predict the future? Have you not noticed, or perhaps never thought, that you are not your father's biological daughter? Xianxia did not pay attention to the shock and disbelief in his eyes and continued to speak casually. The girl in front of him might not know that in the next few years, she would experience a lot of pain and sorrow in this world. She was indeed still far from becoming a demon. But this was a path that she had to walk as she transformed. Xianxia didn't intend to add fuel to the fire. He didn't have that much time. With a wave of his hand, the air in front of him became blurry. Then, many ripples appeared on the surface of the water. It became crystal clear like a mirror. Many scenes began to appear in front of him. What a pitiful girl. The master you respected only saw you as a suitable cauldron, waiting for you to mature before plucking you. Fortunately, you saw through his trick in advance and poisoned him to death. Unfortunately, for years later, the tribe behind you was still annihilated by the barbarian god sect because of you. Your father stepped on the path to find the barbarian god and vaguely sensed the truth. But he was still killed by someone. Don't you feel familiar with this person? He was the grandfather you respected the most, the one who taught you language, medicine, barbarian arts, and knowledge, the one who brought you up. Are you still curious about your birth parents, curious about your own origins? Too bad, you're just as pitiful. Xianxia's tone was casual, as if he was an outsider, talking about things that had nothing to do with him. Who are you? How do you know all this? This is all fake, all fake. Looking at the many scenes in the mirror, a man couldn't believe it. Her eyes were bloodshot and her voice was trembling. Who I am is not important. Xianxia smiled faintly, what's important is your choice. The void blurred, like a mirror, many images appeared in front of them. On the vast desolate continent, blood splattered everywhere as ancient forests and tribes faded away. Rays of divine light flashed across the sky, coming from cultivators clad in barbarian god sect robes. They flew over on their flying swords, hovering high in the sky. Their eyes were cold and ruthless as they charged towards the barbarian tribe below. Sword chi crisscrossed, metallic clanging noises resounded as they slashed down. In an instant, large groups of barbarian tribe soldiers screamed in agony as blood spurted into the sky and heads rolled. They were no match for these powerful cultivators. Flames spread rapidly, illuminating the mountain range in a fiery red hue. Soon, this place was in ruins, with broken walls and wails echoing everywhere, akin to purgatory in the mortal world. Xiao Hong, Uncle Lan, Aunt Man, a man gritted her teeth tightly as strands of blood appeared in her eyes. She didn't dare believe that this was the future she was about to experience. The mirror was filled with familiar figures. Some were her childhood friends, some were her kind uncles and aunts in the tribe, and some were the barbarian tribe soldiers she couldn't name. But now, all of them were screaming as they were mercilessly massacred by the barbarian god sect cultivators. Not even children were spared. This was a tragedy. The barbarian god sect cultivators were high up in the sky, riding the wind and flying swords, yet the barbarian tribe soldiers were like ants, slaughtering them without mercy, leaving no survivors. Fire burned, destroying everything. Thick smoke billowed, covering a radius of several thousand li. Why is the barbarian god sect massacring my barbarian tribespeople? An old barbarian tribe soldier screamed, his face stained with tears and blood. However, the cultivators in the sky merely glanced at him coldly. A sword light flashed past, blood spurted into the sky, and heads rolled to the ground. The old barbarian tribe soldier died tragically. Even at the moment of his death, his eyes were wide open, filled with despair and anger. If you want to blame someone, blame your tribe's princess. She poisoned one of my barbarian god sect's elders. With such hatred, if we don't massacre the barbarian tribe, how can we live up to our barbarian god sect's reputation? A cultivator spoke coldly, casually walking past. Sword lights crisscrossed, even the strongest barbarian tribe soldier was not his match. In just half a day, the huge barbarian tribe turned into nothingness and was erased from the world. This can't be real, this can't be happening in 4 years. Looking at the scene in the mirror, Wild's voice was a bit hoarse and his eyes were bloodshot. He desperately shook his head, unwilling to believe it. You can choose not to believe me. You can wait for 4 years to verify everything. Guchonga's tone was still as calm as ever. He did not feel any emotional fluctuations from witnessing the pain and misery of others. To him, the destruction and reshaping of the myriad worlds were like the ebb and flow of a tide. He wouldn't even care about the death of countless living beings, let alone one of them. He chose a man because she was suitable. If she wasn't suitable, Guchonga wouldn't have come here and said so much to her. He even showed her the future. What kind of pain a man would experience, what kind of future she would have, had nothing to do with him. For years, a man's voice was trembling. His eyes were red and his hair was loose, covering his face. The mirror and the void did not disappear with the destruction of the barbarian tribe. Among them, a man saw a familiar figure. He was wearing a beast-skin robe, had a burly back, and carried a stone axe. He walked alone in the vast desert. He was looking for something. Along the way, he passed by ruins one after another, searching for the barbarian god who had disappeared. Father, a man's voice was trembling as she reached out, wanting to touch the figure. However, her hand only passed through the mirror. It was like fishing for the moon in the water, only causing a faint ripple. Although she had also realized that the father who had raised her was not her biological father, she was still very much in love with him. But to her, this was her biological father. No, the next moment, blood light soared into the sky again in the image. The burly figure with the stone axe on his back fell down, his face full of shock, disbelief, and deep despair. Grandfather, how is this possible? Looking at the hunched figure who killed her adoptive father, a man's eyes widened again and turned red. She could not believe, did not dare to imagine, and was unwilling to accept this. This was the most respected elder in the tribe who had taught her all kinds of knowledge since she was young. Why would he appear there and kill her adoptive father? To her, her adoptive father and grandfather were the closest family in the world. This can't be real, this can't be real, grandfather is not this kind of person. At this moment, a man seemed to have lost all her strength in an instant. She collapsed to the ground, her eyes were lifeless as she let out helpless sobs. Although she usually appeared calm and composed, exceeding her peers of the same age. But in the end, she was only a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Suddenly knowing that this was the cruel future she would have to experience, how could she accept it immediately? Do you still want to see? There are many more things waiting for you. Those who are born with a demon heart are destined to be surrounded by misfortune, their friends and family will be killed, and they will be alone. What does this count as? Guchonga's gaze did not change much, a faint smile on his face. He did not pity a man because of her helplessness. I don't want to see this, a man shook her head desperately, her voice trembling with fear. At this moment, in her eyes, Guchanga was more terrifying than anything else. If this was really the future she was destined to experience, then why did he know all this? How could he say all this so casually? Wasn't revealing the future the same as revealing heaven's secrets? Why didn't he suffer any backlash or heaven's punishment? Too many fears occupied her mind and thoughts. At this moment, she no longer had the coldness and cruelty she had when facing Song Qing'er. Instead, she looked like a helpless little girl. Running away blindly is not the right choice. For years later, will you be strong enough to contend against the entire barbarian god sect? Will you be able to protect the tribe behind you? Or will you choose to sacrifice yourself as a cauldron, allowing yourself to be plucked by your master? But if that's the case, who will save your father? Even if you can contend against the entire barbarian god sect 4 years later, don't forget, there is a bigger conspiracy behind this world, a more terrifying enemy waiting for you. Why did your grandfather want to kill your foster father? This is really interesting. Guchanga's tone was unhurried, as if he was a bystander, witnessing everything that happened to someone else. Don't say any more, you. When these words fell into a man's ears, they seemed to carry a terrifying demonic aura. She couldn't help but think of these things, her eyes filled with fear. She didn't know what to do. If this was really the future she had to experience, she really didn't know what to do. There was no way to deal with it. It was as if this was the path she was destined to walk, a fate she had already decided, and could not be changed. But she only wanted to live a carefree life in the barbarian tribe, to restore the tribe to its former glory, to make this world's cultivators not dare to bully the barbarian tribe. But why did such a simple wish become such an extravagant matter? Since you know all this, then you can definitely help me, right? At this time, a man suddenly remembered what Guchanga said at the beginning, and a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. She turned her head to look at Guchanga. Like a drowning person suddenly grasping at a life-saving straw. Yes, I can help you. After all, I just said that I am your benefactor. Hearing this, Guchanga smiled faintly and walked toward her. He squatted down and took out a clean handkerchief from his sleeve, wiping the tear stains on her face. A man stared blankly at him as he walked closer. She could smell a pleasant scent. This aura was very natural, making people think of distant mountains, clear rivers, white clouds, and gentle winds. Her somewhat fearful and uneasy emotions gradually calmed down. What an exquisite and beautiful little girl. Guchanga wiped the tear stains on her face and looked at her delicate features, as well as her firm and unshakable eyes. He could not help but gently shake his head, thinking of Chanhongi. At the foot of the mountain, when he first met Chanhongi as the demon master, she also had a timid but firm appearance. But at that time, Chanhongi did not have such a tragic background and future as a man. What should I call you? A man was still not used to Guchanga's change in attitude. Just now, he looked cold and indifferent as if he was looking down on all living things. 00 But now, he gently wiped away her tear stains. Her temperament was not simple. Just now, when she was shocked by the scenes of the future she would experience, she was afraid and lost her usual calm. Now that this fear had slightly dissipated, she gradually calmed down. In this world, there would not be good for no reason, and there would not be such a thing as a free lunch falling from the sky. So Guchanga in front of her definitely had his reasons for doing this. Call me what? Guchanga laughed and then asked her, then, what do you think you should call me? Man suddenly fell silent. She didn't know how to answer this question. Although Guchanga looked very young, like a legendary immortal, she didn't know how to answer. But for an existence as powerful as him who could peer into the future, it was very difficult to judge his age from appearance. Senior? A man asked tentatively. Guchanga chuckled. Senior is fine, as long as you don't call me master. I'm already tired of hearing this title. A man nodded in confusion, not knowing that Guchanga was just teasing her. Of course, she did not dig to the bottom of Guchanga's intentions. You are very smart and calm, but this is also one of the things I admire. A truly smart person understands the pros and cons of the situation. Guchanga let her get up from the ground, and with a wave of his sleeve, the world immediately returned to its original state. The wind blew, and there was the sound of insects and birds in the distance. Just now, did you stop time? A man was astounded by this unfathomable method. She didn't know if the legendary barbarian god could do this. But those barbarian god sect elders would never be able to do such a thing. Time stopped? Guchanga chuckled, but he did not answer her question. Instead, he explained his plan. Next, I will awaken your true talent and strength, turning you into a true devil. Have you thought it through? Once you walk on this path, there will be no turning back. True devil? A man was stunned. From these 4 simple words, she suddenly felt endless killing intent soaring to the heavens. Guchanga did not force her. He knew that she would choose, she had no other choice. Of course, she could refuse, but Guchanga would use another method to make her accept. True devil, what is that? A man asked in a low voice, not understanding what this meant. True devil is just a name given by the common people. In my eyes, there is no distinction between devil and immortal. Guchanga said. I've thought it through, as long as it can change my fate, change my future. I'm willing to do anything. A man did not hesitate for long, her eyes filled with determination as she spoke. Senior, please help me. Very good. In the future, you will not regret the choice you made today. Guchanga smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, boundless black light fell, condensing into a pitch-black rune of the Great Tao. There seemed to be thousands of mysteries swirling within the rune, interweaving with each other. Then, the rune began to bloom, floating up and down in the air, turning into a seed that directly shot towards a man's forehead. Seed? Wild didn't resist. Instead, she opened her eyes wide and watched as the seed charged at her. With a whoosh, the seed entered the space between her eyebrows and disappeared in an instant. A man only saw a blurry bottle appear in front of her, floating in her mind with a terrifying aura that could crush everything. A black light rushed out from the bottle and landed on her limbs and bones. It then surged towards her skin, flesh, lungs, bones, and finally took root in the location of her heart. It hurts, a man's face immediately paled, her small face filled with pain, her brows tightly knitted together. She only felt that her heart had stopped beating at this moment, and then it was torn apart. Bang! 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 At this moment, she could even clearly hear the sound of her own heart beating. It began to spurt out black light, directly covering and destroying the meridians she had formed before. My power, a man's eyes widened, feeling that her power was quickly fading away. All the cultivation she had bitterly cultivated all these years had gone down the drain in an instant. Guchanga just watched from the side, his eyes unmoved. A man was not a true barbarian. Her demon heart had yet to awaken. She had never truly experienced the existence of talent. All these years, she was able to cultivate the barbarian techniques and reach this step purely because of luck and hard work. If you can't even endure this little bit of pain, then do you still want to save your tribe and your foster father? Guchanga's eyes did not waver. He would not pity her because of her young age. In his view, he had acted to let Aman know the future beforehand so that she could be prepared. That was already a great kindness. Without him, what Aman would experience in the future would be truly terrifying and cruel. I will endure it. Senior, don't worry. Aman clenched her teeth. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat and her face was drained of blood. She was curled up in a ball and her entire body was trembling. This was a pain similar to rebuilding her meridians. It was as if all her organs were crushed and then rebuilt. During this process, she was completely awake and could feel the pain as if it was exposed to the tiniest detail. It was as if every bone was crushed and every piece of flesh was torn apart. There was not a single part of her that was intact. This is the process of rebuilding your source of energy. Though it cannot allow you to be reborn, it can reconstruct the bones you have wasted all these years to their original state. How can a top-notch unpolished jade cultivate such a crude cultivation method? Guchanga shook his head. Seeing that she was about to faint from the pain, his slender finger landed and tapped between Aman's brows. Immediately, her somewhat groggy consciousness suddenly became clear. Of course, this was accompanied by an even more terrifying pain. It was 100 times more intense than before. Even someone as strong as her couldn't help but groan in pain. Her lips were bitten and blood dripped down. His will is indeed many times stronger than that of a normal person. Even cultivators in this world who have already broken through to the 7th realm, or even the 8th realm, would still faint. But this girl is awake. Guchanga saw that the time was about right. He extended his hand and a ball of dim light once again enveloped Amanse. Senior, I can still hold on. At this moment, Wild felt her entire body lighten, as if she had suddenly gone from hell to heaven. However, he gritted his teeth and persisted. His eyes were filled with determination. Guchanga looked at her and said indifferently, there's no need. Your body can only be reconstructed to this extent. There's no innate chi in this world, so you can't go against the innate heavens. But, through the demon heart, you will be able to reshape everything in the future. The constitution is not the key to everything. But for now, this is enough. Wild listened to these words in a daze. Although he didn't really understand, he could understand some of the meanings. She felt that her cultivation had disappeared, but her entire body seemed to be filled with endless power. Is this the power of the demon heart that Senior mentioned? A man couldn't help but mutter. Guchanga did not explain. He glanced at her and said, go wash up. Only now did Aman notice that at some point in time, her body was covered in blood and some black stains that were hard to distinguish. The smell was very bad, as if she had been fished out of a smelly ditch. This made her suddenly feel a little embarrassed. In the end, she was just a teenage girl. She was very particular about cleanliness and still had the basic shyness. He watched Aman turn around and enter the house. She took some clean clothes and then went into the depths of the back mountain. Guchanga shook his head. He estimated in his heart how long he would stay in this world. He couldn't say how long he would stay here. After all, his purpose was only to find a suitable successor. As long as Aman could grow to the point where she was suitable to take charge of things on her own, he would naturally leave. Although there was a wisp of his incarnation in the immortal domain and the upper realm, there were still some things that he had to appear in person. In particular, his incarnation had received news from Xiaoruoyin. Chan Hongyi and Tao Yao had gone to the Fane of Destiny and borrowed the Fortune Immortal boat. This surprised Guchanga. He guessed that the two wanted to take the opportunity to traverse the river of time and go to the Forbidden Era to find out some secrets and the truth. However, the Forbidden Era was broken in the long river of time. Even Guchanga himself couldn't go near it this time to find the exact coordinates. It was hard to say whether they could find the coordinates if they went rashly. Even if they could find the coordinates, it would only be some broken fragments of time. It was impossible for them to truly experience the Forbidden Era. In addition, they might encounter some accidents and backlash in the process. If they really come into contact with the so-called truth. Guchanga thought for a while. He felt that he could take this opportunity to trap Chan Hongyi and Tao Yao in the past to prevent them from affecting his plan. At this moment, in the depths of the back mountain, a man was carrying those clothes. Her figure was like a vigorous cheetah as she flitted quickly through the forest. In the end, she landed beside a very hidden pool. This place was very far from the courtyard where she lived. It was very hidden. Even she had spent a long time to find it. In the past, she would come here to wash clothes or something. But today, a man was stunned as well when she saw her own appearance reflected in the clear pool, and she was almost unable to recognize this dark and smelly young woman. Then, with a splash, she jumped into the water and washed herself quickly. The pool was very clear and sparkling, but a man only stuck her head out. Her expression was somewhat blank and as if a lifetime had passed. Although the things just now hadn't happened for long. But to a man, it seemed like many years had passed. It was so deep that it was still fresh in her memory. What is the demon heart? Who is this mysterious senior? Is it good or bad? Is it really like what he said, that he chose me because of the demon heart? Why did he choose me? A man couldn't help but mutter, countless doubts in her mind. Almost 2 hours later, Guchanga saw a man return in the courtyard. Her hair was still wet and she wore a slightly loose robe. Her facial features were exquisite and her face seemed to be only the size of a palm. Because of the reconstruction of her bone structure, her skin was even more white and delicate, like flawless jade. However, her figure was taller than the average woman by more than half a head. Her legs were especially long and slender. She looked like a princess who was carved from jade and didn't know anything about the world. Guchanga's gaze swept across her body and nodded slightly. Then, he raised his hand and threw her a Dao art. Senior, what is this? A man hurriedly caught it and looked at the jade slip. It seemed to be made of some kind of green bamboo, sparkling like jade and emitting a misty light. A cultivation technique that can let you be reborn, Guchanga said casually. This cultivation technique doesn't have a name. A man was a little surprised and carefully read the contents of the jade slip. She could recognize the words, but she couldn't find the name of this cultivation technique. Because I haven't named it yet. You can call it the nameless cultivation technique, Guchanga said indifferently. In this world, there was no cultivation technique suitable for a demon heart to cultivate. However, in order to better let a man grow, he combined the immortal devouring demonic art and many great Tao forbidden arts to create this cultivation technique for her. Luck, a man nodded thoughtfully. She noticed a word that was mentioned the most in this jade slip. However, she could only understand a superficial level at the moment. She didn't understand the obscure meaning behind it. She couldn't even read it and felt a piercing pain in her eyes. She could feel that the cultivation method that Guchanga had casually created was far more profound than the barbarian god method that she had practiced before. In essence, there was a completely different difference. Thank you, Senior, for the cultivation technique. A man will not let you down. Thinking of this, a man bowed solemnly. You don't have to thank me. We are just taking what we need. You don't have to be grateful to me. I don't need this. You just have to remember that you will pay the corresponding price for your choice today. I won't harm you, but I won't help you for no reason either. Guchanga glanced at her and said indifferently, you can understand that I'm just making a simple transaction with you. However, what you need to pay is your future. A man nodded. She naturally knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. On the contrary, Guchanga told her this so openly and sincerely, causing her to feel much more at ease and not as worried as before. No matter what, Senior gave me this opportunity. A man said firmly. Man's expression was firm. She didn't know what Guchanga meant by paying the so-called future. She could sense that Guchanga hadn't come here to harm her. This was very important. Moreover, he had told her about the future that was about to happen, taught her the Tao, and helped her reconstruct her foundation. Cultivators are most afraid of being emotional. Sometimes, it's not good to let your imagination run wild. Don't think of me as some kind person. Who knows, maybe one day, you will regret your choice today. As if sensing her thoughts, Guchanga couldn't help chuckling. A man blanked for a moment before lowering her eyes. I understand. Many thanks for Senior's guidance. This mountain range wasn't very big, filled with lush greenery and ancient trees, as well as many medicinal fields. On normal days, only a man and her master lived here. However, even if it was her, she couldn't go to his courtyard without her master's permission. There were quite a number of elders in the barbarian god sect, each one of them was an expert above the 6th level, and some had even reached the 7th level. Although her master was usually very low-key, rarely going out, there were very few elders who dared to provoke him. On the contrary, their attitude towards him was quite respectful. This was because her master wasn't just a 6th-level expert, he was also a great alchemist with a special status, capable of refining all kinds of ancient medicines. Even some of the ancient pills that had been lost in history had been refined before. Because of her barbarian identity, a man encountered a lot of trouble when she wanted to enter the barbarian god sect. Her physique wasn't suitable for cultivation. Moreover, those powerful barbarians in the barbarian god sect wouldn't accept her as a disciple. Compared to the human race, the barbarian race spent more resources on cultivation. Those barbarian race experts didn't even have enough resources for their own cultivation, naturally they wouldn't accept another barbarian disciple. However, at that time a man had caught the eye of her master who had just returned from gathering medicinal herbs, saying that he was lacking a disciple to take care of the medicinal fields. Hence, a man had taken her master as a disciple. Normally, she had very little contact with her master. Her master spent almost every day in her own courtyard, fiddling with some medicinal herbs and refining pills. Sometimes, he would throw bottles full of medicinal pellets to a man, some of them could increase one's blood essence, while others were healing pellets. A man grew up in the wilderness under the guidance of her grandfather, so she was naturally proficient in all kinds of medicinal herbs. She also had some understanding of medicinal herbs and medicinal pellets. At first, a man thought that her master had given her those medicinal pellets out of goodwill, but she discovered that some of the medicinal pellets had different effects when taken together, capable of controlling a person's mind. At that time, a man thought that her master had given her these medicinal pellets because he wasn't paying attention. At that time, a man slowly realized that the medicinal pellets he gave her didn't seem to have any problems at first glance, but if taken in the long run, it would cause a person's mind to go haywire, even turning them into a mindless puppet. That was why a man became vigilant, but she still didn't understand why her master would do this. Did he want to control her? Her cultivation was clearly at the third realm. What was the use of controlling her? No wonder, so he wanted to use me as a cauldron, waiting for me to reach a certain level before plucking me. Every time my cultivation broke through, he would be overjoyed. At first, I even thought that he was really happy for me. Thinking of this, a cold light flickered in a man's eyes. If it wasn't for Xianxia telling her about that part of the future, she wouldn't have discovered it so early. Later on, it was because of this that the barbarian god sect annihilated the tribe she belonged to. This time, he'll be out for at least half a month before returning. Before that, I need to figure out what kind of tricks he has up his sleeve. A man was very familiar with her own methods. If she wanted to poison her master, she would have come up with a foolproof plan, not leaving behind any clues. So, how did the barbarian god sect find out about this in the future? Perhaps her master had some kind of secret method that she didn't know of that allowed him to contact the barbarian god sect in secret. Other than this possibility, a man couldn't think of any other. I'll give you half a month's time to personally take revenge. If you can't do it in half a month, I'll erase your memories and return everything to normal. Whatever happens after that will have nothing to do with me. Of course, I won't help you during this time. Xianxia stated, his tone indifferent. It wasn't that he was cruel, but if a man couldn't even do such a small thing, then she wasn't qualified to waste his time. In this vast world, there was bound to be a second suitable person. At the end of the day, to Xianxia, a man was merely a suitable tool. If it was broken, he could fix it, and if it couldn't be fixed, he could replace it. It sounded cruel, but this was the truth. This half a month's time could be considered a test for a man. If she could pass this test, her life in the future would be much better. Although a man still couldn't understand all this, she understood that Xianxia wasn't joking. Half a month's time, revenge, she wouldn't let Xianxia erase her memories, because if he did, that cruel future would descend, and there would be no change. I understand, I won't disappoint Senior. A man nodded solemnly. She had lost all her cultivation, and although there was still powerful energy in her body, it was still difficult for her to fully utilize it. She still needed a period of adaptation. Moreover, she only had half a month's time, but this was too short. After all, her master was a 6th-level master, and in the barbarian god sect where experts were as common as clouds, she had a certain status. Moreover, if she didn't handle this matter properly, it was very likely that the future she saw would be the same, causing the tribe behind her to be annihilated by the barbarian god sect. Therefore, she had to be careful with every step she took. After saying all this to a man, Xianxia disappeared, as if he had merged with heaven and earth, leaving no trace behind. A man didn't even have time to react. Senior, a man tried to call out, but no one answered. It was incomparably quiet. If it weren't for the fact that everything seemed so real, a man would have suspected that she was hallucinating. Faintly, she couldn't even remember Xianxia's appearance, as if there was a thick layer of fog shrouding him. According to the nameless divine art Senior gave me, I can indeed slowly circulate the energy in my body, and can even sense the spiritual energy in the air. This is something I wouldn't have dared to imagine before. The barbarian race can't absorb the spiritual energy like humans, missing out a lot, but now, I can feel the spiritual energy swarming toward me. My body is like a giant black hole. After a man returned to her courtyard, the first thing she did was to sit down cross-legged and comprehend the profoundness of this nameless technique. In just an instant, she was shocked. She had never experienced such a terrifying speed of improvement before. Even the naked eye could see that a gust of wind had appeared around her, which was caused by the boiling of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this time, if someone were to look from the outside of the mountain, they would see a lot of spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathering in the air like fog. Fortunately, this place was relatively remote and cultivators rarely came here. After Aman recovered from her shock, she quickly calmed down. She knew that this was her chance and she had to make the best use of the time to absorb it. At the same time, the pores on her body glowed, and numerous golden vortexes appeared. They were like some kind of tool that could absorb and devour the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. This is the first level of cultivation, and it's already close to the second level. It's only been an afternoon. Very quickly, the afternoon passed in a flash. As dusk descended outside the courtyard, Aman also opened her eyes. Her crystal clear and pretty eyes were filled with shock and awe as well as a deep sense of joy. She really did not expect that the speed of cultivation could be so fast. It was as if she was soaring in the clouds. This feeling was simply intoxicating and difficult to describe with words. When she was in the tribe, she cultivated the barbarian god method. It took her more than 10 years to cultivate to the second level, which was comparable to the second level of the human race. Even so, she was still praised as the most outstanding genius of the barbarian race in thousands of years. Senior, just where did he come from? The cultivation method he casually created is so terrifying and unfathomable. He shouldn't be from this world. Perhaps he is a true immortal from the legends? Aman's heart was filled with shock. She walked out of the courtyard, wanting to see if there was any sign of Xianxia. However, the night was like water. The moonlight sprinkled down like fragments of silver. The surroundings were incomparably peaceful, and the sounds of insects were particularly pleasing to her ears. Perhaps half a month's time is enough. Aman did not see any sign of Xianxia. She was slightly disappointed. She had originally thought that she would be praised by the senior for breaking through to the first level in one afternoon, and even approaching the second level. But she quickly shook her head, restraining this feeling that she was too childish. Since the senior had said that this could be considered a transaction between the two of them, then her emotional reaction was somewhat inappropriate. In the next few days, Aman spent her time in bitter cultivation. Other than the first few days where her cultivation speed was ridiculously fast, it gradually slowed down. Of course, her cultivation had already reached the fourth level. She was even stronger than when she cultivated the barbarian god method. This kind of speed could only be described as inconceivable. Aman's mind was strong, so she was not confused by this kind of speed. In the process of her bitter cultivation, she also tried other methods to strengthen her foundation. A skyscraper starts from the ground. This kind of simple logic was very clear to Aman. In the barbarian god sect, there were many geniuses who would stay in the same realm for many years in order to strengthen their foundation. Although Aman's cultivation speed was fast, it was accompanied by a weak foundation. Hence, Aman began to deliberately control her cultivation speed. Of course, in these few days, Song Qing'er did not come to find trouble with her, and Xianxia also did not appear. Apart from bitterly cultivating, Aman also flipped through various ancient books and went to the other peaks of the barbarian god peak to inquire about some information. In order to deal with her master, Aman had put in a lot of effort. Relying on ordinary means was definitely not her master's match. Therefore, Aman thought of poisoning her master. Other than that, she also needed to know what method her master used to pass the news to the barbarian god sect. Bang! On this day, a man, who was bitterly cultivating in his courtyard, suddenly heard a loud noise coming from outside. She was alarmed and alerted, quickly looking into the courtyard. In the next moment, she was dumbfounded. A bronze four-legged square cauldron about half a person's height was sitting in the middle of the courtyard. On its ancient surface, there were many engravings, including ancient sacrificial drawings of human ancestors, various terrifying beasts fighting, mountains, rivers, birds, beasts, insects, and fishes. Beside this four-legged square cauldron were many strange and ferocious-looking savage beasts. Even though they were dead, they still exuded shocking killing intent, enough to scare an ordinary person to death. This is the horned she-dragon's horn. A man recognized one of the black horns that seemed to be made of some kind of metal. Her small mouth suddenly opened slightly in shock. She had only seen this thing in ancient books. It was a terrifying savage beast comparable to a human 8th-level cultivator, and its horn had the power to split the sky. This was originally a legendary creature, no one had ever seen it with their own eyes. But today, a man suddenly saw it, and it was a broken horn. There were still traces of blood in some places, clearly it had been broken not long ago. As for the other parts of the savage beasts, as well as the rare spirit stones and divine herbs, a man couldn't recognize them. But if they were placed together with the horned she-dragon's horn, their value was unimaginable. Senior, these are, looking at the slender figure standing beside the four-legged square cauldron, a man couldn't help but ask in shock and disbelief. Could it be that Xianxia disappeared for the past few days to hunt these terrifying savage beasts and obtain these rare materials? She thought that Xianxia had directly disappeared and left. I've searched all over this world for the past few days and only found these things. However, they're barely enough to refine a cauldron of treasure blood for you to build your foundation. Xianxia glanced at her and said casually. After all, a man was born in this world and was tainted with the laws and aura of this world. If he used other materials to build her foundation, it might cause some adverse effects. Therefore, after thinking about it, he personally went to find some materials of this world for her. If a man was left to her own devices and relied on herself to build her foundation, who knew how much time would be wasted? Refined treasure blood? Senior, did you specially find this for me? Hearing this, a man was shocked again. She knew that the disciples of some large sects were supported by rich resources. During cultivation, their families would refine precious blood to help them build their foundation. When she was in the barbarian tribe, she had also had such an experience. However, it was the blood of ordinary beasts and herbs that were several thousand years old, so it couldn't be considered precious blood. These materials are too precious, any one of them, if placed outside, would cause a huge commotion. I'm afraid the barbarian god sect can't take out even one. A man found it hard to calm down. She never thought that she would receive such treatment one day. Her bright eyes looked at Xianxia, but she didn't know what to say to thank him. The barbarian god sect can still take out one. The stalk of cold god grass was taken from their treasury, Xianxia said casually. He didn't care much about it. To him, this was just a small matter. But a man's gratitude towards him was unexpected. He didn't want to have too many emotional ties with a man, no matter who it was, even if it was him. The barbarian god sect's cold god grass? Senior, you actually went to the barbarian god sect's treasury? A man blinked her eyes, finding the stalk of cold god grass among the pile of materials. The stalk of cold god grass was blue and lustrous, as if it was carved from cold jade, looking very beautiful. While a man was surprised, she also felt envious. If she was as strong as Senior, she too could enter the barbarian god sect's treasury freely. Then she wouldn't be lacking cultivation resources. You don't need to thank me, this is just an early investment for you. Xianxia's gaze swept over a man, casually saying, if you can't meet my requirements, you'll have to return everything you've received in double. A man won't disappoint Senior. I won't let Senior down. A man's expression immediately became very solemn. She knew the value of these divine materials. Any one of them could cause a huge commotion in the outside world, so she didn't dare to be negligent. Xianxia didn't waste any time. With a wave of his hand, a layer of hazy light spread out, enveloping the entire courtyard. Then, a cluster of golden flames ignited under the bronze cauldron with a bang. A man watched in shock. She was proficient in medicinal theory, although she had never come into contact with such things before. But it could also be seen that Xianxia simply threw them in and didn't mention how to combine them according to various pharmacological principles to maximize the efficacy of the medicine. It was like stewing them randomly. A man suddenly felt a little heartache. So many divine materials were casually thrown into the cauldron, and then they began to bubble. Dense light began to spray out. It was the first time she had seen such an extravagant thing. Not long after, all the divine materials fell in succession, and all kinds of dazzling divine light interweaved. The haze was dense, accompanied by astonishing divinity. It was like a pot of peerless medicine was being refined. There were even many strange phenomena and phantoms appearing in the void. Palaces and pavilions sat there majestically, ancient ferocious beasts roaring ferociously, and divine chains interweaving like order into a large net. In Wilde's opinion, any one of these drops of treasured blood elixir was a supreme divine medicine that contained countless mysteries. Guchunga's expression didn't change much. He didn't spend too much effort on it. With a man's current cultivation, it was impossible for her to absorb all of it. It was purely for her to strengthen her foundation. Very soon, in front of Guchunga, a man took off her outer garment, wearing only a small garment, and walked into the cauldron with a determined expression. Ignoring the boiling blood, she endured the high temperature and directly sat down cross-legged. The bubbling blood gushed out and curled up in a great mist. In an instant, it submerged her. Only her head was left, steamed red by the high temperature. She knew that this was the best time for the medicine, so she couldn't miss the best opportunity. This cauldron's treasured blood could not only strengthen her foundation, but also temper her spirit and strengthen her soul. The moment he sat down, a man felt as if his skin was being torn apart. Every pore on her body felt like it was being pierced by burning red needles, and she almost fainted from the pain. Fortunately, her willpower was extremely firm. She gritted her teeth and endured it. Then, he began to circulate the nameless cultivation technique that Guchunga had imparted to him, absorbing the essence of the cauldron's treasure blood. This was a divine material that Guchunga had specially found for her. She couldn't let him down. Moreover, this was an unimaginable opportunity for her. Even the barbarian god sect's most outstanding genius wouldn't be as extravagant as her, possessing a cauldron full of precious blood. Just a single drop would make them go wild with joy. Looking at how a man was holding on for dear life, her delicate and flawless face was filled with beads of sweat, like a cooked prawn, completely red. Guchunga couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't know what to say. He didn't say that he wanted a man to sit down and refine this cauldron's treasure blood. The divine fire he had released wasn't an ordinary fire, its temperature was ridiculously high. But this girl was very self-aware, not caring about her own body at all, not even afraid of being cooked by the high temperature. But this kind of willpower still made Guchunga admire her a little. Boom! Strange phenomena occurred in this place. Lightning flashed, runes disappeared, and divine light soared to the sky. Behind them was a scene of chaos. A man was using this cauldron's treasure blood to strengthen her foundation. Various kinds of divine lights shone brightly. Her originally fair skin was undergoing a shocking transformation. While absorbing the precious blood, it began to nurture vitality. To a man, this was a supreme fortune. She wasn't willing to let go of a single strand of vitality, thinking of ways to absorb it. Guchunga covered the sky outside the courtyard and did not let the strange phenomenon in this place rush out. This kind of scene continued for an entire day and night. On the evening of the second day, a man watched as the medicinal liquid gradually became clear. She let out a long breath. After absorbing it, she stood up from the cauldron. Her eyes were shining like two bolts of lightning. It was terrifying to the extreme. Her entire person looked more and more flawless. Her skin was white and delicate, her facial features were as exquisite as a painting, and her figure was tall and slender, as if she was made of immortal jade. Just by tempering my foundation, my cultivation base has broken through to the fifth realm. Moreover, my foundation is much deeper than before. It's simply inconceivable. Moreover, I still haven't completely refined the medicinal energy I absorbed. A man's face was filled with joy. Her body was filled with a terrifying energy that surged like an ocean. She felt like she didn't need to fear sixth realm human cultivators at all. Senior, thinking of this, a man couldn't help but look at Guchunga, her eyes full of hope. However, Guchunga didn't say anything. He only shook his head and then tossed her a white robe. At this time, a man felt something strange in her body. She reacted and her face flushed red. She quickly retreated back into the cauldron, only revealing her shy head. In the past several days of absorbing the precious blood, the clothes she wore before had already turned to ash. Thus, she was in a completely naked state. Thus, she couldn't be blamed for almost retreating back into the cauldron. Her heart was filled with shame. However, after Guchunga tossed her a white robe, his figure vanished. He didn't continue to stay here. He didn't say anything, as if he hadn't seen anything at all. Senior, he should have seen it just now, how embarrassing. A man felt her face heating up. It was even hotter than when she was sitting in the cauldron and absorbing the precious blood. Especially when she thought of how she had stood up in joy and excitement, she wished she could retract her head back into the cauldron. It took her a long time to regain her composure. She picked up the white robe Xianxia had tossed her and put it on. This should be Senior's robe. A man looked at this soft outer garment. She didn't know what material it was made of. She could feel a bit of warmth coming from it, as well as a very pleasant smell. It was like a clear immortal spring. She fell into a daze for a moment, thinking of something. Her face flushed red as she shook her head desperately, as if she was trying to expel these thoughts from her mind. A transcendent immortal like Senior shouldn't have such mundane thoughts. What am I thinking? A man shook her head, as if telling herself this. Compared to people of the same age, a man was tall and slender, her legs were especially long and slender. In the entire barbarian god sect, her beauty was at the forefront. However, the way Xianxia looked at her didn't change much because of this. Even just now, he looked at her as if she was a rock or a weed by the roadside. At the age of 15 or 16, a man had been mature and sensible since she was young. She had experienced many things and was far calmer than her peers. But she was also a little confused about her current emotions and did not know what it meant. When she was cultivating, there would be many distracting thoughts in her mind that should not be there. She would uncontrollably think of Senior. At first, a man felt that it was her respect and awe for Senior and her yearning for his great strength. But she never thought that her face would heat up because of this and her emotions would not calm down for a long time. It had to be said that the two of them had only known each other for a few days and had not even spoken much. But a man felt that there was something about Xianxia that attracted her. She couldn't help but feel close to her. Especially when facing Xianxia, her heart would inevitably beat faster. She guessed that it was because of the demon heart that Senior had mentioned. Because they both had demon hearts? The two of them were of the same kind, so was that why she felt this way, or was it because she simply liked beautiful things, like little girls who liked beautiful things or people? After all, Senior looked to be in his 20s and his appearance was flawless. Using the word perfect was not enough to describe him. So I am also a vulgar person? A man finally calmed down and could not help but shake her head and ask herself. Her thoughts returned. Because of the precious blood in the cauldron, she had successfully broken through to the 5th realm of cultivation. Breaking through 3 realms in one go was simply inconceivable. Even facing her master, a 6th realm expert, she was very confident and did not need to use poison or other methods. Moreover, a man was confident that she would break through to the 6th realm on the day her master returned to the mountain. This kind of terrifying speed was simply unimaginable to her in the past. But today, it was easily achieved. It was like a dream. After returning to her room, a man first changed her clothes and then carefully folded the moon-white coat that Xianxia had thrown to her. She planned to wash it when she had time and then return it to Xianxia. After all, she had worn it before. Although it had not been for long, it had come into contact with her skin all over. Therefore, she was worried that Xianxia would dislike it when the time came. It could be seen that this Senior's entire body was spotless. He probably couldn't tolerate having his clothes stained with other things. In the following days, a man did not see Xianxia again. In the beginning, she was disappointed and frustrated, but after cultivating for a while, she would habitually take a few glances at the courtyard. Gradually, she calmed down and began to completely immerse herself in cultivation. In the past few days, she had found Xianxia through the poison that she had administered previously. Using the excuse of giving her the antidote, she helped her to investigate the matter regarding the life plates of the elders of the various peaks. Xianxia was a flower that grew up in a greenhouse, so she naturally did not dare to resist. She valued her own life very much. On the other hand, a man had also smoothly obtained quite a bit of information, causing her to be very puzzled. She had always known that every barbarian god peak elder had a life token placed in one of the inner halls of the barbarian god sect, and there were disciples patrolling the area every day. If the life token was lost, extinguished, or broken, the disciple would immediately know of the elder's death. This was not a secret in the barbarian god sect. Even the most talented disciples would be given a life token to ensure that they were still alive. However, the life token could only tell if the elder was dead or alive. It could not determine the cause of the elder's death. Naturally, it could not determine the enemy's identity. According to the scenes from the future, a man knew that after killing her master, the first thing she did was to remove all traces, not leaving behind any clues. Therefore, it was very unlikely that the barbarian god sect was able to confirm that she was the murderer through the life token. Then, how did the barbarian god sect find out about this? A man fell into deep thought. Could there be other possibilities? For example, did someone else know that she killed her master? And then report this matter to the barbarian god sect. According to the scenes from the future, the time when the tribe behind her was annihilated was not long after her father left the tribe to search for the barbarian god sect. However, the truth was that she had killed her master before that. There was a long time between the two events. Could it be that I told someone about this matter, and that person then told the barbarian god sect? A chill ran down a man's spine as she thought of the most likely possibility. However, according to her personality, this kind of thing could only be told to the person closest to her, the person she trusted the most. It could only be father, grandfather, but father was killed by grandfather in the end. In other words, the person who leaked this matter to the barbarian god sect was grandfather? A man's gaze turned frosty as she connected the dots. She didn't know grandfather's intention, but she knew that the person she trusted the most, the person closest to her, had been deceiving her all this time. Grandfather, not only did you kill father, you also caused the entire tribe to be annihilated by the barbarian god sect. A man's heart had long turned cold. Since she had figured everything out, there was no need to worry anymore. Her master would return by tomorrow at the latest. During this time, she would prepare a big gift for her master. Other than her master, she wouldn't let the barbarian god sect off. If it wasn't for Xianxia, the tribe behind her would have been annihilated by the barbarian god sect. Not even sparing children and old people, such cruel and ruthless actions, there was no need for her to show any mercy. At noon the next day, a divine rainbow descended from the mountain peak. It was a middle-aged man with a pale face. He looked very frail. He wore a scholarly robe. His eye sockets were slightly sunken, as if he lacked chi and blood. After returning to the mountain peak, he first closed his eyes to sense the aura around him. After confirming that there were no outsiders around, he nodded and headed to his courtyard. A man, noticing the messy herb fields not far away, the middle-aged man frowned slightly, then called out. Master, you're back? Hearing this voice, a man finally reacted. She hurried over from her courtyard with a look of pleasant surprise on her face. The middle-aged man looked at a man and nodded. There was no change in his expression as he asked, "What happened to my herb fields?" A man's face was filled with fear and uneasiness as she hurriedly explained, "Master, on the day you left, Xianxia came to find trouble with this disciple again. She was the one who ordered people to destroy those medicinal fields. These few days, this disciple has been thinking of a way." Hearing this explanation, the middle-aged man frowned and waved his hand impatiently, saying, "I know, you only know how to find trouble for your master." He naturally knew that Xianxia had come to find trouble with a man some time ago. However, he had chased her away with the reason of disturbing his cultivation. He didn't mind a man's explanation. After all, there weren't any precious herbs in those herb fields. Master needs to refine a certain kind of pellet. It might take 4 to 5 days, the middle-aged man said indifferently, but before he could finish his words, he seemed to have sensed something and was delighted. Master feels that your cultivation has increased a lot? The barbarian tribe's cultivation system was different from the human race, thus he couldn't accurately judge a man's strength. I won't hide it from you, master. Last night, this disciple luckily broke through to the third realm. A smile appeared on a man's face at the right time, with some joy and excitement. Good, as expected of my good disciple. You can take this bottle of pills. After receiving a definite answer, the middle-aged man couldn't help but smile happily, as if he was very gratified. He then took out a bottle of pellets and threw it to a man. Thank you, master. A man received it with a grateful expression, but she actually knew what kind of medicinal effects these pellets had. If she continued to consume them, it wouldn't be long before she became the middle-aged man's puppet. Very good. Very soon. The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. His gaze swept over a man, and there was a hint of greed and heat in his eyes. He then turned and left. A man kept her head down and didn't raise it. After the middle-aged man's figure disappeared, a hint of coldness appeared in her eyes. She was actually at the sixth realm now. If she had suddenly launched a sneak attack just now, she had an 80% chance of killing the middle-aged man. However, she still chose to endure and wait for a 100% chance. Since you like to refine pellets to harm people, then why don't you try this time? A man's eyes were full of killing intent. She had already made a detailed plan. She secretly added her own powder to the materials that the middle-aged man had prepared for the pellet this time. Even if they neutralized each other, there wouldn't be any smell. However, it could work together with the pellet that the middle-aged man wanted to refine, causing the medicinal effects to become chaotic and cause unexpected accidents. The middle-aged man would fall into this trap when he was testing the pellet. This time, he specially went out to find one of the precious materials because the cost of this pellet was shocking and could greatly increase a cultivator's chi and blood. The middle-aged man couldn't bear to let a man test the pellet. In the end, when he was testing the pellet, his chaotic chi and blood broke through his organs and he died instantly. Are you sure this plan is foolproof? However, what surprised Ah Man the most was that Xianxia, who had disappeared for several days, actually appeared in her courtyard today. He was sitting under a withered old tree, wearing a white robe that was as clean as the moon. His ink-black hair hung loosely over his shoulders, as if there was a crystalline light flowing through it. He exuded an otherworldly aura as his slender fingers played with a jade wine cup in his hand. Xianxia looked at Ah Man with a thoughtful look in her eyes. I dare not say that this plan is foolproof, but I am 100% sure that it can kill my master. Senior can rest assured. Ah Man was dazed for a moment, not understanding the meaning behind Xianxia's words, but she still said confidently. Xianxia let out a chuckle as he stood up, walking to Ah Man's side. This little girl is very confident. He shook his head. Hearing this, Ah Man's eyes flashed with confusion. Could it be that she had made some mistake? However, Xianxia did not explain further, merely saying, since it's like this, then act according to your plan, don't disappoint me. Ah Man had a feeling that Xianxia had seen through something. All of a sudden, Ah Man lost her confidence, asking in a low voice, Senior, did I miss something? Xianxia smiled, his gaze fixed on Ah Man as he said, since you already know that your grandfather is the culprit behind your tribe's massacre, why don't you think about how he managed to contact the barbarian god sect? Hearing this, Ah Man was dazed for a moment before realizing what Huang Xiaolong meant. Cold sweat trickled down her back. She had indeed forgotten about it, or rather, she had neglected it. In her opinion, as long as she poisoned her master to death, leaving no traces behind, the barbarian god sect would never be able to trace it back to her. Moreover, as long as she did not tell anyone else about this matter, no one else would know about it. However, she had forgotten that her grandfather was able to contact the barbarian god sect in secret, even knowing about the barbarian god's disappearance. In that case, his background was definitely not simple. Therefore, when her master was poisoned to death, her grandfather could have used some means to make the barbarian god sect suspect her. Her grandfather was actually the biggest enemy she had to face right now. Grandfather wants to borrow the barbarian god sect's hand to annihilate our tribe. But why would he do that? Ah Man couldn't understand this at all and couldn't understand. He didn't want to borrow the barbarian god sect's hand to annihilate the tribe behind you, but he wanted to borrow your hand. Xianxia's gaze was slightly pitiful. We've already come this far. Can't you see? Borrow my hand? A man's brows knit together tightly while a wisp of a vicious expression suddenly appeared on her beautiful and exquisite face. He wants me to live in guilt and pain, and let me understand that the tribe was actually annihilated because of me? She could not understand why her grandfather, who used to be so kind and amiable, would do such a cruel thing. Because you're a natural-born devil, your grandfather is merely forcing you to walk down this path with no other choice. Xianxia explained calmly. So, he did this just to force me to enter the devil path? A man's expression was filled with pain. The carefree times of her childhood surfaced in her mind once again. Gradually, they overlapped and intertwined with the cruel future that she had seen. In this world, one of the greatest taboos is a mistake. I thought you wouldn't make this kind of mistake. Guchanga lightly shook his head. It seems like not everyone could be like him, taking into account all the possibilities and making it watertight. Then again, Guchanga could only conclude that a man was still young and needed to grow up. This mistake wasn't a fatal one. Senior, what should I do? A man's expression was filled with pain, ruthlessness, and coldness intertwined in the depths of her eyes, like a fierce beast that was about to break out of its cage. It's good to have kindness in your heart, but sometimes, it's better to keep it to yourself. Guchanga stretched out his hand and placed it on her head, his tone calm. His gaze descended onto a man's heart. Strands of jet black light were currently gushing out and coiling around like mist. It seemed to carry some sort of terrifying curse that was gradually swallowing up some of the remaining light within a man's heart. Even if you've seen the future with your own eyes, you still have a trace of fantasy and hope for others. You can't do that. Sleep, it'll be fine when you wake up. Forget the beautiful past, those illusions that are like flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water. In the morning of the next day, sunlight sprinkled in through the window, bringing with it some warmth. A man's long eyelashes fluttered, and then she opened her eyes. There was a trace of confusion in her expression, as if she hadn't woken up from some kind of illusion or dream. Did I fall asleep yesterday? A man muttered to herself, noticing that she was already lying on the bed at some unknown time, covered with a blanket. The warm sunlight sprinkled in from the window was slightly dazzling, causing her to involuntarily narrow her eyes. What happened yesterday? She felt that her memories had become a little blurry. She only remembered that the senior had said something to her yesterday and told her some things. As for what exactly it was, she seemed to have forgotten. She only knew that in a daze, she had fainted because of a splitting headache and was in too much pain. Later on, she was carried back to the room by the senior. So, it was senior who covered me with a blanket? A man was a little dazed, and then she seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly took out the moon-white outer robe that Guchanga had thrown to her. It's the same as on the blanket. It's senior's aura, making one feel at ease. A man buried her head in the outer robe and muttered softly. 7 days later, as a man had expected, her master was poisoned. After swallowing the pill in surprise, he instantly fell to the ground. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and his eyes bulged out. His appearance was incomparably terrifying, like a malicious ghost. The blood vessels under his skin seemed to be about to burst, and black blood continuously spurted out from his mouth. A man looked coldly from outside the cave, her little face devoid of any emotion. How is this possible? How could the pill go wrong? The middle-aged man continuously vomited blood, his eyes wide open, full of disbelief. He crawled on the ground with difficulty, wanting to find the antidote from the bottles at the side. At this time, a man walked in from outside the cave, looking down at him coldly. The middle-aged man was like a drowning person who suddenly grabbed the last life-saving straw, and a roar came from the depths of his throat. A man! A man, quickly save me, help me. Help me find the antidote. Save you? A man just shook her head coldly. This appearance made the middle-aged man panic. It was completely different from the obedient disciple he had seen before. 0-inch not killing you with my own hands is already being merciful to you. I really want to kill you with one sword strike right now, but that would be letting you off too easily. Dying slowly and painfully like this may not be an unsuitable result for you. A man said softly, but there was no fluctuation of emotion in her eyes. You, the middle-aged man looked terrified, and was filled with extreme fear. He immediately understood. Why would there be a problem with the pills he refined? A man had long known that he would make a move against her, it was just that he was too stupid to notice. So, you knew all along. His voice trembled as he screamed, filled with regret. However, what he regretted was that a man had discovered his plan ahead of time, not that he had poisoned the pills he refined in the past. At this time, a man was no longer looking at him, looking outside the cave as if she was waiting for something. Guchunga's figure appeared outside the cave, looking calmly at a man. You've made your choice? A man nodded. I've made my choice. Since this was destined to be unsolvable from the start, why should I worry about it? From the start, I never had a chance to turn the tables. In fact, she had thought things through in the past few days. So-called schemes had no chance of winning in the face of absolute power. Even if she could get rid of her master and the barbarian god sect's hidden danger, she still couldn't escape the fate of being manipulated by her grandfather. Everything was destined from the start. She was just a fish struggling in the long river of fate. But no matter how hard she struggled, she would be thrown back to her original fate. Xianxia suddenly chuckled, reaching out to stroke her head. No, who says you don't have a chance to turn the tables? I came to this world to help you turn the tables. Inside the cultivation dwelling, a rotting stench filled the air. The middle-aged man tore at his own face, looking like a ghost that had just escaped from hell. He roared with unwillingness, crawling on the ground in search of the antidote. Who exactly are you? He had thought that this was a man's revenge, but he never imagined that there would be a second person inside the cultivation dwelling. Moreover, he had never seen this person before, as if this person didn't exist in this world. However, Xianxia did not pay attention to him. She did not even look at him. Let's go. His palm landed on a man's head, his tone neither soft nor slow. A man nodded. Although she was taller than other girls her age, her height still only reached Xianxia's shoulder. At this moment, a man raised her head to look at Xianxia with indescribable emotions. She reached out and grabbed Xianxia's sleeve, silently following behind him as they walked out of the cultivation dwelling. Save me, a man, save me. I'm your master. The middle-aged man's body was rapidly rotting, black blood gushing out from his body. He screamed in despair, begging a man to save him. However, he could only see two figures gradually disappearing outside the cultivation dwelling. The barbarian god sect's territory spanned over 10,000 li, one of the most powerful forces in this world. The words of a few elders could easily decide the fate of many forces. To this world's cultivators and barbarian tribes, the barbarian god sect was the supreme ruler of this world. Senior, what should I do next? A man followed behind Xianxia, standing on a mountain peak. Fog drifted in the air, and in the distance, loud bell tolls could be heard. The death of an elder was a big matter to the barbarian god sect, alerting all the peaks at the first moment. Streaks of light were already flying over from the nearest mountain peaks. Many elders and disciples swarmed over, wanting to see what was going on. Swish. Swish. Are you afraid? Xianxia didn't answer her, but asked with a smile. A man shook his head and said, a man isn't afraid. I feel very at ease by Senior's side instead. She had never thought that there would be a day when she would experience so many things. She even felt that her state of mind had undergone an indescribable change. Even when looking at the elders and disciples who had rushed over, they were incomparably calm. Their emotions did not fluctuate in the slightest. This was a terrifying transformation process. A man had never thought that in just a few days, she would experience countless things and recognize the so-called truth. Since you're not afraid, let's kill them later. These people should all become your nourishment, Xianxia said. Only by killing them will you be able to see the truth you want to know. Black viciousness appeared in a man's eyes. He looked into the distance and said, kill them? I understand. Who are you? Why on Elder Zhu's mountain peak? From afar, there were already cultivators rushing over, noticing Xianxia's presence. Their eyes were filled with vigilance as they shouted. The other cultivators leaped into the air, silhouettes floating above their bodies as they stared at Xianxia in shock. In the vast barbarian god sect, they had never seen such an unfamiliar figure. If they had seen him before, they would definitely have an impression of him. Elder Zhu's life token shattered, suspected to be dead, it's definitely related to him. Capture this person. The barbarian god sect's cultivators who had rushed over shouted coldly, planning to take action and capture Xianxia. Only through extreme transformation can one temper an invincible Tao and will. Today, this place belongs to you, no one can stop you. However, Xianxia didn't pay attention to them, merely smiling at a man. As his voice fell, there seemed to be some kind of iron-blooded will that could not be questioned in the world, and a terrifying rumbling sound rang out. Even the Grand Tao's laws were shaking, countless chains of law and order locked down the entire area. It was as if the barbarian god sect's territory was under some kind of order and rule, even the will of heaven and earth retreated. A man didn't know what this meant, but she could feel that her body had been bestowed with boundless power in that instant. She quietly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her expression was cold and indifferent. Kill, a man took a step forward, raising her palm. Countless runes condensed in the air, turning into heavenly blades, giant swords, and spears. Dazzling divine light shone from them, akin to a divine weapon fog. The group of cultivators charging over didn't have time to react before they were torn apart by these heavenly blades and giant swords, exploding into a mist of blood. To the barbarian god sect, this was a terrifying day, the shadow of death looming over them. No one could have imagined that the death of an elder would lead to such an unimaginable calamity. When the elders who had rushed over saw the surging blood mist with their own eyes, their entire bodies trembled in fear. "That's Elder Zhu's disciple, that barbarian tribe's princess," someone suddenly recognized a man's identity, his face filled with fear, but in the next second, he was torn apart by the heavenly blades, exploding with a pu sound. A man was dressed in plain robes, her fine black hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. There wasn't the slightest trace of emotion on her flawless face. She walked down step by step from the mountain peak. With a raise of her hand, it was as if thousands of starlight gathered, interweaving into a terrifying weapon. This kind of vast and terrifying might was akin to a world-ending calamity to the average cultivator. Even the seventh-leveled elder was shocked. He didn't think a teenage girl would have such terrifying power. This was simply inconceivable. Moreover, the young man standing behind her had a faint smile on his face as he watched the scene unfold before him. There wasn't the slightest ripple in his eyes. "Stop!" Angry roars came from the distance as the barbarian god sect's experts rushed over, wanting to stop this. However, a man's expression remained unchanged, cold and indifferent. She walked out from the blood fog, exuding a strong stench of blood. Countless crimson lights could be seen in the air, rushing towards her. That was the source of a fallen cultivator's life essence, turning into surging energy that was absorbed by her. The current-day man was akin to a constantly changing crimson flower, swallowing all living things that came close to her. With every step she took, her aura changed, like a terrifying tsunami that wanted to drown the world. At this time, in a desolate land far away from the barbarian god sect, inside an ancient barbarian tribe. A figure clad in a black robe with a hood covering his face, looking somewhat stooped and old, was fiddling with dried medicinal herbs in front of him, coughing from time to time. The people in the tribe, regardless of their age or gender, were all respectful when they saw him. This was the tribe's grandpa, a person of virtue and prestige. He was very old and was in charge of the tribe's sacrificial offerings, medicinal herbs, and other related matters. Other than the patriarch, he was the person with the highest prestige. At this time, beside this black-robed old man, a bronze-skinned, burly, and tall middle-aged man was discussing something with him. "There are less than 4 years left before I step onto that path. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to touch the 7th level in this lifetime." "Only 4 years left for a man. I wonder how she's doing in the barbarian god sect." The middle-aged man was the tribe's patriarch, in charge of all the tribe members. There was a trace of worry on his face as he looked in the direction of the barbarian god sect. Cough, cough, cough. "A man has been smart since she was young. Even in a place like the barbarian god sect, no one can bully her. Patriarch, you can rest assured." The stooped old man coughed a few times, shaking his head with a smile. "But, I'm still worried. A man is only in her teens, yet she has to shoulder such a big responsibility." The middle-aged man sighed. "Especially recently, I can faintly feel the previous barbarian god summon, as if he wants to tell me something, as if he wants to warn me, tell me something. But there's something blocking everything, making me unable to hear clearly." Hearing this, the black-robed old man's movements paused for a moment, but he quickly recovered. He shook his head, smiling. "Patriarch, have you not been resting well recently? The previous barbarian god has disappeared for several 100,000 years, there are no traces of him or any legends about him. How could you possibly hear his summon?" The middle-aged man was certain. "I didn't hear wrongly, Lord Barbarian God is indeed trying to tell me something. This is his order, I must find the reason for Lord Barbarian God's disappearance. This is the only way to save the barbarian race." These words made the black-robed old man fall silent. He only shook his head without saying anything, but there was a faint light in his eyes. Suddenly, he felt something, causing his brows to furrow. Even the medicinal herbs in front of him were crushed because he didn't control his strength properly. Patriarch, what's wrong? The middle-aged man noticed the black-robed old man's expression and was a little surprised. This was the first time he saw such a gloomy and ugly expression on the old man's face. This appearance of the patriarch made him feel strange and inconceivable. Looks like there's a variable who interfered with my plan. However, the patriarch did not answer his question, only muttering under his breath. A cold glint flickered in his cloudy eyes. The chess piece he had placed in the barbarian god sect was silently destroyed, its life force vanishing, and its connection to him was severed. The middle-aged man was shocked, but in the next moment, the patriarch shook his robe and turned into black mist, disappearing from sight. How is this possible? The middle-aged man's eyes widened, unable to believe what he had just seen. In his impression, the patriarch's cultivation had dropped due to an injury in his youth. Now, his vitality had long withered, no different from an ordinary person. But just now, the patriarch had disappeared right in front of him, even he couldn't do such a thing. At this moment, the barbarian god sect was filled with a sea of blood. Baleful chi soared to the sky from every mountain peak, stretching endlessly. A man leisurely walked forward step by step, washing the mountain peaks with blood. There was a faint redness in her eyes, and her youthful face was now cold and indifferent, looking at all the cultivators in front of her as ants. A faint blood-red light shone between her brows, shrouding her flawless face in a layer of blood-red brilliance. Who exactly are you? It's impossible for her to have this kind of power. One of the barbarian god sect elders stared fearfully at Xianxia, who was following behind Aman at a leisurely pace. He could see that Aman's change was due to Xianxia behind her. This incomparably mysterious young man, just his gaze was enough to freeze his blood and extinguish the fire in his soul. Is the real lord about to show himself? Xianxia merely smiled faintly, ignoring these elders. Inside the barbarian god sect's great hall, a middle-aged man had died tragically, his eyes wide open, filled with fear and despair. As the strongest person in the barbarian god sect, his cultivation was close to breaking through to the 8th level. In this world, he was a famous peerless expert. However, his forehead was pierced through by a sword finger, penetrating his body from the front to the back, destroying his soul in an instant. Sect chief, many of the elders and disciples stared at the middle-aged man's corpse in agony and fear. With just a casual finger, their barbarian god sect's strongest person lost his life. This kind of terrifying means was something they didn't dare to imagine. Why is there such a terrifying existence behind Aman? Song Qinger was filled with despair, her body trembling from head to toe. Xianxia's gaze swept over the people in front of him, finally landing on Aman. Just this level, too. 0 is far from enough. To become a true devil, she needs an opportunity. He shook his head. She needs to sever the karma of the past with her own hands. Although the matter at the barbarian god sect had allowed Aman to awaken the devil in her heart ahead of time, it was still not enough to be valued by him. At least in terms of mental state, in Xianxia's opinion, Aman was still far from reaching that level. He wanted to nurture Aman into a suitable successor, to seize the upper world's providence in the upcoming turbulent times. Then, Aman would have to give up many things that Xianxia considered as weaknesses and flaws. An anomaly that is hard to find in 10,000 years. Then why is this anomaly called an anomaly? You should let me take a look. Xianxia said softly. Aman stood in front of the barbarian god sect's great hall, a bloody mist hovering around her. Her originally clean robes were dyed red by the mist. Her eyes were closed, as if she was waiting for something. There seemed to be an invisible vortex around her, sucking in all the energy drifting in the air into her body. Inside her surging devil heart, devil shadows filled the sky, as if they were interweaving into some kind of vague ancient figure, sitting cross-legged there. At this moment, she was as cold as a piece of ice that had been sealed for 10,000 years. Wang. Right at this time, heaven and earth trembled as a terrifying fluctuation filled the air. A powerful aura descended, as if it wanted to split heaven and earth apart. Black mist filled the air, rapidly condensing into a figure. It was none other than the black-robed old man who had rushed over from the barbarian tribe. He was the grandpa that Aman mentioned. you've finally shown yourself." At this moment, a man suddenly opened her eyes. There seemed to be an everlasting chill flowing in her eyes. The black-robed old man seemed to be shrouded in a thick black fog, standing tall in the air. His hunched back made him look exceptionally old. "A man, why did you become like this? Who caused all this?" He stared at the frosty young girl in front of him, seemingly in disbelief. He couldn't help probing. However, a man's expression did not change at all because of his words. "At this time, you still want to hide it from me?" Her gaze was frosty. "Hide what from you? Looks like you've grown up, no longer the little girl who would circle around Grandpa." The black-robed old man couldn't help muttering to himself in disbelief at a man's words. "Do you think there's any use in saying these things now that things have come to this?" A man's eyes grew colder, without a trace of warmth. Hearing this, the black-robed old man was stunned, staring straight at a man. It was as if he wanted to confirm that these words came out from her mouth and not someone else. Hee hee. Suddenly, the old man burst out laughing, unbridled and unrestrained. His face under the hood was like a withered tree trunk, his eyes sunken deep into his sockets. The gentleness that a man was familiar with was gone, replaced by indifference. "I'm very curious, how did you do all this?" The black-robed old man stared at the hell-like scene in front of him, his expression indifferent as he looked at a man. If it wasn't for the fact that he sensed something wrong with the chess piece he placed in the barbarian god sect and lost contact with him, he wouldn't have rushed over here. It was even more impossible for him to witness all this with his own eyes. In his opinion, this young girl who had always followed the rules and grew up according to her destiny would never discover the truth one day. Not to mention a bloodbath like today, where no one could resist, the entire barbarian god sect was bathed in blood. This was an inconceivable matter. A man's body was shrouded in a crimson light, resembling a delicate flower bathed in a rain of blood. Her porcelain-like face was stained with blood, but her expression was cold as she said, "I'm more curious why you've been lying to me all this time." "My good grandpa. Lying to you all this time? I don't dare to believe your words, What am I lying to you about? Or are you saying that your memories of the past 10 years are all fake? If you had been obedient and followed the path of growth that you should have experienced, then I would still be your grandfather. However, you shouldn't have known about this beforehand." Hearing this, the black-robed old man suddenly cracked a smile. But in Amon's eyes, this smile was extremely mocking. "He's still my grandfather? Is this the answer you want to give me?" A ripple appeared in Amon's eyes. "Grandpa, however, since you call me grandpa, I can tell you that no matter what the reason is, you know the truth in advance. But it's impossible for you to escape. You have to experience this fate. This is a fate you cannot escape," the black-robed old man said coldly. The smile on his face was incomparably cold. "Destiny?" A man heard this word again, but her expression was still cold and didn't change much because of it. "Deceiving me and making me fall into the devil's path, is this your so-called destiny? You even know about falling into the devil's path. It seems you have recovered your past memories." The black-robed old man's smile became even more mocking. "Past memories?" Amon's heart shook. She didn't think she would hear such an inconceivable thing again. In other words, she had other memories before this, or even older. At this moment, she only felt a splitting headache. It was as if the world in front of her was shattering. Many chaotic memories appeared and overlapped. The false and the real were constantly overlapping and reforming. A man didn't even know what was real to her and what was just a dream. "Haha, it seems you still don't know." "Indeed. How could you so easily remember those things?" The black-robed old man sneered, his eyes filled with pity. He walked down step by step from the sky. A terrifying pressure pressed down like an ocean. He wanted to attack Amon and turn the situation back to its original path. However, the confusion in Amon's eyes only appeared for a moment before disappearing in the next instant. Her eyes were cold as a faint light appeared in her palm. Boundless energy rushed out from her palm like exploding stars, attacking the black-robed old man in front of her. This was the power Guchanga had bestowed upon her, allowing her to possess this kind of boundless strength in this world. Even the strongest barbarian god sect elder had lost miserably in her hands just now. "This power doesn't belong to you. Behind you, who is helping you?" The black-robed old man's expression changed, no longer looking down on Amon. His cold gaze swept over the surroundings, trying to find some clues. Even if Amon had recovered her memories, it was impossible for her to possess this kind of power in such a short time. In other words, there was a peerless expert hiding by her side. That peerless expert not only helped her understand some of the truth, but also bestowed her with this kind of terrifying power. To the black-robed old man, this kind of action was no different from ruining his plans. Naturally, he wanted nothing more than to drag this person out and deal with him. So, you can't see Senior's existence. Amon vaguely guessed the truth from the black-robed old man's expression. After all, at this moment, Xianxia was standing in the void behind her, not too far away. But her grandfather seemed to have gone blind since arriving here, unable to see Xianxia at all. Thinking of this, Amon's heart calmed down. Senior's strength and origin could only be described as unfathomable and unfathomable. Although Amon didn't know what kind of scheme was waiting for her, thinking that Senior was right beside her, she calmed down. Her mood became incomparably stable. Kill. Amon spat out these words from her delicate lips. She was like an Azura bathed in a rain of blood as she charged at the black-robed old man. Reckless fool, you really think you can jump out of the river you belong to with the help of an expert? You won't be able to do it. You don't know what's waiting for you. The black-robed old man sneered. He raised his palm, covering the sky as he slammed it down on Amon. At this moment, his aura had already surpassed this world's so-called 9th-level cultivators, but there were no cultivators here who could witness this. The barbarian god sect, as the place where the two were fighting, couldn't withstand this kind of destruction. Heaven and earth trembled, some laws crumbled from the impact, while some talisman symbols were obliterated. The shockwaves from the battle could destroy heaven and earth. Large stretches of mountain ranges were reduced to ashes. Heaven and earth changed color, divine light surged like a tide, and phenomena spread out over 10,000 li. For ordinary cultivators, this was a rare phenomenon that they hadn't seen in hundreds of thousands of years. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Even the black-robed old man couldn't help feeling apprehensive toward the end, finding it hard to believe. His strength had already surpassed this world's 9th-level cultivators, but facing the current Amon, it was extremely difficult for him to take her down. Who is that person behind you? The black-robed old man roared, his eyes dark. A door appeared behind him, exuding an ancient aura. Inside the door was the barbarian tribe Amon was in. You really deserve to die. Amon immediately understood his actions and had no choice but to stop attacking. Her gaze was bone-chilling. In her heart, she wanted nothing more than to crush this old man she respected the most, someone she viewed as her own grandfather. Being too worried and indecisive isn't a good thing. This isn't your strength, you can't protect your family behind you. The black-robed old man sneered, feeling somewhat smug. For better or worse, he could be considered Amon's grandfather, so he understood her temperament very well. He knew that she valued relationships and wouldn't abandon the tribe behind her. Tell me, the source of your strength. The smile on his face faded, replaced by a cold and detached expression. You really want to know? Hearing this, a trace of mockery appeared on Amon's face. What do you mean by that? The black-robed old man was stunned, noticing Amon's mockery. This made his heart sink as a bad premonition rose in his heart. Senior, he's always been here. Could it be that you can't see him? Amon looked at him with mockery. The black-robed old man's heart shook. He discerned that Amon wasn't trying to fool him. Could it be that there's really a terrifying existence hidden in the shadows that I can't see clearly? Looks like you insist on interfering in this matter. Are you determined to be my enemy? His gaze turned cold as he swept his gaze across the empty space before him. Although he couldn't see Xianxia, he faintly sensed that there were some strange changes in this world. I'm just helping this pitiful little fellow in passing. But going against you? You're not worthy. An indifferent voice came from the void, and then Xianxia's figure appeared once more. His white clothes were purer than snow, and he seemed like an immortal that had descended to the world. Who are you? The black-robed old man's pupils constricted, and he was slightly horrified in his heart. He didn't sense how Xianxia appeared. He stood there as if he didn't exist. He seemed to have merged with the heavens and the earth, yet he was actually suppressing the heavens and the earth. You're not worthy to know who I am. Xianxia spoke indifferently as he glanced casually at the old man. The old man instantly seemed as if he'd been struck by lightning. His entire body trembled, and he was directly unable to move. His soul and blood seemed to have been frozen, and his limbs went cold. Senior. A man did not expect that Xianxia's mere appearance would cause the black-robed old man to be so terrified that he did not dare to move. I've disappointed Senior. Even if I obtained such formidable strength, I wasn't able to deal with this matter myself. Her expression was slightly sad and guilty. She could sense that with her current strength, she was able to defeat the old man and even kill him. However, she was restrained at every turn. She was only able to exert 60% to 70% of her strength, and she was even threatened by the old man and had no choice but to stop. Xianxia shook his head and didn't blame her. You've already done pretty well. Even if you know that your former loved ones have deceived and schemed against you, how many people are capable of killing them? This is human nature. Although you are destined to be a demon, a true demon doesn't necessarily have to destroy your human nature. Amon was stunned. She knew that Xianxia's words were actually comforting her. Before this, Senior wasn't so gentle to her. On the contrary, he was very cold and strict. She knew that this should be because Xianxia didn't want to scold her in front of her grandfather, leaving her some face. 523 Who exactly are you? Why did you come to this world and interfere? Amon's grandfather was greatly shocked. He felt that he couldn't move at all, as if the space in front of him had locked him in a quagmire. However, one thing he was certain of was that Xianxia wasn't someone from this world. I told you, you don't have the right to know. Xianxia glanced at him. According to the cultivation realms of the upper realm, Amon's grandfather wasn't even at the Saint realm. However, in this desolate lower realm, they were considered to be at the pinnacle of existence, far surpassing the so-called ninth-level cultivators by far, far. If it wasn't for Amon, this anomaly, Xianxia wouldn't even look at this world. After all, he could destroy billions of worlds like this with a flick of his finger. You can ask him the truth you want to know. Xianxia said to Amon. At this point, he didn't intend to waste any more time. Amon hadn't grown to the point where he was satisfied with her. However, as long as she was polished, an unpolished jade would eventually shine and illuminate the heavens. If you want to know the truth, there was some struggle and hesitation on Amon's face. Originally, she really wanted to know this, but at this moment, she hesitated and didn't dare to be as decisive as before. What's wrong? You don't dare to accept it, or you don't want to know? Xianxia looked at her. I don't know. I feel like my mind is in a mess, like there are many things I didn't know before. Amon shook her head, a confused expression in her eyes. Whether you want to know or not, this is your choice. I won't force you. Xianxia said. After a moment of silence, Amon's expression gradually returned to normal. I think I've been living in a lie all this time, not only now, but also in the distant past. Her voice was a little low. Xianxia reached out and placed his hand on her head. He said calmly, since you chose to accept it, then you must have the courage to accept it. Whether it's an illusion or a dream, there will be a moment when you have to wake up. Amon nodded, and her eyes became determined again. She raised her head and looked at the frightened and uneasy elder who couldn't move. Amon, even if you kill me, it's useless. I'm just following orders. Seeing the killing intent in Amon's eyes, he was incomparably uneasy and tried to struggle. However, he quickly fell into despair because he couldn't struggle at all. His soul was firmly imprisoned. He was like a little insect pressed to the ground by a terrifying force. Pooh, in the next moment, Amon didn't let him finish speaking. She directly stabbed the short sword in her hand into his heart. Blood splattered everywhere as the short sword pierced through. The black-robed elder's face was filled with disbelief and despair. He never thought that a man would really kill him with her own hands. Moreover, she did it so decisively. Looks like you've really changed, you're no longer the young girl from before. However, at this moment, there was a hint of relief at the corner of his mouth as he softly muttered. A man was expressionless. She didn't feel any emotion because of his words. She silently circulated the cultivation method that Xianxia passed to her and tried to control the black-robed elder's soul. Then, she began to devour it. Waves of demonic qi circulated and drifted in the air like a great fog. Very soon, the barbarian beast sect was shrouded in ruins. Is this his memory? A man saw the mark contained in the soul. It was very ancient and there were strange words condensing. Xianxia glanced at it and said, "This is a slave mark. He's just a servant under someone else." A servant? A man was stunned and lowered her eyes. It was as if this was the first time she had heard of such a thing. Didn't that mean that her grandfather was only doing this because he was following orders? However, Xianxia didn't explain much to her. He flicked his finger and a hazy light fell on the slave mark. Then, the slave mark began to collapse. A man also saw that her grandfather's soul began to become transparent as if it was about to dissipate. Therefore, she didn't delay and circulated the nameless cultivation method that Xianxia passed to her and began to devour the memories of the soul. There were many things that she wanted to know, including her origin, her real parents, and why she was here. If she missed this opportunity, she didn't know if she would have another chance to find out the truth. Wang. The soul was transparent and sparkling. Without the restriction of the slave mark, it began to dissipate. However, as a man continued to absorb it, she finally saw the scene inside. In that instant, she was stunned. She stood in place, filled with disbelief. Loud sounds of worship could be heard. There were figures in all directions. It was an ancient altar. Many figures wearing worship robes were praying around it. Many barbarian tribe ancestors were kneeling everywhere, praying to the heavens for something. At the center of the altar, a black-haired girl sat cross-legged. Her expression was cold, and there was no emotion on her fair and flawless face. Her entire body emitted an ancient and powerful aura. That's a man recognized the black-haired young woman who was sitting cross-legged. Her appearance was exactly the same as her, and there was no difference at all. If there was a difference, it would be the black-haired girl. Her expression was very cold, like an iceberg that would never melt. "Saintess, are those barbarian tribe ancestors calling for me?" A man felt her vision blur. In the next moment, she found herself sitting cross-legged on the altar, becoming that black-haired girl. Moreover, she heard the barbarian tribe's ancestors calling her respectfully. Such a title was very ancient. It must be known that there was no saintess in the barbarian tribes today. It could be seen that the berserker tribe she was in was very ancient and powerful. Any one of the berserker tribe ancestors who were kneeling around her was stronger than a cultivator in the 9th realm. "How are the preparations?" A man heard her own voice, but she did not open her mouth. It was the black-haired girl on the altar who asked coldly. At this moment, she was like an outsider, looking at her past self. So, this was actually what Grandpa revealed before he died. Her past memories? Who was she in the past? A man did not understand. She only felt a pain in the center of her brows. Many memories kept appearing in her mind. "Saintess, everything is ready. All kinds of sacrificial offerings have been prepared. We only need to wait for the barbarian god's arrival. This time, our 10,000 barbarian tribe will definitely receive the barbarian god's blessing and become the strongest tribe on the barbarian god continent." Many of the priests answered enthusiastically. The 9th barbarian god, the black-haired girl, listened to the priest's report. Her gaze was still cold, and she seemed to be mumbling softly. So they were offering sacrifices to the barbarian god and asking for his blessing, and if it was the 9th barbarian god, then wouldn't it be tens of millions of years ago? At that time, the barbarian tribe was the strongest force in this world. The cultivator sects and orthodoxies could only rely on them. It was impossible for them to casually slaughter the barbarian tribe like today. A man was puzzled. But she did not know why, but she could feel the killing intent hidden in the black-haired girl. Boom, the entire barbarian tribe was bustling with noise and excitement. They sang and danced, offered all kinds of food, and knelt under the altar to pray for the barbarian god's arrival. Finally, there was a change in the world. Light and shadow overlapped and a magnificent figure appeared in the sky. It was vague and tall, like an ancient god. All the barbarian tribe members were shouting madly. They were extremely fanatical and knelt under the figure. But at this moment, the black-haired girl suddenly jumped up from the altar. Her gaze was cold and black light burst out. It was like a black sun burning towards the magnificent figure of the god. Everyone in the tribe was shocked and did not know what to do. They did not understand why the noble saintess would suddenly attack the barbarian god. "You don't deserve to be the god of the barbarian tribe," the black-haired girl said coldly. She wanted to kill the god. Even a man was shocked by her actions and did not understand why. As the saintess of the barbarian tribe, she wanted to kill the barbarian god? "Blasphemous tribesman, you deserve to die." The god in the void only looked down coldly. He slapped down with his hand, wanting to kill this blasphemous black-haired girl. But a man did not see what happened next. She only felt a piercing pain between her eyebrows. It was like something was torn apart and then taken away from her mind. "That's the memory I lost," a painful expression appeared on a man's face. In a daze, she saw a figure appear beside her. It was the grandpa she had just killed. Did he already exist in that era? Did he live until now? A man did not know this. She only felt a piercing pain between her eyebrows. The part of the memory that was taken away was returned. It hurts, she suddenly knew a lot of things. The part of the memory that disappeared was taken away by her grandpa. Every time she died, the memory of her previous life would be erased. It was like going through a real reincarnation. 9 lives of reincarnation. In the end, 9 lives were a lie. Xianxia was watching her from the side. He had a strange expression on his face, but he did not disturb her. At this moment, a man seemed to be immersed in her memories. She reached out and grabbed her forehead. Her expression alternated between pain, struggle, and calmness. It was as if there was a terrifying undercurrent hidden in the depths of the vast sea. She was absorbing the memories of the past. They were like a huge flood that suddenly rushed into her mind. This required a process of acceptance and sorting out. Xianxia did not disturb her and let her sort out this part of her memories. This situation did not last for long. Very quickly, a man opened his eyes. There was not the slightest trace of childishness on his face that was still slightly young before. "Senior," she turned her head to look at Xianxia and called out softly. "Do you understand now?" Xianxia asked her. A man nodded, then shook her head and answered, "I only sorted out some of my memories. There are still many things I don't understand." According to the memories she had obtained, her true identity was actually the daughter of the first barbarian god. But for some unknown reason, the first barbarian god had suddenly angered the ancient god and was killed by him. Moreover, to prevent the first barbarian god from reviving, the god had cut his body into 6 pieces and buried them at the ends of the 4 poles of the world. The later barbarian gods had actually obtained the broken body of the first barbarian god for various reasons and obtained great power from it. And the grandfather who had raised her was actually her father's servant. But why did he want to raise her? In each life, he used various methods to observe her growth. Did he want to ensure that she grew up according to a certain path? A man did not know the answer to these questions. Even her grandfather did not know the reason for doing this. He was only following the instructions left in his mind. Perhaps all of this was the orders of that god. The god is high up in the sky, looking down on all of this from a distant world. Not only did he kill my father, he also made me suffer the pain of reincarnation and wanted me to turn into a demon. He must have done this to take revenge on my father. A man's expression gradually became firm. In her mind, she had already guessed all kinds of possibilities. In every life, when she wanted to remember the past, her grandfather would appear to correct the confusion and erase that part of her memory, ensuring that she would grow up according to the predetermined path. But in every life, there would always be all kinds of accidents, just like the scene she just saw. At that time, she was the sacred lady of the Berserker tribe. However, she found out that the reason why the previous god of Berserkers had disappeared was because he had been devoured by the 9th god of Berserkers. In the eyes of all the barbarians, the god who protected them was far from being as great as they thought. In fact, they were despicable villains who used various methods to steal the godhood. That was why she attacked the 9th god of Berserkers during the great ceremony of worshipping at that time. She wanted to kill him so that the Berserkers could see the true face of the fake god. The reason why the Berserkers on the ground are declining is because the real god of Berserkers has long since disappeared, or rather, the later gods of berserkers were eaten by the previous gods of berserkers as food. A man spoke softly in her heart as she thought of this sad and cruel fact. She suddenly understood why all the people who had stepped on the path to find the god of berserkers had disappeared without a trace. Why 4 years later, her foster father in this life had also been killed. Grandfather knew all of this a long time ago, so in order to hide the truth and prevent me from remembering the past, that's why he killed my foster father. A man quickly sorted out the cause and effect of these things. Her beautiful crystal eyes regained their calmness. After she absorbed the part of the memory that her grandfather had taken away, some kind of shackle in her body seemed to have suddenly been broken. It was an ancient mark that contained her previous Tao and cultivation. An endless stream of power surged out from her lungs, bones, heart, every corner of her body. It was vast and boundless. God of heaven? My real father? Guchanga watched all of this quietly and did not say anything to disturb a man. But when a man muttered to herself and described the ancient memory, a strange expression appeared on his face. The truth that a man thought was correct was far crueler than she thought. However, he did not intend to tell her just like that. Without truly experiencing that kind of cruelty, it was impossible for her to truly transform. In Guchanga's opinion, the current man was still very pure. There was still some naivety and innocence that belonged to a young girl in her eyes. This was still very far from the white-haired which he saw when he looked into the long river of fate, who could dominate the heavens and startle the ancient giant at the other end of the long river of time. The true path of seeking the devil had only just begun. Senior, then, a man recovered and looked at Guchanga. She wanted to say something but hesitated. What do you plan to do next? Guchanga only shook his head and asked with a faint smile on his handsome face. I want to take revenge. I want to kill the god of heaven and take revenge for 9 lifetimes. I want to take revenge for my father's death. A man raised her resolute eyes that flickered with hope. N. Guchanga nodded, carefully assessing a man, saying, even without my help, you have strength comparable to this world's 9th realm cultivators. If you want to take revenge, there is a possibility. 9th realm cultivation, a man indeed felt the unimaginable power in her body, enough to sweep away all the experts in this world. Even the other forces on the same level as the barbarian god sect were no match for her. Some of this power came from the mark on her body, but most of it came from the nameless cultivation technique Guchanga taught her and the barbarian god sect's elders she had devoured. In a man's opinion, this nameless cultivation technique was her greatest hope and opportunity for revenge in the future. The mysteries contained within were indescribable with words. Senior, are you leaving? But a man couldn't bring herself to be happy, even though she knew the so-called truth and had hope of becoming stronger and taking revenge. Because from Guchanga's words, she had already sensed his intention to leave. To her, Guchanga was not just a simple senior. Instead, it was like a ray of light breaking through the dark clouds. If there was no Guchanga, she would still be a pitiful person living in a lie and a mirror. If she had to rely on herself to understand the truth, who knew how long it would take? Moreover, she did not have the courage to face the cruel reality of the future. Mia? Guchanga suddenly smiled. A man stared blankly at him. This was the first time she had seen Senior reveal such a smile, like a clear lake or drifting white clouds, giving people endless warmth. Moreover, his smile was so beautiful. She fell into a daze, the unspeakable dream she had last night appeared in her mind, causing her face to blush. A teenager was the age when love first bloomed. A man didn't know if she was like this now, but she knew she didn't want to be separated from Senior like this. Although they had known each other for less than a month. It's a small world, why are you so sad? Guchanga reached out, patting her head, his voice gentle. Senior, I still don't know your name. Can you tell me? A man's eyes drooped, like a young girl at a loss. She didn't know where to put her hands under her sleeves. She didn't know Guchanga's name, didn't know his origins, didn't know why he wanted to help her, and didn't know what the deal he spoke of was. There were too many things. Guchanga was like a fog that suddenly appeared in this world, in front of her. Name? Guchanga smiled, his eyes landing on her face. You can call me Demon Master. Demon Master. A man firmly remembered these 2 words in her heart. Guchanga did not choose to leave immediately. A few days later, he had a man return to her tribe to reunite with her adoptive father and the others. He did not appear in public, merely observing everything from the shadows. A man personally told her adoptive father and the others about the barbarian tribe and the barbarian god tribe. How these matters were dealt with wasn't something Guchanga cared about. On the other hand, the destruction of the barbarian god sect in a single day, turning the surroundings into ruins, caused a great commotion in this world. Many forces went to investigate, but Guchanga had already taken action, erasing all traces for Aman. Aman wasn't worried that the other experts of this world would find their tracks and so on. Of course, with her current strength, she didn't need to be afraid of the other forces in this world. The night was peaceful, the moonlight like water flowing through the tribe. Guchanga stood on a mountain peak in the distance, the full moon hanging behind him, clear and cold. He was clad in a spotless white robe, quietly watching the bright bonfires below, the many barbarian tribe members singing and dancing, filling the tribe with joy. A cold wind blew, causing his robe to flutter, like an immortal riding the wind under the moon. "I hope you won't disappoint me." Guchanga's gaze fell on a man in the distance. This young girl's face was brimming with happiness, drinking wine and eating meat with many of her tribe members, looking carefree. For her, after understanding the so-called truth, she no longer needed to feel as uneasy as before, as if she was in a rush. Now, she could finally relax. Regarding this, Guchanga did not point it out. After all, a man still needed to be tempered, needed to grow. If he were to tell her the truth himself, why would he waste so much time on her? In these few days, Guchanga had taught a man many things. There were cultivation techniques, forbidden heavenly arts, and some secret arts he had created himself. Before leaving, Guchanga reluctantly did his duty. Although he did not let Aman call him master, Aman had already regarded him as her real master. "I look forward to the next time we meet, Wild." After that, Guchanga gently shook his head and did not choose to bid farewell to Wild. He was not a person who cared about these complicated formalities, so there was no need for him to specially bid farewell. In the next moment, his figure was like a bubble, disappearing on the spot. All of his aura, traces, and karma in the world vanished in an instant. It was as if he had never appeared in this world. At this time, Aman, who was drinking wine and eating meat with many of his clansmen, was suddenly stunned. A strange feeling came from the unseen world, and she couldn't help but cover her chest in panic. The smile on Aman's face quickly disappeared and her face turned pale. "Why do I suddenly feel so flustered?" At this moment, a feeling of loss surged into her heart, causing Aman to directly stand up. After that, she ignored the shocked and puzzled gazes of her clansmen and started to rush towards the back of the mountain. "Senior," Aman shouted towards the silent mountains under the moonlight. The expression on her little face was incomparably panicked, as if she had suddenly lost something very precious. However, in the empty and quiet mountains, apart from her own shouts echoing, there was no other sound in response. "Why?" Aman muttered. She originally thought that Guchanga would accompany her for a long time, at least spend these few days with her before bidding farewell to her as expected. However, he left just like that quietly, without any sound or movement. He didn't even say goodbye, nor did he greet him. This caused Aman to feel as if she had lost all the strength in her body, and she directly leaned weakly against an ancient tree. She had originally planned to step onto the path of revenge for her birth father after dealing with the matters of the tribe. Moreover, in order to make Guchanga look at her in a new light, she had even thought of the following plans in her mind. But she did not remember to say those words to Guchanga, nor did she receive a word of praise from him. I haven't had the time to call you master, and I haven't returned your outer robe." Aman muttered to herself, and then took out the moon-white outer robe as if it was very precious. She buried her head in it, as if this was the only way she could feel the aura of the senior from it. Her mood was very low, and her originally sparkling and beautiful eyes seemed a little dim. For her, Guchanga was not just a simple senior. Through these days of interaction, she also understood that the senior was not as cold as he was at the beginning, and would gradually patiently teach her some things. Even if it was some simple and easy-to-understand principles, he would patiently explain to her. And she was also trying to get closer to the senior, deliberately finding fierce beast meat and roasting it in front of him. Although the senior showed some disdain at the beginning, he later accepted her roast meat. In a man's view, this was a sign that the two were getting closer. However, when she was not paying attention, the senior had already left and disappeared, just like when he suddenly descended to this world, silently and without leaving any trace. However, I believe that one day, I will definitely be able to see you again. I'll personally call you master. A man was not too immersed in this low mood. She quickly recovered and understood that the road she had to walk next was still very long. Her eyes were burning and incomparably firm. I will find that heavenly God and kill him myself, and then let my name resound in this vast universe. A man respectfully kowtowed out a few times to the empty and silent deep forest, then turned and resolutely left. At the same time, in a vast and distant universe, countless planets with life sat there, the river of stars was bright, and many ancient star beasts whose bodies were comparable to the Milky Way were carrying continents as they trekked through this star field. The universe rumbled, and the terrifying momentum was like a monstrous wave that constantly slammed down, causing all the surrounding stars to rustle and tremble, as if they were about to fall from the heavens. There was a grand palace standing on this planet. It was dazzling and resplendent, and divine light shone in all directions. There were two extremely ancient words "Aeon Destruction" on the palace, and they sparkled and flowed with dazzling light. A middle-aged man in simple silk robes was handling matters in the palace. He did not look young, and his eyes occasionally revealed the vicissitudes of life. Patriarch, a token in the Hall of Life has shattered. At this moment, a report came from outside the palace, causing the middle-aged man to pause for a moment. Then, he asked calmly, "Who could be so fast? Which of my sons does that token belong to?" Patriarch, "That token belongs to the trial taker by Miss Aman's side." The voice outside the palace replied respectfully. "A man?" When he heard this, the middle-aged man's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he completely stopped what he was doing. Then, his smile turned cold. "Very good. As long as she can pass the final level of the trial, what's wrong with letting her take over Aeon Destruction Manor in the future? In time, it is not impossible for her to become the Tao child of Yin-Yang world. Among the vast true worlds, true Yin-Yang world could be considered as one of the most powerful true worlds, and it was ranked at the top. True immortal existences who had once transcended were born there. Since the start of countless eras, many true worlds had declined and were destroyed during the calamity. They were drowned by the long river of time and turned into broken, ancient worlds that no longer existed. Many true worlds had their legacies cut off and were buried in the ancient eras. No one could hear about them in the current era, and not a single trace of them was left behind. Lightning would dry up, and time would decay, but there were still true worlds and legacies that had never declined or been cut off in this world. As a true world that could definitely be considered ancient and immortal among the vast true worlds, true Yin-Yang world had a great reputation in the boundless vast expanse. Even the strongest existences who were strong enough to travel through the vast expanse would feel deep respect for true Yin-Yang world when they heard of it and would not dare to offend it. Eternal Destruction Manor was one of the extremely powerful legacies in true Yin-Yang world. There were also World Life Hall, Rebirth Cave, Intentionless Mountain, and so on. In fact, they could be traced back to the beginning of the true world's evolution. There might even be the most ancient existences among the legacies of these factions that were hibernating and using all sorts of methods to avoid celestial decay. From 5th decay to 9th decay, and even further back, it was very intimidating, and it was difficult to guess its foundation. Miss Aman went through 9 lifetimes before she passed this level of the trial. Among all your descendants, your speed isn't considered fast. The other young masters and young ladies were already making plans for their future generations in their previous lifetimes. Only Miss Aman passed through 9 lifetimes. In terms of talent, she can only be considered to be below average. I suspect that luck played a large role in her being able to pass the trial so quickly in this life. Or rather, she obtained some sort of serendipity. The old servant at the entrance of the hall answered and told him all these things to voice his doubts. There is indeed such a possibility. When the middle-aged man heard this, he nodded slightly, but his expression was still cold. But it doesn't matter if it's luck or serendipity, she obtained it herself. This is also part of her strength. As long as she can pass the final level of the trial, what's wrong with letting her take over Eternal Destruction Manor in the future? When the old man heard the domineering and unquestionable tone in the middle-aged man's words, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Actually, this was not what he was worried about. Even if young Miss Man is able to pass the final level of the test, it isn't realistic for her to become the successor of Eternal Destruction Manor. There was basically no possibility of that happening. One had to know that there were simply too many people eyeing this position. As for the rest of the young ladies and young masters, which one of them didn't have a huge amount of resources and family backing them up, but Miss Man was alone and didn't even know who her birth mother was. This was a huge secret that no one dared to ask about. When the Chu Heavenly Clan's family head had brought her back, he had only said that she was his illegitimate daughter who had wandered outside. He had not informed anyone of her birth mother. It could be said that Miss Man didn't stand a chance in this cruel competition to become the successor of Eternal Destruction Manor. The calamity is about to descend again. I can sense that the other true worlds are all itching to take action. Truing Death World will definitely not let go of the chance to become the only true world. The middle-aged man did not care about the worry in the old servant's heart. His gaze was as profound as the vast galaxy, but he was mumbling about something else. Once the calamity descended, it would not only sweep through the vast expanse of heavens. Even the endless expanse of vast expanse would not be spared. Many of the powerful warriors hiding there would be wiped out. Even the powerful and ancient true Yin-Yang world could not underestimate the calamity this time, because no one knew which race from the origin world would be in charge of this calamity. If they ran into the legendary Divergent, they might even be wiped out, leading to the revival of some of the most terrifying existences in the origin world. This was a terrifying nightmare that every true world would find difficult to face. At that moment, in the true mountain and sea world, the world of origin, which was also the higher world, Guchanga appeared in the depths of Divine Nation. He might have stayed in Man's small world for quite some time, but to the higher world, only a few hours had passed. The two worlds were on different levels, so the flow of time was naturally different. Looks like I don't need to worry about Divine Nation anymore. With Ming Kong, Chu Chu, and Yin Mei managing it, there's no need to worry. Guchanga's divine sense enveloped the entire place, and he could hear the sounds of worship, scriptures, prayers, and other things coming from all directions. Some of the power of faith gathered like a vast sea of smoke, allowing him to see the various scenes in the world more clearly. Temples and halls were built everywhere, and his statue was enshrined in them. The incense burned brightly and seemed to flow endlessly. Also, due to Divine Nation's existence, order was restored in the higher world. The various orthodoxies could no longer do as they pleased and had to abide by many of Divine Nation's rules like before. Some races in the distant and remote universe even had to pay tribute on time and obey orders. The existence of the immortal investiture role lit the flames of hope for many cultivators who had lost hope in their lives. In a way, it also helped to stabilize Divine Nation. Guchanga planned to completely connect with the immortal region before considering whether to announce the immortal passage. Now, both the immortal investiture role and the immortal passage were in his hands. However, this was only beneficial to the development of the higher world. When the immortal region truly connected with this world, the two worlds would collide and merge, and the high-end battle power of this world would naturally increase. At that time, the existence of the immortal path would definitely not be as rare as it was now. This was also inevitable. The situation in the higher world was stable and peaceful for the time being. If there were no accidents, this situation would last for millions of years, or even longer. However, there were still more problems in the immortal region, the foreign world, and the other true worlds. Guchanga felt that there was still a need to find Guchingi. After all, she was the true spirit of the mountain and sea world, and she had once built the immortal palace. Her existence would allow Scandinavia to be legitimate. Before that, Guchanga planned to deal with another matter first. The Shrine of Destiny 3. For was located in the east of Divine Nation, near the vast sea of stars. Many islands floated in the air, surrounded by mist. It was very blurry and hazy, and it was covered in a cold color for many years. No light shone on it. At the center of this place was a large hall called the Shrine of Ancestral Worship. It was grand and solemn, exuding a grand and ancient atmosphere. An extremely beautiful woman was sitting cross-legged in the hall. She was wearing the white robe of the officiator. This place was very cold. There was no one, not even a maid. Her black hair was like a waterfall, and her expression was calm. She exuded an otherworldly aura, like a fairy from the moon palace. Of course, she was also the master of this place. The current high priestess of divine nation was also known as Lady Ruoyin. Guchunga's figure appeared outside the Destiny Shrine, and then she walked in. Xiao Ruoyin was currently comprehending the Tao of Fate. A layer of hazy radiance coiled around her body, making her look like a flawless moon goddess. She was cold and moving, and there was a sparkling luster flowing on her skin. She obviously didn't expect that Guchunga would come at this time. She was shocked and hurriedly got up to greet him. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "No need to be so polite." Guchunga looked natural. He waved his hand. He looked around and asked, "Are you the only one in the Fane of Fate now?" However, the interior of the large hall was extremely cold, and there was no sign of life. When he came from afar, he took a few more glances. He didn't expect that there wasn't even a maid here. Furthermore, throughout the year, it was in a kind of cold color, bleak and cold. "Your Majesty, I alone am enough in the Fane of Fate," Xiao Ruoyin replied. Her cold face showed that she didn't care much about this. She was used to being cold. When she was in the Celestial Palace, she was the only one in the Fane of Fate. Only when number 10 presided over the great ceremony would it be lively. Although a person doesn't make a lot of noise, there is always a lack of vitality. Guchunga smiled in front of her. He said, "If you have time, you can talk to Ming Kong and the others more often. You can talk about the Fane of Fate or other things. It's better than you guarding this place alone." No matter what, Xiao Ruoyin was his woman. When they were together before, there were many schemes between them, but that was all in the past. Now, it was impossible for Guchunga to still care about those things, or deliberately alienate Xiao Ruoyin because there was no need for that. "I understand." Xiao Ruoyin's beautiful eyes focused on Guchunga's face. Then she lowered her eyes and said, "But if Your Majesty has time, I still hope that Your Majesty can come here more often." Guchunga did not expect her to make such a request. If it was the former High Priest of Destiny of the Immortal Palace, he definitely wouldn't have said such a thing. However, the current Xiao Ruoyin was no longer the Xiao Ruoyin of the past. He didn't reject the offer. "Your Majesty, you must be here because of the Creation Immortal Boat. A few hours ago, the red-robed she-devil and Tao Yao of the Peach Village borrowed the Creation Immortal Boat. I am no match for the two of them. Therefore, after some consideration, I have decided to give them the Immortal Boat of Creation." Xiao Ruoyin spoke. She was extremely intelligent and knew that Guchunga would definitely not come to visit her. Instead, it was Tao Yao and the red-robed female demon who had an inexplicable relationship with Guchunga. Guchunga nodded. Naturally, he wouldn't blame her for anything. "I already know that. They want to use the Creation Immortal Boat to travel the long river of time and return to the ancient times to seek some truth." He shook his head slightly. In fact, Xiao Ruoyin had also guessed that this would be the reason. After all, Guchunga's true identity was the Forbidden Era. He was the demon lord of an even older era. And the red-robed female demon, Chan Hongyi, was his disciple. However, judging from the current situation, there was an inexplicable hatred between the red-robed female demon and Guchunga. They were at each other's throats. On the wedding day of Guchunga and Yu Ming Kong, the red-robed female demon had personally delivered an immortal corpse to Guchunga and revealed his identity. At that time, it could be said that it had shocked the entire upper world. In the end, even Xiao Ruoyin did not know why Guchunga would destroy the Immortal Palace and bury that era during the Forbidden Era. Before this, she even felt that the Demon Lord and the Grand Palace Master of the Immortal Palace were extremely close. "You should be able to sense the Creation Immortal Boat, right?" asked Guchunga. He went straight to the point and stated his intentions. He indeed needed the coordinates of the long river of time where the Creation Immortal Boat was now to determine the location of Chan Hongyi and Tao Yao. "I can indeed sense the Creation Immortal Boat's existence, but I need some time to prepare," replied Xiao Ruoyin. Guchunga nodded. He could afford to wait. He immediately asked Xiao Ruoyin to begin to determine the coordinates of the long river of time where the Creation Immortal Boat was. The Forbidden Era had already collapsed in the long river of time. It was shrouded in endless fog. There were even some indescribable living beings who treated those who strayed into the long river of time as food and devoured them. It was impossible for Qian Hongyi and Tao Yao to truly return to the Forbidden Era. It was most likely that they had come into contact with some broken fragments of time. Time was the greatest and most mysterious power in the world. Even those who had entered the immortal realm could not fully understand it. With Guchunga's current strength, it was naturally no problem for him to traverse the long river of time. However, if he wanted to change and reverse some things, he would have to pay a huge price. It would be easy for him to reshuffle the heavens. It could even be said that he would attract the attention of some supreme existences and affect his subsequent plans. Ancient sacrificial runes were lit in the divine temple. Xiao Ruoyin's beautiful face was solemn. She communicated with the creation immortal boat in the unseen world, trying to determine its location. She sat cross-legged on the ground. Her moon-white robes fluttered in the absence of wind. Splendor sprinkled down, and large amounts of ancient runes were hidden in the void. A hazy brilliance began to appear in front of her. It was like ripples suddenly appearing on the calm surface of the water. Great Tao runes flew out one after another. The rules of time were condensing, and immortal will was faintly discernible. Time node, Guchunga's eyes were deep. Thousands of scenes were evolving in them. Large stars fell and the universe collapsed. It was terrifying to the extreme. A vast fluctuation came from behind him. A boundless and mysterious long river appeared, letting out splashing sounds. There were fragments of time dancing in it. Chaos Chi was boundless, falling down 633 times. It was as if it fell from the end of the world. It was incomparably vast, and it displayed all the mysteries of the world. This river was incomparably blurry and not very clear. It was just a small branch of the long river of time. However, to him now, it was enough to determine a node in the long river of time. Because of the creation immortal boat, Guchunga did not need to use his physical body to traverse this long river and bear the unimaginable karma backlash. Soon, a mysterious green tablet appeared in his palm. There was a strong sense of time flowing on it. It emitted a hazy light and was incomparably mysterious. The space-time tablet. When the space node is determined, I use it to determine the location so that I won't get lost in the long river of time. Guchunga whispered. Light flowed in his eyes as he stared at the long river of time. He determined the location of some of the nodes and sensed the vast aura coming from those places. This process had to be done carefully. If he determined the wrong node, then the trek would only be a waste of time. Previously, he had used the space-time tablet to set up a trap for the upper realm. Now, the space-time tablet was used by him as a space-time coordinate to determine the end of this trek. I can feel the location of the creation immortal boat. At this time, Xiao Ruoyin opened her eyes. She sensed the karma coming from the unseen world and immediately determined a small node in the long river of time. She could feel that the creation immortal boat was now at that time node. Hearing this, Guchunga did not hesitate. The space-time steel immediately turned into a ray of light and smashed into the river. Then, with a rumbling sound, it suddenly rose up and smashed into the river. The long river in front of him had already collapsed, and a terrifying severed flow appeared. It was difficult to see the other end of the long river. They could only see the boundless river rolling past, and terrifying waves were stirred up one after another. It should be that place. Guchunga was certain. Before the wisp of chi disappeared, he had already used the space-time steel to set the coordinates. Buzz, in the next moment, Guchunga took a step forward and turned into a ray of light that shot toward the long river of time. Boundless fluctuations surged into the heavens before disappearing in the blink of an eye like a meteor. The terrifying illusory image of the long river of time slowly disappeared as if it had never appeared. In the current upper realm, you can travel the long river of time as you please. Your Majesty's strength is becoming more and more unfathomable. When he saw Guchunga disappear, Xiao Ruoyin shook his head gently. There were some complicated emotions in his words. All this time, Guchunga had been doing what she had always done. Nothing had changed. At the beginning of the Taboo Era, he walked the world as the Demon Master, attacked the Origin World as the Heaven Destroyer, and now, as the Divine Master, he unified the upper realms. These were all part of his plan, and the follow-up was also proceeding in an orderly manner. The reorganization of the true mountain and sea world will definitely attract the attention of the other true worlds. Before the current calamity descends, I have enough time to reach that step with this body. The other two true ancestors of the origin might not be like me and have already laid out the plan. The origin world was high and mighty. It was the origin of all the universes and true worlds in the upper realms. As long as the origin world did not dry up, it would not be affected even if the true worlds were destroyed countless times. As for the three true ancestors of the origin world, they were the source of everything in the origin world. They were truly indestructible and stood at a latitude and level that no one in the world dared to imagine. Within the long river of time, blue waves rippled. The water surface was calm, appearing extremely vast. It was currently flowing quietly like a large net, covering every corner of the heavens. This place was ancient and everlasting, with boundless primal chaos mist, as well as a deep bright moon that connected the sky and water, suspended high above the long river. Every wave here represented an epoch. The tides rose and fell, the epochs changed, decay and rebirth, destruction and reincarnation. Guchanga stepped into this long river. His entire body was shrouded in fog, so no one could see his true appearance. His past, future, and present were all shrouded in a boundless fog. In the long river of time, it was even more impossible for him to be tainted by karma because of this. This was a power that belonged to the highest level. It was boundless and difficult to describe. From this end of the great river of time, one could see an expanse of deep and deathly still darkness. There was a terrifying fault there, and the world was in chaos. True lightning hacked down, order shattered, and the great Tao crushed down like a guillotine. Various terrifying auras interweaved, capable of easily causing one's soul to scatter, body and soul to be obliterated. After crossing the dark fault, it was the forbidden epoch on the other end. The coordinates of the space node displayed by the spacetime steel were within. Boundless primal chaos interweaved in this universe. This was a spacetime that had long been buried in ancient times. Even existences that surpassed the immortal king realm would not be able to find any space node here. This was because all traces and auras here had been erased by heaven and earth. It was like a drop of water entering the sea, and all one could see was seawater. Although it was not enough to drown one to death, it was impossible to find one's direction here. Splash! Huge waves surged into the sky, crashing into the dark sky. The rusty ancient bronze boat was trekking in this long river of darkness. To be precise, this was no longer a simple long river of time, but a boundless black sea. There was no light, and it was shrouded in fog. Chan Hongyi and Tao Yao stood on the ancient bronze boat, trying their best to resist the chaotic aura here, but they also felt extremely tired. From their mind to their magic power, they felt exhausted. Crossing the long river of time and returning to the past was something that defied the heavens. The flow of time was completely different. Although the two of them had the protection of the creation immortal boat, they also felt like they had trekked in this boundless black sea for tens of thousands of years. They could not even feel the passage of time. They truly did not know how many years had passed. Every day was spent in the midst of searching. It was a cycle that never stopped. Perhaps the two of us will really be buried in this dark past, unable to find our direction. Tao Yao said with a smile. Her mood was not very heavy, and the peach blossom ornament on her beautiful face made her look particularly charming. She felt like her body had aged tens of thousands of years, and her entire person seemed to be covered by a layer of light, no longer radiant and moving. This was the horror of exile, tormenting one with the exhaustion of searching and being lost. No matter how strong one's state of mind was, it would be worn down. So what if we are buried? I've already come this far, and I won't give up. Even if I'm trapped here in the end, beyond redemption, and my body and soul are destroyed, I will find the coordinates of that place, Chan Hongyi said softly. She was also resisting. But it was like a grain of rice falling into the sea, and the resistance was too weak. Around it, there were many broken ancient universes and epic fragments spinning. It was boundless, and it was unknown what era it was. Suddenly, crack, a shocking bolt of lightning struck down, accompanied by the most dazzling light. In the distance, the area shrouded in dark fog was in chaos, and there was a dark light penetrating as if it was being torn apart. This place was in chaos, and the sea, which was already surging with waves, had monstrous waves that slammed into the sky, enough to drown everything. In front of this terrifying scene, all living beings were as small as ants. The creation immortal boat kept trembling, as if it could not withstand the sudden chaotic aura, and was about to be overturned by the waves. Why is there a change in the long river of time? Could it be that we were noticed by the existence at the other end of time when we were crossing the sea, and they are making a move to correct the chaos? Are they trying to disturb the aura of this place? Are they going to bury us here for eternity? Tao Yao frowned. Her white clothes were like snow, and with a flick of her long sleeves, she tried to stabilize the aura here. However, her move seemed to have suddenly broken the final piece. This place boiled up, all types of fragments flying, and the waves drowned out, completely overturning the bronze boat. Large expanses of the universe were pierced through by the terrifying black lightning. The long river of time surged, and the power of time flew. This place was like a piece of paper, immediately torn apart. Even Tao Yao could not stand still, her clothes quickly charred black, struck by the densely packed terrifying true lightning, blood coughing out of the corners of her mouth. Perhaps he noticed. Chan Hongyi said faintly. Chan Hongyi said faintly. She looked towards the dark and shattered sea of time. She could see the fragments flying about. There were fragments from ancient eras, and each fragment represented a period of time that was recorded by time. Tao Yao was silent for a moment, and then said, "No matter what the reason is, this is the time to make a choice. I've already come this far, so I won't turn back." Chan Hongyi was extremely decisive. Her figure moved, one step after another, leaving the creation immortal boat, trekking on Wang Yang. True lightning continuously hacked down, and it was like a dark sea of lightning, completely enveloping her. She was searching through the many shattered epic fragments, wishing to sense a familiar aura from them. "It seems like the two of us can only pray for our own good fortune," Tao Yao said. After Chan Hongyi, her figure quickly entered the chaotic black Wang Yang, and she was quickly drowned out. "I heard that the mountain in front is occupied by a peerless demon. Even the perfected immortals of the immortal palace have to carefully take a detour when they pass by here. But senior brother, this time, the blue moon fairy flower that master asked us to find is said to be in the annihilating demon abyss behind that mountain. If we don't go through that mountain, how are we going to pick the blue moon fairy flower?" Dense fog surged. This was an ancient and beautiful bamboo forest. Each stalk of bamboo was as thick as a bowl. They were densely packed and green. When the wind blew, the entire bamboo forest rustled. A group of young cultivators were in a pavilion deep in the bamboo forest, looking at the towering mountain range in the distance. They were wearing the same robes, with the pattern of a divine sword on the cuffs. It was very beautiful and flowed with brilliance. The one who spoke was a handsome man in a Taoist robe with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He carried a Taoist sword on his back and looked like a young sword immortal. Hearing the words of the little junior sister beside him, he opened his eyes and looked straight at the mountain in the distance. "We can take a detour and go through the Netherland on the other side, but there is a dirty river in the Netherland that is shrouded in miasma and fog all year round, and there are many big demons. Everyone has to be careful. Otherwise, if you are attacked by the demons there, I may not be able to protect you," he said. "But during this time, I heard that the demons in the Netherland are much quieter. In the past, at this time, many senior brothers and senior sisters would come here to exterminate the demons and help the surrounding villages and cities." This bamboo forest was very big. Accompanied by the breeze from afar, there was a fragrance that made people feel refreshed. They were all inner sect disciples of the immortal Sword Dao sect and were extremely talented. The young man in the lead was a powerful true disciple. His master was a supreme expert who was expected to enter the ranks of the immortal path in this life. The little junior sister who just asked looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. She was beautiful with bright eyes and white teeth. Her skin was white and shone with a charming luster. When she smiled, there were two shallow dimples at the corners of her mouth. She said with a smile, "Senior brother. Then let's take a detour from the netherworld. In any case, I'd rather encounter a great fiendish demon than go through that mountain. I heard that the peerless demon on that mountain has 9 heads, 18 arms, and 3 eyes on each head. Every day, it eats a lot of young boys and girls, but for such a heinous and peerless demon, even those ancient great demons are filled with fear when they mention it. I also heard from Master that there was a true immortal in the immortal palace who kowtowed respectfully outside the mountain before daring to pass through here. When she mentioned this topic, the other disciples of the Divine Sword Dao sect also became interested and began to talk about the rumors they had heard. That's right, that's right. Not only that, I've also heard that even those immortal officials of the immortal palace don't dare to meddle in this place. The Netherworld land is connected to the other end of the Netherworld Sea. It seems to be a vast battlefield that has existed since ancient times. Countless experts have died there. It is because of the existence of this mountain that the Netherworld Sea does not dare to cause trouble. Seeing the group of junior brothers and junior sisters begin to discuss, the young man in the lead revealed a trace of helplessness and shook his head. You guys, don't you know how to restrain yourselves? You're just talking about it so openly. This place is very close to that mountain. Aren't you afraid that the peerless demon will hear you and eat you? Hearing the words of the senior brother, the group of junior brothers and junior sisters reacted. The more timid people were so scared that their faces turned pale. They hurriedly shut their mouths and did not dare to speak anymore. Sigh, I really don't know what to do with you guys. You want to go down the mountain alone to train like this? I reckon that any random demon will not be able to deal with you guys. The young man shook his head and looked at the group helplessly. Then his expression changed slightly and he clasped his fists and bowed to the mountain in front of him. We did not mean to offend you. I hope that senior will not take offense. We will leave now. Seeing that the senior brother was so serious, the group of junior brothers and junior sisters became even more pale. They were terrified and thought of the rumors. Let's go. The young man laughed in his heart. His original intention was to scare the group of junior brothers and junior sisters so that they would be cautious when they went out. But he did not expect that it would really scare them. Your heart is not sincere and your words are not respectful. Is your apology useful? However, just as the group of young men and women were planning to take a detour and leave this flourishing bamboo forest, a clear and moving sound like pearls falling on a plate came from the front. A girl in red appeared. Her facial features were very delicate. Her eyebrows were like jade, her nose was like jade, and her lips were red without any stains. Although she was not old, it was obvious that she would be a beauty when she grew up. Her entire person was filled with an indescribable and unexplainable sense of valiance. She stood on a bamboo tree with her sword in her arms and looked coldly at the group of young men and women. The young man in the lead was surprised. He obviously did not expect that there would be other cultivators here. He carefully looked at the girl in red, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. However, his good upbringing made him not reveal it. Instead, he revealed a smile and cupped his hands. I am Song Ming of the Divine Sword Dao sect. Greetings, miss. The other young men and women also curiously looked at the girl in red, as if they did not expect to meet another cultivator in this place. If it was not for the fact that they needed to pick the Jasper Moon celestial flower and had to pass by this place, they would not be willing to set foot here even if they were beaten to death. The girl in red clearly did not have the intention to pay attention to them. After saying these words, she looked coldly at Song Ming, as if she was somewhat dissatisfied with his words just now. Since it is fate that we meet, what I said just now was indeed unreliable. I hope you don't take offense. Song Ming knew that the words he used to threaten his junior brothers and junior sisters had been heard by the girl in red. He immediately laughed and said, May I know why you are here? There are gods 3 feet above your head. You have disrespect in your heart. Sooner or later, you will pay the price for this. The girl in red saw that Song Ming had no intention of apologizing for his words just now and frowned. However, she didn't want to say anything more and turned around and walked towards another direction. The reason she came down the mountain this time was because of her master's instructions to go to the banks of the Netherworld to hunt greater demons and temper her sword technique. However, she never expected that she would hear such a group of young cultivators that were still wet behind the ears talking about her master, and this caused her to be dissatisfied in her heart. Thus, she intentionally stopped to listen to what they were saying. She originally thought that this young man called Song Ming would be slightly afraid, but she never expected that he only used this to threaten the group of junior brothers and junior sisters and did not take this matter to heart. This caused the girl in red, who had always respected her master, to be dissatisfied, and she had the thought of teaching them a lesson, but she restrained herself. There's always a deity watching over us, but that's just a rumor from the past. Why take it so seriously? Could it be that you've really been to the mountain in front and seen that peerless demon? Song Ming saw that the girl in red was heading in the same direction as them. He smiled and chased after her with his junior brothers and sisters. However, the girl in red didn't reply. She was still very cold, as if saying those words was already her limit. It seems that you're also heading to the netherworld. We're going the same way. The netherworld is filled with demons and dangers. If you're going alone and encounter any danger, there's nothing we can do. We have many people here, so we can look after each other. Miss, the bamboo forest rustled as fog surged. It was like a fairyland. Every bamboo had purple veins. Some of the bamboos that were more than 1,000,000 years old were even used by some cultivators as good materials for refining flying swords. Cloudsea purple bamboo forest, a soft murmur rang out in the depths of this vast and spacious bamboo forest. Chan Hongyi stood in the void with a complicated look in her eyes. She was like an otherworldly person who was witnessing everything with her own eyes. Especially in this familiar bamboo forest, there were many traces of her sword practice in many places. The group of young men and women who were talking about her master were in the bamboo pavilion that she built herself. However, she could only look at the past like a passerby. She watched the girl in red leave and watched the young man named Song Ming chase after her with his junior brothers and sisters. The river of time was chaotic. In the Wangyang that was shrouded in endless darkness and fog. She was like a small boat that had been torn apart. Huge waves surged into the sky, slapping against the dome of heaven. She could be overturned at any moment by that extremely terrifying power. She could be submerged at any moment and buried forever. In such a terrifying situation, even an immortal king would have a high chance of being destroyed in body and soul. Her cultivation hadn't recovered to its peak. In some aspects, she wasn't weaker than an immortal king, but she still hadn't reached that level. At that moment, Chan Hongyi thought she was going to die. Her soul mark was destroyed by the sea of lightning, and her body and soul were destroyed. She truly disappeared from this world. At that time, she did not despair. Instead, her heart was strangely tranquil. She felt a sense of relief and a faint sense of regret. It was not a bad choice to lose his life on the path of searching for the truth. However, Chan Hongyi never expected that while she was quietly waiting for death, the entire chaotic river of time would suddenly calm down. Even the true thunder crashing down from the heavens disappeared. Her body, which had been immersed in the bottom of the sea, was lifted up by an invisible force. It wasn't an invisible force. Instead, it felt like a pair of warm arms. She couldn't help but recall her childhood. This feeling was very familiar. Chan Hongyi originally thought that this was the final radiance of the setting sun before her death. She tried to open her eyes. But all she could see was darkness. She couldn't see anything. "Master, is that you?" She could only murmur softly. However, there was no voice that answered her. When she opened her eyes again and woke up, she was already in this familiar bamboo forest. She returned to the ancient times, to the era she wanted to return to. She felt that it was inconceivable. Chan Hongyi's emotions were incomparably complex. She thought that it was just a dream, a final radiance of the setting sun before her death. However, she was truly being carried out from that deathly still seabed. Everything was real. It wasn't a dream or an illusion. But why did you save me? Why did you send me back to this era? Chan Hongyi quietly stood in the void, softly murmuring, "The master I love the most, and also the one I hate the most." She didn't understand why Guchanga would do such a thing. The river of time had gone berserk and everything had returned to chaos. This was clearly because a supreme aura had appeared at the other end of the river of time, causing problems on this end. Therefore, the only possibility was that Guchanga had also stepped into the river of time and attacked her and Tao Yao from the other end. However, why did he take action and save her later on? "Master, I suddenly realize that I have never truly seen through you." Chan Hongyi's emotions had never been so complicated. These conflicting emotions had tormented her for countless years. When she was sealed in the demon burial abyss, she had been silently counting in her heart. When the light outside the abyss disappeared, it meant that a day had passed in the outside world. This cycle repeated over and over again. She had counted countless years, starting from the Forbidden Era, crossing several great eras in between, and finally escaping. In the middle, she had even gone crazy. She had become a true devil with only evil intentions, with only the thought of slaughtering the heavens. After escaping from the demon burial abyss, she had bathed the upper realm in blood and killed her way to where Xianxia was. The deeper the love, the deeper the hatred. Xianxia felt that this was not an exaggeration to describe her. However, later on, as her cultivation recovered, her temperament gradually calmed down and she could control her evil intentions. Although she still became a devil, she wouldn't lose her mind like before and only have thoughts of killing. What is the truth that I am searching for? Xianxia's figure disappeared. Like a passerby, she followed behind the red-robed girl and watched her go to the underworld. She watched her warn the disciples of the Divine Sword Dao sect not to follow her. She also watched the young man named Song Ming, trying to get closer to the red-robed girl. However, the red-robed girl was very cold and didn't even look at him. She had been enduring and couldn't wait to draw her sword and kill him. Xianxia looked at her past self and couldn't help but show some gentleness on her face. At that time, she just felt that this young man, who was only meeting for the first time, was very annoying and didn't think much of it. Looking at it now, she understood that this young man named Song Ming actually had a good impression of her back then. Although it was only the first time they met. At that time, she didn't think much of it. She just felt that this guy was very annoying, but he wasn't a bad person. He even helped her get rid of a few demons at the underworld. When asked about her origin, she said that she came from that mountain. In the end, no one believed her and thought that she was joking. Later on, when she told her master about this matter, it made him a little unhappy and he told her to have less contact with these sect disciples. The next day, she saw a patriarch-level figure from Song Ming's sect come to the foot of the mountain and kneel there with Song Ming. Xianxia originally thought that these memories were blurry, but now she realized that she just chose to forget them. Now that she returned to this era, they were incomparably clear. Her figure passed through the sea of trees and continued to move forward along the timeline. In the vast river of time, the space-time she was in was just a small fragment. However, to the people of this space-time, it was thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even longer. This was a fragment of time buried in an ancient era. It was surrounded by darkness and drowned in the river of time. If one wanted to find it, they could only rely on luck. Even Xianxia was not sure if she could safely leave and return to the present world that belonged to her. For her, the most important thing was to follow the river of time upstream and find the truth that she wanted. During this process, she did not return to the mountain. She only glanced at it from afar. She was worried that she would be immersed in the beautiful memories of the past and forget her original intentions. In the end, she would drown in the past. Her mind was firm, but she could not guarantee that she would not be affected by the past. Time passed, but it slowed down and then began to reverse. Xianxia walked through the blurry scenes of time like a passerby, experiencing these scenes herself. In the end, she returned to that familiar mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a red-clothed girl timidly pulled on the sleeve of a blurry figure and stood behind him. In front of this red-clothed girl, many bandits were kneeling in fear and begging for mercy. They destroyed your village and burned down your home. Don't you want revenge? The gentle voice of a man sounded. It seemed to carry some strange magic that made the red-clothed girl, who was originally uneasy, angry, and filled with hatred, gradually calm down. I do. She replied. Her voice was clear and contained a strong will. Then take your revenge now. They are all in front of you. You can do whatever you want to them. The man's voice was still gentle, as if he would not be affected by the things of this world. Xianxia watched this scene from afar. She watched as the little girl in red wielded her padao and killed the bandits one by one with a pop. She did not care about the blood that sprayed on her face and body. Her clear eyes were filled with hatred for revenge. At that time, in her heart, it was indeed this group of bandits who had massacred her village, her parents, and many other innocent villagers. From that day onwards, she began to rely on her master and saw him as the closest person in the world. Back then, she had never thought that one day in the future, she would discover the cruel truth. The bandits that had massacred the village were actually arranged by her master. In other words, the master she had always respected and admired was her greatest enemy. When she understood all of this, she felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. She simply didn't dare to believe all of this, nor was she willing to accept it. It wasn't until she ran to her master in tears and questioned him, only to receive a nonchalant yes, that she suddenly realized. It turned out that her master's indifference had always been deeply rooted in his bones. He had never cared about her heart-wrenching pain at that time. It was also from that day onwards that Xianxia discovered that the world she had always believed in had collapsed. She had never been able to see the true face of the master she thought she was incomparably familiar with. Seeing this scene again, Xianxia couldn't hide the sadness in her heart and couldn't bear to watch. Does the so-called truth still matter? She asked herself. She had seen a lot along the way, but she had never gotten the answer she wanted. Coming to the foot of the mountain again and seeing the past that he didn't want to recall, it was like tearing open a long scar. Xianxia stopped in the distance, but in the end, she still chose to leave. She didn't know what the truth was that she wanted to know, and whether the truth existed or not. Or is it to say that this is just something that I think exists? But in reality, this thing doesn't exist? Xianxia was like a lonely wandering soul, trekking through this ancient era. No one could see her. She was lonely, like the little girl in red who had no one to rely on. Later on, she came to the shore of the netherworld and saw Taoyao, who was just a little monster. At this time, Taoyao was still being bullied by many older monsters. Taoyao used to be a very gentle and weak person, but now even she has changed. I'm the one who's changing, Xianxia muttered to herself as she traversed through the years. Ripples spread and she unknowingly arrived at a familiar small village. This was the place where she was born. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers, crisscrossing roads, and houses. It was a peaceful and quiet scene. The villagers worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. Some of the originally blurry faces became clear at this moment. They were villagers that she couldn't name but were very familiar with. Back then, she was carefree and didn't know what cultivation was. She only learned from her parents that there were immortals who could fly in the sky and burrow into the earth. However, all of this was completely destroyed on a certain night. Suddenly, bandits came and massacred the village. A huge fire burned everything to ashes. She only wanted to know why her master did this back then. What was his reason? Even if he gave her a suitable explanation, it would be fine. She could accept it herself. However, it was just a simple explanation, and there wasn't even a lie. Xianxia sighed softly and quietly watched all of this. Time moved forward by a few years and it was the year she was born. However, at this moment, Xianxia's eyes suddenly narrowed. Her previous calmness was gone as she stared at the night sky. A red light flashed past, dazzling like a meteor. Under the dark night sky, it was incomparably obvious. And this red light was heading straight for the village where she was born. Is this red light me? In this red light, she felt a familiar aura. It was her own. The moment the red light fell, she was accompanied by a baby's cry. She was born. Why don't I have any memories of this before? Xianxia frowned tightly. She carefully searched through her memories, but she couldn't remember anything about this. She had never heard her parents mention that there was such a scene when she was born. Such a shocking red light illuminated half of the village. Dogs barked everywhere. Many villagers rushed over after hearing the news. No one would have thought that a newborn baby would bring about such a terrifying phenomenon. Even her birth parents were extremely frightened and wanted to throw her away. Many villagers shouted that they wanted to burn her to death. They thought that such a red light was a bloody light that represented bad luck. In the future, it would bring a great disaster to the village. Some of the villagers began to pick up some stones and threw them at the infant girl. Her parents even went to find torches. Their faces were filled with resentment and anger. They wanted to burn their newborn daughter to death. A red light descending from the sky. An ominous sign, it was clearly the first time Xianxia had seen such a scene. Her eyes were filled with shock. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. In her memories, her parents were honest and hardworking people. Why would they show such resentment and anger? The kind and peaceful villagers were actually so ruthless. They wanted to kill a newborn baby. Was it because she had a shocking red light when she was born? This was completely different from the village and villagers in her memories. Is there a problem with my memories? Or is there a problem during this period of time? Chan Hongyi's brows furrowed tightly as she pondered what had gone wrong. Why was there such a large discrepancy between her memories and what she was seeing now? No, there's nothing wrong with my memories. There's also nothing wrong with what I'm seeing now. It's just that there's something wrong with the village I grew up in. Soon, she figured out the crux of the problem. The problem didn't lie with her memories or what she was seeing now. These are my real parents and the villagers I got along with? Chan Hongyi's lips curled into a mocking smile. It was unknown whether she was mocking herself or mocking these people. Flames soared into the sky, illuminating everyone's faces. They were distorted, angry, and malevolent. One by one, lit torches were held up high. A newborn baby girl who had yet to open her eyes was crying there. However, no one went up to help her. Even her biological parents insisted on burning her to death. A baby girl born with an ominous red light not only represented ominous in this era, but also misfortune. It would become an enormous burden. Because she had given birth to a daughter, her mother's expression became resentful. She seemed to be scolding her, "Why weren't you a boy?" Her father's expression was also incomparably angry and cold. He watched as the surrounding villagers threw stones at the baby girl. He didn't move in the slightest. When Chan Hongyi returned to the past and saw the scene of her birth, she, who should have been furious, was exceptionally calm. There were no ripples in her heart. It was as if she was experiencing all of this from the perspective of an outsider. In fact, she even felt a little more relaxed now. Perhaps this was the truth she had been searching for. What a bunch of fools. Suddenly, a man's emotionless voice rang out in the village where dogs were barking and the sounds of burning people could be heard. Moss, 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 moss. Chan Hongyi's voice trembled slightly. This was the first time she had said those two words since returning to the past. A blurry figure that seemed to be shrouded in fog suddenly appeared in the village. He crouched down. There seemed to be a layer of invisible ripples around him. All the stones that were thrown at him were reduced to dust. He picked up the baby girl on the ground. The baby girl who had been crying suddenly quieted down. Her crying gradually stopped. All the villagers were alarmed. They thought they had seen a monster in the middle of the night and wanted to escape. However, their feet seemed to be filled with lead. They couldn't move at all. Their eyes were filled with fear as they shouted in fear. Poor little girl. If I hadn't happened to pass by, you would have been burned to death and stoned to death tonight. His voice was neither soft nor slow. There was an indescribable emotion in it. Although she couldn't see his face clearly, Chan Hongyi knew from this familiar voice that he was her master. Before this, she didn't know that something like tonight would happen. She also didn't know that her biological parents had wanted to burn her to death from the moment she was born. Master, at this moment, Chan Hongyi looked at him in a daze. Her heart was trembling, and her eyes were filled with all kinds of emotions. It's a pity that I don't know how to take care of children. Otherwise, I could have brought you back to the mountain. You were born from the condensation of blood. You must have been an extraordinary person in your previous life. As he spoke, a layer of misty light fell on the baby girl's body. The places that were injured by the stones quickly healed. During the entire process, all the villagers seemed to be frozen in place. Their eyes were wide open as they watched everything in horror. Ignorance is never an excuse. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs, let alone humans. Chan Hongyi looked at Guchunga as he calmly said these words. He seemed to want to wave his hand and wipe out the lives of these people, but he stopped himself. At this moment, another figure that she had never expected to appear had also appeared. This was a figure in green clothes. It was very blurry, but it was difficult to conceal her peerless beauty. Her black hair was like black, fluttering in the wind. Her eyes were calm and clear, like warm jade, but also like the bright and flawless moon. The Grand Palace Master of the Immortal Palace, Chan Hongyi naturally recognized her. She only knew that Guchanga called her Chingy. The two of them seemed to be close friends and had a deep relationship. She even asked Guchanga what their relationship was. However, he always replied that they were just good friends. Chan Hongyi had never imagined that she would see this familiar figure in her past, and that he would appear on the day of her birth. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs, but humans are different. When the Grand Palace Master heard this, she nodded in agreement. Her gaze fell on the baby girl, and her voice was as beautiful as the sounds of nature. Actually, I can bring her back to the Immortal Palace. This little girl was born from the condensation of blood. She has an excellent foundation, and her future is limitless. The Immortal Palace only knows how to teach people, but it doesn't necessarily know how to bring people back. Guchanga shook his head and said calmly, she should have a stable and worry-free childhood here. The fire was brightly lit and the dogs were barking. All the villagers were unable to move as if they had been struck by a paralysis talisman. They could only stare in horror at the two people who had suddenly appeared. To them, such a scene was tantamount to a legend of ghosts and gods descending from the sky and stopping them with a wave of their hand. It seems that you are very interested in this little baby girl. The Grand Palace Master of the Immortal Palace, dressed in green, seemed to be sculpted from the flawless moonlight. She was so beautiful that it was almost unreal. She spoke softly and her voice was like the sound of nature. Her gaze fell on the baby girl in Guchanga's arms. I just feel that she is destined to be with me. What a poor little girl, Guchanga just shook his head gently. He raised his hand and a hazy light sprinkled in front of him. All the villagers who were frozen in place felt as if something was erased from their minds. Their originally frightened and uneasy expressions became sluggish. Then, like walking corpses, they returned to their respective houses. The baby girl's parents also seemed to have forgotten what had just happened. Their expressions were very sluggish as they turned and walked back to their houses. Even if you erase their memories, you are only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Ignorance is rooted in their hearts and will break out again one day, the Grand Palace Master said. If such a day really comes, it is up to her to judge and decide whether she is ignorant or not. Guchanga just shook his head when he heard that. His tone was light and breezy. Let's go. After saying that, he put the baby girl back into the house and turned to leave with the Grand Palace Master. The two figures disappeared into the horizon. All of the villagers' memories of this night were erased, including the baby girl's parents, who also forgot about it. The so-called bloody disaster and ominous omen disappeared from the minds of all the villagers. Master, whether she is ignorant or not, it is up to me to judge? Chan Hongyi looked at all this in a daze and muttered to herself. She somewhat understood Guchanga's meaning. That was to say, he wanted her to make a judgment one day after she understood all this. She stood there in silence for a long time. Then, she composed herself and walked into the house again to look at the sleeping baby girl. The baby girl was sleeping very quietly. Her skin, which had been bruised by the stone earlier, was already completely healed. It even had a lustrous glow to it, as if it was carved from jade. If it wasn't for Guchanga appearing tonight and saving her, she wouldn't have been able to escape. Perhaps her parents and the villagers had long regarded her as a bad omen, and she had been burned to death or stoned to death. He had already died here. It was even more impossible to say what would happen in the future. However, Guchanga had never mentioned any of this to her. It was as if none of this had ever happened. Why didn't you ever tell me this, Master? Not even a word of explanation? What are you trying to do? Chan Hongyi asked. She knew that with Guchanga's personality, everything he did had a purpose. He would rather be misunderstood by her than tell her the truth. Master, why did you hide all this from me? Chan Hongyi's heart trembled. Her eyes sparkled as she suddenly thought of what Taoyao had said to her. After Guchanga turned against the Immortal Palace and destroyed the heavens, if he really wanted to kill her, why did he only seal her and throw her into the demon burial abyss, giving Guchanga's strength? If he wanted to kill her, she really couldn't even withstand one palm strike. All this time, Chan Hongyi had felt that Guchanga might have been soft-hearted and couldn't bear to kill her. That was what she had been telling herself all this time. However, after seeing all this, Chan Hongyi suddenly realized that she seemed to have misunderstood him all this time. Many things were preconceived from the perspective of the enemy, but because of this, many details were overlooked. After reincarnating, it was he who personally released her from the demon burial abyss in this life. Even during the encirclement battle in the Divine City, he didn't do anything to her. Instead, he schemed to attract many experts for her to devour to recover her chi and blood origin. When she fell into the Boundary Monument Sea, she pretended to be unconscious and forgot many things of the past in an attempt to poison Guchanga. But he still enjoyed it. Even though he knew that it was highly poisonous, he didn't refuse to swallow it. Too many things came crashing down on Chan Hongyi like a tidal wave, leaving her rooted to the ground. Only now did she realize that she had been taking revenge on Guchanga all this time. Even though he had unified the heavens of the upper world and recovered his unimaginable and terrifying strength, he had never done anything to her. I've been taking revenge on him all this time. On the contrary, he has helped me many times in secret. He didn't complain about being misunderstood by me and silently accepted all this. And I've been trying to cause trouble for him, Chan Hongyi muttered. Her eyes were sparkling and her hair fluttered in the wind as she stood in the vast void. This fragment of the long river of time became even more unstable and was about to collapse. She figured out a lot of things at once. Why did the long river of time rebel? It was probably because Guchanga sensed that she and Taoyao risked their lives to step into it and might be buried here forever. That was why he came all the way here in an attempt to stop them. And after she sank to the bottom of the sea, it was Guchanga who appeared and brought her back. As for why Guchanga never explained these things, allowing her to misunderstand and hate him to the core, Chan Hongyi guessed that this was probably a grand scheme of his own. He had his own considerations and calculations. If those bandits were really arranged by Master, then it would make sense, but my intuition tells me that Master wouldn't do such a thing. Chan Hongyi was certain. Especially since Guchanga and the Grand Palace Master of the Immortal Palace, Xing had an extremely good relationship, as if they were bosom friends. Why would the two of them suddenly turn against each other? It even led to the destruction of the Immortal Palace and the Eternal Heavens being buried together. The entire epic fell into darkness and became a taboo. This in itself was like a fallacy, and it was very difficult to explain. Chan Hongyi felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. There must be some unknown secret hidden within, or just like today, the truth that she did not know. The flow of time before her eyes became blurry. This time, she did not reverse time, but followed the timeline like a bystander, witnessing many things that happened in this world in the past few decades. Because Guchanga's strength was unfathomable and unpredictable, even in this timeline, she could only vaguely see some shadows. His entire body was shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see his true appearance. However, Chan Hongyi was extremely familiar with him and could naturally determine who he was. If another terrifying existence was fortunate enough to traverse the long river of time and come to this period of time, it would be impossible for them to know who Guchanga was. Fortunately, Chan Hongyi had such a special relationship with him, which allowed her to sort out many things. From afar, she watched the baby girl gradually grow up and experience everything in her memory. Then, she became Guchanga's disciple and followed him in cultivation. But gradually, Chan Hongyi felt that something was wrong. Because of her existence, there would be some unpleasant disputes between the Immortal Palace's Grand Palace Master Qing and Guchanga. At first, it would be some teasing, but later on, she could feel that the Grand Palace Master Qing was somewhat displeased with her existence. And every time, Guchanga would appear to be very casual and indifferent towards these problems, as if he did not take them to heart. Could it be because of this? She could not believe it, and her eyes widened. Moreover, Chan Hongyi could not help but think of another matter. Could it be that the bandits that destroyed her village were arranged by the Grand Palace Master Qing? Was the purpose just to sow discord between her and her master? Was the conflict between the two also because of this? However, Chan Hongyi still did not believe it. She felt that this was different from the Grand Palace Master Qing that she knew. Grand Palace Master Qing is so transcendent, she can't be so narrow-minded. There must be a reason for doing this. She did this on purpose? The long river of time overflowed. Many waves rushed over, and then they silently disappeared, returning to calmness. Guchanga's real body sat on the other end of the river of time. His gaze was deep as fog surrounded him, concealing everything. His gaze pierced through the passage of time. Understanding this truth might be the best choice for all of you, he said softly. Two fragments of the river of time danced in front of him, reflecting the different stages of time that Chan Hongyi and Tao Yao were in. The two of them saw different scenes, but they could be condensed into one timeline. Gu Changge did not continue to interfere. Whether it was what Chan Hongyi or Tao Yao saw, it was the truth of that period of time. However, this layer of truth was not entirely the truth. There were many things that were deliberately revealed like this. Gu Changge had said before that the various things that happened in the past were all part of a show. Due to his interference, the second cataclysm of Armageddon arrived before the Forbidden Era. The true mountain and sea world would not be able to withstand it and would be destroyed. There was nothing that could be done about this. As the true spirit of the true mountain and sea world, Qingyi discussed this with him. The two of them planned to deceive the heavens and act out a scene of them turning against each other. As the demon master, he destroyed the true mountain and sea world, causing it to collapse and reincarnate to return to seclusion. It was also because of this that the true mountain and sea world's destiny declined, allowing them to avoid the second cataclysm of Armageddon. In this show, the reason why he and Qingyi turned against each other was because of Chan Hongyi. In order to not leave any loopholes, this show had started before Chan Hongyi was born. In other words, from the start, Chan Hongyi was a chess piece destined to be in this game of chess. Birth, apprenticeship, cultivation, leaving the mountain. All of this was destined before she was born. It was just that she did not know about it. Then, as her master, as he interacted with his disciple day and night, he gradually developed feelings for her. The relationship between Qingyi and him was that of a Taoist couple and a close friend. Naturally, she was dissatisfied with him and secretly envied him. Later on, he disguised himself as Gu Changge and sent bandits to massacre the village where Chan Hongyi was born and her parents. It was not easy for Gu Changge to deal with this kind of situation. No matter which side he favored, it was not appropriate. As such, he chose to hide the truth from Chan Hongyi and cut off all contact with Qingyi. Qingyi was dissatisfied with his choice and wanted to kill Chan Hongyi. The two of them fell out and became enemies. Later on, it led to the destruction of the immortal palace, the collapse of the heavens, and the end of the epic. This so-called truth was forever buried in the Forbidden Era. Perhaps none of the countless lives in the true mountain and sea world would be able to guess that this was the truth. They would be shocked and in disbelief. Of course, this was only the overall situation that Xingyi and Gu Changge had discussed beforehand. It was to ensure that the battle of calamity was logical and not leave behind any flaws or variables. Even the existences who stood at the peak of Origin Realm would find it difficult to find any abnormalities in the situation through deductions. This was also the only way Qingyi could think of for the true mountain and sea world to avoid the second calamity and leave behind a more stable and peaceful era for the later generations. The price for this was that the true mountain and sea world's kismet would be depleted and they would no longer be at their peak. They would need a long time to recover. During this process, they would also need to be wary of the other true worlds devouring and merging with them, as well as various other hidden dangers. After all, during the peak of the true mountain and sea world, there were several heaven destroyers who attacked the origin world together. All of this might seem to have been arranged a long time ago. But even you, Qingyi, don't know that you are just in the middle of the act? Gu Changge's eyes were deep, but there was not a hint of emotion in them. He sighed softly. In Qingyi's eyes, he was a heaven destroyer from the endless universe. He had participated in the battle to attack the origin world and saved her life when she was in danger. That was why Qingyi had never doubted him. As for Chan Hongyi, once she saw the truth in the fragment of the long river of time, she would no longer doubt him. Instead, she would feel guilty because of all these things. Boom, Gu Changge's eyes were calm. He swung his arm, and the long river of time before him surged with monstrous waves once again. A vast fog surged forward and covered the quiet region of the sea, sealing off Chan Hongyi and Tao Yao's path back to the main world. But for the sake of the follow-up plan, I can't let you return. Gu Changge said softly. Waves rose and fell, and the immortal ship of destiny appeared under his feet, carrying him out of the long river of time. An indistinct shadow of a long river appeared in the temple of destiny, and soon after, Gu Changge walked out of it. He cast a glance at Xiaoruoyin, who was waiting for him, and asked, "How long has it been?" "Your Majesty, a full half a month has passed," Xiaoruoyin replied. She took the immortal ship of destiny from Guchanga with some surprise. She didn't know why, but she could see a trace of fatigue between his brows. She found it hard to believe that such an expression would appear on Guchanga's face. In her impression, Guchanga was always calm and confident, as if everything was under his control. It was as if there was nothing in this world that he couldn't do. Even if the sky collapsed and the earth caved in, or the ages turned to dust, she wouldn't be able to see a trace of change in his expression. But what had he encountered in this long river of time that made him show a trace of fatigue? Was it because of mental fatigue? Xiaoruoyin didn't see the figures of Tao Yao and Chan Hongyi. She guessed that they might have encountered something and disappeared into the river of time. She remained silent. She didn't know what to say at this time. Only half a month has passed? Guchanga thought that this long river of time was several years away from the present world. Because of many things that happened during this time, the long river was blurred. Even he couldn't tell how much time had passed. In the process of returning to the present world, he saw thousands of light spots flying up from the long river of time, floating and sprinkling into various river regions. Some of them were even guided by a blurry path of light and disappeared within. "Your Majesty, are you returning to the divine palace?" Seeing Guchanga looking at the sky outside the palace with an expression that Xiaoruoyin couldn't see clearly, she couldn't help but ask softly. The sky was already dark, but in the divine palace of destiny, near the vast sea of stars, it was impossible to distinguish between day and night. "I won't be returning to the divine palace tonight." Guchanga came back to his senses and rubbed his forehead. He wanted to go to Peach Village and see Xianxia, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Although Xianxia had 3 lives, she probably hadn't awakened the memories of her first life yet. And for her, she might not be willing to accept the memories of her first life. Just like when she gave up the memories of her second life called Dao Xian. After the upper realm and the immortal region gradually connected, the environment of heaven and earth changed faster. Guchanga had a premonition that some of the arrangements made by Qingyi would appear again. Some people who died in the first war of the heavens and fell into the reincarnation cycle would probably choose to return in this life. Ancient heroic spirits, those powerhouses who reincarnated into the cycle of reincarnation. Maybe some people around him would awaken related memories. The path of reincarnation that had been hidden in the past moved again. "Then I will serve your Majesty to bed." Xiaoruoyin's face turned rosy. She reached out and took off Guchanga's coat. Guchanga retracted his thoughts and looked at the beauty beside him. His eyes were unclear. The night was sad, the spring scenery was endless, the clouds dispersed and the rain cleared. In the following years, as Guchanga had predicted, the upper realm's fate gushed out and surged like a vast ocean. Outstanding talents were born in every large world and ancient universe. After the rules of heaven and earth became more complete, some outstanding figures of the past also seemed to have a second spring. Their cultivation that was originally shackled and limited rose. Those heaven's pridelings of the same generation as Guchanga, such as the heavenly phoenix maiden, six-crowned King Junyao, and others, had already entered the ranks of supreme beings. Some people even began to break through to the quasi-emperor realm and stepped onto the original emperor's road. Guchanga was in the divine palace, watching Xianxia leave the Peach Village and set foot on the road. He also saw some of his old acquaintances. For example, the young master of the ancient Yi clan, Yi Langtian, who should now be called the head of the Yi clan, and his sister, Yi Liuli. The ancient Yi clan had already submitted to the divine nation and had a high status in the imperial court. Yi Langtian stepped onto the road this time to seek an opportunity to achieve the Tao. Although the divine nation had a shortcut like the immortal investiture roll, it could help many cultivators to reach the heavens in a single step and directly become immortals worshipped by the divine nation. However, many heaven's pridelings were proud and did not want to be shackled and bound by the shackles. They relied on external objects to achieve their Tao. That was tantamount to rootless duckweed. Once the divine nation collapsed, it also meant that their Tao would disappear overnight. In fact, there were many people like Yi Langtian. There were even self-proclaimed heaven's pridelings who lived in the same era as Guchanga. However, because of his existence, they were once again sealed. Now, they broke through the seal and set foot on the emperor's road. In the divine nation, Guchanga saw many familiar faces walking on the road. Yan Ji, He Yanyu, and others who had followed him before. Even the master of the demon realm, Empress Shiyao, who had been conferred the title of demon concubine, was also on the road, trying to seize the opportunity to achieve the Tao. This road was long and extremely dangerous. Some people died halfway, but there were also people who experienced many dangers, and their cultivation improved even further. Guchanga just watched, quietly observing the changes in the fate of the thousands of worlds. He completely refined the source and true blood that he had devoured when he went to the celestial realm. Above the immortal Tao, there were true immortals, immortal kings, and immortal emperors. Above them was the threshold of transcendence. The gap between true immortals and immortal kings was like the gap between an ant and a true dragon. The gap between immortal emperors and immortal kings was even more terrifying. It could not be described with words. The immortal king realm could be accumulated with Tao techniques, time, and talent. However, the immortal emperor realm was unreachable. It was impossible to touch it with these. Even if one was peerlessly talented and looked down on the past and present, they would be stopped by that threshold. One immortal king could be born in 100 epochs. However, among the 100 immortal kings, only 1 in 100 had the qualifications to touch that road. It was clear how dangerous and terrifying it was. Guchanga sat cross-legged in the depths of the divine nation like an eternal god. A vast fog enveloped his body, and the blurry river of time appeared before disappearing behind him. Waves surged, nourished by the chi of the immortal path. The great Tao vase appeared and floated in it. 3 flowers of the great Tao bloomed, and there was a blurry figure sitting cross-legged in each flower, chanting the words of the great Tao. Guchanga condensed the one true blood left behind by the demon lord at the bottom of the demon burial abyss. It was red, like a flawless blood diamond, and contained the greatest secrets of the world. This was the item left behind by the demon lord and Qing Yi when they destroyed the true mountain and sea world. It contained the demon lord's creation at that time. Besides Guchanga, no one else knew about this drop of one true blood. It was an extremely important part of his plan. After the Forbidden Era, the demon lord was destroyed by the will of Guchanga's true body because he angered the master of the origin world. This was also the reason why he was able to reincarnate in the future. With the identity of a transmigrator, he was able to escape from karma. At that time, the demon lord had the power of transcendence. He was a true immortal existence. In the vast true heavens world, there was no living thing that could kill a transcendent. That was why Guchanga planned to first merge the 3 flowers of time and merge the past, future, and present into one. Then, he would walk out of the realm of eternity. Then, he would refine the one true blood and take the step of transcendence. With his current level of cultivation, he still couldn't control the timeline, make the universe eternal, and make calamities indestructible. However, in the realm of immortality, even if he met a true immortal emperor, he still had the means to fight back. However, even if the current true mountain and sea world included the foreign realm, it was unlikely that there would be any immortal emperors guarding it. Guchanga first tried to observe the fruits of Tao in the true mountain and sea world. He tried to copy the complete great Tao of this world and then derive the 3,000 Taos. Right now, the laws of the immortal region and the upper realm were in contact. It could be said that all the worlds in the heavens could sense that the barrier of the upper realm was changing. This was also the reason why there were living beings from various races and orthodoxies who attempted to embark on the primordial emperor's path in search of an opportunity to attain Tao. This single drop of true blood was sparkling and translucent. It floated in the air like a dense bloody mist. Guchanga refined it, and then stored it between his brows. Not only did it contain the good fortune left behind by the demon lord who stood at the transcendent level, but it also contained the enormous transcendent origin. After Guchanga broke through the immortal Tao realm, he would be able to reach that level faster. Apart from the single drop of true blood, the same was true for the system formed from the essences of the worlds. However, to Guchanga, the existence of the system was only to better match his identity as a transmigrator. It was only a tool in the early stages. Of course, to him now, the system was actually more like a key. When the time was right, it would unlock the shackles and allow him to recover his past memories. Before entering the Transcendence realm, he already had the Transcendence bone. Gu Chang'e looked inside his body and saw that there were a total of 206 bones all over his body. There were mysterious traces intertwining, faintly suppressing the great Tao. They were thick and majestic, indescribable and boundless. The Transcendence bone was far superior to the immortal bone. It could go through thousands of tribulations and become immortal. Even if the worlds were destroyed, it would not decay. In this vast world, there was no level or substance that could destroy the existence related to transcendence. Transcendence itself meant that it had transcended all space-time, all existences, all powers, all karma, all laws, and all fate. It possessed inconceivable power above all worlds. Its latitude was completely different from that of the immortal Tao. In the eyes of transcendence, the so-called true world was actually a toy that could be casually played with. It could confine everything into a point or a line. It could freeze time within the true world, reverse it, or even go to the future. It could be casually trampled on without the slightest trace of karma. Even powerful immortal emperors were no different from ordinary mortals in the eyes of transcendence. The two did not exist in the same latitude. However, it was incomparably difficult to give birth to transcendence. It required an inconceivable amount of luck and coincidence. Even if one comprehended all the mysteries of the world, without that kind of luck, it was impossible for them to transcend. In this vast world of true worlds, the number of worlds that had given birth to transcendence could be counted on one hand. And each of these true worlds was an overlord. Their foundation was so deep that it was difficult to imagine. When the calamity was settled, they had the power to protect themselves and hide the cycle of reincarnation. They would not be destroyed. Transcendence had already understood the truth of the world. They understood karma and knew the cause of the calamity, which was why they had a plan to deal with it. Gu Chang'e was currently in the true mountain and sea world. Even when it was at its peak, it had never given birth to a true transcendent. Even Qingyi, who was a true spirit, was only on that path and lacked that inconceivable chance. Many of the strongest powerhouses in the true world felt that this chance might be related to karmic luck. This mysterious power was illusory, and it was very difficult to determine its origin. However, it could bestow upon a person a completely different and terrifying fate. As Gu Chang'e observed the upper realm, he could feel the surging changes in karmic luck. Every time chaos arrives, geniuses are bound to appear. These prodigies not only have astonishing constitutions, but their comprehension is also astonishing. If they are given enough time, this world will become even more brilliant. There were many places where the older generation exclaimed in admiration and deeply felt that this was a golden age. Under the rule of the divine nation, the upper realm had swept away its previous decline. Karmic luck was overflowing, and prodigies appeared in large numbers like bamboo shoots after the rain. During these years, good seedlings appeared in various ancient worlds and great cosmoses, and they could be called immortal seeds. Some of them resonated with the heavenly Tao before they were even born. Some of them broke through some extreme boundary when they were young and left their names on the heavenly Tao tablet. Their names spread throughout all regions. On this day, Gu Chang'e suddenly felt something. He cast his gaze in the direction of the Saintess Palace, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Chu has achieved Tao? He was surprised, but when he thought about it carefully, he felt that it was not surprising. Jiang Chuchu's aptitude was excellent, and she had the 9-aperture celestial soul. When she was born, her cultivation level was at the level of a sage-to-be, and she was the best among her peers. All these years, she had been cultivating in the human ancestors' hall and did not know about the affairs of the world. Naturally, her cultivation level was very fast. Moreover, due to the uniqueness of her cultivation method, when she comprehended the heavenly Tao imprint and touched the opportunity of achieving Tao, she was like a fish in water. Gu Chang'e could not forget that Jiang Chuchu had risked her life to visit him in the Gu family in an attempt to see through his true identity. Back then, the Forbidden Palace and her sea of consciousness had brought him a lot of trouble, and he was afraid of taking action. Retracting his thoughts, Gu Chang'e got up and stepped forward. The next moment, he appeared in the Saintess Palace. Now, Jiang Chuchu had reached the critical moment of achieving Tao, and she was only one step away. Due to the contact between the immortal region and the upper realm, the thunder tribulation that had disappeared for countless eras reappeared. However, because Guchanga was in the divine bone, the heavenly tribulation could not descend. Jiang Chuchu had been waiting for the Tao tribulation. There was silence in the Sanctus Palace. If Guchanga had not suddenly sensed something, he would not have known that Jiang Chuchu had reached the peak of Quasi-Emperor and was about to break through to the Nirvana Tao gate. Her talent was indeed terrifying. Many of her peers had only embarked on the original emperor's path and sought the opportunity to attain the Tao. However, she had only cultivated quietly in the Sanctus Palace and had far surpassed her peers. Even Yu Mingkong and the Demon Realm Empress Xiao had not progressed as fast as Jiang Chuchu. Of course, it was also because Guchanga had given her the golden cauldron of destiny so that she could gather the destiny of the human ancestor palace for cultivation. Over the years, Guchanga had personally guided her many times and found many precious ancient scriptures for her to help her cultivate. My husband, Jiang Chuchu, who was immersed in comprehending the mark of the heavenly way with the light of the great Tao lingering around her, frowned. She felt that the rules of heaven and earth of this realm seemed to be lacking, causing her to be unable to take that step. However, when she sensed the arrival of Guchanga's aura, she could not help but open her beautiful eyes, revealing gentleness and joy. She restrained the fluctuations in her body and stood up to welcome him. The rules of heaven and earth of this realm are still missing the most important part. Perhaps ordinary people cannot sense it, but you should be able to sense that these differences are indeed a big hindrance to your breakthrough. Guchanga said with a smile. Yes, the cultivators who had broken through before did not have this concern. However, over the years, the environment of heaven and earth has changed dramatically, and many hidden rules have reappeared. I feel that if I want to become a flawless Tao body, I still need to receive the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. But I can't sense the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. A trace of distress appeared on Jiang Chuchu's face. In front of Guchanga, she did not hide her true emotions. My husband, you're here to help me, right? She blinked and stared at him intently. In her heart, as long as she was in trouble, Guchanga would appear, no matter when. It had always been like this. Guchanga shook his head and laughed. He reached out and hugged her. The void in front of him suddenly blurred, and then a boundless passage appeared. The Milky Way was magnificent. In the distance, there was a vast and deep expanse. It was like an azure sea. There was a vast and mighty aura that blew over from a distant land. Husband, what is this place? Jiang Chuchu felt that the precepts of heaven and earth in this place were very dense. It was definitely not comparable to the upper realm. This is the edge of the higher world. The barriers in the distance are the world barriers of the other true worlds, as well as the ancient, broken universes from the ancient eons. Those who are not at the peak of Paramount Realm cannot break through, Guchanga casually explained. The other true worlds? Jiang Chuchu was slightly surprised. He did not know much about the secrets of the true mountain and sea world. He only knew that only those who had achieved Tao would have a chance to become immortals and head to the celestial domain. You will know this in the future. Now, focus on your Tao Ascension tribulation. Guchanga smiled and did not explain anything. He had brought Jiang Chuchu here because he wanted her to achieve Tao Ascension realm in a complete environment. He had only told Yu Mingkong, Yin Mei, and a few others about the celestial domain and the true mountain and sea world. Guchanga planned to wait until the time was right before telling Jiang Chuchu, Gu Xian'er, and the others. Their current realms were still too low. They had not broken through to the immortal realm. When the upper realm and the celestial domain merged, their current level of cultivation would be far from enough. That was why Guchanga did not make the upper realm and the celestial domain completely merge at the first moment. He had considered this. The cultivation levels of the people around him were too low. There were even fewer people he could use. Although the existence of the dark heavenly court had gathered countless believers and many children of destiny from the various realms, they lacked the time to grow and had not truly matured. The immortal investiture role could only be used to mass-produce death soldiers comparable to perfected immortals. It could not be used to create true perfected immortals. Guchanga had never regarded the immortal investiture role as important. In the next period of time, I still have to gather a group of immortal realm cultivators. Guchanga shook his head. While he was thinking, Jiang Chuchu had already flown forward and appeared in the vast galaxy in front of him. She sat there cross-legged. The expression on her beautiful face gradually calmed down. Soon, she entered a meditative state. The aura of Tao lingered around her. Chuchu's talent is indeed extraordinary, Xianxia was surprised. This speed of entering a meditative state far surpassed that of many of the top geniuses in the world. Before this, he had not noticed this. And while Jiang Chuchu sat cross-legged and cultivated, there were faint changes in the sky. The rules intertwined, the sea of thunder disappeared, and there was a terrifying rumbling aura condensing. It was like a roaring true dragon that was about to pounce down and destroy the world. In between her eyebrows, there was a brilliant light like a divine lamp. A blurry palace floated up and down. It was grand and solemn, making Jiang Chuchu's face look somewhat solemn and holy. It was flawless and blasphemous. This palace seems to be Chuchu's companion item. Where did she come from? Is it related to the past era? Xianxia's gaze fell, but he did not probe further. He was not worried about any accidents. A few months later, the Tao here was so dense that it was about to melt. A blurry nirvana Tao door appeared in the void. Jiang Chuchu's Tao ascension tribulation had arrived. She stood up and looked up at the sea of thunder. Her eyes were extremely calm. In the terrifying thunder, all kinds of lights were shining, carrying a terrifying destructive aura. The eternal light seemed to penetrate everything. The moment the Tao ascension tribulation descended, the entire upper realm sensed it. That kind of mighty aura had not appeared for countless years. Shocked voices sounded everywhere. There were sounds of shock in the various orthodoxies and sects. Many of the geniuses who had stepped onto the primordial emperor's road were even more shocked. Who has attained the Tao before us? They are actually already undergoing tribulation? Many of the geniuses were a little unwilling, feeling that they were one step behind others. However, the appearance of the Tao ascension tribulation still made many people excited. They felt that this was a sign of prosperity in the ancient era. The emperor's road was brilliant, and in the future, they could enter the supreme realm. With Xianxia here, Jiang Chuchu did not need to worry about being disturbed by outsiders. Therefore, she faced her Tao ascension tribulation with all her strength. At this moment, her white clothes fluttered, ethereal and otherworldly. Her fine black hair danced in the wind, like a matchless female immortal emperor. The sea of thunder was vast and mighty. There was void immortal light surging within, filling this part of the universe, causing the upper realm to be in turmoil. She was coughing out blood, but her eyes were extremely resplendent, carrying divine will. She was resisting with all of her strength. Jiang Chuchu's Tao ascension tribulation was extremely terrifying. Void lightning radiance appeared, endless streaks of divine splendor erupting, resplendent and dazzling. There was a strange power that could erase everything. This was her great emperor tribulation, something only she could cross herself. Even though the heavenly mysteries here were chaotic, the great Tao laws indistinct, it still allowed Jiang Chuchu to see hope of achieving a perfect emperor body. This emperor tribulation continued for several months. All types of terrifying lightning appeared, to the extent where there were powerful figures condensed from the ancient era. They held all types of divine weapons, slaughtering their way towards Jiang Chuchu. However, she was extremely powerful. The space between her brows shone, and that indistinct palace seemed like it was going to appear in the sky, blocking all types of lightning tribulation. Hung long, following the final streak of heaven overflowing lightning radiance, a Tao sound shook the heavens throughout eternity, tearing apart 10,000 Tao, directly piercing into the heavens. At this moment, that streak of light became the only thing here. Many creatures trembled in fear, their bodies shaking. It pierced through the heart of the heavens, as if it was higher than the heavens themselves. A new type of Tao was being born, powerful and mysterious, filled with the vast power of Tao attainment. Jiang Chuchu safely crossed the Tao attainment tribulation, becoming the second person in this era after Xianxia to cross the Tao attainment tribulation and become a monarch. If it wasn't for the boundary of the world, she wouldn't have had such an opportunity to attract the Tao attainment tribulation. Because the upper realm's 10,000 Tao were overshadowed by Xianxia's Tao, no one in the divine nation could attract the Tao attainment tribulation, unless they were powerful enough to break through Xianxia's suppression. Jiang Chuchu's slender figure was dressed in white. She sat there cross-legged, absorbing the divine chains of rules nearby. Silver-white starlight gathered, and the essence of heaven and earth covered the sky and earth, surging and being absorbed by her. Her aura continued to strengthen, and the powerful pressure of a great emperor spread. In the next few years, the upper realm will give birth to many Tao attainments, different from the reactions of the living beings in the upper realm. Xianxia saw the future of the upper realm from the surging luck. A brilliant era had descended, and Tao attainment was no longer a threshold that limited all living beings. Perhaps this was also part of Qingyi's consideration. Xianxia couldn't help but ponder, deciding on his next plan. The upper realm seemed to be peaceful, but in reality, it wasn't. The surging luck would definitely attract the attention of the other true worlds. If the true mountain and sea world wanted to return to its peak, it would have to wait for many eras. Now, even the number of immortal kings was very small, let alone the immortal emperors who determined the situation of the true worlds. Some true worlds had given birth to transcendent existences, and their foundation was unimaginable. They had already walked a long way on the path of annexing the other true worlds. After bringing Xianxia back to the divine nation, Xianxia entered seclusion for several years. During this time, he woke up once, because Heavenly Deer City's Heavenly Deer Empyrean Maiden had already reached the threshold of the immortal realm. In the past, her strength had already far surpassed ordinary people, and now, after accumulating strength, she had already touched the threshold of the immortal realm in just a few years, which really surprised Xianxia. It just so happened that he was planning to test the immortal ascension passage, so he brought her along to bathe in the laws of the immortal path. This immortal ascension passage was connected to the western immortal region's sky-penetrating ancient city, but due to Xianxia's existence, this ancient city had already become a forbidden city. There were no signs of life within a radius of several million li, and it was incomparably desolate. The 4 foreign kings had died here, and their blood had spilled everywhere, turning this place into a dangerous land. Even true immortals didn't dare to enter, let alone other living beings. The ancient city of Heaven Pass stood majestically. It was modeled and majestic. Some places were very dilapidated, with traces of swords, spears, and halberds. Many places were stained with blood, telling of the desolation of the past. At this moment, the ancient city gate was slowly pushed open like a box that had been sealed for a long time. It carried a murderous aura that swept through the clouds. Xianxia appeared here with the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy. Dense immortal Tao elements filled the air, making it difficult for her to hide her surprise. "Is this the deity region?" The Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy murmured, her eyes full of disbelief. Especially when she sensed the laws of heaven and earth here, it was more suitable for cultivators to comprehend Tao. The shackles of her cultivation level that had been stuck at began to loosen. A large amount of immortal Tao Qi surged in her meridians and lungs, and some kind of transformation was about to happen. However, she couldn't help but be stunned when she swept her gaze across the desolate ravine before her. What happened here? She was very surprised. She thought that what she saw would be a prosperous place with ancient divine mountains, immortal islands, and spirit veins. She didn't expect that it would be so dilapidated and lifeless. Xianxia didn't explain much. He stepped into the deity region again. He didn't want the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy to undergo the immortal tribulation. He brought her here just because it was convenient. The deity region today is no longer the transcendent world that everyone envies in the past. The past is gone, and everyone is in danger. The former immortal land has long become a barren land without any signs of life. No one will disturb you if you break through to the immortal realm here. Shaking his head, he told the Heavenly Deer Immortal to stay here and transcend her tribulation. No one would disturb her. Then, he left the city and headed off into the distance. Rumble. Husband, the Empyrean Deer Mystic Fairy watched Xianxia leave. She had many questions and wanted to say something, but she didn't have time to care about them now. Her cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. When she was in the upper world, she lacked an opportunity. Now that she had come to the immortal realm through the immortal passage that Xianxia mentioned, she was like a fish on the beach that suddenly fell into the water. Every pore on her body was greedily absorbing the immortal Tao energy. Above the vault of heaven, there were muffled thunders. Terrifying lightning gathered and quickly turned into a sea of lightning. Immortal Tao energy swept through the world, many creatures in the distance sensed it. However, when they sensed that this fluctuation came from Western immortal domain, their expressions all changed. No one dared to investigate, even if they knew that there might be someone who achieved the Tao. Here, undergoing tribulation to become an immortal. In front of this ancient city, there were many immortal kings who died in carnage. There were Western immortal domain's kings, as well as the 4 foreign kings who died here several years ago. The current heaven-penetrating ancient city had already turned into a land of death. It was filled with terrifying dangers, and there were no living beings. Within a range of 10 million li, everything turned into a barren land. Great stars fell from many places, covering all types of terrifying ravines and great rifts. There were previously foreign creatures who offered sacrifices in distant lands, hoping that the foreign king's resentment could be quelled sooner. Back then, the 4 kings descended here, but they were all killed by a taboo figure, turned into nourishment, and devoured. This news shook up the entire foreign realm. Many ancient king clans shivered in fear because of this. There were some who even headed into the very depths, paying a visit to the emperor clan ancestors who had been sleeping since the ancient times, wishing to inform them of this matter. The sole survivor of that time, the foreign realm's Ming king, after fleeing back to the foreign realm, even more so immediately tried to find a way to reconstruct the scene of that time, inform them of the truth. However, he suffered a backlash, continuously coughing out blood, becoming extremely alarmed. Many people learned from his mouth that the taboo existence who walked out from behind heaven-penetrating ancient city was that person. Perhaps it was precisely the one who caused immortal domains collapse countless great eras ago, origin realm's destruction, immortal palace's destruction. Just how horrifying and terrifying was this type of news? It made the entire foreign realm enter a state of panic. At first, many people felt like that was an ancient figure who walked out from reincarnation, a past supreme being from immortal domain. However, they never expected it to be that taboo existence. After countless years passed, he appeared in this world again. What did this mean? Disaster, calamity, doomsday, endless panic spread through the foreign realm's boundless land. The various great clans and powers all entered a state of trembling. It was because they deeply understood how terrifying that battle was, even more so able to feel that type of fear. No one could remain calm after hearing this type of news. Even the foreign realm's kings were no exception, simply unable to eat or sleep in peace. This was a holy land that had existed for all of eternity. Boundless gray mist surrounded this place, ancient cities, majestic life, ancient stars. Above the heavens, there were even more so many pavilions and palaces. Countless people and cultivators resided and multiplied in this holy land. There were statues towering everywhere, many believers kneeling below, pious worship, continuously kowtowing. The Ming King Manor floated high up in the void, surrounded by primal chaos mist, grand and majestic. After fleeing back from Western immortal domain, the Ming King had been hiding in the manor, cultivating. Only a few younger generations who were favored by him, or other immortal king vid friends could obtain an audience with him. This aura, however, now, the Ming King who was seated on the Pantuan suddenly opened his eyes, his expression carrying a bit of bewilderment, to the extent where there was even alarm. Impossible, how is this possible? His emotions rose and fell, undergoing intense changes. In that instant, in the skies above this boundless territory, the nebula began to change, many great stars surging like a sea. When they collided, they even more so immediately exploded into pieces. Countless people and cultivators knelt down in fear, continuously kowtowing, not knowing what was happening. What happened to Ming King old ancestor? Several ancient true immortals opened their eyes, expressions full of shock. They all left the caves, appearing in the skies above the outside world. He came again. He stepped into immortal domain again, there is definitely no mistake. Inside the manor, the Ming King reacted, his voice a bit trembling. At the same time, the space between his brows was in pain, his cheekbones shining, as if that place was going to explode. His primordial spirit was infected with a type of aura, originally extremely dim, but now, it was shining brilliantly. He understood why he was able to escape alive back then. It wasn't because of luck. Instead, it was because Guchunga did it on purpose, leaving behind a certain set of coordinates on his body, able to confirm his location, and then descend into the foreign realm. Back then, when he returned, he even specially paid a visit to an emperor clan ancestor, asking him to examine his body to see if there were any abnormalities. In the end, he was safe and sound, overthinking things. This made the Ming king release a breath of relief. Moreover, after returning to the territory, he immediately flipped through the ancient texts of the past, wishing to understand more about Xianxia. However, regardless of which type of records he obtained, the final conclusion made him tremble in fear. It was to the extent that for a period of time, as long as he closed his eyes, the terrifying scene in front of heaven-reaching ancient city would appear in his mind. That already quickly became his nightmare and inner demon. Who would have thought that 2 would come to immortal domain again? What is his objective this time? The Ming king clenched his teeth, forcing himself to calm down, his heart as still as water. As an immortal king existence, his fear only lasted for an instant just now, but he quickly calmed himself down. He knew that the more fear he felt now, the more uneasy he would feel. In the past, his emotions wouldn't fluctuate in the slightest for tens of thousands of years, unshakable like a boulder. However, after learning about Xianxia's existence, only then did he understand that in the eyes of this type of existence, he was actually no different from an ant, just like how mortals were in his eyes. Ming King Old Ancestor. At this time, a report sounded from outside the manor. Many ancient true immortals and Ming King family's younger generation all descended because of the disturbance just now, waiting outside, wishing to know what happened. The Ming King was the Ming clan's undying pillar, allowing the Ming clan to become a king clan in the foreign realm. That was why his emotions would decide the future of a clan. Just now, there was a terrifying phenomenon outside the Bright King Manor. Many nebulas exploded, causing many cultivators and creatures to kneel in fear, not knowing what happened. Many ancient true immortals appeared outside the manor, as well as many younger Ming clansmen. Among them were a few of the Bright King's most favored descendants. They were all geniuses of this generation, with hopes of entering higher realms in the future. Ever since the Bright King Old Ancestor escaped from the immortal region last time, the situation in our world changed greatly. Many clans are paying close attention to our clan, even the Emperor clan ancestor has revived because of this. Now, many things are happening in our world. Many people from the immortal region will return from the immortal region. Soon, there will be a great battle between our two worlds. At that time, it will be difficult for all of the king clans to escape. They will be dispatched. The Bright King Old Ancestor must have been greatly affected because of this. Outside the manor, many true immortals of the Bright King clan were discussing, their expressions serious. They could be considered core figures of the Bright King clan, so they knew what the Bright King had encountered in the immortal region. Even immortal kings would tremble in fear, let alone true immortals like them. Come in. At this time, a cold voice came from the depths of the manor. The Bright King sat high on a praying mat. His figure was shrouded in a layer of blurry chaotic fog. His eyes were like two unmoving divine lamps, brilliant and dazzling. In front of outsiders, even if they were clansmen, he was still so high and mighty, not revealing any emotion. The great change in emotion just now was completely because of the trembling and disbelief, as well as the fear in his heart that was left behind by Xianxia as the coordinates to descend to the immortal region. That was why he was like this. Greetings, King. The true immortals and descendants of the Bright King Manor all knelt outside the manor, not daring to raise their heads to look at the Bright King. That person came to the immortal region again. The Bright King's words were concise, his eyes deep like the boundless universe. But at this moment, there was the scene of all life disappearing, and even the sound of the river of time surging could be heard. In the next few months, I will go to the Emperor clan to discuss this matter with the 10 ancestors. Although his expression was cold, he knew that the time was very urgent. No one knew why Xianxia suddenly came to the immortal domain. Meanwhile, the Ming king was even more worried that Xianxia would directly arrive at the other side through this imprint, using him as a bridge to appear here. That was why he planned to pay a visit to the Emperor clan ancestor and seek a countermeasure. After all, for the entire foreign realm and immortal domain, Xianxia's existence could be said to be an unimaginable calamity. No one dared to underestimate or be careless. Moreover, judging from the scene in front of the heaven-connecting ancient city in the western celestial realm, it was clear that Xianxia was treating celestial kings as prey. In front of him, he devoured the source energies of the 4 celestial kings, using them as nourishment. Immortal Domain and the other side fought endlessly all year round, continuing for countless years, endless great eras. However, before this taboo figure, all of these grudges could be temporarily set aside. No one can guarantee that the other side won't make the same mistake as Immortal Domain. The Ming King's eyes were extremely deep. Back then, the other side had personally witnessed Immortal Domain's terrifying calamity. Immortals died, heavenly Tao collapsing, the entire Great Era entering darkness. Existences as powerful as celestial kings, even those far above celestial kings, in that calamity, were like weeds that fell one after another. When they heard this, the Ming King Manor's true immortals were all horrified. They knew who the person the Ming King was talking about was. The 4 kings who died in the Western Celestial Realm could all be said to have come from that person's hands. In this current era, a single person killed 4 kings. Even though they didn't know his identity, they knew just how terrifying he was. Meanwhile, at this moment, the Ming King reached out his large hand and drew several traces in the air, turning into a decree that descended. It was suffused with a thick aura of primal chaos, and every single word flickered with divine light, as if they were heaven-splitting divine characters. Ming Yi, bring this decree to the central celestial realm, hand it over to him. The Ming King's eyes were cold and indifferent, landing on a younger generation descendant below. This was a tall woman with a head of long silver-white hair. Her entire body seemed to have been sculpted from ice, her skin snow-white, but her expression seemed to have an ancient arrogance. Yes, Ming Yi obeys. She reached out and received the decree, her brows lowered as she stood there respectfully. Ming Yi was a heaven-warping figure of this generation in the Ming King Manor, greatly favored by the Ming King. She had only cultivated for a few hundred years, yet she had already broken through the Supreme Realm, and had a chance of reaching the Celestial King Realm in the future. During this period of time, the Luo King was holding a birthday banquet, inviting ancient existences from all over the Celestial Realm. Even though the Ming King Manor was far away in the other side, they still heard about this matter. Moreover, the most important thing was that the Ming King had interacted with the Luo King before. Even though the two weren't friends, there wasn't any enmity that couldn't be resolved. This time, the Ming King planned to contact the Celestial Realm through the Luo King, discussing how to deal with Guchunga's arrival in the Celestial Realm. This time, the clan will send 3 true immortals to follow you to the Central Celestial Realm. I will also have Ming Yang secretly protect you. The Ming King spoke again, his words still very simple. The Ming Yang he spoke of was a half-step immortal king existence from the Ming King Manor. Normally, only when something extremely important happened, would the Ming King send Ming Yang out. Ming Yi won't disappoint the Ming King old ancestor, I will definitely complete this matter. Ming Yi's expression became slightly serious, understanding that this matter was extremely important. Otherwise, there was no way the Ming King old ancestor would look like he was. Facing a great enemy like this. Even though she didn't experience the Forbidden Great Era, she still learned quite a bit about that Great Era from the ancient records. In that Great Era, Celestial Realm was incomparably prosperous, immortal palaces ruling the heavens. Even the other side's Emperor clan ancestors had to avoid them, ceding large amounts of foreign territories. However, it was precisely this type of prosperous and resplendent era that, because of a single taboo figure, was completely destroyed. The world became ruins, the long river of time collapsing, becoming a taboo topic that later generations spoke of. The Ming King was expressionless, trying to deduce Guchunga's whereabouts, and then erase that trace. He sat cross-legged on the praying mat, chaotic energy rising and falling like Wang Yang, drowning the immortal King Manor, making the starry sky within millions and millions of li tremble slightly. It could be said that his magical power was matchless, incomparable. His eyes were terrifyingly deep, gradually becoming like 2 black holes, absorbing the fragments of the great Tao of the heavens. Natural laws descended, wrapping around him. However, his figure that was sitting cross-legged on the praying mat soon trembled, as if it was unstable, about to fall from the sky. This scene made the expressions of Ming Yi and the other Ming King Manor clansmen change greatly. What a pity, however, the Ming King wasn't surprised. Even though he felt helpless, he recognized reality. In front of that kind of existence, this so-called imprint was simply engraved into the deepest part of the soul, impossible to break free from. He could only accept his fate. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, a crack appeared outside the void. The Ming King stepped into it, quickly disappearing. Ming-Yi, since the old ancestor has ordered, then you can set off for the central celestial realm to visit Luo Wang. With the old ancestor's order, no one in the current celestial realm dares make things difficult for you. After the Ming King left, a true immortal here spoke, his expression extremely grave, having Ming-Yi hurry over. Even though there were quite a few conflicts between celestial realm and the other side, in reality, the immortal kings all had a tacit understanding. Otherwise, with the current backing of the other side, it wouldn't be difficult for them to break through celestial realm's gates. The silver-haired woman named Ming-Yi nodded, not wasting any time. With the Ming King's order, she indeed didn't fear celestial realm's powers causing trouble for her. During these years, the other side's creatures had long found ways to hide their heavenly mysteries and auras, entering celestial realm's side. Ming-Yi hadn't reached the immortal realm yet, so she didn't have too many misgivings. Southern Celestial Realm, Moon King Manor. This was a manor that towered in the depths of the starry sky, grand and majestic, suspended high above the void. Chaotic energy, all life source energy, and immortal energy swirled about, indistinct and indistinct. As the one who truly wielded authority in the Southern Celestial Realm, not only did the Moon King have astonishing means, his own cultivation talent was also extremely terrifying. He was the Moon Clan's most dazzling pride of heaven after countless years. He had previously suppressed an era, becoming an immortal king. Her figure was like a moon deity, dressed in fine muslin, fine black hair falling like a waterfall, facial features as if carved from immortal jade, noble and elegant. However, the depths of her eyes carried aloof coldness, overlooking all creatures in this world. There was previously an immortal realm king who pursued her, wishing to become Tao companions with her, but he was always heartlessly rejected. He felt like that immortal king was inferior to him, not worthy of her. The two of them fought around because of this, victory and defeat unknown, no one understanding the process of that battle. However, afterwards, that immortal king never came looking for her again. The Moon King was proud and arrogant, looking down on celestial realm's many immortal kings. This naturally had her confidence and qualifications. Who dares to barge into my territory? Right now, she was currently sitting on a Tao platform. Her eyes suddenly opened, her surroundings blurry, hazy, impossible to see clearly, as if all of the heavens' moonlight scattered down, surrounding this place. The Moon King immediately stood up, walking out from the Moon King Manor. In the blink of an eye, she appeared millions of li away. Her senses were extremely accurate. Outside her territory, there was currently an aura that made her feel uneasy, descending here. It was neither fast nor slow, nor did it conceal itself, incredibly natural and casual. Could it be that person? The Moon King did not show herself, her beautiful face becoming uncertain. Her heart was beating a bit nervously, recalling what Jin Yuan had said before. That forbidden existence really wanted her to hand over the Southern Celestial Realm. After managing the Southern Celestial Realm for so many years, if she just handed everything over, how could she be willing? However, the Moon King knew that if it really was that forbidden existence that descended, if she dared to refuse, she felt like only death would await her. There was no other possibility. She still had this bit of self-awareness. Even the 4 foreign kings had died miserably at his hands, so how could she possibly be his match? Why would he set his eyes on me? The Moon King was actually incredibly regretful. Why did she send Jin Yuan to interfere back then? In the end, she was dragged into this mess. However, she had already come here, so even if her heart was pounding, she did not dare take a step back. Thump, 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 at the end of this heaven, clear footsteps rang out, as if reverberating through the universe. The stars in a radius of several million kilometers all trembled slightly. This was not done on purpose, but because the regulations of heaven and earth had come into contact with each other, caused by the aftermath of some terrifying power spreading out. In the distance, the Moon King saw a young man walking over. He was tall and slender, and his clothes were whiter than snow. His divine features were otherworldly, and his expression was very calm. His steps were not fast, but it was as if millions of stars were shifting beneath his feet as he walked. This is that forbidden existence's true appearance? The Moon King's heart trembled. Previously, she had only understood how young he was from Jin Yuan's description. Now, this was the first time she truly saw his true appearance. Ordinary people could not deduce and reconstruct this kind of existence's appearance at all. Even a shadow recording stone would crumble into dust. It was even possible that after seeing it for the first time, they would forget what he looked like with a second glance. Greetings, Lord 310. The Moon King's expression did not reveal the slightest abnormality, waiting here for Guchang's arrival. Guchang's expression was calm. He glanced at her, and asked, "You're the current ruler of the Southern Celestial Domain?" In terms of seniority, this woman before him could be considered the ancestor of Yu Mingkong's lineage. She was shockingly old, but it was impossible for the two of them to be related by blood. Of course, Guchang did not come to the Celestial Domain for the Moon King. He only wanted to send a signal to the current Celestial Domain. He had reappeared in this world. Perhaps he wanted to settle the score in this world, or perhaps he wanted to reshuffle the Celestial Domain. My lord. I'm one of the two remaining Celestial Kings in the Southern Celestial Domain. I can't be considered a true ruler. I've already arranged the various territories under the Moon King Manor's jurisdiction according to your previous instructions. I can hand them over to you at any time. The Moon King's expression was very respectful. She did not show any disrespect just because she was a Celestial King. Although she was usually arrogant and looked down on other Celestial Kings, it did not mean that she was ignorant. Before this person before her, what were Celestial Kings? They were probably as insignificant as mortal ants. Guchang nodded and did not say anything else. After all, they had lived for countless years. These Celestial Kings were not fools. Their eyelashes were all empty. It was impossible for them to go against him when they knew that there was no hope. At the very least, the Moon King would not dare to do so. Moreover, Guchang was not very interested in the so-called Southern Celestial Domain. He only wanted to use it as a temporary foothold so that the higher realm would not be disturbed when it was connected to the Celestial Domain. Although there were realm barriers and chaotic turbulence between the various celestial domains that prevented powerful beings from other worlds from entering, they could not stop him. Am I some kind of scourge? Why do you have to be so afraid of me like the rumors say? Guchang glanced at the Moon King. He knew that she was wary and uneasy, so he spoke casually. The Moon King was actually quite uneasy. Although she was the king of the Southern Celestial Domain, she always felt uneasy in front of Guchang. It was as if she had become a mortal who had lost her cultivation. She could not help but link him to the many ancient books she had read during this period of time. According to those ancient books, Guchang, the supreme demon master, was a ferocious monster with many heads and countless arms. He fed on immortals, and even celestial kings were merely his rations. Although she knew that these ancient books were not accurate, it was still hard for her to imagine that the person who made the heavens tremble in fear was this flawless young man. Half a month later, I want all the celestial kings in the current celestial domain to come and see me here. Can you do that? Guchang ignored the Moon King's many emotions and thoughts. He continued speaking casually. End of chapter 864. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.